Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twists her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. world seems big and I am feeling low. I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake out the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We're gonna live it up. We're gonna live it up. We're never gonna give it up. We're never gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up? Live it up. We're never gonna give it up. Give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone. So let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good.
Das Leben mein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben mein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. No Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah.
Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down here. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun. Yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A full day of Dota is now concluded, and we've got another full day ahead of us. Hope you brought your briefcase. Jabshire did yesterday in game number 1. versus Shopify Rebellion, as they did end up drawing. Welcome back, everyone, to the C-Stream, the Storm Stream, some would call it, for the Dream League Season 22 group stage. Thank you all so much for joining us. Seek and Strike and Winter back for you for another lovely day of Dota Winter, as we can kind of see what we missed, what we saw, what we casted yesterday. Here's the G2IG versus Heroic match. It was a 2-0 defeat for G2. Did you end up catching any of this game, Winter?
Not really, no, unfortunately. But I did look at some of the draws. Seems like they lost to what, Dragon Knight twice? Was it yesterday?
Yeah, DK, one of the
against OG. That was against OG.
DK, one of the more contested heroes right now as well in the entire pool. I saw alongside the Chen, getting a lot of pick and contest rate. So we'll see if that continues to be the case today, as we do kick off already what is day number 2. So we are moving along at a steady pace here. Which is always going to be really exciting to see. You know, what I mean is, was there anything when you were looking at the drafts, Winter, that you saw as already kind of a couple strategies or a couple heroes kind of rising to the top of this early on? Or do you think we're still, you know, we're going to have to wait a while to see things get developed?
Yeah, probably going to have to wait a while. I think it's too early to tell. I think in some of the interviews yesterday we did, the players even mentioned that it's going to take some time before the meta fully develops. Things are definitely shifting. We see a couple of games with CM. We see some new heroes coming up from the support position, from the core role. I think nothing really stands out yet. I think everything is still similar except for maybe a couple of like Brute games yesterday. Like GG picked Brute, but they lost with it. I think everything else seems quite normal still, like compared to the previous patch.
Taking a look at Group A and B here and our standings, we can see our first matchup already. We'll get to that in a second, of course, but is first and 8th right now in Group A. Not really where you want to be if you're G2IG, but still plenty of time to try and turn things around for them. So we do take a look at our schedule now. They're going to be first up, G2IG versus Virtus Pro. Next up, Winter, you and I will be taking, well, we won't really be taking them on. I think we would lose, but we will be casting Team Liquid versus Aurora. So once again, we get to follow the C-Stack, who had a phenomenal first day at 3-1, if I'm not mistaken. They are doing very well for themselves here. And then finally, later on today, our Cryptic was going to take you guys through VP versus Gaming Gladiators, and then we will finish off our day with Aurora versus Tundra Esports. But our first match, Winter, G2IG versus Virtus Pro. Like I said, it is kind of first place right now versus last place. Taking a look, refreshing ourselves, of course, with the VP roster. Have always been a strong team. I mean, Eastern Europe really has risen. I would say globally, yeah, sure, at TI, but even you look before that, they've been Dream League Season 21, I believe, is where things really, really took off for them. So that was the tournament before TI. Any player that stands out for you here, Winter? Any player in particular?
For sure, the carry. I think I've been really hard on him at TI. And he definitely showed a lot of improvement after that, and it's definitely a force to be reckoned with. I was a big fan of his Omni Knight carry. Not sure if you were able to catch. Did we actually cast some of their Omni Knight carry games? Was it with you?
I think I
remember watching some of his Omni Knight carry games and being really impressed by it.
We must have. I know we did cast a couple of Omni Knight. We casted some Omni Knight mid, some off lanes, and a couple of carries back then. Could have been him. I think it could have been him even. We'll see, though, how well they do. I mean, so far, having a pretty phenomenal game, RG2IG. They are, again, first in their group. So yesterday, they played 2 teams. They played... I just had it written down here. Yes. They drew versus BetBoom. So right now, only Eastern Europe is the other region that can take down Eastern Europe. And then they defeated Heroic 2-0. Now, Heroic actually played already versus G2IG, as we can go ahead and take a look and get refreshed with their faces here. That was a 2-0, right? That was on this stream earlier yesterday. So if you kind of just base off of that, it's already kind of looking rough here for G2IG. I'm not sure, Winter. I mean, what do you think of this somewhat Malaysian team, isn't it?
3 Malaysians, 2 from China.
Yeah.
As you can say, they are a Malaysian team. Well, they have 2 like Chinese coaches, so if you add everything up, it's 6 Chinese players. I mean, 4 Chinese players and 3 Malaysians, so it's still technically a Chinese team.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, they've been really going up and down. You know, there are some games they've shown a lot of like brilliance, but then there are other games where they are rather lackluster. And Monet is a carry player in China that everybody knows about. You know, he has a very aggressive play style as well, in your face type of play style, and sometimes I feel like he's fighting too much. You know, then he kind of ruins his own game. You know, so he has to try to strike a right balance in terms of how he plays his carry right now.
Yeah, I mean, that can always be a bit tricky. And this is a team that has kind of struggled to find their footing, right? They did qualify successfully for the Birmingham events as well as DreamLeague Season 22. But ESL won KL, and then the Bet Boom Dacha, they did fail to get through there. We did get a chance to speak with them before the tournaments and kind of gather their thoughts about what their expectations are and how things are going over there.
For our team, maybe it's something new that because we have majority of Malaysian, and maybe you can bring something new to the region and the team.
肯定是尽全力去打嘛，然后争取拿越多分越好嘛，就是争取能尽力得的积分。
Nothing to say, of course, one of probably the most successful Malaysian mids, I have to say, right? Is there anyone more successful than him? Probably not, right?
No.
Ex Nova, right? As well, having been already a couple, second place at TI, right? I mean, a very successful team. If you just look at their stats, it's just time for them to put things together. And well, they've got a tough opponent. And honestly, Winter, not a lot of time. Having started off 1-3, they don't really have the luxury of getting to play too many more matches anymore as we do start our second day. What were your impressions of this team when you saw it get formed? I remember we started casting some of their games very early on for this team during some of the qualifiers. And then now, having seen it kind of come together a bit more, what are your thoughts so far on this team, Winter?
Still rather unstable. I feel like sometimes they play really well, sometimes they don't really know what the direction of the team is, so have to try to find the right person to play around. I think some games it's important to play around, nothing to say, and sometimes you kind of see them try to prioritize other players, like their offlaner JT. When he gets some, I think we saw a couple of games where he got his meeple, they were able to play around him, but when they don't get a polarizing hero on him, they have to try to help nothing to say more, And yesterday, remember that I mentioned the importance of the 3 versus 3 in the first 10-15 minutes, and it's really important to help up your mid laner, control the runes, and help him defend or take your opponent's mid tower, So if you try to overplay things with your off laner and you neglect your mid laner, sometimes the game just falls apart.
You talk about 3 versus 3. I want to talk a little bit about the Eastern European teams, because even when I was casting Eastern Europe Div 2 2020, 4 years ago already? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. 4 years ago already when I was casting Eastern European Dota. You had, Ducala's formerly on this team. Sayush, I think, was up and coming a bit, noticed certainly on some of those older teams. Something that always impressed me and that continues to impress me now that you look at these Eastern European teams and players at the tier 1s level is their execution in team fights, especially when you hyper focus on the 3v3s. That can really be a make or break, right? You got to give yourself the heroes, but it's about the macro game and the micro plays as well. How do you think VP will fare versus the strength of G2IG as we are about to get underway with our first game?
I think VP is going to match up really well against them, because VP have also themselves a very aggressive playstyle. They try to play around the early rotations a lot, pressure the mid laner, control the runes, and I feel like Kiritich is a very self-sufficient carry, so he always gives his support a lot of room to move around. They don't really need to protect him or babysit him too much, so they are allowed to move around and help their offlaner and mid laner. I think that's the type of thing you want to do in the current meta. How are you going to be able to pressure the opponent's mid tower, the mid laner, control the runes, and try to squeeze out an advantage from there?
I think that makes a lot of sense. That all starts from the draft. We can see our draft for game 1 now on your screens and underway. Again, the most banned heroes of the tournament: Chen, DK, Timber, and then, well, basically it's Chen and then DK, and then it really falls off from there, doesn't it? Timber, 19 bans is certainly very healthy. Mars is up there as well, but by my quick maths, Chen and DK, 2 heroes, 100% contest rate right now. Well, obviously the DK very strong, especially against a lot of the popular mid laners right now. Winter, who is not banned yet, by the way, in this draft, we should note. What's the strength of the Chen? If we can just briefly talk about that a bit.
The 3v3, I think it's very strong at the 3v3. You bring the creep. After you secure your carries lane, you bring over your creep towards the mid lane, you fight. And the thing is, the way you play Chen, right, you can always jungle around. So compared to other supports that can't jungle, so whenever you think that there might be a 3v3 happening in mid lane, you're not actually farming, right? You're just like camping around your mid lane. But if you're Chen, you're jungling on the side camps. So you are still getting income. So I think those are the only few heroes that can do it. Chen, Enchantress, the ones that can jungle. Sometimes you see Enigma, so maybe 3. So it's very unique to those couple of heroes that can allow you to still farm at the same time and play around your mid laner in the early stages.
I see what you mean. I mean, I think we're going to end up seeing him banned for a long time. There's DK, so at least on our stream, folks, you are going to continue seeing the most banned heroes continue to be most banned. If you're looking for a different game,
to see them ban the DK when they're first pick. They ban the DK and they pick a Mirana. So they must think that there's a counter to a DK that they don't really want to open the draft with DK when they have first pick. I feel like that's pretty interesting from VP.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to, let me see if I can take a look at the DK games that we have seen so far and seeing how those have fared. But we are going to be
looking at the
already.
games yesterday. They lost 3 games to DK. 2 games definitely against OG and 2 games against OG. Only 2.
Wait, are you telling me that G2IG are one of the only teams that have not banned DK in this tournament? Because everyone else is banning them.
I mean, in the second series they probably banned it because they didn't play against it. I have to check everything.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm checking their drafts now. I have them in front of me. Oh, that was weird.
There's a pause.
Oh yeah, the entirety of VP disconnected. Hopefully everything gets good there. Let's see here. Yeah, so OG first phased it against them twice. It was first pick, and then they tried to counter it with a Kunkka and an Ench. Well, I don't know if you quite counter it with the Ench, but you get what I mean, right? That was the 9th pick response, and then it seems like they adjusted and then continued to ban it since then. That's very interesting, actually. So quick adjustment out from G2IG. We quickly learn why this hero deserves a ban.
Maybe even with the Mage Slayer nerf, the hero is still very, very strong right now. I think he gives you a lot in the draft. Very flexible call. You can go to any lane. And whenever you get your item timings, it's just so powerful. Like every single item timing that he has, when you get the Mage and the Dagger, Manta, the Aghanim's, everything gives you so much power spike in the game. Right. And I feel like it gives you, the vision part is also an underrated aspect of the hero. When you get your Black Dragon, like the team fights are just so easy for your team because you always see the enemies before they come to you.
I'm seeing, and one last note is VP have consistently banned, whether they have first or second pick, they've consistently banned the DK in their first phase of ban.
Oh, so they don't want to play the hero, it seems.
Nope. And they don't want to, they're not into it. And I guess that means for us, we won't even get to see the hero this series. Very unlikely. We might see even more Potom, though. This is actually already the 3rd Potom pick for VP this tournament. So in their 3rd series, 3rd Potom. They picked it, looking at the other support with is this a support bat or a support tiny? Rubik in one of the games, that's right. And then either a bat or a tiny. Let me see which one was the support here.
One game it was tiny.
It was tiny, yeah, that's right.
Wait, was it tiny support?
It was tiny support, yeah. I have the game in front of me. It was a bat offlane for Noticed. He did very well. He played it into seemingly a Weaver and a Maiden, which is an interesting lane for him to do so well in. I'm surprised he did that well. either way. Maybe it was some gank from the mid lane. Who knows? We'll have to watch the replay for that. Because, of course, it's not always just about laning matchup, right? It is a lot about those 3v3s when your mid starts rotating, when your supports go through the twin gate early, right? And something that Potom has always excelled at is basically giving your team free smoke into seats, right? I mean, functionally. So having that...
Didn't get any significant buffs recently, you know, but teams are just all of a sudden picking the hero so much. I mean, the smoke of DC, the free smoke is like a very big thing in the game. But I think the biggest reason is like you mentioned the 3v3. She's very strong at the 3v3 in the first 15 minutes. And she pairs really well with a lot of the mid heroes, like especially Ember Spirit. Anything that has a setup stun.
Bit of an issue currently that the admin is hopefully getting on top of. We'll be sure to monitor and make sure that there is a new lobby. We do get moved in time. But so far... Well, we're just going to have to sit here for some time, Winter. I don't know. That timer's not ticking down. That's not a bug. We are currently paused in the draft, so perhaps we'll have a full remake. I'm not really too sure what ESL will decide to do here. Either way, hopefully everything gets solved soon, and we can get already started with Game 1. So Mars, this Kunkka ban's kind of interesting as well from VP. Is that a very common first phase ban?
Not really though. Let me see.
Could it be maybe they value like the mobility type heroes that Kunkka commonly counters in the mid lane?
I feel like the hero is like he doesn't really specifically counters anything. He's like just a very overall very useful hero. He has catch, he has team fight. He's pretty strong in the lane. He has a lot of utility in the draft. He can be a mid hero, he can be an off lane hero, flexible. I don't really feel like it counters. I mean, sure, mobility heroes you kind of don't want to play against the X mark. But I don't think that's like a very big reason that you would want to ban the hero.
That's true. All I'm saying is that whenever I see like pucks or embers into a Kunkka, they hate, they don't want to buy like a very early defensive item, usually, right? And that can be, it's playable, the matchup's playable, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, it's not like a Huskar Ember, it's not that bad, it's just the fact that you do kind of have to change up your tempo a bit and end up going for something a little bit more, a little bit more defensive, basically, right? And that's not usually why you change the hero. It'll affect the rest of your draft. Usually you pick your mid laners last, so you don't have a lot of time to pivot. I don't mind it here. And everything else is just pretty standard. I mean, did you see the game yesterday, by the way? I think it was VP. I saw it on my social media with the Mars double divine rapier with the dive into the high ground.
No. Did he have a remembrance brooch?
No, he had Kandra, I think. Hold on, what was this? What was this clip? Let me see if I can find it on my Twitter right now while we are still, of course, paused in draft number 1 of G2IG versus Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro currently disconnected. The entire team's disconnected, so could be some issue. Update from the admin. They are looking into it. Ferrari pitwall response. But we will keep you guys updated more and let you know what the course of action is. Hopefully, of course, VP are going to be able to get reconnected and we are going to be all okay. So many tweets. Yeah, here it is. Hold on. Oh, it was the brooch. You're correct. It was triple divine, by the way. And it is indeed, it was noticed to build triple divine, blink dagger, brooch BKB, and force boot. So it was obviously a very long game here. And did about 4,800 damage with one right click, which is enough to melt a couple of heroes, to say the least.
It's definitely a very fun build. It's very similar to like Kunkka with a divine rapier back then.
Oh, the Sven, right? The Sven also has that kind of a build, the Kandra, right? This is most unfortunate here, but it is going to be, yeah, we're going to have to go probably to a little bit of a break here. The issue is not, unfortunately, going to be as fast as just restarting the router. It seems like it is power issues over from Virtus Pro's current bootcamp location. Hopefully they can get that settled, but we are going to be just thrown over to a quick break, guys. We are unsure about the length of the break, so at least keep the tab open, and hopefully we'll be back soon, either with an update or the continuation of draft between Virtus Pro and G2IG. We hope to see you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone. Our draft is back live and already underway. Virtus Pro quickly reconnected as soon as I threw us to the break. It was a true caster's curse, but this time it was a good one. Let's go ahead and jump right in and see how things are proceeding now with our first draft again between VP and G2IG. We can see the last couple of bands that we did just barely miss out were this Naga, Slark, and Shadow Demon into the second picking phase. Winter, we have the Windrunner.
Yeah, so we see Wind Ranger again. I think this hero is still a very, very strong, flexible hero. It's a very strong laner, especially if you go for a position for Wind Ranger, you're more or less gonna be able to secure your off-laner's lane. But I guess they have a Tiny, so I'm not sure if the Tiny's gonna be a 4 or the Tiny's gonna be a mid. So everything's very open for G2IG. But the fact that they already removed Shadow Demon and Bat is suggesting that Wind Ranger is most likely going to be a core. Because those two heroes definitely counter core Wind Ranger a lot.
Very true. Those bans also kind of open up VP to go for something like a Death Prophet as well, you know? Just putting it out there. I don't know if it's necessarily in their wheelhouse or something they want to consider, but those heroes are very strong against her. But they have been playing a lot of the Centaur. With Shadow Demon, well, it's been banned, obviously, so they're going to take it instead with the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman's a up-and-coming position 4 hero right now, or position 5 hero. He's very strong in the lane. Because at level 1, the chain Fog Lightning, or what do you call it, Ether Shot, it lands on 3 heroes right now. I mean 3 targets right now, so it's very, very good for the laning phase.
Yep,
and
that's a buff from
fact
the
that
single target.
Yeah, the fact that no one can trade against you later when you got your levels and you can kill them with your shackle and then setting up for your core in the lane. The hero is just absolutely really strong in the lane right now. Kind of very similar to Lion, but you have like a very annoying spell in the lane, the shackle.
Do you like it better as a 3, a 4 or a 5? Is there any
Probably
in general?
4 though. I feel like this hero needs some farm. You know, you don't want to ditch him and just let him run around the team all the time. You want to give him space to get his Aetherlens, his dagger. Yeah, I think those are very, very key items on this hero. 4 stuff even if you need to get it. He needs a lot of mobility to be able to utilize his spells well. Wow, that's a quick Undying plus Terrorblade.
Yeah, TB up and coming.
I mean, the Undying Tombstone is terrible against Shaman because the wards actually kill your Tombstone so quickly. So I think the Undying is just here to basically secure the lane, and because he's really good against a Centaur on the lane, so I think the thought process is just mainly for the laning phase, because the enemy kind of has very good heroes to kill your tomb. You know, Mirana and Shadow Shaman are excellent at removing your tomb in the team fights.
Small amounts of sustain on this hero to get through the lane, just being a big bully. We'll see how it works out for them. 3P running low on their reserve time here with their 18th. See what they have in mind. Probably another core. Well, almost certainly another core. Okay, Morphling right into the TB. He's the anti-agi carry, right? That you always want to go for.
Undying too. You steal the Tombstone.
Oh, true. Yeah, and this is a team that does not really deal well with
look
Tombstone.
at their heroes, the other heroes too, like Tiny and Wind Ranger. I mean, Morphling can just turn into any of those heroes and have huge impact in the team fights. Wind Run, Stun Toss, just feels like a dream Morphling game right here.
I agree. It's a very good Morphling game. What do they have to ban to protect it here, other than that Doom? Is there any
I feel
must
like only
bans?
Doom is like the only counter. Doom and maybe Faceless Void, but they can't really pick Faceless Void anymore.
Yeah, that'd be tough with their lineup right now. Okay. Well, that feels pretty good here. Virtus Pro are going to have 23, so they will have to pick. We'll see what G2IG is thinking here with this last ban incoming. We're looking for
Puck.
a mid.
Something like a Puck. Puck, Ember Spirit. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's still a Pango, right? Yeah, there's still a Pango. All these like just useful heroes. I think VP just needs a useful hero to round up the whole draft. They can play around the supports. Like I said, you know, the 3 against 3. So your 2 supports are Mirana and Shadow Shaman. So you have to figure out what type of mid hero can actually fit in. I think anything that can allow them to secure kill or initiate, because Shaman and Mirana is not the best initiating supports, right? So you kind of need a mid hero that can initiate and set up.
All right, hear me out. I'm just thinking of heroes that set up Mirana Arrow. Kunkka is the obvious one he's banned. DK also banned. Anything else?
OD.
I was gonna say OD.
Maybe not OD.
Yeah, but you know, yeah, Ember could be nice actually, but then you do run the risk of getting in. Well, it'd be a Windrunner off lane then. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. It is OD.
Holy. I mean, OD is so greedy though. I mean, sure, you can set up the arrow. So you see how like the teams are really prioritizing on the strength of the 3 against 3. You know, so finding 3 heroes that work really well together is in fact more important to VP than having like a very greedy hero. So they think that as long as we're winning the 3 against 3 fights in the first 15 minutes, even if my core is more greedy, it doesn't matter, you know, because we win the fights, we have control of the game, so we can have more space on the map to farm. And it's very good against the illusions of TB. And kind of decent to save the Shackle and focus fire with the Astro too.
Yeah.
Very tricky hero to deal with for sure.
Gives you pretty good Roche taking as well.
I mean, mid hero to counter him is like something that can outrange, you know, like Lina, Sniper, those type of heroes. Not sure if you can actually put the Wind Ranger mid. I think with the OD being mid, you don't want the Tiny mid. So I think Tiny feels like it's gonna be a position 4. And you're either gonna decide if you want the Wind Ranger mid or the Wind Ranger is gonna be off lane.
And then what would you pick here? Like a TA perhaps? Templar?
TS kind of okay-ish. Yeah, I mean T can work. It's pretty good against Morphling. I kind of like Lina. I think Lina is good against OD and Morphling. And you have Tiny as your 4. So your 3-man is Lina, Undying, and Tiny. I think that sounds scary.
Okay.
Enigma.
Something a little bit neither of us were expecting.
Enigma's off lane, I guess. Tiny for your Wind Ranger mid. Yeah, I mean Black Hole is a good way of dealing with the Morphling. I mean, they were really looking at solutions to deal with Morphling. But you have to be always aware of the Astro save, you know, in the Black Hole. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like that's a free Enigma game, you know, that type of game. I feel like, sure, you know, I can see why they pick it, but there still needs to be a good amount of coordination to enable this, you know. I mean, Enigma is also a very greedy offlane. You want to take a lot of space on the map to farm. And right now with the Helm being buff, I guess the new build is interested to see what do you do. I guess maybe you still go Vlad's but they nerfed the aura for the creeps, so your creeps are weaker. Maybe I think you still go it, and then you go for the helm after. I don't know if that's a legit thing now. Or you just go, since they don't have a BKB backhole cancel, so you just try to get your dagger BKB after the Blats.
I don't know if you go helm against the Mirana though, right? Like in
yeah,
general.
that's true. No, that's true.
Right?
That's true.
Yeah, I think so. So that might complicate things. I was taking a look at Squadix's OD games because he plays OD a bit and has been. He's played 5 OD games according to Dota 2 Pro Tracker in the last 8 days. Now, Winter, we remember during the last round of qualifiers, the Birmingham qualifiers we did together, we were kind of talking about, oh, no one builds Null Talisman. Where's the Null builders? Well, here he is. Squadix is going to build 2 of them. And then he's going to go for maybe a wand. Probably he's going to go for a wand into the power treads, and then either Force Staff, Witchblade, or Ag Shard, depending on the game. But he has a prevailing build of Nulls, power treads, Witchblade into Force Staff. Is his kind
I
of
feel like
build.
this game he's gonna be more in the front lines. You know, he's gonna get jump on and everything. I think getting tanky items like Axe to save yourself, I think, could be good this game, you know. I think you have Morphing, so Morphing is going to take care of the majority of the damage you want. And not to mention, your supports kind of do a lot of damage to your Mirana and Shaman. So I think damage is not really the problem here with their lineup. It's more about like surviving.
Smoke's breaking, so nothing to say. It's not going to go put down that ward. Nice positioning by Squadix to prevent that from getting put down. As this time it's IG. I'm going to do quickly hit us with the pause.
你又送啦，尊嘟假嘟。
I always thought Bao Bao was hug in Mandarin. Is it not?
It depends on which one. There's 2, like Bao Bao can also be mean baby.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense.
Depends on which word. Yeah.
Good to know.
This one, it means baby. The one that you're mentioning is another word, but with the same pronunciation, but the different word.
Yeah, that's why learning Chinese is very difficult. I'm trying to give it a go, but oh my goodness, it is hard.
Gotten? Have you understood the 4 pronunciations?
Nope.
No. The intonation.
No, I struggle. I struggle dearly with that. Impressive language, though. Maybe one day I'll be able to speak a basic level of it.
So you said OD is the only one that builds no talisman now?
Well, I can't think of another core that builds nulls these days.
Pretty sure there's one more. I remember.
I mean, look. Well, nothing to say. Windrun is now a universal hero, right? But I mean, who else? Who else builds one? I mean, I guess Enigma or OD.
Can you count Silencer? I remember seeing some Silencer.
Well,
Silencer
let me
or
see.
Skyra. Okay, fine.
I'll give it to you if he has... No, because he has even less games than OD played on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He's got only 1/8 of the games that OD's played. And OD's only, you know... I mean, and this hero just seems horrendous, honestly. It's got a 37% win rate in Immortal level pubs. It's pretty bad. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be seeing anyone else build nulls in this game, to say the least. As they may make a play for FMG. Did take that first point in the Starstorm. First point in toss here, trying to get that level 1 first blood. Is nothing to say. He's going to be taking a bit of harass. This does allow them to focus down onto FNG. So if the goal was first blood, mission accomplished. But if the goal at Winter for this Tiny is to secure the lane, how is he going to do that with the level 1 toss?
Pull the next wave, I think. I think pulling the wave would be fine. I think with toss, you're gonna have to try to. I mean, he's gonna get a toss onto the.
He's gonna get another good toss, actually.
Yeah,
Kiritich,
deal a lot of damage.
I think he was kind of AFK there. He was full agi as the Tiny walked up to him and did about 1/5 of his HP pool. Unfortunately, he's a morph, so you know. Yeah, that's not gonna really.
And he cares a little bit right now, but. I mean, I feel like after getting tossed that one, usually you just try to pull. I mean, the wave. If you feel like you cannot actually get the control of the wave for your offlaner, I think pulling is generally the next thing you're thinking about doing. Just pull the wave behind, get your level 2, get your stun, and come back to the lane after. I mean, this tiny Enigma lane is a very, very scary lane. If you get your levels, you can kill almost anything. And the thing with Tiny and Enigma is that Enigma will allow Tiny to roam a lot. Because once you give him a head start, the first 2 to 3 minutes, then he can actually be alone in the lane just fine. So Tiny just wants to, you want to move around as Tiny. So you have the luxury when you have an off-lane Enigma.
Yeah, Boboga did end up getting the first blood, so I wouldn't say that's wasted, because obviously he gets faster boots, he's better at rotating around, blah, 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 but ideally...
I mean, you'd rather your mid-hero get it anyway.
Yeah,
in most cases.
Yeah, but that wasn't going to happen with nothing to say being bullied on back. Speaking of the mids, lots of harass back and forth here. Nothing to say with his bottle now delivered. I don't know if Squadix is really going to end up going for one here with the null build that he seems to prefer. Let's see.
He's going to have to buy tangles and salves, you know, if he's not getting a bottle, because the power shots are going to hurt him a lot in the lane.
Right. Yeah, because usually, right, with this essence flux, it used to be called equilibrium, didn't it? You just kind of sustain, quote unquote, because your mana's fine. Nice, efficient harass, though, from nothing to say, continuing to land these power shots. With the bottle, this is going to get a little difficult now. He might need a rotation.
I think once you get your levels up, I'm not sure what build is he gonna go in Spin Ranger, because I don't play this hero. He has 1-1-1 right now, so I guess he's gonna try to... I mean, I would think that you would max Astral against Spin Ranger.
He's gonna max Astral. Yeah, he's got a pretty fixed build I'm seeing here, up to level 10, where he goes 1-3-1. And then he next maxes the Arcane Orb, right? So we'll see 4-4-1 basically until he has to put points into the Essence Flux. So just a single value point.
Not really doing so well in terms of CS right now against Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger's in a comfortable spot here, extra 5 CS.
How do their, I mean, we'll keep looking top now, but how do their timings compare, these two heroes? Well, obviously, we're a little bit more familiar with the Windrunner these days, right? But the OD, it's a bit more of a niche pick. How can you expect his game to look now once the lanes do start breaking down into that 3v3 phase?
I think you're going to be very, very useful in terms of setting up. Like we said in the draft, you set up for the arrow, you set up for the shaman to come in. And on top of that, you deal so much damage. And you're also going to be able to tank a lot of it. You're a very tanky hero, high armor, high HP hero. So I think in terms of the 3v3, you provide a lot for your team. 4-minute rune. FNG trying to snag it. He's going to get it.
He does, yeah. And they'll be able to, even snipe the courier. Items delivered, so the damage not so great, as only one hit by the avalanche there. FNG tossed back. Toss is on point so far out from Baboka. No leaps here for another 20 seconds, so that will be the death of FNG. Is that worth it, though? He did prevent the bottle refill.
It's decent. Yeah, I mean, I think it's decent. It's not the end of the world. I feel like whenever the mid laner doesn't have a bottle charge and he's not really in good condition, sniping the rune and dying sometimes or dealing some damage before you die, it's not the worst thing.
The only thing that's going to feel less efficient is Squadix right now on one of the few mid laners that doesn't build a bottle, so it's not like he can TP mid and give the bottle refill, but other than that, Squadix is going to be just fine with the one water rune naturally. We'll see how his game continues to go, but already we can see some of the brawling potential of this hero. Only lane we haven't really talked about much, Winter, is this top lane where we see them making a go for Monet here a bit. They've got another double edge here shortly. Monet already using the stick, has the infused raindrops. He'll be fine. And X-Nova quite tanky here with a 201 build right now on level 3 on his Undying. FNG also being chased into the river now. Baboka giving chase. Blood grenade thrown. Doesn't have an avalanche or a toss for 8 more seconds. FNG arrowing the creeps, but will go down ultimately to the right clicks of Baboka.
Yeah, that is actually not very good, you know, giving away so many kills to the Tiny right now. He's gonna have very quick arcane boots on this hero. That's very, very nice to have. Astral. So it doesn't really allow the Tiny to get the toss off. That could have been very, very annoying for the OD. So good reflexes there by Squadix. And now the rune play comes. Mirana's dead. He's gonna have TP soon, so he's gonna be able to join the rune fight. And you see Sayu trying to fight off the Undying. So
they're gonna gamble for top. And they're going to get lucky. Yeah. Squadix has the regen.
Go
it's active. Yeah,
So
because
he's-
actually they're chasing Xnova. Xnova probably realizing what's going on now, may not be in a position to do much about it here. Good spacing, preventing the double decay as he's going to try and make it over to that Seder camp. Unfortunately, he will be killed before that happens. Now, Squadix continuing his rotation
Terrible.
alongside FNG. They're bringing 4 heroes here.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to kill the Terrorblade easily.
Arrow setup, possible, doable, nicely predicted, easy kill, nicely done. Squadix with the double kill on the first OD rotation. Down bottom, though, they are
And he's
making a
gonna TP
dive
bot.
underneath for Kiritich. He's immediately TPing across all 3 lanes. Squadix making his
everywhere.
presence known. The double null talisman. Nice double avalanche, though, from Baboka might be enough for him to get out of there. But a scary moment here as VP popping off early here out of the laning stage.
I guess he kind of still managed to elevate some of the pressure on the bot lane so the tower doesn't take as much damage even though he didn't get a kill. So, I mean, Squadix here just with 1 rune, you know, he was in all 3 lanes with 1 rune, you know. Kiritich, Baboka is still hunting him down.
They want to dive, yeah. Xnova, I think he TP'd down here. Baboka is still down here as well. 2 points in that attribute shift. We have 3 more stick charges and the power treads, then the singular Wraith Band to try and keep him alive. But against 4 heroes, no chance. He will die. FNG's TP'd
no way
in.
for him. Can't escape.
Don't know what he's
trying
going to
to
do.
kill
Oh,
the siege. He's going to get it. That's very nice by FNG. Very, very nice.
There's too many Eidolons here, though, unfortunately. Level 3 as well. This tower, it's down already. But good plays from VP. I mean,
he went for Vessel, by the way, Richie, on the Enigma.
Oh, that's good. That's smart, right? Obviously, into the Morphling. Very strong item against the Centaur. Honestly, even against an OD.
Yep. 8-minute rune, so let the brawls begin. The 3 against 2, I guess, this time.
Shield rune, for nothing to say. That'll be into the bottle. No easy kill into
lucky for
FNG,
him.
however.
And he has the 4 points in main run right now, so he's pretty difficult to kill. I mean, right now it's all about like figuring out how they can go towards the Centaur's lane to open up that tower. To help the Centaur get to the dagger. Once the Centaur have dagger, he's going to be able to play with the OD. They're going to be a very scary duo, you know, the OD and the Centaur running around, killing heroes together.
And Centaur, who is maybe deliberating, going straight for the Blink Dagger, is holding off on purchasing the Helm of the Iron Wall right now, sitting on a stack of 1,200.
Just rush the dagger this game, you know. Shackle.
Do they have Monet here? They've got another double edge. I believe they finally... Oh, nice footwork out from Monet to avoid this. There's a black hole. They're actually going to waste no time to use it. Monet now popping that Metamorphosis to turn and secure the kill, as there's nothing to say, who snipes it from the river with the power shot, giving chase now, looking for the +1 onto Sayush. Starts TPing away. There is no point in Shackle Shot, so there's no real danger here. But nothing to say. He's going to continue making this run. Will find himself behind the tower. Sayush only TPing, well, not far at all, really, to be honest. Focus Fire now being committed as there's not enough mana for the Shackles. TP's underneath the trees here as the Tombstone is going to be dropped. VP, they cancel one of the TPs, so they're just going to dispatch of the Tombstone and continue this pressure. But Kiritich, he TP'd to the tier 1 tower. There's 5 G2IG heroes up here right now. Tombstone has been kind of stolen now by Kiritich, who did morph into that. That's the full vessel already, actually, onto Notice. This is a lot of damage. He might be dead just from that reflection. No, not quite, but
close.
Kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean they lost the tower though, so IG is really happy to get the tower. It's not easy to get your safe lane tower, but they're gonna be able to go get it thanks to the rotation from JT with the vessel there. Nicely done. Just trying to play around his team, you know. So I mentioned about sometimes they try to play too much around the offlaner JT, but in this game they are definitely trying to find a balance to play around all 3 cores. So they've already managed to get the top tower and the bottom tower. So the next one will be the middle one. There's a catapult wave here right now. So they should be moving towards mid right now. Okay, yeah, they are smoking up with the Tiny and the Enigma. So they're gonna come get the mid tower. And VP should know what's going on.
Well,
Moonlight
maybe they're
Shadow?
going to try a play top. I think they've seen Noticed up here. He's pretty low, less than half HP. He could be a target. Boboka does not have a Blink Dagger. JT doesn't have Black Hole. But with the Vessel Charge, they might be able to get through him. Back down bottom, though, there's a counter smoke coming now as they look to try and maybe bait Kiritich here a bit, who waveforms into the middle of the wave. Monet is like, yeah, I'm not dealing with that. He'll take the gate on out of here. Back up top. Noticed. Kind of giving them a bit of the runaround here. I'm not sure how JT and Baboka ended up over here, but
so unlucky. They were trying to follow him, backstab him, and then he's like, he's moving like he knows where they are coming from, which angle they're coming from. It's good sense.
Very, very well done. All right.
He knows something is up, you know. So he was playing very, very safe and just somehow manages to dodge the gank.
And so it's just been a quiet period of farming here for the last few minutes as JT and Baboka will come through the gate down bottom. Let's take a look real quick at Squadix's build. Oh, actually, yeah, no, maybe they'll find someone here, but it is going to be Witchblade first. That's the only point I wanted to bring up. He'll probably go Force Staff next. Maybe if the game starts getting difficult, he can pivot into the Ag Shard for that save potential. If not, probably Force Staff Ag Scepter seems to be his preferred item build. Problem for his games that I've seen, Winter, is his OD games don't go very late. Usually after he gets that Ag Scepter, the game's very quickly over. So it does leave me questioning like how scalable is this kind of OD hero. There's no question about his utility early. That's why they want to be so aggressive with
they have
the smoke.
A dagger. They don't care about the scaling potential, and they just want to fight and kill people.
Well, see how they go. Notice Blink Dagger ready to go in 5
if
seconds.
They get the Wind Ranger, that's huge.
They're stealing stacks here. This is quite the commitment. JT has Black Hole ready to go. Baboka waiting in position, ready to break these smokes. As Sayush doing his best here. There's going to be the blink on him, but Baboka faster on the draw. Arrow sailing through. Doesn't hit on anyone. Is noticed. Tossed into the river. Has to use a Stampede to get away, but no, nothing to say. Committing there on the focus fire will put him into the grave. Baboka traded away as Kiritich joins the fight, but a 1-for-1, a stack stolen, and just overall a better trade for G2IG.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster if the Centaur was able to find like a multi-hero stun there. I felt like there might have been an opportunity there to get a multi-hero stun, but he chooses to go on the Tiny, or Tiny manages to predict that, and he stuns the ground that he's standing, just stuns on the ground, and was able to counter the initiation from Notice there. Very well done by Baboka.
I gotta be honest with you, I was surprised that the hoof stomp didn't come out in time. Ever since it did get adjusted, where you start always winding up, right? It feels like you've always been able to consistently land those. Oh, Black Hole in the mid lane. Oh, with the Vessel, power shot. Yeah, okay, goodbye Squadix. Absolutely deleted. And guess what's here for the take-in? As a nice +1, it's the mid lane tower. Very, very well done.
Yeah, I mean, G2IG is just playing this game flawlessly at this point. You know, they are moving from tower to tower, especially JT and Enigma, leading so many of their important moves for the first 40 minutes and just putting his team in a fantastic spot right now. Monet has been, I mean, he kind of died once earlier in the lane, but after that, he's just been untouched. You know, his team is just pressuring the 4-man of IG, Enigma, Tiny, Wind Ranger, and Undying, just causing so much problems on the map for VP, and VP has to try to find a way to deal with this right now. I think they have very good wards set up in the bot area, so maybe they can look to try to smoke and try to go back to their own jungle and get some kills after they secure the top tower. I mean, Shaman is level 6 right now, so he's probably thinking about dropping the wards here.
Just hit level 6. There's still a Wisdom Room being chilling for the side of VP, so hopefully they recover that eventually, but the wards are committed for the top tier 1. Fortify out from G2IG, but they might be more interested in perhaps putting some pressure down bottom where Kiritich is farming underneath this tier 2 tower. He's got plenty of heroes here now against him, opposing him, I should say, but he's still relatively safe.
It's quite difficult to kill him if they don't have Black Hole. So I think he feels like he's in a safe spot here without the Black Hole, but we'll see. Maybe there's still a chance.
They're going to give it a go now, opening up with the Metamorphosis into additional stuns, into the toss. Power shot just barely not enough. JT being pushed back now. Finally, the Vessel charge is applied, and using the power of 5 heroes, G2IG will be able to take down the Kiritich Morph.
Yeah, they needed every single hero there to be able to take down the Morph. I mean, Stampede was also popped, but he couldn't really get out on time. So once again, very well done by IG, playing as a squad very, very effectively. They're gonna get a kill on the carry and a tower. This is not a tower you expect to be taken at minute 15, you know. This is just way too early. I mean, Roshan is probably next on the menu here for G2IG. I mean, they have Undying, they have Terrorblade. It's gonna be easy pickings for them.
Exactly. Things are going to get a little bit difficult here for VP now, as they're just trying their best to keep themselves in this game. Notice will at least effectively deny the amplified damage rune. Don't want that into the bottle for Nothing to Say right now. He's doing enough as it is. 2-0 and 4 so far on the mid lane Windrunner. You know, directly comparing that to Squadix.
He's like rushing BKB. He's playing it so safe here instead of getting a diffuser early. Shackle gonna land onto the Centaur. Should be an
this
easy
is trouble.
kill here with the Vessel.
There's the Vessel. How much do they want to commit though? Not that much.
I think it's smart not to commit because they don't see the OD.
And now BKB is freshly delivered. Mat's style freshly delivered. I mean, there's no need to really force that, right? Just a Vessel charge used. You still have another one potted for JT in case you need. So no need to really force things. They feel pretty comfortable with the way that this game is going now. There's a smoke coming for them, however. Blink and now Veil finished for Noticed.
They have very good control of the map. They have 2 very good wards in the mid and bot lane. So it's pretty much the whole area in bot is pretty much the dire area right now. And they're just trying to make sure.
They will? No, he blinks away. Unbelievable. I think he's safe. I think he's too far already. They see him, but they can't catch him.
Yeah, they can't catch him. And IG, meanwhile, they are trying to move top to get a kill, but Kiritich has already left. He TP'd out. He felt like something was wrong, and he just TP'd out. Just
could be Roche.
Went
maybe.
to a safe place to farm.
I think they're going to
you
do
can
Roche.
get Roche if you want. I mean, IG definitely has enough of heroes that can get Roche in their arsenal. Undying is probably one of the better Roche supporting heroes still. You know, with the Tombstone and the Flash Column. Even without this Roche should be easy pickings.
They will start it up. Tombstone dropped, tanking. The zombies applied. Flesh Golem, like you say, to amplify that damage by 25%. Oh yeah, this thing is going down. Virtus Pro, they're probably going to know something's up with the way that they've been able to push all these waves with ease. FNG especially, where he's farming, this is quite the dangerous spot. But he's happy to take this farm as Roche #1. Will fall and go the way towards G2IG. Smoking up. No, not smoking up, but Aegis actually for Monet. I'm a bit surprised. I thought we might have seen it first on the Windrunner.
Yeah, me too. I feel like it probably should be natural for the Wind Ranger to take it. But FNG gonna get caught here. Does.
Making away. Boca with his Blink Dagger. Doesn't matter much.
Here. They're gonna buy enough time for bot lane with the wards damaging the tower. Sayu uses the Hex to remove the illusion from the Terrorblade, so he gets the tower.
Smart.
Nice,
and now the real TB is
there.
here to farm up the snakes. A little bit sad. Those things give a fair amount of bounty, but what can you do? We'll take the tower in exchange for that. Here's Kiritich, who finally has his first major item, I would say. The Manta Style online and complete. I don't know if he's really ready to fight Winter, but I also am not sure if he has much of a choice anymore.
I mean, the Manta is like a very defensive item in the team, but you're using it to remove the Vessel mostly. I think he needs one more item to fight.
He could be killed. That's the blink for Sayush. Into the hoof stomp now as well. They need a little bit more damage. Into the shackles, into the arrow, connecting. Black hole from JT. Not going to change the fate of his mid laner, but might be able to set up for revenge as they, in fact, manage to toss in FNG. Stampeding away. They finally catch Sayush as Monet connecting from behind. Gets the kill. And FNG, he's got that great healing Lotus, but with the Vessel debuff applied, no way out of this one for him. A 2-for-1 trade. It is going to be the death of Nothing to Say. They commit the meta, they commit the black hole. They might be able to get a tier 2 tower off of this push, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like too bad of a trade for VP, honestly. It feels bad if they lose the tower.
I mean, it's okay for them for sure. You know, they managed to kill the Wind Ranger and you trade for 2 supports. I think that's okay. You know. I mean, if they lose the tower, it's probably bad, but it seems like they should be able to hold this with the fortification.
Glyph committed. Creep wave cleared out, and it seems like indeed they will be able to deal with it just fine. Squadix showing back up. He's now got a 4-staff on top of his Witchblade. VP eager to smoke up now. There's no black hole. There's no metamorphosis. There might be an Aegis on this TB, but again, without that meta, you're not that scared. Heads up, though, as Nothing to Say does have that amplified damage earn. He is trying to find someone here up top.
They have a ward
and they will see Kiritich.
He's difficult to kill with a Manta. I mean, if you don't have black hole, you can't kill him.
Opposite side of the map, Virtus Pro. They will see where this TB is heading. They might get more than the Wisdom Room. They might even get Monet Smoke's going to break here. There's going to be the blink initiation. They actually find him. He's completely isolated into the arrow. No chance. That's only the Aegis, though. Notice making a move immediately for the Wisdom Rune as Baboka does the same on the opposite side of the map. Moonlight Shadow now into this Stampede, but the Avalanche holding back. Notice as he tries to escape. Stuck on the high ground is JT, but he has the cast range at least for the Malefice to guarantee the kill. Quick little snipe onto the Aegis. In exchange for the Centaur. I guess that's okay.
He basically sacrificed his life for the Wisdom Rune. And the Aegis. But they already got the kill. So he went for the rune and he kind of didn't get out, you know. So I think it was fine. No, it was still a decent. I mean, the rune is still a big deal. Yeah, the third rune, 21-minute rune.
Yeah, and I think who needs that experience on his team? Probably, I'm guessing it went to Sayush.
You want to get your level 12, level 2 super mods.
Careful here. This is a pretty dangerous wrap, and I believe, this is a G2IG Watcher, which is now going to give vision here onto FNG. He's able to at least dispel the Malefice and the Vessel with the fresh Guardian Greaves. Another leap as he elusively avoids Baboka, trying to TP away, and he is safely away. Nice work. Fancy
time to tip the enemy.
Sayush has committed the Serpent Warriors here to cut a wave, by the way, which is kind of getting...
And he got the Ancients too, so efficiency.
I don't know if he'll get these Ancients, honestly.
He'll get one, at least.
Okay, he'll get 2. That's fine. Not bad. All right, good for him. So G2IG, with that, they'll head through the gate. That'll send back Notice, who might have gotten a caught regardless. Baboka, Blink, Avalanche, Stun. And now Notice pinned and shackled to the trees. Who's going to be killed off? Nothing to say. Finding his 3rd kill this game.
Yeah, by the way, JT also has BKB done already. He's going for BKB plus Aghanim's. So he just wants to make sure that he counters the Morphling. He can kill the Morphling very easily with this build. And like I mentioned earlier, there's nothing to stop the BKB Black Hole until you get Wind Waker. But who's going to get a Wind Waker?
But even then, that doesn't necessarily stop it, right? It's just a save. And if you're looking at saves, you know, well, you've already got Squadix at least there.
Yeah.
Speaking of Squadix, I don't really know if we've seen him do much but farm for the past, 8 minutes. Still early on, still could turn things around here.
He needs BKB. Yeah, I mean, in the team fights, he can't do much against Tiny Wind Ranger if he doesn't have BKB. Even the Undying is very annoying with the zombies. I mean, right now IG is definitely having like a very, very strong pace with their lineup. With this with Solar Crest on Undying onto the Terrorblade with Skadi just completed. They are very, very strong. And with the BKB on Enigma.
Nothing to say, also holding on to an Orchid, so that might be dangerous, right, for the Morph if he's going to use the Manta to dispel the Vessel. Which obviously he needs to. He needs to be aware of that silence. Or just buy a BKB, perhaps. I don't know if that'll be in his wheelhouse.
He kind of feels like he needs to just build damage items. You know, he's going for the Butterfly, Skadi. I mean, I get it. You know, they don't really have enough with the OD.
FNG, Sayush. Okay, dust is applied. Sayush is going to leave him behind. I think that's the wise choice. Nothing they could do there was going to really save FNG, who was again out of leap charges anyway.
Yeah, he's been just trying to waste a lot of the enemy's time. Block smokes, just make sure none of the cores die. Does not
typical
have
pot of moves.
Yep, typical position 5 moves, you know, support player moves.
Alright, this is a tier 3 tower siege. There is no glyph of fortification. Oh, there is a glyph of fortification. It was glitched on my side.
They're gonna have one more after this.
They will get another. It refreshes, but a BKB forced top lane because that is JT looking for Squadix, who tried to push one more wave out. Might be punished for this as well. JT has Black Hole. Doesn't want to commit it, but will just use it to secure the kill. That is a dead OD. Meanwhile, back mid lane, nothing to say. Boosted by X-Nova and the Solar Crest of his. Oh my god, they just catch Kiritich? No way, they kill him, right? The Guardian Greaves is a long stun. Oh my goodness, he might actually go down, but no, he's just fine, and he retains the Manta style, doing a bit of damage. On the way out is Sayush is killed off. The buyback out from Squadix. Racks are going to fall either way. G2IG seems like they've just kind of spooked Virtus Pro into taking a horrendous sequence of fights there.
Yeah, this is the thing with like having this OD Morphling duo. You know, it's OD wants to farm, Morphling wants to farm, and if you don't get a lot of diamond, the Centaur rush the dagger early, you're gonna run into a situation like this. You know, everybody wants to farm, and then when you're showing on the map, somebody is gonna die, and it gives IG a lot of like room to play around. I mean, Terrorblade is ready to fight, Enigma's ready to fight, Wind Ranger is ready to fight. You know, all their cores are ready to fight. I think the next Roshan is gonna be definitely a game decider. Like if Dire team gets it, if IG has the Aegis, I think it's gonna be very, very hard for VP to hold the high ground. VP has to make a stand in the next Roshan.
I don't really think they have a choice. They're already setting up for it, but G2IG have picked them up on this observer ward here, just being chilling in the lane. So they know what's up here already. They may just go back and finish off this mid lane of barracks. They've got very good intel. Enemies are away. Enemies actually.
I mean, there's a ward in the lane. Why is there a random lane ward right here?
Yeah, they actually have them on both.
Is he gonna see them?
No, they'll sneak past. No, they didn't see it. They snuck past. You got to be able to toggle over vision, Winter. It's a very good tool for the observers. So they might actually get quite a pick, especially if they can find Monet. Kirtich, he just walks right past him. There's going to be the initiation into the arrow. Stampede, everything for that little bit of damage. Nice. They have a kill. That's massive. Roche has just respawned.
That was huge. No BKB, no way out. There's too many stuns, too much lockdown. Can't do much, you know, if you're being stunned and stunned. There's a Terrorblade.
FNG baiting, maybe giving them room for this counter initiation play now, as Nothing to Say pops the BKB, chasing after the kills, realizing he's overcommitted, needs to TP away. That's a BKB TP. That's going to be a dead Baboka Tiny. Ooh, that is quite a turn here from Virtus Pro within the last couple of, well, just minutes singular. Excellent play out from them.
Yeah, good moves, you know. The Centaur and OD finally made something happen in the game, and Kirtich is happy. He's gonna be able to get towards his next set of items. I think once he gets the shard plus the Skadi and his level 20 talent, I think that's gonna be the point where the Morphling is gonna be able to carry the team fight. As long as he doesn't die in the black hole. Like, he needs the Astro to save him every time. So if you're IG, whenever you're going for the black hole, you have to make sure somebody catches the OD.
Okay, G2IG, they will smoke up. They're going to try and take this, but they have to be fast because this lineup does Roche very quickly. Arcanor fully affects Roche, and Kirtich, he's already got it. Aegis on the Morphling, Cheese on this OD Squadix. They're going to try and rep. I mean, they've got this fantastic lane ward down. I think that one would have scouted Notice. Sayush is going to be able to sneak around it. Baboka, he leads them into this Lotus Pool area as his smoke will break. He blinks forward. He finds the Shaman. Minimal losses here for Virtus Pro, who will be able to escape. If FNG has TP, I don't know what FNG's... I guess he's going to cut another wave up here. Oh, but notice, he's caught. He's got BKB. Worst comes to worse. And, well, he might have to use it. It might be too late, actually. Tossed back to the illusion. He will be forced to BKB. Physical damage not sufficient. So he is going to be just fine there. I did want to point that out previously, that he had the BKB. Makes his fights a lot easier, but he might not have it for this upcoming push. As Monet, well, unfortunately, the illusions are on the wrong side here, but he's popped the meta and will be ready to do some serious tower damage.
Morphling has to go. No, his TP's on cooldown.
Yep. Oh, no. Back. He'll be there shortly, but this is another tier 3 tower.
No glyph.
Maybe even just another lane of barracks, honestly. Here's Kirtich. See what he can do with Notice. Makes that jump on in. I don't really know if they can burst him, especially not with that kind of initiation, but they may be able to at least get the Tiny down. But the black hole out from JT. It's a big one. They don't have enough follow-up damage on the Kirtich, so he's just fine. They at least get Notice, who has the buyback. Squadix focused and killed in the meantime by Nothing to Say. Hoof Stomp out from the buyback on the Centaur, but he's completely isolated, completely alone, and an easy kill there. Another toss back by Baboka, his second in the fight, as Sayush is going to die. That's a second dieback here. Baboka will buy back after he's killed off, and that might just be it. This might be the game, Winter.
What can Morphling do right now with the Mirana? It's like a one-man army right now. I mean, he's not going to be able to do much but watch his racks go down here. Nothing he can do.
These Tri-Core, these three heroes are online much faster. I mean, this OD just... It's not cutting it, simply put. I can't check his death summary. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean, he just got murdered. he just gets lit up there by the focus fire and the Bloodthorn, and not much you can really do there. It's minimum megas, but
No BKB, no way out.
this is 3 heroes without buyback. Only a Morph who doesn't have buyback, and only a Marana who doesn't have buyback against
I mean, they're gonna end
5
the game.
very healthy heroes. They've gotten the megas. They're going to try and end the game here. 8 seconds until Squad X respawns as Kiritich pops his BKB to avoid at least the avalanche, but is going to be quickly forced on back, at least able to dispatch of the tombstone. Buys his team one more fight, Winter, as the respawns will at least take effect. But, oh, they're so desperate to find anything. Okay, not bad on a Monet, but the match style still hit by the arrow. Baboka ready for the toss. Finally, something from the OD. Collects the kill onto Monet. Nothing to say, taken down as well by Sayuj. And notice, even finding the kill onto Baboka. Okay, VP down, but not out, as they are desperate to find something and at least get themselves a couple kills onto some cores.
Yeah, time to make a beeline down mid is when you just go all in. All
no
or
buybacks,
nothing.
Winter.
Tell somebody
No
to
buybacks.
get travels to defend. I mean, somebody has to cut the waves, but no one can cut the wave. Enigma and Undying. They are just unable to do that with those heroes.
Fortifies
They're
out.
going to have Glyph. I mean,
they're gonna get 2 more. Well, they're gonna get a glyph after destroying this tier 2. They're gonna get another glyph after they lose the tier 3.
and
So
one more for the Rex, yeah.
yeah. So nah, they can't end the game here, unfortunately. They're not even really gonna make a serious push up for the high ground. But things, I mean, it's still relatively close when you look at net worth. It's just the fact that VP, they have not been able to get a fight right. The only fights they've gotten correct have been these desperate fights. Look at that swing, though. Nice plays. I mean, again, I called it desperate because I just don't know what other word you would use when you use Stampede like that, but ends up at least working out and gives them one more fight. Not down, but not out. Up against the Megas. It'll be hard here for VP, but there's a way back into it.
I feel like JT probably felt like the game was over, and then he went for this Shadow Blade, and now feels like the game is still going on, and he would have wished he bought a refresher. So that's gonna have to wait, I think once he gets a refresher, then the game becomes very, very easy in the team fights. Now, there's still a chance that they actually lose the game. Wait.
What? No freaking way.
Just as I say that,
The Eastern European Classic. He says, you know what? Maybe I'll just die to Tormentor a little bit. They like to do a little bit of trolling, okay? We were hyping him up so much, and then he just goes, you know what?
He's lucky to not get tipped.
So.
Nobody actually tipped him.
That's certainly something to catch here. Hope Stomp notice from behind, trying to get through this tombstone very quickly. It is, however, nothing to say. Who's failed to get the kill onto OD this time, and Kiritich rips right through him. They're going to lose FMG, but the Ancient exposed, not taking any damage. JT, he's got his full Acceptor. Look at how he's just sucking him in. Kiritich, he's being laid into. He bought back because he died to the Tormentor, and he's going to die now. No, gets the waveform away. Manta's off. At least the Vessel, he is fine. JT is down. Nothing to say is down, but Monet laying into the Ancient. There is no Fortify. They're doing whatever they can here to try to end the game. RG2IG, their first win here in DreamLeague S22 group stage. Kiritich right back on his man. Dire are going to be able to fortify up. They get another kill onto Notice. Baboka diving the fountain here. It's up to Kiritich to try and defend, but GG well played is called. This one, it's all over.
Yeah, this is all but over for VP, but they put up a valiant fight back, despite being down. And he almost gave himself a chance to come back into the game. But overall, props to G2IG for playing a very well executed game, mostly, from the laning phase towards the mid game. I think the Enigma and Windranger, together with the two supports, definitely put up a show, like Terrorblade had so much space to farm. Thanks to the other 4 heroes creating so much havoc on the map. And unfortunately for VP, the early dagger on Centaur not being able to accomplish much was kind of like a big issue in this game. The Centaur wasn't able to connect onto kills with the OD, and having that early blink, that's gonna hurt you a lot, because you're not really scaling with a blink dagger rush.
Yeah, and then, the Centaur not being able to scale, not being able to join the 3v3s as effectively as the team really needed. Certainly all things that also made Squadix's game even more difficult, right? I think we could start to see a little bit more of the utility of the OD later on when he finally got the items, but without the items, OD a little bit more like a Viper, seemingly, where if you don't come out of your lane with that advantage that you kind of draft for, things just get a little bit too difficult for you out of the laning stage.
I mean, it was okay initially, you know. I think he made a couple of really good plays with the Mirana, and he was actually kind of fat in the beginning. But after that, I just feel like they weren't able to string together moves. Once they have the dagger on center, and I think he had Witchblade at that point, they should be like running around as a duo. Because you remember what FNG, he was like trying to push out waves around the map. He was running around, just making sure that the waves are constantly pushed up, but nothing was happening. He was pushing out the lanes, but his team wasn't really taking advantage of that time to pick off heroes or try to get towers, you know. So then it didn't really matter that he just push out lanes and die, you know, because the team doesn't really get anything in return.
Yep. Yeah, well, VP experimenting maybe or trying something out from the pubs is just not going to really get them the success that they need. G2IG bouncing back after a rough day one. They wake up on the right side of the bed today, Winter. They take down VP in game number 1 to find their first win for the group stage here in Group A. We'll see how things play out in game number 2 as we are going to be going to a very quick break. But when we return, we'll be back with some more Dota. Game 2 of G2IG versus VP. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me, all hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bound, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. We get better, we find another level. Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keep it
just want you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta get up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. DreamLeague Season 22 resumes now with our first phase of the group stage on the C stream. Winter and Seek and Strike and my cat Winter on the call with you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today, folks, as we are about to get underway with G2IG taking on Virtus Pro for game number 2. Winter, my read on that game, and tell me if you agree or disagree. My read on that game, early game, G2IG, they had the momentum. Virtus Pro, they got the pick off they were looking for finally onto Monet. Had the opportunity to try and, regain control, and it never really, went their way from there. I don't know. What do you think?
It's mainly like JT just popping off. He was able to do a lot. I think his excellent itemizations that game definitely helped his team. I mean, with the early dagger and vessel that kind of made the Morphling killable, and he made a couple of really, really good rotations to kill the middle. I think it was the middle tower. He went over. I think he went top as well. He went top. No, he killed his bottom tower first, and then he teleported top. He helped his team win the fight there, and then they pushed the tower. Then after that, he smoked mid or something, and they killed the mid tower as well. So I think he was definitely the MVP for me in that game. Like he had a good start in the lane. He had a very, very quick vessel, and then after that he got a dagger, and everything he did after the dagger and vessel was just game winning. He helped his team secure towers, win fights, and landed a couple of really good multi-man black holes that actually just won them the game in the end. Monet was just there, okay, being chilling. I'm farming my ancients, my team's owning, they don't need me. Occasionally I'll pop up, metamorph, hit some towers, and game's over, so easy game for Monet.
Yeah. I was thinking, we spoke a little bit about the OD already and his impact, and I was surprised, right? The early lane was difficult for him, no doubt. But then as soon as he got what I think was the first rune, right? The haste rune immediately gets 2 kills, TP's down bottom as well to almost get an assist there. It seemed like we were going to start to see this OD steamroll a bit more, apply pressure, and really do what it was drafted for. But didn't really end up going that way. Was it just a couple of crucial early game fights gone wrong for I almost keep saying Sladix, for Squadix, pardon me?
Yeah, it was one of the smokes, right? When Centaur had dagger, I think they were smoking back towards their jungle. I remember the one where they blinked him with the Centaur and Boboka was able to react and just ground stun, and he turned the gank around. I think that might have been the first smoke. I don't remember which one was the first one, but they made a couple of attempts with the dagger, and Centaur wasn't able to get a good jump, and they couldn't get any important kill with the OD, and that was really bad for his team. Even after that, I feel like they were still in a decent position in the game. Morphling was pretty fat. Like he had a Falcon Blade plus Manta I think 19 minutes or so, 18 or 19 minutes. It was still pretty good. And after that, they needed to just farm into the butterfly for the Morphling butterfly BKB, whatever Scully. He needs to get one more item, but they just couldn't really hold on to the map because IG, once they had control, they killed all the tier 1 towers. They were just running into the enemy triangle. They were trying to take over the ancients, and it's really hard for Morphling and OD to farm at the same time. And that was a major concern when I saw the OD plus Morphling duo, because I know both of those heroes are going to take up a lot of space on the map, and if you don't make those early smokes work for you with the blink on the center, you're going to run into problems later in the game, and that was what VP had. And right now they just have to try to find another way of playing the game. I feel like the last game was kind of a little bit too risky and didn't really work out for them. So, and I feel like VP is a very, very solid team. They have to just find a way of like playing good Dota, like safe Dota, you know. As long as they play a stable game, I feel like they will have very, very good chances of winning the game against G2IG, you know. I mean, the last game was the first win of G2IG, so they definitely got some momentum going on for them right now. So it's up to VP to figure out what went wrong the last game and try to make the adequate adjustments to deal with it.
Check out these stats, though. You can see them on screen, right? Priority selection. I assume this is when they've had the choice, basically, because it's only got 3 games so far, right?
First pick is really prioritized on VP, and for G2IG, they like Radiant, because Radiant allows you to get that early rotation. I think lanes, the laning phase-wise is also really. I feel like it's good for Radiant, because you know the off lane. So the medium camp, right? As Radiant, it's easy to deward because you only need to place a sentry. I mean, I guess with Dire it's the same. You can only just use 1 sentry, but it's more difficult because it's in fog. There's a lot of tree spots where you can block the camp with the sentry, so it's more difficult to deward. Whereas if you're on Radiant, you just put the common sentry wards spot, and then you'll be able to deward everything. So that I feel like that's why Radiant tends to win their lanes more, you know, because it's just easier to remove the sentry that's blocking the camp for the offlaner and get the pull.
Very true. The only other thing I wanted to note from the priority selection was this is the first time G2IG has deviated. Normally they select Radiant. This time, or I guess it was their first time picking second pick, if I saw that correct, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how things turn out for them here, as they will go back into the Tiny.
VP likes first pick anyway, so they wouldn't mind.
True. Yeah, true. And they first picked again this Mirana with a strikingly similar, if not identical, opening couple of bands. I believe so. It is the exact same bands. The only difference is that, and in fact, the exact same draft. The only difference so far is that last time the Ench was banned first, other than the Kunko. But now we have a deviation as VP moved to remove the Windrunner.
Yeah, I feel like Wind Ranger wasn't. I mean, I guess she's still a very strong hero. I felt like she wasn't like that one hero that was the one problem. And I felt like a lot of the issues that I faced in him, they were macro movement problems. You know, the way they were playing as a team. You know, it wasn't exactly that one enemy hero that messed everything up for them. You know, and OD kind of also won his lane against the Wind Ranger, so I felt like it was fine. You know, they're just like banning everything the enemy picked the last game. There goes your Undying too, so find a replacement, suckers. Excellent, what I was gonna say.
They'll hit him back though. Okay.
Give me Elder Titan this time.
I'd like to see more ET, honestly.
Give me Bane, you know, those are the equivalent heroes towards the Undying. I'm gonna go with the Lesha, which is also kind of gonna be the flavor of the month of flavor of the patch right now. Very strong after those couple of buffs. The Edict buff is very strong. It's very strong in the early game, allows you to take towers faster, and the Lightning Storm means your laning phase is also a little bit better than before. And apparently he's also a flex pick right now, so he can be played as a support too. That's what I heard.
That's also what the stats show. Let me check and see the pub stats. That is, let me see if the hero has been played in a support in the tournament so far. I'll go ahead and look for that real quick.
The hero is just like if you play him as a support, it's like a lane secure, right? You imagine he's like a partner. He's really fast, and he can secure the lane and he can take towers. But one thing he has over Partner is he has a stun, and he deals a lot more damage than Partner. But on the other hand, Partner is like a lifesaver, right? You can heal, give mana. So Leshrac is more of an aggressive option if you play him as a 5. It makes the game really fast-paced.
Pretty sure. Hold on. What is this game with Falcons? Yep. Yeah. Snake King, right after our interview, he played a couple of games of support Leshrac. So, you know.
Wasn't even trying to be sneaky about it. Oh, Lash is a good support. The next game,
yeah,
he's
whatever.
Lash.
I don't know if I'm gonna pick it, guys. I'm snaking. 2 hours later, first pick snaking. Leshrak, unbelievable. This guy. What a lad. Alrighty. What do we see? What do we have? So the Doom and now the Nature's Prophet, and then the Slash, like you talked about.
Nature's Prophet.
Why do you think it's interesting? It's still on day one. It was quite contested.
What's the idea here? I felt like the nerfs were pretty significant. You know, I was thinking maybe the hero will slowly get pick less and be less popular. Most teams are gonna try the hero out and just say that, oh, he's actually not as good anymore. I mean, I feel like if you want to pick the hero now, you have to have a specific plan, like shutting down a mid hero. I guess they see the Lash and they feel like we're gonna need a lot of pressure to be applied on the Lash in the early game, and Nature's Prophet is perfect for that. And they responded with the Doom as well. Doom is like a counter towards the Bloodstone Lash. You can't heal. So I feel like maybe the Lash is dealt with, but like I said, you know, Lash could be a support, you know, so maybe they don't care.
It's true. We'd probably figure that out. Well, let's say you could pick.
I guess now.
Yeah,
we'll know.
Because you could. What do you think? Is there another support that can swap and go mid? That's what you would have to pick here, right? To keep it ambiguous?
Yes, correct. So it's hard, you know. It's difficult to find that many heroes that can do that. I mean, Lash is very
nothing
unique.
to say.
I mean, they can just pick their off lane and keep everything open, you know. So pick some Centaur. Oh no, there's no Centaur. Pick some. I guess there's still like is there any more? There's no more utility heroes that's good at blind picks, so they're gonna go for Taki. So Lash is set in stone as a core, unless Tiny is a core.
True. Yeah.
Probably not with this setup. You're not gonna have Lash and Takis as your support duo. That's so awkward.
What? But they got stuns.
Yeah. They're two backliners, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I get what you
so
mean.
Greedy.
This time, VP will 18 for the puck.
Yeah, there's the puck. You call the Lash and you doom him. That's it. It's as easy as it sounds, as simple as it looks. Just call and doom the Lash and he's out of the game. Oh, but maybe you can sunder him, right? That's why they picked Terrorblade? Is that why? You sunder and you save him?
Yeah, could be. I don't think it's that crazy. And then, but it's tough now, right? Because you have this puck. You did get like a bespoke mid laner. I mean, for mids that really counter the TB. I'm always thinking of this puck. Zeus as well is a very classic counter. Maybe something like a Storm, who we've seen a couple games of, but I don't know if would have necessarily been a pick here this time for VP. Either way, it's the puck for them as they head into the final banding phase.
Yeah, Heritage is gonna look for a hero that can deal with a Terrorblade. I'm thinking maybe Arc Warden. I kind of like Arc Warden. Okay, no more Arc Warden. So what other than Arc Warden? I mean, there's still Faceless Void, I guess. I mean, not the best with their heroes, I feel.
What else has he been
I mean, what's the
playing?
combo? You have Chrono into Arrow. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's good for early game. Good, quote unquote. And of course, the Morphline's going to go.
And you don't really want to pick PL because there's a Lash.
Or a Naga for the same reason.
I kind of think Void is like reasonable overall.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Wrath of Nature and Chrono early is okay.
I mean, is this the game for the Omni Knight carry?
He hasn't played a lot of the Omni recently, so I would be rather surprised. He's been spamming Slark, Morph, and Meepo Naga Faceless Void in his pubs mostly.
So maybe Slark. Get a mix
I really
hit the Lash.
I don't like it. I don't like it though, honestly. I think it's too much. I don't think the Mage Slayer does enough. They nerfed it pretty heavily. Lash still damages you through Shadow Dance, you know, so it's a really risky pick for me personally. But you do have this. Well, hold on. MP4 probably, right, with this lineup. So I guess at least MP won't abandon you in the lanes. Oh, that's something different. The Alk.
It's not. I mean, the core-to-core matchup against Terrorblade is not that great for Alk for sure, with the reflection, and I mean, Terrorblade has high armor, you know, your stun and acid doesn't really do much. But on the other hand, yeah, it gives you a very sharp timing with your items to end the game before the Terrorblade eventually becomes a problem, you know. And you have very good synergy with the Nature's Prophet and Puck, right, when they are moving around, because they're going to be very aggressively running around to set up kills, so Elk can always join those fights very easily. As long as you have a decent lane, you get a good timing on your Radiance. I guess Doom is probably going to be the actual carry here for VP. You know, Elk's going to be playing around the team a lot more. And right now for G2IG, I think if they can find a pick that can pressure the Elk in the lane, that's going to be really, really good, you know, for them, because they need to slow this Elk down so that the game doesn't ball out of control. And because you have Terrorblade and Lash, right, both of these cores, they need a lot of space on the map to farm and need a lot of time. So you need something that can slow down the game. I think a lane winner is sounds like a good idea to slow down the game right now.
That's why I like those bands, right? This Slardar, this Primal Beast. Other lane
I think
winners.
I feel like there's still like something like a Dawnbreaker, which is very strong in the lane. Okay, they go for Magnus. Magnus is also very strong in the lane with the techies.
I was going to suggest a DP as well, but I like this. I like this mag.
Oh, actually not with techies. Magnus with Tiny, so they have double repositioning. You know, skewer in toss, skewer. Somebody gets kidnapped into your base.
Or in the laning stage underneath the tier 1 tower. I mean, we've seen just from game 1, Baboka is not afraid to level toss level 1. He does not care.
Yeah, if he gets a first blood for it, sure. And Magnus skewering into the techies bombs, the mines.
Classic.
That's a classic one for sure. Techies Magnus.
Gotta love our boy.
They have a very, very scary amount of team fight with Magnus, techies, and the Lash, you know. I feel like if G2IG, they don't really suffer a lot of losses in the early game, lanes go okay for them. They don't even have to win the lanes. As long as they survive the lanes, they can actually hold the map and farm. I think eventually their lineup is just going to be too much, you know, for the Doom and Elk to deal with. There's just too many heroes you need to Doom. You need to worry about the Sunder from Terrorblade. You need to worry about the damage output from the Lash, and you have to worry about the skewer or the toss backs. It's not easy.
Is this lane winning hero enough? Because for me, I see this VP lineup Winter, and this is a tempo-based lineup. This is a lineup that wants to win 1-2 of its lanes, wants to undercut that timing, wants to make sure you don't have to play into this scary Monet with Scotty, who's got a Manta BKB. You don't have to play into this Bloodstone Kaya Sanj, nothing to say. You know, you want to take this game earlier if you're VP. Is G2IG's last pick mag, is that the hero you're looking for to ice this game down?
I think it gives them a lot more strength in the mid lane game, but I feel like early game he's okay in the lane. And he's still a decent laner, but he's not going to be the hero that can pressure the Elk out of the lane. You know, I was looking for more something that can kick the Elk out of the lanes, but Magnus is more like a hero that can ensure his own farm. You know, not necessarily push the enemy carry out, but he's always going to be able to farm with the Empower, and you're probably going to look to have some stacks. You know,
True.
Tiny.
Yeah. That's a way of canceling out the Elk's advantage, right? Give him some sort of farm.
If you get your own stacks, you know, the Elk could just come and steal your stacks.
JT says Alchemist.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
This is bullshit.
Nice to see banter before the game, as always.
Yeah. Small smoke play from IG. I like the move they make. They obviously realize the NP is always going to beat them to the punch on the wards. You can see the wards already set up.
It'll be so funny if he kills that.
What does that mean? Wobushi. I'm afraid to say it.
I don't know.
Oh, that literally means I don't know?
Yeah.
That's funny. That is good. Good
toss
meme.
for first blood.
Oh no, but he didn't get the toss back.
Oh, he has leap.
He took leap this time. He's like,
last time
absolutely
he had
not.
Starstorm at level 1. Remember the first blood? It was FNG dying the last game. He had Starstorm at level 1.
FNG died a few times out of the gate, so this time things set to be looking different as we do split runes for 2 apiece and head back to our lanes as we'd expect. Careful down bottom though, JT. No way, they're gonna make another play. He doesn't have, oh, he has leap again, yeah.
Oh my goodness. There's some clown fest, you know, before the creeps meet in the lane.
Karatich is blocking his creeps as well. Well, blocking the dire creeps.
Very nice. Yeah, that's the appropriate response for what JT is doing. But
And
the
then-
creeps are still going to end up in the range of the
Yeah,
tower.
3, 4, 5
Oh, he's
tower
dragging the
hits.
wave away.
Yeah,
Nice. Oh,
not bad, not bad,
But
not
he chooses
bad.
to get acid right away to shove the lane and secure the creeps.
Love seeing it. I always love these little level 1 plays that always make a big difference. And now Baboka, he's already cutting the next wave, or pulling it. Cutting is the right word. No, I thought he was going to, but maybe he was
just
looking for the
trying to
courier.
block the cam?
Yeah, I guess so. A lot of shenanigans in this lane right now with the lane
Yeah,
shoving.
because the wave is already pushed towards the Magnus tower,
Uh-huh.
so they don't need to pull the wave.
And then he's going to intercept the Warpiner. It is very nice. Look at us 2 supports just going crazy over these little small efficient plays, completely ignoring the mid lane. Who cares about late lane? All they do is hit creeps. We like the side
I'm not say
lanes.
play the lane, god damn it, Tiny. Play the lane, come to the lane.
Let me right click your 0 armor hero for the toss under tower into the skewer. It begins, but FNG 1 leap and he's safely away. He had a hero, or sorry, he had a creep tanking that tower shot for him.
Look at what Boboka's doing. He's like, I know where you're heading, FNG.
Oh.
I have your number.
Another leap charge. Guess what? I have another toss ready.
I have
JT,
boots.
skewer in 3, but no, they're not gonna. They can't possibly kill him here, right? Yeah, not with this another leap charge. This lane is ridiculous. I do love this. Let's keep score, shall we? This game between FNG and Baboka. I think there's a little friendly. What do you call it? You know?
Grudge match. Is this a grudge match?
Yeah. I think they'll be trying to
After
outskill each
last
other.
game,
for
because
sure.
FNG died. I'm pretty sure he died a couple of times too.
He
to
did.
Boboka the last.
Yeah, that he did. Sayush, by the way, he TPs using his teleportation, not the scroll to the mid lane, but nothing to say, still managing to get the rune is a little bit of a wasted, moment for him, unfortunately.
Wasted time, wasted mana, wasted cooldowns.
Wasted TP scroll as well. It's going to be 100 gold early on for him that he's playing without, but not to worry. Notice has the most OP ability, Chain Lightning, ready to go. This thing is pretty ridiculous.
I mean, this lane is gonna be very good for the Doom from now on. He's gonna hold the wave in front of the tower. It means Sayu is gonna be having a lot of freedom to move once he has cooldown on the Nature's Prophet TP again. But Monet, you're gonna die for this
He is.
Lotus Steel. That is my Lotus.
Oh, no. Quan couldn't get out in time.
Couldn't
That is
swap it out in time.
first blood.
It was close to living.
I think you can swap
blood.
while you grab Lotus, can't you? Or does that cancel the grab Lotus? I've never tried.
I'm not sure. You mean when you're grabbing the Lotus? and
Yeah,
move,
you can
make a
move-
slot.
Correct.
I haven't really tried that.
So I know in some instances that will cancel stuff. Like, obviously, you can't drop it. If you drop it on the ground, it's going to cancel. But I think if you just put it in the backpack, it should be fine. I don't know about this tech.
Here comes Sayu. I'm back. Guess what?
No.
Monet, I'm here.
Yeah, trees to block. Very good double blast off stun from X-Nova. That will put a stop to this one. Mid lane, though, having a little bit of action as Baboka is rotating on through. Has these early boots of speed. Won't really be able to catch Squad X, however, with the Illusory Orb, of course, having just way too much mobility this early.
Yeah, Elk is still free farming bot, so he didn't really get pressured by the Magnus as much. I also felt like Magnus shouldn't be able to do too much, but he's also gonna get his farm in return. And
Yeah.
Is there any stacks being done? Not yet. So Tiny's been busy. He's been
getting a lot of
occupied.
farms. And
on
I
the
have to say,
Magnus.
FNG's been busy as well. He's been away. This is the second, maybe third time we've seen creeps underneath the tower. JT's getting a lot out of this lane. This is very impactful, right? Because it frees up Baboka to rotate around. FNG's felt the need to chase him. That's another couple of waves that he's not pulling and reestablishing equilibrium. It's fine. Alchemist is doing fine, but, so is JT, right? That's the only point I'm making.
Yeah, you feel good trading farm against the Elk, at least, if you're Magnus, because you're also a very scary hero that scales. Once you get your items out and once you get your levels into Empower, you can actually farm and keep up with the Elk.
Top lane, 3 heroes here as Baboka does find a toss back onto Notice underneath the tower. He goes, Notice. Fair amount of damage here with the wand charges active, but there's just too much damage from that tower. From Monet, he will drop.
Yeah, Baboka just, again, another good rotation from him. Level 2, but enough to get the kill with the level 1 toss. Nicely done, and now he's gonna look to protect the 6-minute rune. The 3 against 3 is gonna begin very, very shortly. It'll be ideal if they can actually keep the catapult alive here. I mean, FNG used his arrow. He didn't kill the catapult. He killed... What did he kill? He killed the creep? Or he killed the neutral creep.
Yeah. It's fine, though. The cart is going to still not aggro to the tower. Even if it did, it would die immediately. Not too big of a deal.
Rune is top. VP
Yeah.
says, Gaben doesn't like us.
Nothing to say. He'll get the rune. So bottled in illusion as the supports will make their way top lane. Looking for another kill on the Notice. He's going to try and make a bit more space, but toss back into the blast off. Perfectly calculated here. Notice trying to live. He's got this helm of the Iron Will, so he's quite tanky, but not tanky enough. Sayush FNG able to trade away X-Nova, but again, another painful trade here into this Doom. Monet active early, 2-0 and 1, involved in all 3 of the kills.
Yeah, very, very nicely done so far by the supports of IG, especially the Tiny. Now he's gonna TP over
nothing to say.
to the rune.
Stealing a stack, by the way. I know there was the skewer down bottom, but nothing to say. He's gonna use the illusion to tank, and he clears that small stack.
Small,
nice.
efficient play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bottle refill. That is what you do as a support nowadays, you know. Just keep constantly refill the bottle of the mid laner. Just give him resource and he'll carry the game.
It's true. It's so strange as a support these days to just sit in the fountain for an extra 6 seconds because your core is off farming. And then
Yeah, you
like,
just have to wait, you know, just in case you need to. You don't want to TP right away. You just have to just check if you're needed. If the mid player needs you. Just how the way the mid laners play right now. It's a battle of the resource in the mid lane, so whoever gets the extra bottle refill or extra rune is gonna most likely be able to use it to tilt the balance on the mid lane.
Okay, nothing to say is ganking down bottom. They're really committed here. They're looking for Kira Teacher's already fairly far away, honestly. And because it's nighttime, they don't really see how far he's gone. Perhaps he's TP'd away already. Monet a little bit perhaps scared here, considering he's got 4 of his allies all the way down bottom. X-Nova will join him here through the Twin Gate as pressure being applied to mid by FNG and Squadix, who will finally get their own power rune. It's an invis into the bottle of the puck.
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, he's probably looking to see if he can actually use it to defend the bot tower, but it doesn't feel like they have enough people here. They're gonna have to bring more if they want to defend this tower. It's gonna be a little too late. Diabolic Elite, just level 1, but still, you know, enough for them to secure the tower. Not much VP can do to defend it, so they have to just let it go.
No, they're not gonna get mid. They just don't push that fast. Honestly,
nope.
They don't have the nature's call. I mean, Puck does decent damage here, especially with the Blitz Knuckles, giving that additional attack speed, but it's not nearly enough. Nothing to say. He'll be fine with this. Ooh, nice little cheeky deny, even. And now JT is, you know, honestly, down bottom. He's being chilling and farming, but this is twofold. He's kind of stealing farm that really should be Kira Teach's. Something very annoying here for the Alchemist, who at least gets a little stack for himself going.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing the right moves right now. On the Magnus, your team is already secured your lane and they push your tower. They place 2 wards for you. You have to just abuse everything you've been given.
Squadix.
Get the most out of it. Top lane.
Sees X-Nova. There's a smoke play as well coming this way. Baboka.
And run into
nothing to say.
Just Prophet.
Out of the smoke. He will die. Squadix unable to really find an opportunity here to get a kill onto anything that's not a courier, basically. Maybe we'll be able to find nothing to say here. Quite isolated. Has FNG ready to throw an arrow if they want to go for a coil play, but no, just a little bit too hard here onto this count of a kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, Moonlight Shadow is used. JT missed a skewer down bottom on a Kira Teach. That might have spooked him perhaps, but the action is going to be for the rune, which does go into the bottle again of Squadix here. Unable to avoid that sticky mine, but at least has now the bottled haste. Notice is just continuing to farm. Having Max Scorched Earth doesn't have the full efficiency of Max Devour, but I think has finally got Midas on his way. So even though he's had kind of a rough laning stage, he's still a Doom. He'll be fine. I don't know if you heard SVG's rants about this hero the other day. It's pretty good. Oh no. Oh no, if he dies here while the recipe's on the way, that would be
Nice
kind of
body block.
disastrous. Oh no, he is gonna die. The Midas efficiency ruined here as they're gonna make a play for Monet, who does have Sunder, but silenced and hit by the arrow. No chance to use it for him. Baboka has tossed, but no avalanche anymore, so he's got to retreat. Has now nothing to say, reinforcing, who will at least kill the wagon. But a 1-for-1 trade here. Monet going down early into the meta is a little bit painful.
Yeah, that kind of favors VP, giving up the Doom for Terror Break for sure. Alk is, he just purchased his Sacred Relic, so almost there towards the Radiance. Get the Radiance and then you just keep farming until you get the Dagger, and that's when you start considering coming to join fights. But even after the Dagger, I think he needs to get BKB to be confident enough to join the 5v5 engagement. I think with the Blink plus Radiance alone, you're only comfortable like going for pickoffs, not the big engagements.
I agree. I think both teams right now are kind of looking for pickoffs until you say those mobility items, the Blink Dagger, Mag as well. JT, again, playing an excellent game, I have to say. I think this itemization.
Orchid first, mostly for the puck. I guess to a certain extent the Mirana as well. Those are very slippery heroes that you can't kill normally.
But it's more of this kind of pick-off itemization, right? Do you like it better if he would have gone for, I don't know, something scaling like Echo Saber into Harpoon early to be able to really accelerate his farm? Or what are you thinking about this?
Not really though, because I think he mentioned that IG have a much more greedy lineup overall, more scaling, so they want to get towards the late game, and getting pickoffs are a very good way of dragging the game and slowing the enemy down so that you can actually get towards your timings. And not getting dagger early is fine this game because you have a Tiny that's also getting a dagger, so you don't need two heroes to get a blink very early.
Right. Boga's pretty far away from his... He's had a pretty good start, all things considering, but not a phenomenal start like he had in Game 1. You can see a couple of core items now online. That Radiance in particular is #1, so that farm on Alchemist is going to explode. I saw the Midas is complete, of course, and then I saw another one.
MP is going to TP in.
Bursted, the Arcane Rune. Arcane Rune was huge there with that fresh Witchblade that Squadex has been holding on to. That's a fresh 300 gold into his bank account. Sayush is going to be in a bit of trouble, though. Baboka has the dust, popping him down, as Monet will be credited with the kill there, throwing the illusions his way.
Yeah, I mean, that was still a very big kill to get onto the last year, and now they're going to reveal the Orchid on Magnus, and Puck, let's see, instantly kills the yields, so he just wants to get his defensive item ASAP.
Is there any point this game to getting like a Sanj and Kaya for the Puck instead, or do you think the Yules is just the safer option?
Nah, Yules is just more reliable. It's not about the duration, reducing the duration. It's just that you can't afford to get caught by the silence.
Right. No, I mean, I that's true, right? My concern is you just set up for the RP anyway, but maybe there's a way of avoiding it with Yules. Just feels like you set up for a couple things, right? Set up for Blast Off, set up for Split Earth. Careful here as G2 IG set up onto Notice. Sayush is going to find himself actually the only one RP'd because that's just how fast the Doom is. He's going to be able to perhaps even escape. No, not quite.
Arrow.
But this is trouble now. Arrow connecting onto JT. Notice coming back on in as the kill goes to Squadex. They're looking for the +1 here. Baboka breaking vision is going to find or at least cause the Alk to get stunned by the concoction. Another arrow in a second. Baboka, FNG, this little matchup. We'll see how it goes. I don't think he'll really be caught here. Arrows thrown. Yeah, there's no catching him there underneath the ward and the Watcher, obviously, but a good effort anyway. And Kiritich might even be able to get the tower. A phenomenal trade there for VP.
Yeah, that's going to help Alk get towards his BKB. So he's opting to just get the BKB as soon as possible instead of the dagger first. A much more safer way of playing the Alk right now, because there's just too much magic damage on IG side. Tiny, Tekis, / Magnus. So BKB is going to mean that the Alk can always survive those engagements if you get it off when you see them.
We slip into shadow.
It's like a very safe item for the elk.
Dire's middle tower.
They see Baboka. They want to kill a Baboka. Doomy in him even. He has a TP scroll if he wants to try and escape that way. This time the arrow connects. Wisdom,
Watcher.
sorry, Observer ward or not. I mean, maybe he was underneath the ward. Maybe he tanked it on purpose so that they didn't know he had a
He
ward.
tanked it on purpose, Richie. Come on.
I mean, because he was going to die no matter what, right? You don't want to get that thing dewarded for no reason.
Okay, fine. I see your logic.
Eh. Sometimes it's important, you know, the war of information, the fog of war, right? You got to play with and without it sometimes.
I know. You don't want the enemy to kill your hard placed ward. You spend like the
Exactly.
last 5 minutes trying to position yourself to place the ward. You don't want the enemy to reveal it.
It's always the worst thing. Like whenever my allies, I place a good ward, and then my allies will like auto attack it from the low ground or auto attack a neutral camp from the low ground, and I'm like, why? Now they know. Right in front of enemies to secure a last hit. I'm like, come on, guys, please. It's important to play very wise around your wards, and maybe it'll pay off. We'll see that little investment. For now, everyone just invested into their future. Bit of a farming fiesta here, Winter. 12 kills in 16 minutes. Here's a smoke now from FNG and Squadix. Yule Scepter complete for Squadix, so it doesn't really have to worry too much about the Orchid for now. Blink Dagger and 500 for Baboka. He might be in the way of this gank as he's standing in the line of fire between the smoke and Monet.
He's very close to his dagger. It's gonna suck if he dies here.
Yeah, and with the coil committed, really no way out for him. He dies. JT and Xnova moving onto the opposite side of the map, though. They have seen Kiritich on the ward. We'll try and snipe him now. That's kind of hard, though.
For the elk. Yeah, maybe the BKB done on the Kiritich.
They might have seen them on FNG's ward that he has in the lane, which is why that failed. Either way, good move by Kiritich to safely farm. Wow, he is farming. BKB online into the Blink Dagger next. AC is when I really think this build truly comes online.
Blink,
Ooh,
BKB,
Whisper.
AC. The classic alchemist timing. You're already gonna be stronger than that.
And the Whisper of the Dread for Lash.
sometimes I
Oh,
think
pull
you
back.
see-
Never mind. It's just a kill on the Sayush. Go ahead.
Sometimes
for
you
the
see people
Alchemist.
go Octarine with this build, you know, so you're like constantly just throwing spells and just stunning people.
I think we've seen that before, right? And it just wasn't very good in that particular game because no one else did damage in the fights except, you know, the Alk, who wasn't doing that much because he went Octarine, right?
I think whenever you
wouldn't
feel
mind
like
seeing it.
you feel like you can't right click people in the team fights, that's always a good option to play out. Just use your spells, kite the enemy, run in, run out, wait for your cooldowns. Let's try to create chaos in the team fights.
Is there any AC?
I mean, you look at the IG heroes. Like if you're an elk, you're running in. There's an RP and there's a Terror Lit. RP,
Right.
okay. There is an RP that just happened, but not gonna connect onto anything.
Oh. There, you literally meant there was an RP. I thought you were talking about a figurative RP.
No,
well, that's
no.
a little bit of a whiff.
He tried to RP onto the puck. Squadix managed to dodge it with phase shift.
Well, that's going to be tough because now Kiritich, having his Blink Dagger ready, will make a play on a Nothing to Say, who has a full Bloodstone here. He's going to try and live through this arrow. Is going to force him deeper into the river as Monet trying to fight through this one. Has the Sunder. There's going to be the Doom. Do we have a Sunder? Monet? No, he's not going to commit it. Notice getting in there to interrupt him on the auto attack. Sayush is going to die. A 2-for-1 trade here. Ah, that's where I
Not a
G2IG.
bro, Monet. Not a bro. Maybe he was afraid of dying because if he got low there, there might be a chance that he dies there.
Yeah, for sure he would have died, I think. For sure. I mean, obviously, I think Nothing to Say would have lived, but me carry.
No, if it's Daracho, he would have sundered Queen right there.
100%. Well, yeah, 100%. Oh, FNG. Yeah, he's not making it out of here.
It's okay, you know, the Lash died, but his team got 2 kills and they're gonna get a tower here. So in Lash's words, he's gonna say it's a good trade for him. It's okay. Sometimes you gotta tank one for the team.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Good pick off there onto the Lesh. I think, what did he picked up the Shielderin, which probably made a noticeable difference in that engagement, given more time for G2IG to reinforce. But either way, not the worst trade for VP, but not the one they were really looking for either.
Nope.
And so, Monet continues to farm, almost has his Scotty online here, Winter.
Yeah.
If I get a Roche, I think...
The Elk is only like 2k ahead of the Terrorblade. It's not sufficient for the Elk. He needs to... He needs to get something done.
They are going to Roche, but they see it on the ward. I don't know if VP get here fast enough, honestly. This is very fast out from G2IG. And indeed, it's basically impossible. We'll see if they want to force this fight or not, as Roche will get in one last slam before he goes, leaving the Aegis to the grasp of Monet. Now, VP do find the D ward at the very least before they take a fight. FNG, the one to break the smoke. As G2IG continuing to hold around the high ground area, they see nothing to say. He showed underneath the ward. They blow up the Techie's mind, giving some more vision onto G2IG as they make the jump now onto Nothing to Say, who does manage to get off the Pulse Nova. Regen Rune active here. They do manage to cancel it now. They hit him with the Doom. He is going to be taken down. Monet not in vicinity this time. No chance for the Sunder save. JT just kind of fighting mano a mano now, as it's Kiritich who gets on top of Baboka, pops the BKB, does commit for the kill, as the Vessel might be enough to take down the Techies. No, he lives on 10 HP. That is until Squadix jumps in and to finish him off. 3 dead here for G2IG. They conserve the Aegis on the Monet TB, but they lose almost everyone else.
Yeah, that was not that's not ideal for sure for IG. Big blow there. I mean, for the Elk, he's happy, you know. First BKB, actually not the first, the second BKB use, and wins his team a team fight here, and it's going to help him get towards the AC. I think this AC timing is going to be very, very huge for him. He needs to try to find a way to take control of the game. They need to wait for the next zoom to be ready before they move. 70 seconds. I honestly feel like in the team fights, as long as they get the Doom onto the Lash, I think that the team fights are still going to be winnable for them. And they need to try to use Sunder. I feel like if they can use the Sunder to save the Lash, that's going to win them the team fight.
Is there ever a point where that shifts, where you want to start seeing the Sunders more onto the TBs, or do you think it should mainly be the Lash?
For himself?
No, should the Doom ever...
Doom.
Sorry. Should the Doom ever doom the TV? Apologies, I got confused with the spell names there for a second. Or do you think it should mainly be Lesh getting doomed?
No, I think you get to a point where the Terrorblade is also going to be a bigger problem than the Lesh, you know. I feel like maybe one more item.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Tormentor?
Check this out. This is a sneaky move. Kiritich jumping on in. The counter initiation, though, is pretty good. And Kiritich gets off his BKB. He's tanky. He's tanky, and he's killed both of the supports who tried to snipe him after they grabbed the Tormentor. Okay, BKB active, forcing JT to use the RP, as Monet still trying to find a fight here, finding for a kill, and reaching, will be unable to really get too much of anything at all. Good effort there from G2IG, who were just watching them take the Tormentor, but couldn't quite put everything together that they needed.
Yeah, but they got the Tormentor kill.
Oh, did they?
So yeah, they got it. So
sneaky.
Who got it?
Baboka.
Baboka got it. So, not the most
no,
useful
but most importantly, it's about preventing anyone from VP getting it, you know? That's that's just a win.
That's always nice.
Because then probably who would have gotten it? Probably it would have been between
Mirana and the
FNG or Squadix, because Sayush already has his. And given a puck a shard...
I mean, the Doom shard is like, is that a meme? Is it a meme?
What, level death? Oh, no, they changed it, right?
No, Scorch off.
Yeah, no, I don't know about this.
Heal Doom and his control units.
Doom. Seems pretty decent. It's a lot of DPS. Smoke play on through. They will be able to sneak past the illusions here. But strong positioning now from the side of G2IG, who have the wards down. Arrow actually catches Baboka. Squadix wasting no time. He jumps in. Maybe wasn't expecting this many. Oh, but the follow-up initiation for Kiritich is pretty good. Monet, he still has the opportunity to get off the Thunder. Still has the Aegis for another minute, as the Doom finally had nothing to say. He is going to end up going down. Monet as well will conserve the Thunder for the second life, but I think this fight might already be lost. Arrow perfectly connecting there. The rest of G2IG doing what they can, but from a distance must watch their cores die as Monet dies the second time. What an initiation. FNG goes fishing with the arrow, sets up that fight beautifully for VP.
Yeah, I mean, IG just unaware of what's happening there. They didn't have a RP, so they were really not ready to the team fight. I mean, JP tried to BKB and his skewer to try to save his team, but once the Doom was on Lash and he's not regenerating from the Bloodstone, the fight is pretty much over there.
I want to highlight the angle that VP took that fight from, right? The arrow came from like the mid-tier 1 tower almost. It came from like the river, and then the puck initiation and the rest of the heroes came from the high ground. I don't think G2IG, I don't think they were ready for that kind of a move, especially with the confidence that they had from the Techies Mines and the Ward. That was a really nice move from VP.
Yeah, very nicely done for sure by VP, and now they are gonna be able to get another item, I guess, onto the Doom. I think once the Doom gets to his late game kit, you know, the Shivas with refresher. I mean, he's actually not going refresher. It's going for use. Use? He wants to just use the Magnus when he goes in, or he just wants to maybe get a Wind Waker late game. I mean, all the offlaners are getting used here right now, getting Wind Waker, Octarine Core. Guess that's the build now, you go on offlaners.
Well, he's going to continue scaling. I mean, G2IG are also scaling pretty decently. Monet has taken a couple deaths now recently, but now with the Chrysalis online is packing a bit more of a punch, especially when he has that Empower on him. The first BKB for JT, not perfect in that fight as he was trying to turn this thing around, but they're still scaling, man. But the Dooms have been on point, credit to Noticed. Nothing he's been doing wrong here. Is there a next big item you're waiting for here, you're looking forward to on G2IG? We talked about like the Dooms items, his builds. Obviously, Alchemist
BKB on Terrorblade? I feel like he needs it. Like, it's just getting focused on by the Mirana arrow and the Elk stun, you know, and just dying in the team fights.
Does he need it more than he needs Daedalus?
I feel like damage is not the issue. It's more about him not being able to survive in the team fights.
Okay. I believe
he actually
it.
I feel like he should just leave the Crystallis and just finish the BKB.
So what he chooses to do. I agree. He's right now probably saving for buyback, but eventually might decide to make a move into one item or not. 50 seconds until the fastest Roche spawn. It's more likely that it spawns bottom, but there's still a solid chance that it spawns top. About a third that it spawns top with the respawn timer, if my quick math is right. Yeah, pretty much. So 33% chance it spawns top. So down bottom, X-Nova's already setting up vision, some mines, you know, getting the whole 9 yards up here. But top is where VP currently have the better vision set up. I wonder where they would want to take this kind of a fight for Roche. It's an important one. This is Roche number 2. We'll have a cheese. No, it is third Roche.
Ideally, they try to force somebody to go back to the base to defend, you know, the top or the mid lane before they go down towards the bot area. And they're probably going to be very aware that IG is already setting up camp at the bottom area. So if they want to contest that, they have to force someone back, or they have to smoke and cross the map. They cannot use the twin gate for sure. It's
right, that would just be death. Tier 2 trade for Tier 2 trade. I think G2IG are thinking about the same as they've already taken this Tier 2 tower earlier, but we'll be looking to force some rotations on back. We'll see now. It is a long Roche, 2 minutes, so it'll spawn back down bottom, favoring G2IG here. We'll see if, like you said, Winter, VP can force some rotations, force some moves around the map to make it a bit easier for them to contest this next Roche, as they will be the ones to
TP back.
They
have to go back and smoke now. They're TPing back to do it.
Winter, though, we saw the item pop up. Monet, he has not bought out, but he has completed.
I mean, he
did buy out. He bought out for Daedalus, pardon me.
I mean, it's so risky. I feel like he just needs to survive in a team fight. And they're gonna win it no matter what. If you live through the first initiation by the Doom, with the Elk jumping in with the stun, once that is over, I feel like IG's is gonna win the team fight. So as long as they can survive, it's not about like damage. You know, they have damage as long as the fight is dragging on. Heroes are alive. Your Lash is outputting damage. Terrible is hitting with the illusions and power.
I get it. I see what you mean. I also might
he's like
prefer
he's just
testing the
trying to
BKB.
kill him before they do anything with the Daedalus, which I feel is a very risky thing right now. So they're gonna smoke, and this is gonna be a very key fight. Rosh is gonna
Go
spawn in
for
40
it.
seconds.
There'll still be some time. There's an amplified
Yeah,
damage
let's
room
see
being
if
chilling in
they
the
can actually
river
get a
as
high ground ward on the Takis. Takis is
G2IG.
one ward.
They scan up first as most of the mines now have already been dispatched. That's the last of them. Smoke play by now VP as G2IG trying to wrap around here. Okay, Smoke is gonna break now as noticed. Oh no, actually first, what a jump in from the puck. 3 silence the Doom. This time it's onto Monet. He's already dead. Now they have to contend with the Bloodstone heal on Nothing to Say, but they've got a vessel for you, my friend, and he has no dispel. He's gonna be taken down. Squadix, what a player this game on the puck. Been an absolute hero with his initiations, silencing and coiling 3. Absolutely well
Dire's
done.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, the Terrible, it doesn't matter if you have so much damage, you're just gonna die if you don't have BKB. Sure, I mean, you can make the argument he got Doom, but then, you know, I mean, that's the issue in a team fight. They're not really surviving through the initial jump, you know. If they can't survive it, it doesn't matter whether you have a lot of damage.
Also,
just not gonna be able to
holy
outplay.
moly, this Wrath of Nature did 3,000 damage? Or a
Wrath of
ton of
Nature?
what? Wrath of Nature. Sayush did as much
3.3.
damage?
It's probably the curse as well, the curse of overgrowth.
I guess it must
I
be.
mean,
Maybe
he
I
did
really slept on him.
3,300 damage in the team fight.
He did as much as what, the Doom and the Alk? Like that was, he's punching well above his weight class, I gotta say. It's value right there. As now Roche, having freshly respawned, is going to be focused down by VP. The spoils of their one fight. No real opportunity for G2IG to contest this. Not a chance. That is Parasma finishing out for Squadix to boot. Abyssal on the Alchemist. And now an Aegis and Roshan's banner ready to go.
Have you had this discussion about the banner? How you should use it?
We have. Yeah, we have. And I actually won
What was
you
the
over
conclusion last
Well,
time?
I think you said you like to put it in the opposite lane, right?
Uh-huh.
And then I said I like to usually put it in the mid lane because it takes too long. Unless I already have super... Well, I'll just always put it in the mid lane.
Did I agree? I agree, right?
You had
Mid
not
lane.
considered that point, and you said that's a good point. But you didn't really say that's better than putting it opposite. So,
No,
for
it's-
example...
It's better. It's better to put it in the mid lane.
Right, because you were saying, I want to put it right now. If you're VP, right, Winter would want to put it top so that the creeps push opposite, right? And I said, well, I don't really care because the thing takes so long. The buff only lasts like a minute or whatever, and
Lasts
usually
too long.
you only get to fight like a creep wave or two. And I would rather put it in the mid wave where you're going to be pushing, you're going to be breaking back door a little bit easier, right? We'll see
You
where
get
they
some
use
value.
it.
If you put it on
exactly.
the opposite side, usually you don't get so much value out of it.
That's
Like you
what I
said,
think.
It takes too long.
Dire's
But you know, you
middle tower
balance that because the enemies are probably not going to focus it and kill it down. Whereas you put it in a mid, there's a chance if they push waves aggressively, they might get it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
it's not the biggest thing. It's not the biggest difference maker in the world, but it adds up, these little differences for sure. But VP now, state of the game for them, looking pretty darn good. Kiritich about maxed out. I mean, obviously he's got his Aegis holding a slot. He can upgrade the Blink Dagger once.
Aghanims.
And then
give your team the Aghanims.
True.
Or give them the gold back.
True, yeah. I don't think
Who is
anyone
the
has an
first
Ag.
person you gave.
It's
Ags?
obviously Doom.
No, Puck.
No, I think for me it's obviously Doom. Because
Alright.
think about it, you self Doom in the fight, you're not getting tossed, you're not getting RP'd or skewered. Hopefully you're on top of either TB or Lesh or any one of them. You know, I think it's Doom for sure.
Fair point. We'll see.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, hold on, push back a little bit. Why do you think it should be Puck?
Dude, have you seen Machine Gun Puck?
I have, but explain it to me like I haven't.
It kills everything. I mean, you run in with the call, you call heroes, and then the elk jumps in to follow up with a stun, and then you're just there, you know, you can kill stuff. I think it's just, and you have the charisma, so you deal so much damage.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think they're both good, but for me, I'd go Doom for my 4,200 investment out from the Alchemist. We'll see if the game develops to that stage, as already G2IG, after winning their first game versus VP in game 1 of this BO2 series, well, they're starting to cover the base with the Techies mines, and that's kind of what Xnova's job has devolved to at this point. There's quite a few. I mean, you have Tossback, you have Skewer, so this is kind of no joke. Remember the Natsumi Monkey King game for Boom Esports? You couldn't.
Yeah, I'll never forget that game.
I'll never forget it either. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. You can definitely lose a game like this if you're VP.
I mean, does it look like Helm's Deep right now? IG space. You can just defend there
It's a
forever.
good reference. Very solid reference. Helm's Deep.
I mean, you need the guy with the torch, right, running into the base to break the wall down.
Yeah,
who's gonna do
that
it?
was a that was an Urukai with not really a torch, but kind of a breaching charge. I think is more accurate, but fair enough. I see what you mean.
You need someone to sacrifice himself to open up the base, you know, to run into all the mines and take it out.
Honestly, the city of Minas Tirith was much better fortified than Helm's Deep, but what do I know? I've only watched the movies once. Good movies, though. You need Grand. You need Grand to get into this base now with all these proximity mines set up. Bots 2 on Squadix. So not only is he very fast, but he can TP in onto any of his heroes or even Treants if he needs to. That can be quite significant here. And Sayush is almost actually at this Scythe of Ice. He might just buy out for it. That's a big item here for him.
I mean, right now they have to just try to, I think, place lane wards and go for pickoffs with the MP and the level 2 bots. And once you get a pickoff, you push high ground. I think if you don't kill anyone, it's like near impossible to go high ground. Even if you have this 20k lead, Tiny and Magnus with techies. Good luck, man. They have to try to somehow kill heroes off, but IG, they're gonna actually just venture out of the base. This is a very bold move.
Well, they know Aegis is expiring. There's a shielder in here, but of course that's not going to do much if you're doomed, as of course Doom dispels. There's Demon Zeal as well, I just heard, right? No, I didn't hear Demon Zeal. What did I hear? I heard something that I swore sounded like Demon Zeal. Oh, was it the first axe being gifted? It was. Who did he give it to? He gave it to Puck. Okay. All right, well, you were right, Winter.
Richie.
You were right, and I am wrong.
Richie.
I said it. I admit
Machine
it.
Gun Puck.
Machine Gun Puck.
Radiant's middle tower.
And you made
see.
me, okay, I kind of agreed with you know, because you said I have no pushback. I mean, you made a fair point with the Doom, you know.
Yeah, I think you make a fair point as well. For me, the reason I still prefer the Doom is if you self-Doom at the start of the fight, it just makes it way easier for you to play the fight if you're Doom. Right now, I don't really think they have damage issues as long as the Doom gets applied, right? And that's why I like it on the Doom. But if you're confident that maybe this item, maybe I undervalue it, right? Maybe this item with the Ag Scepter now on the rapid fire, Squadix is just going to tear right through people, Doom or not. That could very well be too, you know? We'll see in this next one. I'm certainly looking forward to that.
Yeah, because if you look at how the team fights might develop, the Magnus might try to focus the Elk or the Doom with the RP. So whenever that happens, you need to actually carry the team fights as Puck. You know, you need to deal damage. You need to kill off the support. So what better way, you know, to do it than to get the axe, you know?
No, I definitely see a case for that, and I'm looking forward to potentially seeing that here. Nothing to say, just hit a big talent, 20% damage reduction during Pulse Nova, as this time Kiritich is not dying solo to the Tormentor. So that's the second level 20 on his team. Mag already has his shockwave damage, kind of meh. I mean, it's a good amount of damage, don't get me wrong, but not really, I think, a game changer for him meaningfully. What else do we have? Scorched Earth cooldown? Do we have like almost permanent Scorched Earth now? Seems like we might, right? What's the duration?
Close.
16. It's 1.8 second downtime. Yeah.
No,
Or 2.8 second downtime.
2.8
yeah.
seconds.
Quick maths, you know? I've been doing too much Balatro, so my math Only good for multiplying.
Shadows.
Don't worry, you have me. That's why I'm here. Just to double check on your math, yeah. They always tell you to check your work. Always double check your work, and I'm here to do that.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Roshan spawning in 13 seconds as soon as. Could be another 3 minutes. Either way, guaranteed to be back down bottom. This time, G2IG eager to try and hold on and hoping for a fast Roche here to try and get themselves all the tools they can for this upcoming fight. It's the Goldilocks of Roche. Not too long, not too short, but I think for G2IG, a bit too long for them. An extra minute and 15 seconds, they just cannot really wait that long. Especially with the Treants pushing lanes, the Wrath of Nature every so often. Yeah, that's a bit unlucky for them.
I mean, what can you do? You have to try to... Maybe you need to get a Travels on someone at this point. Probably the Lesh?
Probably the Lesh, I would say, yeah. But he also wants a Scythe, which is very reasonable, right? Because they have... had and are continuing to have catch issues into this puck. I mean, maybe JT can still pop off here with a potential, you know, Chrono RP on his Magnus, but we honestly just really haven't seen that play out. Notice cutting another way, but right now G2IG, they're the ones smoked up there. Just gonna push in here, seemingly lots of illusions. The wagon, Sayush, he might get caught and will be caught with Boca with a quick toss back. The skewer whiffed though, and Sayush, he lives just a little bit longer, long enough to get the curse of the old growth off. That gives vision here, so notice he's confident jumping in. Nothing to say, almost catching that arrow as he does retreat off of the high ground. A 1-for-1 trade here. They clear the wagons. Oh, and Meta was used.
Them back. Yeah, they force them back and Roche is up.
Meta was used, Winter. Oh, Kiritich, you madman! He's just jumping in. Wants to take down X-Nova and should be able to burn him to death. It'll be at least Squad X who jumps in to get that done. BKB forced as well out from Monet. No way in hell you are contesting this Roche now if you're G2IG. That is, if VP know it's up and want to take it.
But at the same time, I feel like if they don't contest it, I mean, I guess they can just rely on the Techies and the Magnus Tiny defending higher ground.
Yep.
If they go out and contest it, they have a bigger chance of losing a team fight.
I don't see what other choice you have, honestly. Because you don't have Meta, you don't have BKB on your TV.
You still have RP.
You have RP, but I don't think that's enough. I genuinely don't think you're ever catching... Because this Doom's a problem. He's got his own Acceptor now. He bought it, right, on Notice. This Puck is a problem, and obviously Alchemist is a huge problem. You're not catching all three of those guys in an RP. I don't think you need a 5-man RP to win a fight, but I think you need at least 2 of them. Without the Doom being applied, I don't see that happening here. Not with this Roche fight. And they're not going to have the time for it either. Roche goes down. Kiritich now his second Aegis of the game as the Refresher Shard into the inventory here for Squadix. Level 25 talent taken is the Chemical Rage regen.
Where did they put the banner? They use it?
Does the next Roche give a banner as well? All the Radiant Roches do? They put it mid. It's underneath the tier 3, yeah.
Yeah, so this is what you were saying, right? Just put it in the tower.
Yeah. If you want, you can even try and put it a bit further up. Hold on, we're fighting, or not really fighting as much as dying, but Boca's dying. JT, he really does not want to have to use the BKB, but he's gotta. No other way out of this. Wait, Doom applies mute. That cancels your TP. Notice, he did the math. His math's better than mine. The Aviana's Feather or not, he goes down, JT. He's dead for a minute and a half. That's such a huge level 25.
He has buyback. They're gonna have to force it right now. That's gonna be huge if they can actually force it. 70 seconds window.
I love that. I love that. Notice is like, wait, I'm 25. Dude, I can cancel his TP.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just forget things.
Yeah, after hardwiring that Doom always cancels TPs, now you've got to learn it the other way. Mine's going off here as in March the Treants just trying to demine as much as possible. Kiritich wasting no time of his up to the high ground. Fortify was used. There is another fort ready for G2IG. They did not mistime it. And the Scythe of Vice is ready here on Lesh. Now, the only defensive item Squadix has this game, Winter, besides the Yules, is the Kaya and San. So no BKB, no, debuff immunity here. It's going to have to be a bit careful here. Another Doom ready to go in 25 seconds.
I trust everyone was out of sight.
the blink back up to the high ground from Kirich. He's going to be tossed back just once here. Skill has the Aegis hexed up. That's the Hex reveal out from Nothing to Say. Pretty darn good, but Bavoka, he just dives to the rapid fire Dream Coil. He does have buyback back in 50. Kirich back alive again. Another Chemical Rage popped. Has all of his abilities ready to go, including BKB and this Abyssal. As there's going to be the Refresher Shard used. Squadix making another jump in. Look at this rapid fire Dream Coil. Nothing to Say. He can do nothing but die. Dead for a minute and a half. He bought out for the Scythe of Ice. I don't know if they know. Oh, but Care notice. He's on it. Oh my God, JT. Oh, close your eyes, G2IG fans. He's whipped the RP. Oh, it's not at all what he wanted. A great Sunder, though, at least. They will kill Notice. JT's going to live inside the fountain as well, as Squadix even's going to be forced back. But a game to forget for JT here. That's where they needed him, unfortunately. Oh, but another skewer. All right. Okay. That's what we were looking for. An immediate buyback, though, from VP. Sensing blood in the water. They're going right back in here. Oh, goodness, Winter. What a game we have on us.
No way you have another second minefield ready.
Yeah.
No way. It's like...
I bet you can't do that again.
End the game.
Yeah. No way you've got it a second field. No way you've got a buyback on your Tiny. Dead for 30 seconds. We're not even going to hit the top lane. We don't even need the Megas. Kiritich letting loose now. Trying to end this game, trying to take VP to a 4-2 position as they get the kill on Tamone. That was basically free. The instant buyback, though, he held on to at least the meta, but he doesn't have BKB or meta for another 25 seconds, and he's going to be jumped immediately a second time. Another buyback now from JT. He needs to get a skewer back, but it's not going to be against Notice, and it's not going to be against anyone else, because this game is all over. VP, they get the 1-1 draw on this best of 2 series.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done by VP coming back from what happened in the first game. Not easy, but they figured out a solution. They're going to try to play more aggressive with the ult, and Doom obviously, the best one of the best solutions against the Lash, and it's time and time proof again, like it's very difficult to play Lash into this Doom. And this ult definitely also helped make it happen. Like Doom didn't have a good laning phase, but Kiritich was able to had a good time on the Radiance, and he was just running around helping his team, just pressure, and gave Doom a lot of time to recover. And eventually it just got to a point where the Doom could just jump in. He got the Doom onto Lash a couple of fights in a row, and it was quite a little bit disappointing for me not to see any Sunders to save the Lash. And every fight Lash dies, IG couldn't really take it, until the point where when the Terrorblade was ready to fight and to carry in the team fights, that's when the Doom decided, okay, it's time to actually use it on the Terrorblade.
Indeed. Strong fight there. I mean, Nothing to Say. Doomed up, silenced. That's the true counter to Nothing to Say. You just got to silence him, and he crumbles and falls apart. Really strong team fights. Great spell casting, and well, this is what I was looking forward to in seeing VP here today, as they will draw in our first series. Not sure what that means for them as far as their standings, but we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back with an interview, and then we'll be able to catch you guys up with all the latest here. We'll see you soon.
kind of charm and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Dream League Season 22, the group stage number 1 here. We just saw VP equalize after losing game 1 versus G2 IG. Winter, one thing that impressed you please about VP in that second game?
The ability to come back after losing game 1 in a bad manner. I feel like that's always like something I look at teams, like how strong can they come back from losing like a bad game. And how can they adapt? It's always a very, very key point to identifying whether the team has a lot of potential to move forward. Problem-solving skills in between series.
Yeah, I mean certainly, and a lot of that always comes down to leadership and captains. And I believe on the phone it's the captain himself, FNG from VP. Hello, FNG. Can you hear us?
Hi. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, congrats, GG, well played on your series, man. I wanted to ask you, first off, you guys had a hard time in the Dacha Betboom tournament, 9th to 12th. You started this tournament very good, very strong. Right now you're 4-2, which I haven't checked the standings, but should at least be in the top half. What changed in the team, or like what happened at Dacha? How are you guys so strong now?
I mean, don't go too fast into future. We only play 3 series, and I can't say we are strong or anything. It's more about solving issues that we faced at the Betboom Dutch event, and so far, yes, we definitely look better, and we solved the issues we faced before. But again, we're still not good enough, for example, to beat Betboom or even IG 2-0. It means we still have a lot of things to improve. And it's just always this repeating cycle of, you solve one issue, another issue might came out, and you need to solve it again. Maybe some old issue that happened 1 year ago will happen again, etc. So yeah, It's just I don't know. It's just a job. You face the issue, you fix the issue. If you can't fix the issue, you're a loser. That's it.
I mean, when you say issues, are you talking about issues in the game or outside the game? And do you think that the issues outside the game are actually more important sometimes than the issues in the game itself?
I mean, of course, issues outside of the game are more important because usually they affect the whole game. You know, for example, if you're bad at laning stage, maybe you're good at teamfight or mid game or late game, and it's like kind of keeping in balance, and slowly you will find a way to work out your laning stage issue. But when you have some mental or communication issues, that's the hardest part because usually it comes down to personalities, right? For example, someone is not talking a lot, and fixing that is is actually super hard. But I would say our issue is not like about mental issues or anything. It's more about the way we view the game. You know, because I truly believe we have talented and strong players, and they have a lot of ideas how to win a game. They have good voices in games, and usually our issue is like we have 5 voices. For example, even second game, despite the fact that it's hard to finish the game, but we have everyone has a good game and everyone wants, like, you know, to do his impact, and sometimes it's just like everyone is talking and you're like, okay guys, stop, we need to follow one thing. It will be good enough to win this game, to finish this game. And after Boom Daichi event, also because our drafts or like our game plans were not good enough, we just, you know, dropped them. It was bad, this was bad, we lost with this, let's build something that we knew is winning. And that's, I guess, why at this tournament we are doing way better than at Daichi event. But as you can see, we still lost the game against Bedboom and G2IG, and I would say it was mostly because of drafts, because we didn't foresee the future enough. Like, you know, Lycan peak against Bedboom was super strong, against G2 Enigma peak just crushed us. And yeah, just sometimes you don't predict everything you need to predict.
Right. You guys are banning DK in every single game, I believe. I think you ban him first phase, no matter if you have first or second pick. What's so strong about this hero that you insta-ban every game?
I mean, it's just kind of hard to solve his power spikes. Like, for example, he's extremely strong at laning stage, he's good at mid game, he's slightly worse late game because of nerfs, but still, like, it's so hard to solve all these issues all together. And I'm not even talking about that this hero can be flexed on all roles, like, you know, post 1, post 2, post 3, and it's just I don't know, just pain in your brain when you start to think about it, and I don't want to deal with it. But we can also play it. It's just like, you know, every team we look how we want to play it against them. So far it was teams that we think that they are playing with DK, and then we just don't want to deal with it. But maybe against some other teams we will not ban it.
Cool. Just wondered. Last question before we let you go. I noticed you have quite a few tattoos. What's your favorite tattoo or your newest one? One tattoo that...
I mean, I only have 2 on my arms.
Oh.
One is from Full Metal Alchemist, and another from the Sonorad game.
Ah, very cool. I was just wondering about that. And finally, okay, that was a bait. Last question. You pick Morana every game. Why do you love this hero so much? So right now.
Okay, this is like the best strat. So, as everyone knows, I'm like the biggest guy who has a lot of deaths every tournament, and Mirana has a lip. It was the easiest part to fix this problem, stop dying FNG. Okay, I can leap. And as you can see, game 1 actually, I almost died.
Yep.
Because I didn't have leap. Second game, leap level 1, no death. Easy game.
Lovely. That's a great place to leave it. Thank you so much, FNG, for joining us for the interview, and best of luck in the rest of your group stage, guys, as you continue on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Lovely guy to talk to.
That was the best way to describe it.
Absolutely.
Deaths, because I didn't learn leap. You know, I learned leap level 1, no deaths, easy game.
And
sometimes
indeed,
it is just that simple. Sometimes.
Yeah, it's really cool to get to talk to him as well. In case you're not super familiar with the Eastern European scene, FNG is one of the more experienced captains in Eastern Europe right now. Did a whole lot of Vega Squadrons, the older spirits. Remember Alliance? Even he was on for some time. Power Rangers back in the days. So he's been around, and that's why I think getting to talk to him, and particularly his answer to your question about problems inside and outside the game, you could tell he was like, oh man, definitely outside, like no hesitation, right? So it's cool to get to pick at his brain for a bit there.
Yeah, spoken like a true veteran. You know, every veteran will tell you the same. Oh no, like problems outside of game.
Indeed. Problems outside the game. Well, we're going to focus now on our next game where hopefully we don't have any problems for Liquid. They got past their day one slump, or will it be Aurora surprising us with the power of C? That's going to be up next, folks. Quick break, and we're back with Liquid taking on Aurora.
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love. High in your love, I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. Be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. To the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. Faced harder times when sweet words turn into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. Be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. To the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We resume with Dream League Season 22 as we are underway, or about to get underway, with our second series of the day. Seeking Strike and Winter joining you on the coverage. Thank you guys for tuning in with us here as Winter. It is time. We finally get to cast us some good old Team Liquid Dota, and of course, the hometown heroes here for us in C, taking on Aurora. But Liquid, so far, you know, of course, they all tweeted yesterday, having lost their first series, as is tradition. They are looking pretty good. Their stand-ins are okay.
Wait, they lost to Spirit, and they... Wait, what was the second game? They actually lost one game to one win, so they drew. So they are 3, 0, 1, and 3. And Mike, their mighty carry player, he needs to do a lot of lifting today. Needs to try to get a couple of wins on the board for his team. Not a good spot right now for them. And definitely one of the more active carries, I would say, you know, in the scene. Like, he's not really afraid to join and help his team as much as possible. He's always there to hold everything together, defend the towers, take a team fight.
Right.
Just allow his other cores to shine, you know? I always like to watch carry players play like that.
I think that was always a strength of them, and there was probably some question marks, you know, given that the team did make a couple of changes after TI. Let's hear what 33 had to say about a couple of those changes.
The Liquid, I felt like, was a really nice option, because I get to try something new, but also don't have to start like a new team from scratch. Like, I join a team that's already established, I know are really good, I respect all the players. The org is amazing, so it was a very easy choice for me after TI. I think once we manage to kind of combine the playstyles, it's gonna be very nice.
I think so far things looking okay for them, right? 1 and 3, like I said. I had to confuse them earlier with actually their opponent, and that is Aurora, who is maybe some would say overperforming. Those people are Western European copium users, though, obviously, given that, well, your 3 Western European teams right now in Group A at Group B at 1 and 3, and Aurora sitting tied for first with Shopify, Spirit, and Extreme Gaming. We can be very proud of our boys, especially because, of course, they're playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, it's not easy, you know. But we had this conversation yesterday. If the stand-in is a mid laner, maybe it isn't so bad, you know, because he's on his lane alone. You know, you don't have to deal with communication problems, you know, in the laning phase, laning synergy. You know, in the mid lane, you're always on your own, and all you need to do is just yell, "Come control the runes! I need help! Refill my bottle!"
Right. Now we know why you and Mushi had some team issues.
That's just, you know, keep it that way. Keep it there, you know. I mean, keep it there. Just leave it there. Some things are not meant to be open.
No, some things we should leave buried, as Mushi has some things buried for sure in his backyard. But we'll take a look now as Aurora and Liquid get underway with their first draft of the day. Group B kicking things off here. We'll take a look. Their priority has been, well, for Aurora, always first pick. So I assume they did not choose this time. I assume it's Dire. First pick for Liquid? Wait, who chose? Is this the first time that Aurora chose priority for Radiant? I'd like to see that stat next, because this is very interesting. Either way, we'll see how teams are going to get started today with probably a very similar set of bans as we've been seeing so far. I think, in particular, FNG's answer to why is DK so good gave a lot of clarity for me, right? The things that he does well, he still does very well in the mid and early game. Where it is most difficult to deal with, right? Where it's harder to overcome your weaknesses in the draft. So it's cool to hear that from him.
Yeah, I mean, the item timings, I think we've discussed this before. Just every single item that you build on this hero just gives you a very impactful timing in the game, you know. Sometimes when you look at our heroes like Alchemist, you need Blink, you have Radiance, you need like 3 items, you know, Blink, Radiance, BKB to take a huge team fight, you know. But for DK, every single small little step he takes, the Mage Slayer, the Dagger, the Manta, it gives him a lot of power in the upcoming fights. That's why the hero is very, very difficult to deal with. And on top of that, he's also a very very stable laner and a flex pick for your draft, you know. So it just gives you a lot, a lot of value in the draft when you open the picks with DK. So right now, let's see what Liquid decides to do here. They're gonna have to plan their overall first pick with the last exit ban here. So DK is still in the pool. If you want DK, what do you ban? You know, that's the question here. I feel like there's nothing really much that can bother you. I remember we said something. Did we say like Bat Rider? I mean, or something like against DK? Oh, but the Bat Rider is already banned. Shadow Demon Bat Rider? Was it something that the enemy banned yesterday in one of the games? Shadow Demon Bat.
Right. Okay. So it was Shadow Demon. I'm trying to find the game. If I recall, it was G2IG's game versus OG were the only two DK games that got through.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me. So let me go ahead.
Curious to see what is the answer for Aurora right now. They managed to find Elder Titan against Meepo yesterday, but Elder Titan ain't so good against DK for sure. So you have to find something else. I mean, there is Timbersaw. Timbersaw is kind of not okay way of dealing with DK. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like a hard counter, but you can defend the first couple of tower pushes. And because the main thing is when he's taking a tower, the first few towers, you need a hero that can go to that lane and kick him out or at least kill him, you know? And Timber is that hero. And now Liquid has to find supports that can deal with Timber. I think supports that can deal with Timber, you're thinking of like a Enchantress probably? Okay, they actually remove Enchantress, so they're looking at against Timber. Maybe Crystal Maiden? Because you need like high damage supports that can actually burst the Timber, and you have some root and some stuns to kill him, to catch him. So I think CM is actually great against Timber. And obviously when you get Freezing Field, you're going to be able to kill the Timber. Maybe not on your own, but you contribute a lot to kill the Timber in the fights.
Am I crazy, or does it look like Liquid are not all boot camping together right now? Seems like they're playing.
Neta looks like he's at home.
Yeah.
Not sure about the rest.
I can't confirm on the rest. They're not really. I don't see too many other angles. This looks like
some of them are at the boot camp, maybe some of them. Not sure.
Yeah,
but,
well,
I mean,
they've got their like Alienware facility, so
it doesn't really matter so much, you know, if your team feels like people just need a break, you know. If you boot camp all the time, you just get burnt out.
That's true. Yeah, they were just coming back from the Bebum Dasha tournament, of course. Aurora not attending that tournament, right? So they don't nearly feel that effects or any such kind of burnout like that. As we're into the second banning phase, so the Slark, the Luna, and the TA removed from the pool. Aurora will have a pick here.
TA and Luna are very good laners against Timber, so they're definitely using the bans to protect the Timber. So suggesting that the Timber is very likely going to be an off-lane hero here for Aurora, and they have to pick the appropriate supports to enable him in the lane. I mean, there's still like, mainly when you talk about Timber, you want supports that have stuns, so that they stun and then you kill stuff, you know. So you're looking at heroes that can set up and have lockdown, you know. Tiny is like a classic Q hero, and there is what else did he play? Yes, I mean, he played some Tekis yesterday. Tekis is a strong laner and you have some stun. I mean, not like the most stuns, but you have a stun in the lane to set up some kills. I mean, Nature's Prophet is definitely not something that I'm thinking of when I have a Timber in the game.
Really? It is when I see a Timber, because
the combo is you sprout into the Timber spells? I guess so.
Well, the combo is more for the lane, right? Where you can help in the early levels where Timber's at his weakest, and then when Timber
wants solo XP, you run away.
Exactly, right? and then you kind of let him play his game. I agree. These two as a lane, okay, well, there's one weakness, right? Is that you've just shown a full lane, and Liquid have now 4 picks to counter it as much as they please, so that's a weakness. And second, as you say, it's not a great combo with the Timber. Their tempos play well together, right, as far as like their timings line up, but for the lane. But outside of that, you're absolutely correct.
I mean, it could also be the fact that they need a hero to be able to rotate all the time to deal with the DK pushing tower. Just Prophet is gonna be able to do that quite well.
Definitely.
But the issue is like you do mostly like physical damage in the early game, you know, so I'm not sure how much can you pressure the DK when he's pushing your tower. They're gonna pick a Venge and a Wind Ranger, so Venge is like a save that you can use to protect the DK when he's getting focus, and Wind Ranger obviously also another hero that it's very hard to be ganked by Nature's Prophet in the early game. I think whenever you see MP, you want cores that can stand on their lane fairly comfortable without getting ganked easy. Nature's Prophet doesn't like to play into a game where all the lanes are ungankable. You know, that's when you have a hard time finding kills as NP. So for Aurora, they actually, so what? This is not. If Jabs is playing
Jab's off lane Naga.
No, probably not. I would say. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but there's a chance. But depending on the lane matchups, I mean, unless they're doing something funky, you know, they want a Timber to lane against the DK, no matter where the DK goes.
Well, that's true, right? Because the DK can be flexed. The Windrunner, to an extent, can also be flexed. So right now, Liquid, I mean, this is the strength of having first pick, right? You usually get to see a couple more lanes, and then this 18th pick for you here upcoming for Liquid is very powerful. Because now they're going to have some pretty good information. We'll probably see the second support, I imagine, from Aurora.
Yeah, what is Oli going to play here? I mean, there's a CM which works really well with the Naga and the Timber. I think CM is... I mean, I said CM for Liquid, but CM is also nice with the Aurora heroes.
You don't think you want to stun here? Because you're pretty loaded on roots
CM's
right now.
Come on, CM is like a stun. I mean, a root, but still like a disable. You can
but then you really incentivize like a Manta purchase or like a casual Dispeller, right? If you don't like have a... it leads to a weak. It's a potential weakness. This is fine. I like this Mirana.
Song into arrow.
Yeah, exactly. Sprout into arrow, net into arrow. This is fine.
So it's a position 5 MP, I think. Mirana's position 4. Should be Cube's hero on the Mirana. I mean, the only like obvious setup is like the song or the ensnare, you know, like the MP and the Timber doesn't really do much with the Mirana. But like you say, you know, Timber wants a support that helps him in the first few levels and just disappears later, you know, to help the other lanes so he can get everything, get all the levels on his own.
What do you do here if you're Liquid? Because you can pick a support and keep flexing the DK and the Windrunner, but then obviously you have 23, right? So you're not gonna get the last say here.
I think you can pick the support last, you know, you can pick the core right away and decide. No. I mean, you have to pick both your heroes anyway. Yeah, so they go for the Lash, so I guess that means that DK is off lane, Wind Rangers carry. So they want the Lash to deal with the Naga, which is very sensible. And you have a save. I think whenever you pick Lash, it's very important to have a save, so that's what the bench is going to provide you.
Well, the Lash is also strong into the Timber, so I'll say too, right? But yeah, agreed. I think it's a strong pick. Obviously, this can be flexed, but I am in your camp here. I don't think we'll see it, you know, getting flexed at all. I think the positions you outlined earlier are generally what they're going to be. I'm curious to see what Aurora will ban anyway.
I mean, they should ban probably Io. I think Io could be good with their heroes. Io Lash. I think you want to ban the heroes that can buff up the Lash. Okay, they ban out one of them. I mean, Lion's kind of also for the Naga.
Oh, true, yeah. The shard did get nerfed, but for the purposes of removing illusions, it's still great.
Yeah, it's still good. Grimstroke, huh? Okay. Interesting. So, I mean, there's a pretty reasonable combo with the Wind Ranger stun and the bench stun, DK stun, I guess. But I mean, apparently this hero also
quadruple magic missiles.
This hero also has a pretty good win rate right now. I'm not a very big fan of this hero at the moment, but we'll see what Liquid does. Feels like Io should be a reasonable choice here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like another support that really does as much. Maybe, no? I mean, because the casual gas station is nerfed, right? Pugna can't do it anymore. Lion is the other gas station.
I mean, Abaddon maybe with the shield to remove. If you're talking about protective stuff, Abaddon, Oracle, those are the saving supports that I'm gonna be thinking of. Abaddon's very good with Lash, Oracle as well.
That's true. I wouldn't personally be tempted on an Oracle this game. Usually when I like the Oracle, it's for heroes that are going to be really annoyed by the Fate's Edict, right? The second spell. Because obviously the ulti's great, but the ulti's always great. You need something else to really justify this hero. I'm not seeing anything worthy of a dispel, honestly. I'm not seeing any hero that hates being edicted, right? Temperature literally doesn't care. Naga can dispel it. Mirana literally doesn't care. NP cares a bit, but that's a support, you know? So I prefer... What was the other hero you suggested just now? The Abba, right?
Abaddon. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Abba would be a bit better.
It's good against the Mirana. I think it's decent against the Timber as well. I think whenever you have Lashed, you kind of want saving heroes. So Muerta is the position 4, I guess.
Yeah, that's Box's hero.
They want him to win the lane. It's a strong laner. And what else does he offer this game? I guess it's mainly the lane though. I feel with the DK, the lane combo with the DK. It's a kill lane, and the silence is very nice against the Timber.
That's true. What is Aurora missing here? I feel they're good on damage. Their catch is okay. I feel like
Initiation.
Initiation? Yeah?
Yeah, initiation. Tanka maybe?
Oh, that's a choice. That's what G2IG tried in their game versus OG. Don't think it worked for them in that game.
Konka's decent in Wind Ranger. Oh, Kotal, alright. So that's the hero that can slow down the game. Kotal, Naga. And using your Illuminate to defend the tower pushes from Lash and DK. You have a lot of synergy between your cores, the Kotal, Naga, and the Timber. The Chakra magic is going to be great with the Timber. Yeah, and on top of that, I feel like it kind of enables a lot of things that your support are trying to do. Because Kotal is he's going to be very active in the early game. So that's what you want with MP and Mirana. They want cores that can just run around to set up kills. And talking about the 3v3, so it's going to be Nature's Prophet, Mirana, Kotal. Not a lot of setup, but they have a lot of damage against Liquid Street, Trial, Wind Ranger, Bench, and Muerta. I feel like the Kotal and Mirana Nature's Prophet sounds a lot stronger when they're fighting for the runes. You prefer the Wind Ranger, Bench, and the Muerta?
I do, because I think your setup's just a lot easier for Liquid, even with just those three heroes. You remove the DK, you move the Windrunner. How do you really initiate? You're expecting Q to land an arrow, but unless it's like a smoke setup, Liquid should be kind of on the lookouts for something like that, right?
Yeah, I guess that's a reasonable point. Like, if you get the right initiation, because you have a lot of stuns, and when you compare it to Aurora, they don't really exactly have reliable stuns. They have a lot of damage, but they don't have reasonable lockdown to start the fight off, you know.
Furthermore, you can't
right.
leap out of the silence, right? So that's going to be problematic for Q. That's one aspect of this hero. I don't want to say removed. The leap's still great, but you can't use it to like play riskier in the fights, not against a Muerta, right? That's just not a choice. So I slightly prefer Liquids, but I agree in terms of like damage, in terms of poke and long range harass. Certainly Aurora, you know, will be able to choose their moment a bit better because they simply outrange Liquid. But I don't know if that necessarily means they'll have an easier time, especially when it comes to runes. I could be wrong though. I think you make really good points as well.
I feel like if the Timber has a good start, he is going to cause a lot of problems, and maybe he's going to be able to force the supports to actually help, you know, the cores more, the safe lane, and then the Nature's Prophet can wreak havoc around the map. You know, we'll see. I think the first couple of waves is going to decide a lot on how Aurora can play this early game.
It's a good start with a quick D-ward in the mid lane, like basically straight away. Hard to ask for a better start, I guess, other than...
Do you think those D-wards should give less gold and XP? Because I feel like it gives too much though.
I think early maybe, but it should give at least minimum a little bit more than the sentry costs. Because you have to calculate... If you only make it 50 gold, people won't do it, because then like you waste so much time early getting the courier back. I almost feel like it needs to be a lot early. Otherwise, people in pubs mostly would not be incentivized to deward because they'd be like, but I only get 50 gold back, and then I have to wait a minute for my courier to bring. You know?
But you get XP too. You know, the XP is such a big deal.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think the XP.
Sprout. Nah, it's fine.
I don't have a problem with the XP. That's 3 runes for liquid though. Good start. I don't have a problem with it personally. I see what you mean though. Are they gonna try? 10 seconds if they really want to go for it.
It's way too tanky. I mean, this Venge here actually got a very big nerf.
No,
his laning got nerfed a lot with the Wave of Terror damage. The 1 second cooldown on the stun isn't that big of a deal, but the Wave of Terror damage is, in my opinion, a pretty big deal. So the level 3 wave is like a level 2 old wave right now. At level 4, it doesn't feel much of a difference, but in the first couple of waves, it's going to be a lot harder to get the range creep. 60 damage and 85 is a huge deal. You know? It's very difficult to get the range with 60.
I agree. It also makes opponent stick purchases like that much better, right? Because when you're doing less damage, this is just like a free stick ability, right? One of those like Bristleback, a Skyreth. Venge cast this thing, you know, like you're saying, at least once a wave. You're looking at a lot of regen there. So when you do nerf the damage on a mana efficient ability like this Wave of Terror, it does end up hurting quite a bit. It's a good point. It's a good point you focus on there.
Yep,
First arrow secured either way for Jabs with the arrow out from Q. Well done.
Yep, range creep secured, and right now it's just about getting your levels. If you get your level 2 faster, a little bit faster, maybe you can actually burst them. So it's a carry Lash, by the way, and Wind Ranger. They decide to have Wind Ranger mid. I guess maybe they feel like the matchup's better here, or the mid lane Wind Ranger instead of the Lash.
I think that makes sense,
I guess
right?
Lash, you kind of get bullied by the Copper because you're gonna take the Illuminate Harass a lot more, whereas Wind Ranger, you're a lot more mobile around the lanes with the Wind Run.
I was looking down bottom, and here's where you can kind of feel a lot of these Nature's Prophet nerfs. He was actually kind of losing a lot of these early trades versus boxes. You could see mid Lorenoff playing this one right on the edge. Nisha, I mean, quite the laner, obviously. So no easy feat for him as he doesn't get the deny, but gets the last hit there. Through Nisha, well played.
Yeah, and they also have... they blocked the cam, right? So you can stack.
Ooh, hold on, 23 now. Good sprout down bottom. It was pretty good connections there, using the Dragon Tail to set up for that dead shot, but Ale was very quick on that sprout to make sure they didn't get in too much damage.
Yeah, I was about to say about the ward, you know, it's very important to block this cam next to the mid lane when you're playing against Keeper, because he can always continuously stack. Like he pushes out the lane, he doesn't care if you deny 1 or 2 creeps, as long as he's stacking your cam. So this ward is crucial.
Bottom is where they get first blood. Big old fight breaking out as 23 is going to... Oh, actually, he dodges the calling there. That was crazy. I thought for sure it was going to hit him. Doesn't matter much because he, forced to pop. I think that was the... was it the Fairy Fire? And he'll be fine. But yeah, having that camp blocked is going to be really obnoxious for Coddle in this early game. I think other than that, things progressing... just fine, I'd say, for Aurora. That first blood is okay. I mean, this DK is going to get farm. This Windrunner is going to get farm. I suspect now the biggest, difference maker outside of any huge mistakes are going to be for these 6-minute rotations, which, you know, you can start thinking about now. It's the lovely thing about Dota, isn't it? Like, you really have to start thinking about those rotations early. For example, Insania, he's got himself a sentry. He needs to unblock his easy camp and pull if he wants to be able to reset the equilibrium so he can go mid and rotate. Otherwise, like, they'll just dive mid-A, right? Stuff like that. Not diving, but he'll be too far from the tower.
Blades. Everybody has Quelling Blade against the MP. Also
true. Does literally everyone have a Quelling Blade? I think
planning.
I think you're right. Literally everyone on Liquid has a Quelling Blade.
Nature's nerfs, not enough.
True. Not in their eyes. You can use Quelling Blade on a Treant for 3 times the cooldown of Quelling Blade. What do you think about that?
I don't know. You're the better balancer. You always call me a shit balancer. You always belittle my suggestions. So
that was a bait. That was an easy question for you, Winter, and you failed it. Boxy TPing in, trying to just bait out as much as he can, looking for the self-deny. Good sprout. I think he maybe almost got it, but it'll end up going to Ollie at the end of the day. Wasted a lot of time of 23, though, who was away for this wave, from the wave.
Yeah, 33 is happy. Double bracer, are you ready? I mean, this hero is just gonna be able to sit in front of your face and just farm you. There's nothing much you can do about it, and it's gonna give your support a lot of freedom. So Boxy immediately TP's top. He's gonna help Mickey.
Yep. Acute is gonna run into this one. Blood grenade thrown. Mickey connecting on that splitter stun as good timber chain. Oh, but into the dead shot. Jabs forced back on in, where he has no option but to die. Really great spell casting there by Boxy.
Yeah, you probably won't be able to get a kill if he doesn't get that perfect bait shot there. It's well done by Boxy. Now he's going to be able to just twin gate, go back to bot.
Says hi to Roche, who comes out of the gate. I always think that's just the funniest thing in Dota. Roshan just casually moving around the map. Never fails to crack me up. Winter, you've been playing Dota for like 20 years now. What's one thing that just like always makes you laugh about Dota?
When I die to techies.
Really? You still laugh. That's hilarious. TP in. Ollie. Oh, could not sprout here. Very good placement again by Boxy on the call-in as another dead shot here connects on the 23. Right clicks coming through onto Boxy as Q connecting secures the kill. Now they do have an arrow, but not really enough damage to take down the tanky DK with the double bracer. Whenever you die to techies, that's good stuff.
Yeah, when you walk into mines and die, you just like and you just smirk, you know. How about you?
Things that still crack me up in Dota. I think when I see like interesting like global drafts, like whenever I'm just like, you know, oh, I'm gonna be greedy and like farm one more wave, and then like all of a sudden an NP TP's in, and then there's like a Dawnbreaker and an IO relocates in the last person who has BOTs, and like there's just 5 people, and I'm like, this game's ridiculous, you know? There's like moments like that always kind of crack me up. Like just when people go on really cool strats and use them against you, it's hard to be mad.
Fair enough. Solar bind.
Yeah, Mickey. He's gonna go down. Jabs, he got the damage.
Yeah, the amplified damage as well, giving the Kotal extra magic damage.
Very true. Quick unpause out from Aurora, who are going to use this pause time to quickly settle that. And that's a big kill right for Jabs. He's getting ever closer now to those level 6s. We'll just take another quick look at how quickly they popped the pony. This pony, more like a pinata. And inside, not candy, experience, gold. I presume you've never had a pinata at one of your parties, Winter?
No. You told me all the piñatas I had in Malaysia is no bueno.
I did not say that. I've never seen a piñata in this country. I said the Mexican food in this country leaves something to be desired. Pinatas, though, those would be pretty fun. 33, underneath this tier 1 tower, is going to be fine, really.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As 23 continues to farm.
Oh, he finds a stack on the timber.
That's
nice.
really nice. This, oh no, how much of it's he gonna lose?
No.
Probably not that
He's
much.
gonna get most of it.
Yeah, he got most of it. He got level 6. He might die.
It's okay.
In fact,
he
I
doesn't
think
care.
He
It's okay, you know. Like, he took a big step.
Oh, he's got good damage.
He's not even dying.
No.
Oh my god. That was so close.
Whew. That was really close.
You
Insania
should always be
mid-fight.
careful. Always be careful when you're around trees, you know, against Timbersaw. You're gonna get blown up.
Dire's middle tower
Very
is under
true.
attack.
I love that in the middle of that fight, Insania gave him a tango. Like, just please, please. And now they're going to intercept Insania, probably hoping for the Windrunner, but there's just no way that, you know, he's going to just run back into the lane like that casually.
Where's my
that's
team?
us.
Where's my team? Says
Tank.
Insania. I just saved your ass, you know.
No, I don't
you're
think
gonna
he's
get
saying
mine.
that. Knowing Aiden, he's probably like, guys, I tanked their smoking. I don't think he cares. This guy's been playing position 5 for far too long. I've casted far too many Insania games where it'll be like 65 minutes in and he's got like 6,000 net worth. He, I think, has given up all hope on, you know, having flawless games and whatnot.
I imagine him playing in those days where the supports, you only have brown boots.
Hold on. Okay, they're going to catch Lauren off here. Good dead shot. Arrow's even better, though, onto Nisha. They need to let Jabs through to try and stop them with some damage, and it seems like they will be able to try and turn this now. Jabs going on through, but he's silenced by the calling. A little bit late on that Whirling Death. Just doesn't have the damage he needs for the kill on Anisha. Anisha turns, power shot, puts him into the grave as Ali TPing into this fight a bit late. Might have still make a difference. Lorna from the side. He's just blasting out here.
He actually just TP'd mid. He TP'd me from the Ancients area, you know, just to get the Illuminate off on the DK. That was a very, very smart move there by Lorena. Back to jungling.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to take advantage of the fact that the Koto didn't have his spirit form up, so they tried to make a play during that time, but Lorena says no, I don't need no spirit form. We can see it here in the
replay. In the pip, they are killing Boxy, not too big of a deal, as he does end up going down, but you can see in the replay, I think we just saw it at the very end there, the TP way. That was a really smart move. I was like, how did you get here so fast? And the answer was teleportation. Very good sprout. Nisha finds the correct tree to break, but it actually might have set him up for a bit of a tough time. Run as fast as you can. Your move speed's still going to be 100. Oh, and he catches the arrow. Beautiful stuff out from Aurora so far in this early game. They might even get 33. That's a full vessel already. 33, your HP, it's gone.
Oh. And it's Koto. I mean, this is why I said that the 3v3s are going to be scary. You know, sure, they don't have like a lot of like stuns, like always lockdowns, but with the spirit form, the solar bind, and all that magic damage, they're just going to be blowing up heroes left and right.
You were completely right. You were absolutely completely right. I underestimated the strength of this spirit form here. I mean, obviously, Liquid doing their best to try and punish during that downtime, as we saw in that previous triangle invade for, you know, an attempt at the stacks. But credit where credit's due. Aurora, right, are going to stay on top of that just fine.
Yep. You know, whenever you don't have a hero that can jump the back line to catch the Koto is always going to be a huge menace in this all this small little skirmish.
What's like whenever the solution you see here? Blink DK? Sorry, go ahead.
Blink DK? Blink DK is definitely going to be an important solution. Because whenever you see like the enemy supports, they don't really have like good waves of catching you. Like this bench and I mean the level 1 swap is not that ideal. So they're going to have a hard time catching a hero like Koto, and you're fast. That's when you can just dance around the enemy team, you know, as Koto.
Right. No, I mean, it does feel fairly easy so long as I think you use your Solar Bind on the Windrunner, so, you know, she can't use her Windrun to position around you. And
yeah.
I think Lesh is also very viable. He's also very fast, but his stun is a bit harder to land without lockdown. And, I don't know, both are good. You just kill him, right? And he's going to try and do some of that now. Boxy in position to break smokes.
Target.
Yeah, he's just gonna let loose. Oh, perfect timing on that Wrath of Nature. That was clean, Lorenoff. That was clean.
Yeah, mid lane, Lorenoff comes again. Here's your once more. Still has his spirit form.
Wait, drum's active. Wait, they're fighting this? Jab's cutting them from behind as Mickey trying to do the damage. The Illuminate heal and the damage onto Mickey is just too much. Another Whirling Death.
Prophet Koto is just running around, TPing around with the drums and everything, just everywhere on the map, and just kicking Liquid out of every position they're in. I mean, they're just not able to hold a position on the map right now to farm, you know. They're going to lose this mid tier 1 tower, and that's going to expose their Ancients. This is going to be very, very tough.
I mean, and not to mention the Naga in the room, right? She's just been casually farming behind this the entire time. Yep. Not even necessary. She has the points in Song, so 23 is playing a very safe game here as well. As here comes the Siege mid, bolstered by the Illusioners. They just lack the damage, honestly. Their Siege, it's okay. It's not bad by any means, but it's no, you know, Leshrac DK Siege.
Yeah, the support.
And speaking of DK...
They're so rich right now. You have Atos and drums. I mean, the DK is very close to his dagger. You're gonna say.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Is that like, what do you? Oh, hold on, down bottom. My God, they are so rich. Boxy gets caught by the Rod of Atos Morana, like you were bringing up. What does Liquid have to make out of this dagger, though? Right? Because I feel like so many times on these kind of off-lane heroes, like a Centaur, a DK, a Mag, they like, oh, my game's hard, my team needs me.
Swap?
I'm gonna build a dagger, and then nothing happens. Oh, is Mickey still dead? No. Okay, he's fine. Good swap.
I mean, they're gonna need to get a lot
Oh my
for the dagger,
goodness.
but he's gonna be dead again.
Yep. And look, Lorinov, he's diving. Tier 1 tower is finally down. 23 Savage pushing creeps in the mid lane, and Sania, down he goes. That is his only 3rd death this game. And
this is such a
Liquid...
good Koto pick, man. He's just running on them over. Liquid can't do anything at all to Koto here. They just don't have the tools.
They really
I mean,
can't.
Koto might be the answer to the DK.
Very true. Very true. This is like when you're at the beach, you know, trying to build like a sandcastle, and the waves just keep rising and they keep coming and coming and coming, and you just can't stop it. And look, they're in Viz here yet again. They're going to try and take this fight. Swap out immediately used. Maybe they can actually find Jabs here. A good follow-up stun. But Jabs, he wants to go in for some more. And he's got even the damage to back himself up. And Sania and Boxy deleted from this fight. Perhaps this is finally too far. Everyone from Liquid is here. And they will be able to take down at least the Timber and Ali. A bit too aggressive there as Lorinov too far away without the Spirit Form to help out. Liquid will find something.
It's a bit too NC for Aurora. They have to play around the Koto. I mean, whenever you are taking a fight without Koto, it means that a big chunk of your damage is not there. So good trade there for Liquid.
Yeah, I can't believe Jabs goes in so aggressively like that. It's, who got that kill? Was it the Lesh? Did Mecha get it? Yeah, Mecha got it. 680 gold plus another 560 to his team. That is quite the bounty that he needs to get towards his items. Oh no. Oh no. Is this just... Wow. That's a damn fine coddle player right here. Lorinov. Well played so far. I mean, just a phenomenal game. Arrow connecting. No way. He is just dead. Second Starstorm killed them. 4-for-1 Murana. And now Jabs, he's going to punish Insania for swapping his friend out. 3 dead for nothing. And they see 33. 33 has a blink, but it's on cooldown and muted. He can do nothing. He can say nothing. It's a 12k lead. 21-6. 15 and a half minutes in.
Nowhere is safe for Liquid right now. They have to try to find a way to make a play with this DK blink. I mean, it's very, very difficult right now. I mean, you're gonna potentially run into like a song, and if you don't get the Koto, say you get the jump onto the Mirana, the MP, you might still lose the fight if Koto's there with Spirit Form. And it's very, very tough. And Liquid has to try to get some pickups with the dagger ASAP.
I mean, the blink's ready. 33, I think, should be trying to join up for a smack. Oh my goodness, there's a shield rune. Good luck trying to take down Lorinov now. Another effective 1000 HP. Unless, is the Yule's ready? The Yule's isn't ready, so they don't have a Dispel for him. They just have to chunk through him. But it's Aurora looking for a fight as Liquid will hold underneath their own runes. Now, they're going to have perhaps the power of surprise here as they do make the jump in, but maybe they thought Jabs was alone. Maybe they think they can burst him, and they can, but that's a huge Illuminate coming on through. Nisha is nearly dead already here as 33 can do nothing but die. Oh, I think they were ready for the swap. Lorinov, he catches them on the swap here. Boxy trying his best to escape, forces himself to use the Pierce the Veil. He will not get out. 23 Savage singing him a song of death as Mickey chased behind the defender's gate, dying to the right clicks of Lorinov and Ali. He goes down. Boxy underneath the tier 2 tower. No escape for him as he tries to run into the trees here. Does buy a good amount of time here, but 23, he'll get the job done just with the illusions here. This game, it's gotten ugly real fast for Liquid.
There's not much they can do right now, given their position. They are just way too far behind, and you're playing against a Koto and they just profit, you know, and a Timbers are running into you. I mean, they literally killed the Timber before he did anything. So he basically contributed, I guess, just 1 Blade Mail, and they kind of won the team fight 4 against 5, you know, on Aurora. That's how far ahead they are.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, and you have to deal with this Naga pushing out all the waves. This is just getting to impossible stage, you know, for Liquid. I mean, their draft is not meant to be played from behind, you know. They have to be at least ahead. Like
that's been hard. I mean, Liquid doing what they can now, trying to find farm and space around the map wherever they can. And you can see Aurora putting down the lane wards, trying to play for the pickoffs. In what has been an amazing game here for the sole SCA representative playing with a stand-in. Blade Mail ready for jabs. That's quite the item to play into if you're Mickey, especially when you're only at the Yule Scepter and don't even have a dream really of getting this this Bloodstone online. It's a quiet period at the very least in, well, until there's another Moonlight Shadow ready to go. I believe they've scouted Mickey. Yeah, he's underneath a ward now, so they've seen where he is, and they're obviously not afraid to dive a tower for him either. Wrath of Nature, it's just so much damage. A little bit longer as he does dodge the arrow, but only sets himself up for way more damage to follow up. Quick kill there. Lorinov now beyond godlike spree on him, so he's worth a pretty penny if you can kill him, but good luck. Oh, 33. Oh, I think they just caught a glimpse of him. He's got another blink soon, though, right? Right? Yeah, up to the high ground. I think he's safely away. There's no Song of the Siren. He'll make it out. Scary moment for him, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they have to do a lot more than this, you know. It's still not enough. I mean, you just lost your carry. There's not many parts of the map he can farm.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Aurora have been doing a pretty good job at kind of just chasing down heroes.
I mean, they just need to choose like an area to secure. So they are choosing the bottom side with the Ancients, which is probably the best area right now, the most valuable area, and try to make sure that the Lash has a position, or at least one of your cores has a position to farm on the map, you know. I feel like once Aurora gets all the other waves in, they make a smoke, or they just walk over and take over this Tormentor area. There's just nowhere for Liquid to farm anymore. This is the last version of Liquid.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All these games very important. I mean, especially with the day one that Liquid managed to have, right? 1 and 3, Aurora continuing their momentum. Whatever they've done here has been working for the team that has, kind of struggled, honestly, to get through qualifiers, as SEA just generally has not had dedicated invite slots. I think this is their only tournament that they're in, right? I believe for Birmingham, they did not qualify. Am I crazy?
That was
right?
Talon.
That's right. So, it's important for them to, at least for points purposes, to win as many games as they can. And try and, get into a slot where they can get some direct invites to the EPT. For now, though, taking down Liquid, this will certainly turn some heads. I mean, this kind of a draft, this kind of a play style, Jabs, another classic game from him where, him with his mid laner, although a different mid laner this time, just running over this game. It's great to watch.
Timber with also probably the best neutral item point, the Whisper of the Dread. Just killing everything he sees right now. Have we even seen like Naga use Song? Did he like use it?
Yeah, once to cancel a Boxy TP away. That's how comfortable they've really been here.
It's all about just like holding on to whatever you have remaining and just try to place lane wards. I think the wards are gonna have the biggest shot of like giving you pickoffs.
Look how they can easily set up kills around the map. My goodness, that Wrath of Nature is so much damage on the 33. Curse of the Old Growth applied, the DOT, no Blink Dagger away. Does have some reinforcements here, courtesy of Mickey, hiding, waiting in the trees, trying to counter-initiate, lands the stun at least onto one, and now with Nisha coming through, will be able to punish the over-aggression of the... Oh my god, the Morana Yule Scepter just killed immediately there. No way out of this one either for Insania, as he is going to be silenced and left to die to the illusions of 23 Savage, and Boxy, oh goodness, he is quick to go next. This is...
what is that damage? I mean, he looked like he was going to TP away and then bam, Timber spells with the Counter Blast. Dead hero. That was, 2,000 damage from the Timber. two round of spells, I think.
Yep, it wasn't really even that much. 33 able to blink away that time. It wasn't like that much of a commitment. 1,300 from the Timber Salt, to be specific, onto the Leshrac. But yeah, that's dealt over the course of 1.5 seconds there. Nisha is underneath a ward. There is no way out of this game for him, unfortunately. And, well, he's just going to die again. Tough game, honestly. Really tough game for Liquid. especially after kind of a harder game one. These, I mean, look, I've never been a pro player, Winter, but I imagine it's hard to start your day with a game like this, you know?
Yeah, sometimes you just get Meeple, sometimes you get Huskard, but in this instance you got Kotal. I mean, Kotal is also one of those heroes. He might not sound as toxic as those, you know, Meeple, Viper, Huskard players, but Kotal is one of those picks where if you don't have heroes to deal with him, he's just gonna dance in front of you and just make a fool out of you and destroy the game on his own.
He's made it look very good here at this Coddle pick. It was maybe definitely the
pick. He
pick.
didn't have the perfect start, you know? Like his camp got blocked, he can't stack and farm, but still, he found a way. Make good rotations.
Well, it was the rotations for me, right? That really set this Coddle apart and enabled his seemingly this kind of mega snowball that is now rolling all over Liquid.
The stacks. He made a rotation top and he took Liquid stacks, you know? Yeah, sure, you blocked my camp, I don't have stacks, but I'm gonna get yours.
That's right. And then Aurora moved very early to defend the stacks and then repel Liquid after the first light form was used. Remember that?
Yeah.
Then the triangle. That was a huge turnaround as well.
Nature's Prophet, Kotal, Mirana 3 versus 3 against Liquid. Liquid just had no chance in that 3 versus 3.
I mean, and I was honestly, I was so shocked. I really thought there was not going to be enough lockdown. You can set things up with a stun here on the side of Liquid, but Aurora say no stuns, no problem. Get Rod of Atos on the bottom. Just stun everyone. Just built-in stun. It's that easy. Lornoff's pretty close underneath a ward of Liquid, but now with the Moonlight Shadow, you're going to have some enemies coming back in here to try and defend the triangle, maybe retake it. Seems like they'll get away with things for now, but over closer to the Lotus Pool is where Boxy is going to be in some trouble. Yeah, just sent back in. Nice job there using the Lotus Pool to secure that little Illuminate hit.
I think they caught a glimpse of him. They're trying to find him.
Jabs.
Nighttime.
I can't see. He's got a TP here on the DK. Guess he's gonna. Is he really gonna try and steal Roche? Oh, curse the old growth.
Nice
no,
try.
didn't hit him.
That was a nice try. Holy,
Roche isn't up yet, so he can't really steal Roche. Look, I mean, look, 23 Savages like push lanes. No, I hunt enemy mid laners. Nisha is gonna get away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Aurora can't get drawn into this kind of game though, right? They do eventually have to focus. I mean, they're having a great time, I'm sure, but they eventually have to focus down and start forcing objectives here at some point, surely, right? Because it's for the past couple minutes, they've just kind of been chasing Liquid around the map, which, again, I can't say has. I can't criticize it much.
That's the Naga's job. The rest of the heroes are good at killing heroes, but not buildings. Naga's the only one that can kind of hit buildings with the illusions.
No, she's starting to do that now.
You can send your Treants on Nature's Prophet.
No way. Okay, Yule Scepter forced. They haven't snared him. Rooted up. Gets the Force Staff back. Is that his own force? He's got a BKB, by the way, from Mickey, so I think they're just trying to poke him to force out that BKB. As it's Boxy's Force Staff earlier, by the way, that saved him. That's Aegis expiring. Being reclaimed now. As I think that's Dagon 3 already, is it, for the Coddle? Holy, no, Dagon 2?
Didn't really realize he has a Midas. Don't think we talked about it.
No, we didn't. 12-0 and 10. Not even the richest hero in the game, but of course I think that's bound to happen when you have an Naga Siren.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Nisha is just hiding in enemy territory, just farming their stacks. Trying to.
What else can he do, man? Honestly, what else can he do? He might still even get scouted here. There's enemies as well. Maybe
kill
looking
him
for
if he lands the shackle. Let's see if
he might give. He's thinking about it. Oh, but now the courier scouted him, so he's gonna have to give that up. Lornav's like, my Dagon 3. In the meantime, though, Aurora, they're gonna look for a fight here. I think they've scouted Mickey from behind. They have a observer here in this spot as well, so they can see him perfectly. As there's going to be the blink on up. The Ag Scepter active now on the
Arrow
Timber Saws.
landing.
They've cut 33 with the arrow. Is that going to be enough lockdown to take him down? You bet your bottom dollar it is. Boxy trying to get the hell out of here. He's going to be sprouted and killed off as the Song of the Siren reserved from Mickey only. A solo performance from 23 Savage to set up for that fourth and final kill of this engagement. Liquid, they try and set the trap and found themselves caught in the finger. They've caught their own fingers in the trap. That's a sentence.
There's a
Nisha,
1v1.
he might not even be safe
Ranger.
here. I don't think he's safe. Okay, well, it's not a 1v1 anymore, is it?
Nope. That's an illegal move, Jabs. That was a 1 versus 1 duel.
He got tag teamed in, I think is what Jabs would say, as Nisha. Just taking him for a little bit of a whirl. They'll chase him down. There's the curse of the old growth. No way out for him anymore. I mean, this has just kind of gotten out of hand for Liquid. Not calling it yet, though. There's always a chance.
And he has buyback on Wind Ranger.
He does.
I mean, if
He's
they're
waiting for
gonna
the right
try
opportunity.
to
He wants Aurora
defend.
to dive recklessly. Then he's going to buy back, find a two-man shackle, power shot all 5 of them.
Nice story, Richie. Nice
Thank
dream.
you. I've always been a great fantasy writer.
Is that your bedtime dream every day?
No, it's the fantasy story, right? Because unfortunately for Liquid, 30K in 29 and a half minutes. Again, you got to give them credit. I guess it is C. You know, there's always a chance that they just kind of... I don't know. Honestly, Aurora are better than that, but you never know. They might just...
I mean, we've definitely seen bigger leads being thrown away than this.
That is true. Such a scary game. He's just desperate to get any farm. And he's going to be spooked away from finishing off that ancient camp. Oh, Tormentor's back. Tormy time.
It should be
What do you think Dota
last
Plus gives
attempt.
Liquid right now? What do you think, Winter? Dota Plus win chance?
5%, less than 5.
You're right. It's exactly 5% actually.
Dire's bottom
That
tower
was
is under
a very heads up estimate. I think they might catch Ollie here.
middle barracks are under attack.
I mean, that's certainly something. Oh, but I think he's TPing away too soon. Well, that was the one kill Liquid I think could have gotten.
Are under attack.
And now they are losing their top barracks to creep. There's a wagon coming in. Mid lane is also shoving in because there's no tower. TP is being triggered on back. As now Aurora just played it very safe, very cautiously, not putting themselves in any kind of position. You know, they're not MLB pitchers. They're not here to throw. They're here to win Dota games.
That was a nice one. That was one of your better ones for sure. Pictures.
Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. No, it's the pitchers. They pitch. They pitch technically, not throw, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you. So they're gonna wait for the next Roshan.
Seems like
it's already
it.
out. It's already out. Roshan banner on the mid lane and push the bot lane. I'm
so.
sold with your
I-
strategy, Richie.
I think it's just better. And in a game like this, I would even put it in between my tier 1 and tier 2 tower so that you have the buff longer on your creeps.
Yeah, because you
I
know
think
they
this-
can't come over and kill the banner, right? So you put it in
Yeah,
mirror.
exactly. Yeah. Because if they do, you just TP back and murder them, and then you win the game. I think this should give like a 5% move speed buff to the creeps as well, honestly. And then it's more viable to use it in other lanes other than mid. I think that would fix it for me.
5%
You know
might
what I
not be enough. 10?
Just something like that, though. Are they really leaving the banner? Come on, guys. It's global. Yeah.
When you're that far
Whatever,
ahead,
man.
you tend to be forgetful.
I guess. I suppose.
I mean, you'll be surprised by how much the players forget. You know, in games like this, there's a lot going on. People are talking, communicating. People are
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
something.
for sure. Or are like, yeah, guys, this game's easy. What do you want for dinner?
Medium rare steak. Everybody,
I think that's what they
please.
deserve
Thank
after this. That's what Laurenov surely deserves after this game. And
Everybody.
Chad, honestly. a ribeye, yeah. Get him a big old steak. I'm just looking here. Aurora, they have already played versus 1 win and Shopify. So one game here against Liquid is already putting them in a pretty good position because they still have to play Secret, Tundra, and Extreme, and then Spirit. So Spirit's going to be hard, obviously. Oh, hold on. We're fighting a little bit. But basically, I mean, if day one in this game one proves to be any kind of pattern, which, you know, obviously it's very statistically responsible to assume a pattern with a sample size of literally 1, Aurora are just going to steamroll over Liquid, Tundra, and Secret. Western European Dota's free wins right now, it seems. And then they're already in through the group stage. I mean, this is phenomenal for them. 33, counter-initiated. Oh my god, the Manta-style dodge out from 23 Savage. They do hit him with the silence. 33 gets a swap out in time. Is allowed to get off the BKB, but Jabs running right back on in as the arrow gets caught by 33, absorbed, and basically nullified. Nisha, though, BKB active, lane into 23 Savage. The heart regen, it's just barely enough alongside with that vulnerability on the mirror image. Now they're going to be able to put down Mike. Nisha is going to be up next. 2 heroes left alive, and where ya going, Boxy? Absolutely nowhere. Finally, Winter, they throw in the towel. 41k the net worth lead, 48 in 34 minutes. To quote the guy who people think I sound like, a pretty high level shellacking here as Aurora take down Liquid in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, props to Liquid for still, you know, trying. You know, they could have just easily thrown in the towel 10-15 minutes ago, but they kind of felt like maybe they still had a shot. I mean, there's always a chance your opponent messes something up, and they kept trying and trying. I mean, it's really nice of them to put wards on the enemy base, on the enemy jungle, and try to farm the enemy area. I think that's a very smart thing to do whenever you're this far behind. You always try to go out and steal or take the enemy's farm and slowly try to find pickoffs and claw your way back into the game. But just unfortunately, they were just way too far behind, you know, and the Aurora, credit to them, they played really well and just didn't really give a lot of chances for Liquid to capitalize on.
Yeah, and I think furthermore, like the kind of draft they were playing into, where you have all that casual burst, right? It's not like you were playing into like a mid lane Lion where, you know, you could kind of just, oh, well, it's fine. You know, finger cooldown is like 3 minutes. It's fine. That's not going to happen. You're talking about a cooldown of like 40 seconds to like 60 seconds, right? I mean, let's take a look, right? I think we've put it together, you know, how early on this coddle really started steamrolling them with all those zaps, right? Let's take a look here, right? I mean, let's count them. It was just ridiculous how quickly Lorinov turned into a monster. And just here's one. I think this is already, I mean, he's already got Vessel at this stage. We've missed the fight where he TPs to the tower to take down the DK. Here they go. This is where things are just felt like a point of no return, honestly.
This is why it's so important to think about the 3 versus 3 in the draft, you know. You need to be able to deal with this timing. So if you don't have the right supports or the enemy supports outfight you, and this, I mean, the game just easily becomes very, very difficult to play. So you have to try to think of the draft in a way where you need the 3 heroes. You're picking the 3 heroes that can work together. I feel like that's a very, very important aspect of drafting right now. You need to win the 3 versus 3 battles, and the 2 side laners are just gonna sit and AFK. But if you're winning, then it makes it easy for them to join. But if you're losing, then good luck, you know, they're not gonna come.
Yeah, indeed. Well, you speak of the 3 versus 3. It's easy to win that one when you have a tree, especially if you're Aurora. We'll see what we come down to in game number 2, however, folks. We're going to be going to a very quick break, but when we come back, we'll see if Winter are going to, if Liquid are going to bounce back from their game 1 curse of every single day of the group stage, or if Aurora will continue to impress, especially with Stan and Lorinov. Do stay tuned, folks. That'll be coming up after a break.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
on down and join the party. You know there's nothing that can hold me down. You got a story. When the music shakes the ground, you know the sunshine has come around. Yeah. So put your hands up in the air. This is a good time, summertime. Take it to the floor and sing it. Get on up on the floor, singing 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, clap your hands. And 1, 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 22, powered by Intel. We are now live, or about to be live, rather, with our second draft, where we are going to be hoping for a bit of a closer game, both for Liquid's sake, the fans' sake, because Game 1, strong for the SEA fans, strong for Aurora, but not so strong for Liquid, was it, Winter?
Yeah, I mean, just Liga has to find some solutions to this like early game aggression. I think for me, the support duos, they have to really consider the 3 versus 3. You know, how are they gonna battle in the first 10-15 minutes to control runes and defend towers and whatnot. I mean, this game, I feel like they didn't really have a very strong 3 versus 3. The bench plus Muerta didn't really. Maybe if they did better in the lanes, just maybe, you know. But bench is not as strong as before in terms of the laning phase, and the last pick Koto just kind of abused the fact that the bench and Muerta can't really do much to the Koto.
Right. I think it's one of those games where draft it up to, or chalk it up to the draft, and you know, change it for game number 2, right? What's worked for Liquid so far in this tournament? I do want to see if I can find their Liquipedia real quick. Sorry about that. But let me see what's worked for them so far, right? Because they have won a game. So they know it can be done. I don't mean that to sound like a joke, but I feel like sometimes it can feel very overwhelming or too difficult to, you know, when you don't have at least one under your belt to really make things work. But yeah, they won their game versus one win yesterday. They won it with a Muerta, a Puck, a Brew, a Luna carry, and then the Rubik. So that's what's worked for them so far. I will note that they usually have been banning the DK. So maybe they kind of baited themselves, Winter, like you kind of maybe suggested, like, oh, wow, Aurora didn't ban the DK, let's pick it, and then set themselves up for the coddle, right?
I mean, Timber is also like a nice solution to it. Kind of like a half solution. And after that, I feel like I just don't think the supports were that good together. I mean, I think the bench was fine with the Lash, but after that I feel like bench needed someone else apart from Muerta to pair with him, because they're both like very similar in that what they do in the early game. I think they needed somebody that can actually run in and be more aggressive. I think Muerta is more like a backline hero. Bench is kind of also like a backline hero, so just didn't really like that combination. So let's see what Liquid goes for this game. I think they just needed a better pairing on the supports. So Aurora has first pick this time. They removed the Elk. So let's see if they actually want to go for the DK themselves. And what are they gonna ban? So they ban TA. Alright. Interesting. I mean, normally you ban like TA in the second phase. The first phase is like, did they do it the last game? I don't remember them doing this.
If I recall, last game they did it after
they banned it in
the Timber.
Yeah, after the Timber, they banned Luna and TA, because that makes sense, because those two heroes counter Timber in the lane, right? But right now, like banning it right away, are they just going to pick Timber? Overall first pick would be.
I think they're probably. Here's what I think, right? This is Liquid's last ban. Aurora are going to get one more ban, and then they immediately pick, and then Liquid picks, right? If I'm Aurora, if I'm Sunby, I'm like, all right, guys, let's make them scared, right? We'll ban the TA, and then they have the choice of banning DK or maybe Timber, and then we just take the other and ban the one we don't want. Maybe like that. Or you take Timber, you ban DK. I don't know. I just like... the reason we're hyper-focusing on this, right, of course, is because DK has, I believe, still 100% contest rate. I don't know if we can pull up that stat now and see what it currently is looking like, but we've really seen this hero kind of be the you know, contested all the time. Yeah, here it is. Him and Chen and then Timber 95%, right? So it's something that it is safe to assume these teams are thinking about.
What a world we live in right now. DK being the best hero. Who would have known?
All right. So they ban the Rubik.
So
and
they
take the
think
Timber.
they leave DK in the pool because they think Timber is the counter, right? So and they pick Luna because Luna is the Timber counter in the lane.
Right. I believe last game Aurora banned the Luna in the second phase. So, or maybe, yeah, I think it was second phase, maybe final phase, I believe, because I think
So
Liquid
do you
last
then
picked their carry.
try to move the Timber away to the mid lane? That's my question right now. You probably can. Then you just pick your supports, and then on the 18, you pick your carry, and after that, then you use your 23rd pick to decide whether you want to move the Timber to the off lane or the mid. You leave the mid and the slash off lane to the overall last. I mean, not overall, but 23rd pick, the second last pick. I feel like that could be a good plan right now for Aurora. So we'll see. They're gonna be able to look at what Liquid picks first here. So Liquid, I presume, is also gonna pick a support to try to, you know, create the 3 versus 3 that we've been talking about a lot. Against Timber, you always want like something that can do enough damage to kill him, or has very nice roots, stuns like CM. You know, Frostbite's really good against the Timber. Edge is still in the pool. Edge is also pretty good at killing the Timber with your pure damage.
You might need to get rid of a Grimstroke potentially. Grimstroke's really good against Timber as well. You throw the Phantom when he has the Chakram out. And
Not at the start, you know. Like Grim is more like he's good against Timber later. You know, I feel like when he comes down to the 3 versus 3.
I see what you mean. You don't think that with the Luna alone, you've almost addressed him early, or no? Is that just the laning solution? You still need
It's
it
just
early in the game?
the lane. I feel like it's mostly for the lane, but you still need other stuff to deal with him in the mid lane.
That tracks.
You know,
That tracks. So it's the Ench then, right? I think that's something you can agree to.
yeah, Ench. I mentioned CM. I don't really like bench so much last game. That bench. I'm not really a big fan of bench into the Timber. You need supports that deal a lot of damage.
AA's always been an option for Liquid, but I just don't know how good the hero is right now.
It's not even that good with the Lunas in the lane. You need something that can kill Timber and also decent with Luna in the lane.
What kind of hero do you prefer with Luna these days? Just describe, like melee, you want to
The
initiate
things
her
that
in
are
the
good
lane?
with Luna, like the Undying, the Treants, that are bad against the Timber.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at you right now. You know, I don't know. Maybe you want. Hold on, let me cook. Maybe like a bounty. How do you like that?
No, not so much. I mean, I've lost a lot of games to bounty in my pubs, but no.
Okay, he sent it back to the kitchen.
I know what the hero does. He's really good in pubs, but not.
Marcy? Marcy, you like a...
Yeah, Marcy's
like a Marcy?
nice. Yeah, that's nice. That's a good suggestion.
I like a Marcy.
Luna.
There it is. I cooked.
And I added seasoning.
Alternatively, like a Wisp gives you regen, but it doesn't give you a lot of... Okay, it's a Maiden. Yeah, fair enough.
Crystal Maiden Luna. It's a terrifying lane. So, now that you see that, you're thinking about whether you still want to put the Timber there, or you could just pick a hero preemptively. Just say you still want to put the Timber there. You need a 4 that can kind of secure your lane. So you need somebody that can pull waves or have some kind of like stun to stop the CM.
Ooh,
kind of thinking of like
that's
something
hard.
like Tusk or some melee hero to drag creeps.
What do they have in mind? Shadow Demon? Is that a solution for you?
It's good against Luna, you know, it's Shadow Demon against Luna. And then you have the cleanse against the CM, which is nice too.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking maybe another bounty hunter here, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, CM doesn't like paying to bounty hunter, I give you that.
Pull the lanes, use the invis to your advantage in the lane to, get favorable exchanges to, weaker remove for HP, and then stop her from being able to, trade with you early when you do contest and pull and whatnot. Yeah, other than that, I guess that could be the lane. It's also a stack maker, right, for Aurora, so it does have that going for them.
If he's a 4, I feel like he might be a 5. Okay, Shadow Demon Mirana. Shadow Demon Mirana. Okay, Mirana is good against CM because Mirana can out-trade CM in general. It's for securing, so this leads to me to think that this Simba might still be going to the offlane. So Liquid right now, they have to reveal the other support, and if they can find a flex pick here to go mid/offlane, that would be great. Or they have to just kind of commit into like picking an offlaner into a blind pick scenario. Like those heroes are like kind of like Centaur, let's do a Doom. Those heroes work.
Do you think there's any chance Aurora flexes Timber away?
Yeah, there's still a chance. I mean, there's definitely still a chance. Okay, Brewmaster.
Like brew.
Alright, this is decent. Decent hero against the Shadow Demon illusions. You can dispel. You can toss the Timber up in the air in the team fights. Kind of good with the CM and the Luna, because Luna you want a frontliner to protect you in the team fights, and you want a offlaner that has like some big oh my god, Richie. Oh my god, I swear, man.
Is that Gondar?
I mean, you were talking about Gondar for Aurora, right? You weren't really mentioning it for Liquid.
I honestly didn't know.
It's the Mirana counter, right? Track.
That is true, actually. Yeah, I didn't consider it. I don't know why I wanted it for Aurora so bad. I just think it would like seemed stronger versus the Maiden.
Do you feel like it might be a mid hero? I've seen some games Gondar mid destroy.
Really?
The Phylactery mid Gondar. Have you seen it? I've definitely lost it.
No, actually, I can't say that I have. I've lost a bounty support. That's pretty good, but I didn't know
Morphing
that
says, I'm not gonna lose to this goddamn full bounty hunter. I'm a Morphling. 23 says, I don't lose with the water boy. So now they have two bans to remove the counters, the mid counters, the OD. I guess that's it. OD is the only one.
You're right. People actually they do be taking it mid. This is very much a thing.
Why do you always think that I'm making some kind of joke or pranking you when I say certain things in Dota?
I just genuinely didn't know it was a legit build. To me, this hero ever since
I'm pretty sure I've lost so many games against it. It's actually so annoying when your teammate picks like a melee mid hero, and then they counter pick bounty, and he just wins his lane and he runs around with levels and phylactery early on. There's nothing you can do, and you have to buy sentries. You're getting owned by the bounty, stealing your goals, stealing kills, killing your courier.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe killing the courier as a mid bounty is a stretch, but you can.
Yeah. But everything, all the other things, yeah, those are certainly true. Okay, finally, by the way, the DK still contested. It gets banned in the last phase by Aurora. I just want to take a quick note of that. Yeah, I suppose, Winter. It's just... I'm just shocked, honestly. That is, phylactery. It must be good. I don't know if we'll see it. I don't see Inisha playing any games on the bounty recently.
Nah, but so it's a support bounty with a mid tinker, yeah, bounty hunter tinker, classic.
Oh, dude, that'd be disgusting.
How long ago have we last seen that?
You should suggest that to Nothing to Say. I'm sure he'd be eager to break out his Tinker.
No, he said, I think you remember, he told me Tinker's such a bad hero right now.
That's why you have to give it Gondar, right? Bring him back. All right. But what are we actually going to see here, right? Seems like both teams anticipating mid lane picks, at least with their bans. It's going to be Aurora up to pick after this final ban. They don't see anything, but they need to keep in mind that they could be laning into a potential
there's still a puck.
bounty.
I think they can just they can still pick Puck here. I think Puck is gonna be fine with most of the matchups. I mean, there's already no TA, so I think no TA, no DK, and I think Sniper was a smart ban if they wanted something like a Puck.
Yeah, it's just Puck. Good call.
And now, I mean, I'm sure there's only Konka, right? If you want a mid hero that can actually do well against the Puck, I don't see anything else. Okay, Voice Spirit.
Oh yeah, classic counter.
I mean, the Aghanims is nice, always nice, the silence against the Puck and the morphing. But this hero is always like a slower pace hero, you know. He needs to farm. He's not like gonna rotate and make a lot of plays early on. He's going to have to focus on his own item progression, not just fight with his team. So CM and Bounty are the kind of ones, they want a mid hero that can actually constantly follow them around. You know, that's how CM and Bounty wants to play. Okay, so let's talk about the 3v3. CM and Bounty is definitely a much better duo. And Voice Spirit is kind of okay with the CM and Bounty, whereas Aurora, they have Shadow Demon Mirana. Holy crap. They're gonna win the rune fights. They are winning the rune fights with the Shadow Demon Mirana. I mean, you imagine a poor CM trying to scout for the rune and then he sees a SD.
He doesn't even see. He just gets himself. He sees SD and then he doesn't see anything because he's disrupted. And the next thing he knows, he spawns in an arrow. GG. What do you do? That's the face of a man that knows he is going to be dying to arrow.
No. Disrupt, and then the Nisha Voice Spirit jumps in, Astral Step, blocks the arrow. What a chat.
Hero. But I don't think you've seen enough Team Liquid games. They're more than fine with leaving Aiden to die.
What can you do? Position 5, you know? If your team says nope, we're not helping you, you don't go like, oh, come on, dude. You don't give excuses. You don't try to persuade them, you know. But when your carry is dying, you definitely try to persuade your team. You know, hey guys, don't let him die, guys. Don't let him die. Go. Even when your team is like, no, I don't want to come. Then the captain says, no, don't let him die. This is way too important. And then he kind of forces everybody to TP in. And when the fight goes bad, he'll definitely hear some angry players voicing concerns in the post-game discussion.
It's okay, Winter. It's safe. You can talk about MUFC now. Don't worry. This is a safe space. You don't need to. Need to say. You can just say his name.
Don't lie to me. It's never safe when I'm around you. You're always recording everything I say. You're always keeping some audio evidence whenever I bring something up. Oh, you said this 2 years ago, just like my wife. You said this 3 years ago.
Oh, goodness. Come on now. You know my memory is not that good. I never remember anything like that.
That's why you're recording it down.
Quick little sentry block in the Aurora Ancients camp by Boxy. So they're going to stop the Ancients from being sacked. He's actually started off with the Orb of Venom. This item got reworked. Yeah. And it got buffed even. It got cheaper.
25. Cool.
Viable starting item, as we can see only the hand and neck of Nisha getting ready to go. It's a very flattering camera angle. There, look at him. Yeah, look at those keys.
Hey, do you miss the days where the position 4 players all start with Oof?
Oof. No.
Running around, just right-clicking stuff. What's the premier hero that did that the most?
Hold on. Q.
Oh,
might be in trouble here.
Make leap.
The 3.
Listen to FNG.
3 versus
Learn leap
3.
level 1.
Take leap.
No
take
death.
Leap. Oh, rooted.
No death.
Leaping up to the high ground. He's got more leap charge. He's got TPs. He's
he
safe.
heard the
He's
FNG
safe.
interview. He knows
that he did.
I cannot give up first blood. My team is gonna flame me. My
he's
team's
gonna have to leap
me.
again.
Yeah, he has 3 charges. I mean, 2 left.
That's true. All right, yeah, he's fine.
Are you happy trading your time for the bounty hunter's time?
Actually, I
say
think you
yes.
are. I say yes. I mean, he got a lot of damage in though, but that's why you started with 2 stacks of tangos if you're Q. Yeah, well played, well played. Yep, and now
Well played.
Oli's gonna have to deal with this immediately.
Yeah, I swear, this is like the thing I hate the most. Dealing with a bounty hunter in lane, and you have to buy sentries, and he kills your sentry, and then you're like thinking twice: do I use the sentry to deward the pull camp, and you have to face the menace of the invis bounty hunter in the lane, or do I place it on the lane?
Right, or do you have to deal with your Captain Mushi yelling at you because you didn't get the D-ward, right?
Why? No. He always knows I'll buy the wards, you know. He doesn't say a thing.
Lord off.
He just has problems with the feeding, you know.
Right, of course, Winter, of course. Oh goodness gracious!
I remember there was this one game, you know, he was playing Morphing, and one of our teammates playing CM, and they were playing against Mirana. Mirana was like under vision shooting an arrow, and he told him not to move, and the guy got so confused. He told him not to move, and the guy just listened to him, and he waveformed over to block the arrow.
That's a good story actually. Boxy, it's kind of having to deal with his own illusions here a little bit. Oh, but you know, he backpacked his Orb of Venom because he saw Ollie coming with the disruption. Gamer move, and that's why he can stay on top of Ollie.
Gamer move indeed. I mean, that's why I enjoy watching Boxy a lot when I'm trying to understand more how are you going to think as one of the best position 4 players, you know? Like, what do you think in the game? What do you see? You know, I always feel like he sees things that most of the players don't see, and he does things that a lot of players won't even dream of doing and making it useful in the game.
Right. Yeah, I think that they made that harder to do, right? Because it used to be like a classic Shadow Demon. Well, Shadow Demon still is, I would say, to a larger degree now because of the changes that I'm about to mention, a counter to the Alchemist. But you used to be able to like toggle off your Radiant. You would like drop it into your backpack, and then they buffed it. They buffed Disruption, so you couldn't do that. So now it has to be preemptive. So that's why Boxy, he might die here, but he's gonna die without the Orb of Venom buff on his illusions. Just gets caught out there, honestly. Maybe, yeah, not expecting him to commit so hard for that kill on the Lotus, but first blood into the hands of the Shadow Demon. So Ollie, off to a good start.
Feel like when you're playing like against like Morphling or a hero like Medusa, they can use the Lotus Bell. It's a move I would do. You know, I would try my best to steal it away from them. I mean, those heroes just use the Lotus way too well.
Nisha has decided to put 2 points in Aether Remnant. Oh, hold on. Fights down bottom. Oh, cheeky TP out from Boxy. Jabs. He's pretty darn tanky, though. Wand Charge is now being utilized. Does not have the Timber Chain, so will be ran down as Boxy collects the kill there. Nicely done.
Yep, very nicely done there by Liquid. That's a very significant kill for the Luna. Now they're going to get some time to farm and maybe get even one. I'm curious if he's going to get up another point in Lucent Beam to actually just mess with the Timber's lane.
I'm laughing because 33 just doesn't care at all. Double Bracer, 3 GG branches. He's consumed his last Tango now, so is out of regen. Does need to be a bit cautious of these level 2 adaptive strikes hitting him, but I mean, he's just so tanky. Boxy, eager to find a courier, is going to instead have to wait a bit longer. Instead, it's Ollie who kills the courier of 33. That's a little unlucky, but it did already deliver the wand, so no real big damage done. Did they take the second point in the Lucent Beams? Not yet. Hasn't committed for the point.
He's probably going to save like a skill point. Like if he needs to jungle, he's just going to get the glaze out.
Nope, he's taking the point. Yeah, he's committed. Ollie coming through the gate, though, looking to try and turn this fight as Jab is eager to still fight with 6 stick charges. He is going to be able to continue fighting here, but now having to tank the tower. Oh, the aggro toggled on over, and Mickey collects the life of the Timbersaw. A very lopsided trade there for Aurora.
Yeah, but it's why you pick the Luna into the Timber, you know, like to get the extra points in Lucent to be able to stop the Timber from snowballing out of control in the lane. And Luna is he's gonna get his levels and quickly recover, and
it's rune time,
at some
Winter.
point start to jungle. Yep. 6-minute time. Time to take the runes.
Boxy's only level 2, so things are not looking great for the experience camper M. Hopefully he can pick up the wisdom rune. I think he's going to be in for a really tough game if he's going to be unable to do that. Disruption used aggressively here to make sure Boxy can't follow up with the quick little stun, as the shield rune is actually going to end up being denied by Nisha. That's a... I didn't quite see what circumstance led him to deny the rune. Did you see that?
Nope, didn't really see it. Probably... Yeah, actually, why would we actually kill him?
Yeah, right. Oh well. I'll check the replay later and see why. Oh, they might be able to find something here. Yeah, there's going to be the arrow setup that they were looking for. An easy kill there. Goes the way of Q. Boxy once again rotating around. We'll see what he can find. Oh, he's going to be going for the wisdom. This is really important. Again, he's not gotten any experience in basically 90 seconds here. Do they have any detection? They have a dust.
They have.
Boxy will have clicked on him by now.
Oh, I think they saw him. Yeah, they saw him.
They've seen him. Yeah, they've seen him. The gig's up, and they've just got enough mana for the disruption as well to basically...
Oh my god! He's so good. He almost got it. Oh
yeah,
my god.
Well, unfortunately, he didn't, and...
you know, the fact that he actually made it close was amazing. 1v2. That guy's he's a gamer for sure.
I mean, look, he's a gamer, but he is also... Oh, he did get level 3 from at least his own bounty getting picked up, or the wisdom, but he's thirsting for levels right now, this poor guy. I mean, he needs some experience. I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Boxy's game now. But at least he has boots. It's worse to be level 3, 8 minutes in, and not have boots. That's just
It just feels like one of the games I played recently where Monkey King was running around killing couriers and dewarding.
Oh, oh, Boxy, yeah. Do they have detection? Yes, indeed they do. Jabs is here as well to collect his life. Does steal a little bit of gold before he goes. Wait, 33 is here. He actually has
the primal split,
but they're fighting underneath an Aurora Ward. I'm not sure if this is going to really work out for them in the long run. Jabs does have the Timber Chain, but silenced up and killed by the split of 33. I'm sure Aurora, much like myself, were not expecting the first split to be used in your Ancients area from the top lane, as that is even a really nice Void push there by 33. Good micro. Definitely earns himself that double kill for sure. But it's also allowed 23 to get the tower top.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
troublesome.
always difficult to stop Morphing. You know, Morphing is just the best laner. Like, out of all the carries, he can just sit in a lane, and it's very hard to push him out, and he can hit your tower. It's very hard to kill him. And 33 feels like there's no point for him to sit in a lane, because he can't even stop Morphing from taking his tower anyway, so it's better off using his time to at least help his team. Luna is still like farming really well. Level 7, 1 point in the glaives now with his Mask of Madness completed. I mean, this Aghanim Scepter is going to be crucial on the Void Spirit. He's not rushing it, he's getting the Manta first. So he has a way to dispel the silence from the puck.
I've got a question for you, Winter. Are you surprised to not see a single point in Dissemblate and the 3rd point committed into Aether Remnant for Nisha's Void Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he feels like against puck it's not very useful, but yeah, definitely surprised. You know, I know people actually max it if you're jungling because it helps you push out waves faster.
Oh, nice arrow there. Oh no, they've caught Mickey, and I mean Jabs just makes very quick work of him. Insania completes his TP. He's going to be taken down by the illusions. No, it's actually Jabs' damage without Nisha. He doesn't have Dissemblate. He doesn't have Astral Steps. I mean, he just dies. 4 heroes.
It's not even going to save him. Yeah, maybe if he had 1 point, he might have been able to live there. By enough time for the Astral Step to come up.
Yeah. Again, like I understand this is why you last pick the Void Spirit into the puck, right? It's because you take a point or 2 in the lane to punish pucks going for phase shift. Maybe if you're a gamer, you can catch them out of the Waning Rift or an Illusory Orb. Like it's doable, right? But usually I feel like I've not seen more than the 2 points in it. To be fair, it's been a long time since Void Spirit has really been quite a popular hero. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to not see at least the value points in Dissemblate. Either way, Nisha knows best. We'll see how he continues to put his skill points and invest them.
Either way, they're not in a very good spot right now. I mean, Luna is the only one that has a good game. I mean, they're gonna have to try to use the primal split, you know, try to defend some of the areas, win some fights to get themselves back into the game.
And that's the good news is 33's game is doing, he's coming along just fine. He is going for that Radiance, so we'll need a little bit more space and time to continue farming up. But for now, Aurora are not so intent at stopping his farm. Instead, yeah, attention being focused onto the Luna, who catches an arrow right out of the disruption. Good damage there by Jabs as he collects another kill onto Mickey's Luna.
Yep, the power of the Shadow Demon setup for the Mirana arrow. It's very, very deadly.
Yep.
And 23, you know, he's also a problem that you can't really deal with right now if you're Liquid. He's free farming, not much you can do.
Sorry, I just wanted to say it is 404 for Nisha on the Void Spirit, so completely ignoring Dissemblate up until I presume level 10, where you'll take the Aether Remnant damage, right? I assume, because you've maxed it. I mean, it's good damage here onto the puck. Good duration, Frostbite. You will be able to hide for a good amount of that. Coil committed, completely whiffed. Lornoff, he's going to break, try to break the ankles of Nisha here as he does not actually. Jaunt Nisha ready for that one. Puts him in the grave. Insania is going to be shut down here by a quick arrow out from Q. Thought he had that kill easily onto Ollie. Instead, that's going to be a howl. Well, he's howling at the moon there as he just gets some die. And Nisha, another Aether Remnant stolen by 23s. They pull themselves into each other like some sort of dance. Nisha running for his life, has no Astral Steps for another 18 seconds as Jabs crucially missing a Timber Chain here. Mickey, he's just casually farming right here. Will be interrupted as the Adaptive Strike and a second Timber Chain miss now from Jabs. 33 threatening with the Primal Split will eventually force Aurora to stop chase, but that was a little bit risky. A little bit scary.
That was a big play by Nisha getting the kill on Lauren off there. Guess he got caught out by the max Aether Remnant. Didn't expect to die. And that's why he did it. Insania, on the other hand, he's not going to be so fortunate here.
No, he is not.
Well, Boxy's going to get level 6, you know, after all the hard work in the early game. Not getting XP, giving his team that XP.
Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, there's Jabs. No! Nisha! He dies!
He's mortal.
He is mortal. I mean, and he shuts me up. He finally took the point into Dissemblate, and he's like, see, it did nothing. Jabs still killed me. Just too much damage around those trees. There was that opportunity earlier, remember in game 1 where Jabs contested the stack and stole it and almost turned and killed Nisha? This time, it actually played out. Down bottom, Q being harassed by Boxy, assailed, who is, of course, just able to simply go invisible and walk away. 33's chugging along towards his Radiance, almost enough now for the Relic, but back down bottom is where Q is going to find himself probably stunned again. Ooh, good leap away. It managed to dodge the Aether Remnant. Instead, Jabs runs into it. Is going to be eager for this kill now on a Boxy. Arrow misses, and well, disruption just in case. They didn't really see how close he was to completing the TP, pardon me. Better safe than sorry, but Nisha, he is going to be opened up on. No Coil, just the silence. Coil still, this time it's going to connect. No way out of this one for Nisha as well. Actually, he does have a Dissemblate, another Astral Step in a second, but Jabs is right on top of him. 2 kills on the monster kill streak. 9-3 and 3 on this Timbersaw Winter.
No, he's definitely running around like just killing whoever he sees, you know, and every time they set up either with the Disrupt Arrow or the Core, it's just gonna be a dead hero. And they're just waiting for this like item timings on like the Radiance, you know, especially the Radiance, and the Luna is gonna need Manta plus probably, I'm thinking whether you need BKB. I guess you're gonna need it. It's too much magic damage. You can't afford to just rush your Butterfly this game. And you have to try to choose one of those timings to actually try to take a clash. I mean, right now, Aurora, they're just stronger. They have a lot more damage with their heroes at this point, spell damage.
Another arrow set up out from Disruption, another kill onto Insania. We did not see Nisha Astral Step in front of it. In fact, he Astral Steps onto the ward. I mean, it's good money. And at least it means that Insania does not die completely in vain, as it's the 6th death now on the Maiden. This combo proving to be particularly lethal for him. But good news for Liquid, it is coming soon. One of these key items online for 33 or just thereabouts, really. 30 gold away now from the Talisman of Evasion, as now
Sure.
Nisha's going to look to set up onto 23, who does manage to escape, pulled back by the 8th Remnant. 23 is going to actually turn into Nisha, so has a couple of fancy footworks here.
No
It's
mana.
Boxy who dies to Jab's elsewhere, but out of mana now is 23 Savage, but he has teammates, and look at how many reinforcements they've brought. Now 23 still ends up getting taken down, as it's Mickey who has the Eclipse, but is silenced currently by the Mask of Bandits. Doesn't really need it, actually. Continuing to really outfight here. Insania forced to cancel the freeze and field to reposition, as the Radiant's online now for 33 mid-fight. But there's just no way out of this one for Insania. Lornoff with a double kill. They take down 23. They do get Luna involved, at least in a kill, but still kind of a costly trade at the end of the day, Winter.
I think it was an okay trade, you know. They got Morphling. It was a pretty big kill, you know. Look at the gold change, you know. Both of them actually got almost the same amount of gold, trading 2 heroes for 1 hero. So I think if you're at Liquid, you're happy.
Well, the only reason I say it's a little bit tough, right, is because you do have... You lose 3 heroes across the map, right? You lose the Bounty, who is not involved. It's not a track kill. I mean, it's just hard, right? I don't want to
You get what you can take right now.
Exactly. You're right.
It's hard.
You're right.
But what can you do? You know, you're in a ditch right now. You have to find anything that can
Gotta
help
dig
you
your
shovel
way out.
yourself out. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Manta's done.
That's an item. Oh, Drum's done as well for Insania. That's going to give him some more survivability. Pretty nice value item for him here. But I think, on this ward, they've seen Mickey, who has committed the crime of stepping outside of his base against Team Aurora. And that... he's got a ward up on the high ground. Ooh, good read there. And honestly, just not in position was Ollie. Maybe he was just a bit further behind. But could have been. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. And instead, it's Boxy who is just, applying tracks, living life, thriving as a bounty hunter.
Information is key right now for Liquid. So Boxy is giving them very, very good information.
Very good point. This opens up 33 to be able to farm extra aggressively on the other side of the map. He'll be joined by Insania and Nisha, who know it's relatively safe to farm around this area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Q's gonna probably eat a track here. Yeah, indeed. Good. But seems like the tier 2 Sour is gonna be taken down. I don't think Liquid are in a position, they're not, where they can, trade towers here, unfortunately. So it's just a tower acquiesced to the side of Aurora.
Yeah, they're gonna have to dodge.
Boxy's out here sniping couriers. He's trying.
They're gonna have to dodge for a very long time. It's gonna be up to Boxy to give them information to do that. It's very difficult for Liquid to fight head on out. Even with Primal Split, it's still very, very difficult.
Just laughing. Boxy's played around the ward here. He's just soaking experience from Morana farming the creeps.
Yeah, I mean, just detect.
There it is. That's a big one. He got the Manta. Or what was that? He got the Phylactery, pardon. Okay, wait, whoa, hold on. That's going to be an Eclipse level 2. No, level 1 with level 4 beams, though. And that's good enough. That's a 9-time streak fed over to Mickey.
He distracted them. They went back for him and they split up.
And now, divided, conquered, 23 Savage completely alone. 33 proving the base mathematical concept that 33 is greater than 23 as he's going to be stunned up. The TP canceled on the Lucent Beam. Mickey, 2 kills in this fight. I think that's over 1,000 gold for him alone. It is.
And now on top of that, they're going to get a tower. So even like 2,000 gold. I mean, this is just
look at that
what
fight.
Liquid needed.
Oh, wait, hold on. Mickey.
They were supposed to run in.
Mickey. Ooh. Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
That was what? They didn't even disrupt him.
No, they kind of just hit him with an arrow. Yeah, Arrow first, and then Rod of Atos into Arrow, right? Waning Rift, nothing he could really do there. Okay, I mean, look, it's not the way you want it to end, you know, a very positive sequence of events. You definitely wanted to get that tower. Frustrating to leave it with 56 HP, but let's not forget about just that huge amount of gold injected right now into this carry. I mean, you've also, right, destroyed the phylactery of 23 Savage. So you've really disrupted Aurora's phenomenal early game here. Liquid definitely clawing themselves back into this game, despite not a great death there, unfortunately, from Nikkei, but it happens.
Yeah, they just need to buy time until they get to the Aghanims. Timing on the Void. I think the Void Spirit's Aghanims is going to be able to help them win some fights.
That's a good point.
Aurora, in the meantime, they're going to try to push forward with their advantage, get Roche. It's not much Liquid can do to contest it now.
No. Liquid's team fight is going to be basically limited to whenever they have a primal split. For now, they just take this opportunity. Oh, this is nice. They get themselves the Crystal Clone. So,
I mean,
Adian's got this one now.
It's not just the primal. They're going to need the Eclipse as well. They only managed to kill the Tumor there because they had Eclipse. Yeah,
right.
Like you said, the Crystal Clone is up, so another way of disabling the enemy team. Or baiting the enemy team.
Baiting the enemy team. And like, who is it? Who taught us about this? That you can use it to farm.
Yeah, jungling's a jungling shot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that giving you ideas of how you're going to play a CM in your next game?
No.
Just jungle.
I don't really like playing CM, honestly. Not my kind of hero.
Not fun? She's fun.
She's fun, but I don't know. I like playing other kind of supports. I don't know. She's fun. No heroes in Dota, I would say, are unfun to play, but it's just, you know, we all have our preferences. I won't be buying this shard because I won't be playing.
Do you empathize your opponents when you play techies? The old techies?
Dude, I have to say, the last time I played techies was a long time ago. It was old techies when he still had Suicide Squad, and he was just kind of unfun to play. New techies? Oh, I played him for like the first time in a couple of years, like 2 months ago. Oh god, that hero is so much fun now. Honestly, I had some of the most fun playing Dota in a long time, just learning to play that guy. But it doesn't matter because it's Liquid who need to make the plays happen, who need to start having some fun, and they're gonna smoke up now, chasing after Boxy, who's almost at this Orchid.
Decent position now. Luna's almost finishing her BKB. I mean, once she has the BKB, she's gonna start having fun in the team fights. She can stand up there and just be their front line.
That's right. 33 already with the BOTs ready to go. He's got this Whisper of the Dread as well. So he's feeling pretty confident about the damage he's going to be able to output. Moonlight Shadow ends as Aurora sweep across the map. Don't find really much. We'll see how far and aggressive Liquid really want to play things. You know, they haven't really been playing on the enemy side of the map except to, you know, split push and farm. So yeah, going that deep to maybe try and find a kill is going to be, I think, a little bit hard for them considering, you know, the Aegis and everything on this Morphling.
I think they've been doing a good job defending their areas, you know. If you can't invade and control the enemy territory, at least defend your areas. I think the travels on the Brewmaster has allowed them to
they see 33.
kind of play the
He's
map.
underneath a ward, and they're going to start with the coil. They force a split, and, well, there's no Liquid heroes nearby to... Yeah, I mean, he's not going to die, but they can't necessarily turn this into a fight, which is just going to be a bit of a bummer for them, I think.
It's a lot of space for the other players to push out on the map, you know. I think it was actually nice for Liquid there. The information they got. They're pushing top, they're pushing mid.
Is it ever worth just tanking the death in a case like that if you're a brew, or is your death timer just too long? You don't want to feed away that gold?
I mean, obviously if you can live, it's always going to be better. Because you're already giving your team, no matter what, whether you die or you live, you're already giving them information that somebody's here to kill you.
Okay.
So the best thing could happen is you give the information and you get out. So you don't even give them gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You waste their time.
Foxy's proving to be most annoying. It's a bit harder. They have really buffed sentries over the years. You know, the
Monkey King Bounty Hunter players on POS 4, you know. You talk about unfun to play against. This one of those things, you know.
he just tracked
kills your
again
career.
and again,
you have to walk all the way back towards the Tier 3 tower to
and
just
he
pick up the
22
item.
joined the smoke. So obviously that's pretty telegraphed. It's about as subtle as a firework at 3 a.m. Is
it
that
might
kind
still
of a
work.
move.
It might still
No,
work.
right? No.
Dire's top
Surely
tower is
not.
under attack.
He's got the mighty
might still get
mines,
the
but
coil.
he can't die to the mighty mines. Okay, Boxy's going to be the one to die. Oh no, but the coil. They actually have found him. They need to continue to lock him down though. Manta Style Nisha, he's got
His
plenty of
TP got
spells to play
cancelled.
with here. Oh, but he doesn't have a lot of mana. TP canceled. No way out of this one for him. That is most unfortunate.
Yeah, those 2 kills are absolutely huge, but at the same time, Luna pushed out like bot, and they were able to get mid out with the Brewmaster. Yeah, I was trying to say that the travels is like keeping the Brewmaster relevant in the game. I kind of like it. Like he's pushing out all these waves that he wouldn't otherwise get to if he didn't have travels. And now he's going to a Hex of all items. He just feels like he needs it to deal with the Morphling. Okay, very, very interesting item build. Radiance into Hex. Radiance travels into Hex. It's definitely not the sequence that you think of normally when you're playing Brewmaster.
No, it really isn't. But you know, to Nisha's credit, I think normally you'd expect a mid laner like a Void to pick it up. But I think, you know, considering the game he's had, obviously he
I'll
needs
tell
a
you
BKB.
one thing, Richie. No universal hero wants to buy Hex.
That's true. Yeah.
They'll tell you, nope. I need Manta. I need Lincoln.
Brew's a universal hero.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't want to buy. I mean the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I know. Brew also doesn't want to buy it. He wants to actually go for Manta. I'm surprised to see that change. But I think it's for the dispel. It's for the dispel.
He's like, his team is saying, we kind of need a catch on the Morphling. Then he says, sure, I'll get a Hex. Then 2 minutes later, but I am a universal hero.
Winter is right. I don't want to build a Scythe of Ice. That only gives me 1 stat.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Liquid, for the first time, it feels like a while that they move as a unit quite aggressively on the enemy side of the map, playing off the strength of this freshly purchased Ag Scepter now for Nisha. It's a big item here, right? Even just alone against the Puck, who, by the way, you do not want to fight Lauren off right now. He's got a DD rune and an Arcane in the bottle, so you can have double runes. He only has the 1 Dispel, right? He only has the Yule Scepter. Now, he does have the Cayenne and Sange, so...
Yeah, he has the Singe, so he should be quite difficult to kill.
It's still problematic, though, is the point I mean to make. But you're right,
Dude,
Sange did get a huge buff.
The
You're right.
fact that he still has the Fairy Trinket, man. At 28 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He didn't get the luck of the draw of getting the Whisper of the Drake.
No, he's got his tier 3 token coming to him now, and he never chose a tier 2 token. He just literally never even sent the courier.
What do you want? What do you want?
As a Puck? Right now?
Yeah.
Maybe ceremonial robes, I think, is always pretty good. Probably he's looking for what's the one? Nemesis Curse, I bet. Oh, all right, I mean cast range, sure. That's always good.
I mean, Quiver? Did you get Quiver?
Oh, Quiver's good.
Psychic.
Nah,
Psychic.
yeah, he got Psychic, though. We'll never know what choices he had. That information is just deleted.
Well, we're always free to speculate.
That's true. Because the Twitch chat loves it when we speculate. Smile.
Yeah, why did he choose the Craggy code? Why?
Why? Tell me why. Why did Artur choose the Craggy code? Okay, Yule Scepter. Used aggressively. Boxy still underneath the Sentry Ward. Will be finished off by the full Kondo Adaptive Strike now as they look and actually see Mickey, who is very speedy with that Drums buff courtesy of Insania.
Drum solo.
God. Zero's already
Liquid
really
is still
fast.
doing a really good job, like farming across the map. You know, you see Nisha is
Agreed.
always in enemy territory, trying to get whatever he can, cutting waves whenever he can, and 33 with his boost of travel, just farming far away. I think it's amazing that the lead is still 6k at 30 minutes. You know, given how the game started.
I agree, especially because, like, just speaking frankly, your bounty pick has not worked out. You know, it's not like you've been getting.
On the contrary, I think it actually worked out. It kind of helped them. Okay, fine. Okay, I get what you mean, you know. But
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, he's still useful in this game.
Yeah, he's still useful, but also he could be playing Riki and just walking around and doing a lot of the same things, you know? It's not like he's been doing bounty. Okay, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He has been doing well. I agree. He's been having impact. There's no need. Oh my God, Jabs. Just kind of doing a bit of casual deforestation.
He doesn't care. He has BKB, sir.
Wait, yeah, but so does 23 here, actually. So that might be a little bit more problematic. Arrow sailing up to the Twin Gate does not find anything. It's Liquid.
It's going to be
huge.
They
look to fortify underneath the ward. Jabs eager to try and sneak around here as he'll scout for Roche. No one hit by that chakram, so he knows that's not going on. Q, he might be the one to break the smoke. Is Nisha ready to jump on in? He's ready to use this Ag Scepter. He's got the Mantis out. He's got the Solar Crest buff, but he doesn't find anyone there as he goes fishing with the Aether Remnant. Patience from both teams here as Liquid. They know this is still kind of a hard game, but one where they've got a very good shot, especially with this 20 talent. Okay, they just got kind of baited, I think, there on the illusion of the brew. Arrow does actually catch 33. They might try and burst him, but no, he's just so tanky. Immediately gets off the primal split as now Jabs, even with his BKB active, they're all kind of dying here on this little tiny bridge. Puck able to jaunt and then get away, but is silenced up once. Nisha does not have another silence, however, as he goes and retreats with the Dissemblate. They have gotten on top of Ollie, taking him out of the fight to save buyback at least, but he does have buyback. And Boxy, oh, the mini stun, that actually might be enough. Taunted up the Yule Scepter. 23 here to tank, here to try and get his puck out of a hard situation as he actually needs to back up pretty shortly. No, he wants to go on in. He thinks he can beat Mickey, and he's right. Just needs a little bit and gets the vision. The stolen Lucent Beam collects on the kill as Ollie does buy back. Eventually, Nisha dives under the tower, takes down that puck, but it's 23 Savage who is tearing through this fight, finds his second kill here already, is completely ignoring Nisha, does have those catch issues. Oh my God, Insania nearly killed off by the Adaptive Strike Conda. And there it is. 3 kills for 23 Savage. They get the puck. They force a buyback. Not a bad fight from Liquid. But Aurora still proving that this Morphling has got some might behind it.
Yeah, he went in like fearlessly to try and save the puck. He kind of got the puck out of the initial engagement. And he was able to actually just use his morph into the Luna and just won them the fight. You know, he's just demonstrated why he's one of the best morphing players in the business. He knew his limits, he knew exactly what he needed to do, and just kind of almost single-handedly just won them the fight.
Looked amazing. Credit to Nisha as well for doing a phenomenal job in that game, honestly. In that fight. Nearly getting that puck early on, but you know, you're right, honestly. This Sanj buff is huge for a hero like this in this kind of a game. I definitely underestimated that. What was it, a 4% buff or a 3% buff?
5. So it was
5, or even bigger.
25% increase.
It's really shocking that they would buff it that much. I guess no one was really buying the item.
I mean, that was what happened to Mage Slayer, right? 20 to 25, and then the item became busted.
I agree, but the point I'm going to make is we've seen this, in fact, with status resist itself. Don't you remember when they gave like 40%, 25% status resist to Satanic, and people were still buying it for as much as they nerfed it until they removed it? Remember that? Where like the Valve experimented with, strength gives you status resist, and then they gave it to like Satanic and stuff. It was a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
But
now you have the SNY Satanic build against Axe.
Mm-hmm. And then you just would be called for like half a second.
1 second. No, half a second? Yeah. Really? I thought it was 1.
I mean, I don't know. It was
like
not a long time. I've had longer calls with my ex, and I'll just say, I'll leave it at that. Nisha. It's got BKB ready to go now after that fight. And the 20 talent, so the Astral Step recharge time is going to be huge for him.
I mean, starting to scale a lot, like the Void Spirit and the Brewmaster, thanks to their Manta style on Universal Heroes. Now, Octarine Core is going to be the next item for Brewmaster.
Makes sense.
Making sure that you can always push out lanes with your Manta, with your Radiance. Just keep the game going.
And again, Liquid still lose the major objective after that fight, but I don't want to say they completely lost the fight, because the net worth lead has closed even after that final engagement.
It's insane that it's still so little, the net worth lead. It's crazy. It just shows.
Hold on. Q's under a ward. Okay.
All the plebs.
Q ward from him.
This is how you
but
play.
He can't leap away. Q, another leap. Actually, they just barely miss on that resonant pulse somehow. That allows Q to live. That was really, really unlucky for Nisha.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora, they were not really there. They only had 3 heroes. Liquid realizes they're trying to capitalize on that, having the numbers advantage, but just couldn't get a kill.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, I feel like the longer the game goes, right, Liquid's dragging the game, but late game is still gonna be difficult against the Shadow Demon Morphling. I mean, you're always gonna be under pressure in the team fights to target the SD before he gets disruption on either the Luna or his illusion, and then it's gonna be very difficult to deal with in the team fights.
Bit of harass here on Anisha. Maybe trying to force him to pop the BKB. Maybe we'll have to here, actually, with Jabs making the jump in. Yeah, good patience there by Anisha, but eventually really no choice for him but to expend that 9-second charge. Fortunately for him, you know, this Aegis is going to expire in, well, the next 2 minutes. So still does give Aurora, what, about, well, a good amount of time, actually. This Lorinoff, actually, with the Octarine Core, has very little downtime on this coil. So there's a good amount of time where there won't be a BKB on this Void Spirit. You'll have a coil, and this Void Spirit will not have the BKB. So, and an Aegis on Morphling. I think I said Void Spirit BKB twice. Having some small problems with these Brewmaster illusions, though. 23 unable to clear them fast enough before they killed the wave. So that is going to, you know, be another tool here for Liquid to continue kind of... what's the right term for this? What would you call this playstyle, Winter?
Top tower is under attack.
You know, of Boxy, you know, giving vision, of 33,
Rat.
just sending illusions down the lanes. Rat, okay,
Dota.
fair enough. Rat Dota.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it's kind of like
Top tower has fallen.
a very smart way to play the given situation. Right? I'm not like saying it in a bad way, you know. It's just how you have to play the game given the situation.
I agree, and I want to make that clear. I think they're playing,
and not everyone can actually keep the lead that little. You know, like it takes a very well organized team to be able to handle this situation.
Very true.
Credit to Boxy, he's been giving them. Like, he looks like he's doing nothing in the game, right? 1-8-4, but he's actually doing so much in the game.
I agree, and he's
Like
actually still
around,
managed to find farm.
Placing the ops deep wards, killing some couriers, you know, delaying the opponent, giving them vision.
Oh, wait, but the Moonlight Shadow. I'm going to try and maybe turn this into a bit of a fight. 3, eager to stand up on the high ground here. He's tanky, as is Mickey. He's got his own Conda. And, in fact, this Enchanted Quiver. I don't know how much damage these Lucent Beams are doing with both online. Let's see if I can take a look real quick. Oh, well, he's not going to use it, of course. He's just Mask of Madness, but I'm eager to see. Oh, well, we've missed our chance, because now he's got the Ninja Gear. Still, lots of damage dealt. To be sure, but careful here, careful here. They have caught the Gondar. You shall not pass, Gondar, as he's going to be killed near the bridge. Oh, and a Blink Dagger just purchased by Ollie. So that's going to enable him to stand a lot further back. Sometimes not the best solution.
Gonna allow him to just focus on doing his one job. Like, I think he just wants to create illusions of the Luna in the team fights. And he wants to avoid the Bounty Hunter and the Brewmaster finding him.
Mm-hmm. That'd be ideal. Or the Void to, you know, the same extent. The Void who, again, has been farming Ultimate Orb Red after the rework. Much more expensive. But he's closing in now on the Lincoln Sphere. I wonder if he's going to buy out for it. I suspect he might, especially as we do draw closer to this next Roche fight, which is going to be fairly decisive this game, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean the Lincolns on the Void Spirit is going to mean that he can kind of play in the team fights more freely. He doesn't have to worry about the Shadow Demon disrupting into Arrow as much. But at the same time, you know, if you get caught by either the coil or some random arrow landing on you, you're just gonna die very easily. The Morphing just deals too much damage with the Timber. Timber has Hex.
Yep. Okay, that's a scary item. That also leaves him without buyback. It's kind of scary here. Liquid, they're playing around a ward that Boxy has here on the Ancient Cliffs. See if that actually comes into play here shortly. As Jabs is going to go ahead and blink on in. He's going to eat that track, but he's actually fairly alone. 23
It's daytime.
Nowhere
Aurora should move now daytime against the Luna. I mean, you don't want to fight nighttime against Luna.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they're
23
waiting
is
for any like huge items. I feel like they pretty much have everything they need. You know, I mean, sure you can wait for the. I mean, the Mystic
25
Parasma. I mean, the Parasma.
25 on. Yeah, Parasma Puck. I mean, that's basically online. And then you're going to hit 25 on 23. And that's, I think, pretty good too. Oh, wait, hold on. Jabs? No, just fine. Continuing to farm. So is Mickey, who, again, does not have buyback. Very few buybacks in the game. Lorinov does and Boxy does, but I suspect Lorinov's about to buy out here for that Mystic Staff. To complete Parasma. So again, this is feeling pretty tense, honestly. For what felt like perhaps the beginning of, a retelling of Game 1. Liquid, to their credit, and you know, you've been saying it all game, have been doing a phenomenal job of keeping themselves very much in this game. I think the issue that they'll find is
they still have a very good shot at winning again. I feel like one wrong move in the team fight, this Luna can actually just decimate the whole team of Aurora.
Especially, I mean, at the base, not to mention the base, right? You really only need one fight as Liquid to really just equalize here and almost get mechas, it feels like, against these kinds of Lunas.
Satanic with the shard. I mean, she's going to be a very huge force to be reckoned with in the team fights. If you can't get a good disruption on the Illusions or Luna, then I feel like the Luna can have a very high potential of doing a lot in the team fights.
Aurora? Are they going to really force this fight right underneath their own or on an enemy ward? Jabs is just going to go in immediately with the Hex, trying to find him. The arrow actually connecting onto Boxy, allowing Lorinov to blink in, secures the kill. Mickey unleashing now with the Eclipse. Damage is good, but actually not that good on the 23 with the BKB. Does not have enough damage. Nisha fighting mano a mano versus Lorinov, who I think has got a haste rune, so he's just outmaneuver him here. Missed on the coil, though. That didn't help. Not with that haste rune, but Jabs, a second slice of ice, this time on a Mickey, and the arrow not even needed. The self-disrupt there as Nisha kind of being kited out here. Ollie still alive. Nisha attempting to escape, is going to be able to get that kill, at least onto the Shadow Demon, but at the cost of his own life as Lorinov blinks on top of him, takes him down 33. His split has ended, managing to rout some of these supports, but only momentarily as he comes back down for the Yule Scepter, landing on an arrow. Most uncomfortable landing for him, an uncomfortable fight for Liquid to have taken. And so much aggression out from Jabs, who just blinks in to start that whole thing off. It's a team wipe, Winter. That was a buyback out from Boxy.
I mean, the Morphling actually did so much in the team fight, 8k damage, and the Puck with 6k, both of them just basically did the majority of all the team fight there. Like, Timber just went in, gave the team the vision. Once they see everything, Morphling just decided to just run in with the perfect initiation. And that was it, you know, like the Luna cannot actually fight. We saw the one-on-one there. The Luna was like, no, there's no way the Luna actually fights the Morphling. There's no way.
Just no damage. I mean, least of all, I mean, with Scotty and now with the Sage, we'll take another look at, I mean, just the insane part of this. I thought for sure Jabs was going to get blown up immediately, but
yeah, it was such a good move by him.
That damage.
Ran in, opened the vision, Luna pops BKB, Eclipse, and Morphling just went in and just, wait, I'm not afraid of you. Like, he's in the middle of 3 heroes and he's like not even dying.
Oh. And that waveform attacks targets, really dealing with the Brewlings there, made that fight really hard. And again, I'm just impressed because this entire fight, as you can see, Liquid's got a ward up this entire time. That's why Nisha feels so confident to make this last little play, but it just does not work out. And as we see in the live, the base being cracked open as there's going to be a freezing field. All right. Sometimes a little bit of confidence can lead to your downfall.
Crystal Clone.
Crystal Clone. Actually, Crystal Clone. Wait, 23? What? What are you doing here, 23? They actually almost saw him on that courier.
It's like the Mirana was trying to tell the enemy team the Morphling's hiding there by shooting the arrow there.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what that was about.
Look here, guys. Look here.
When you've been teammates for that long, you know? Oh, oops. Oh, sorry, boss. I didn't know. All right, 23. We'll take down this Tormentor very easily. Everyone has shard, so it's just a bit of money. Everyone has shard in the game, in fact. Not one shard is missing. They're all here.
Yeah, but who has the best one? Morphling?
Ollie's is pretty good.
Yeah, sure. Cleanse.
Yeah. I don't know. The Morphlings one is also really good. That's true. Yeah, maybe the Morph. But it's a boring answer. 20 seconds until the puck is going to respawn. Has buyback is what I meant to say. As Insania. Ooh, gets himself Scythe. Do they have detection here? Ooh, yes, they do, but it's a little bit slow, so Insania is actually able to get away. 23 hops the Satanic to full heal, but from behind actually is where Ollie's running into a bit of trouble. He does actually have that self-dispel. The cleanse, demonic cleanse, so he gets himself out of that one as Q chasing after Boxy. Q, who is kind of kicking his ass. What the heck? What did this moron I have for breakfast? 179 base damage? And Dagon, excuse me?
17k net worth against an 8k net worth bounty hunter. It's not a fair
you know what?
fight, Richie.
You know what? That's fair. That is... Yeah,
Bounty is punching above his weight class, you know?
And 23
somebody
jabs.
your own size.
They're just running it down mid. Wait, they know that's a dieback. They have the detection here onto Insania. No, not quite. Lots of damage. He does manage to escape with the help of the Glimmer Cape. 25 talent taken now for Nisha. He's going to make the jump on in. However, jabs quick on the BKB is going to be able to ignore that Aether Remnant. Nisha does conserve his. Has this Astral Step crit talent at 25 as well. So he's packing quite the punch now. As Lornoff has learned his lesson, takes a step back. Nisha making the jump on in, as so is will 23 Savage, but he actually gets hit by the side device. He still has that Aegis, however, 33. He's going to be able to pop the Primal Split, really committing here onto the first life, and he actually gets... No. Okay. I thought he was going to be able to Satanic heal that off. That means he has no Satanic or no Manta Style here, but he does have a BKB. Doesn't get it off in time, though, but has full strength Morph. Does get the BKB off. Turning, fighting now, and joined by Jabs as they're on top of Mika, and Mika's dead. A minute and a half. That might just be it. Nisha, though, he's picked up the Divine Rapier. It's on the deck, but it's not an active Divine Rapier because it's Mickey's. No enemy picked it up, so it's not doing him any good, but at least it's out of the hands of this Morphling. It might help them get this kill on the Jabs. Not quite. But Aurora pushing now the last lane of Barracks. 2 heroes dead on the side of Liquid. Aurora, so far this tournament, they've always chosen patience, and once again, patience prevails as they will back off the high ground. So we'll give Liquid one more fight. Nice job by Nisha recovering that Divine right away. When did that get in his inventory?
Yeah, it was a last-ditch effort to try to turn the game around. I mean, it was a good attempt there. I think they needed more damage. He realized they couldn't kill the Morphing in the last fight, so he just wanted to all in on the Rapier.
I mean, to be fair, got him on the first life, but just too much on the second. Now you can see 6 auto attacks, 2,000 damage there onto the Morphling. The Conda doing 600, and then the Glaives dishing out 1,500 of their own. So significant amounts of damage here, but now there's an Amplified Damage Rune on top of the Morphling. Nisha, he does have that Glimmer Cape, is able to get off at least the Dissemblate, but these Barracks, no luck for them. They're going to be focused and taken down. That is now Megas here for the side of Aurora. Let's see what they want to do now. 12 seconds until the Luna respawns. They once again will choose to be patient. It will give Liquid at least one more fight, but Aurora do not want to put themselves in a position to throw away what could be a very, very valuable game for them here, as currently sitting at 4-1, could rise to 5-1 after 3 of their series.
Yeah, what a performance by Aurora. I think nobody expected them to do this well, you know, in the beginning of the group stage. Definitely, you know, like showing everyone, don't forget, you know, how well we did last year in the beginning. I mean, there's a couple
That's true. That's so true. And then they showed up to LAN and they kind of bombed. That's so true. No, but then they had that revitalization as well, right, at Riyadh Masters. They did so well there. Didn't they get like top 6, top 4? Am I crazy?
I remember the game where 23 stood up.
Yes, we don't talk about that one though, which is why we are complimenting the patience, Winter. 33, hold on. He's got his Scythe of Vice. It's a hard jump here onto the Morphling, very tanky as well. But of course, when you're muted, you won't be able to actually attribute shifts. So the shard doesn't help you there. Another smoke play here from Liquid. Nega's starting to come into the base. As Aurora just playing it ever so patiently. 23 keeping the headset on, his seat belt in his gaming chair for sure.
Yeah, learned it the hard way, you know. It ain't over until it's over.
It's true. I mean, it's very true. 50 minutes in here, Aurora will not mind to take their time here. Stream Coil, Pierce's spell immunity. We have second Chakram, a couple of 25s right now taken. The Waveform CDR talent. Luna about to hit 25 as well. If she can maybe get this Lucent Eclipse mini stun talent, that might be something if you can extend the fight through the BKB, but...
Yeah, by the way, Morphling has Aghanims, so he can actually literally make another Luna right now. It's the old ultimate.
Okay, wait, hold on. They're going to make the jump. No, just poking, just prodding. At least that's until Jabs decides to make the jump in. No, they sight the fake 23. They got the illusion. That's a big tool out of service now here for Liquid, who might still look to try and find the right engagement, but that's a big Dream Coil, and no, the Scythe! They've just blown up Nikkei again. No chance to use the Divine Rapier. It's on the deck. 23 Savage does not manage to pick it up. Not sure who has it quite yet, but either way, Boxy's going to go down, and Sanya running back into the base. This game might all be over. It's on the puck, actually. Hold on. Maybe if Nisha can actually catch him. And Sanya interrupted in that Priest and Field kill off immediately. Does not have a buyback either. Only 33 has the buyback, and he doesn't have a Primal Split. He's TPing. He was TPing. And that's until 23 jumps in. But the game's over. Ancient explodes. Aurora. They get a 2-1 victory. 2-0 victory, sorry, over Team Liquid. What a game.
Yeah. What a game. What a performance by Aurora, having a stand-in, doing so well. Like, just honestly, it didn't even feel like they had a stand-in. You know, it just feels like they were playing as a full team. Everybody knew what they needed to do. Chemistry is there, movement is there. I think I'm especially impressed by the first 10-15 minutes, how they're playing the 3 versus 3, taking the runs, taking the early game fights, how they're playing around their stand-in, which is Lorinov, which he's doing really well in the first couple of games that he played for Aurora. I think just props to them, you know, for that amazing performance, keeping SEA alive in the EPT leaderboard.
Looking pretty good at. I mean, hey, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, right? I mean,
well,
it's still early in the group stage. Look, I can't blame you.
I
can't blame you either. I want to believe as well. I want to believe, especially after seeing these guys perform so well at the start of last year. You know, obviously showing up for Riyadh Masters, but then kind of falling flat still, generally speaking, compared to how strong we thought they were going to do for the region. I do want to be happy. I do want to be proud of them as well, but there's still a lot more Dota to be played. They're only 3 series down, you know? It's groups of 8, so as long as you win 4, maybe 4.5, 5, then you're safe. Then we can start talking about how well they're doing as they get ever closer and closer to group stage 2. But the story here for now is Aurora taking a 2-0 victory over Team Liquid in their 3rd series. Liquid falls to 1-5, Aurora 5-1 as they continue to carry forward the C region. We're going to be going to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to be talk to, hopefully, 23 Savage from Team Aurora. We'll catch you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Dream League Season 22, where we have just witnessed SCA perhaps making the start of what could be a fantastic run here as Aurora taking the 2-0 win over Team Liquid. Winter, what do you have to say to... Oh, wait, hold on. What do you have to say to our interviewee? Because he's already ringing in, ready to get going. It's our lad, 23 Savage. How's it going, man? Congrats on the win.
Hello. Good. We've been feeling good. Yeah.
Oh, good to hear. I was going to ask, right? Because obviously you've had a fairly last-second stand, and I don't know if someone's asked you about it already, but if how's the team dynamic, going so far with Lorinov?
I think it's pretty good. He has his own play style and he's really high skill, so it's really easy for us to adapt to him.
All right.
I mean, do you feel like if you have a stand-in and you have a stand-in on the mid lane, it's actually easier for the whole team to adjust because he's on his own, right? So it doesn't really change the side lane dynamics a lot.
Yeah, I think having stand-in at the mid is the easiest because he just plays his own game and it's 1v1, so it's up to him at the laning. Yeah.
I mean, what would you say is the biggest difference that he has when you compare him to Amel? What does he do very differently compared to Amel?
I think he's more calm. I think he's really patient on his timing, and he knows what he needs to do to win the game for himself or himself to have a good game. So he's really has a direction on the game by himself. Really clear. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, how did you guys come to get Lorinov as your stand-in? Obviously, Armel had to be home, right, for obvious reasons. But what was the process of selecting the mid? Was that like a team collaborative decision? Did you just send him a Steam message or something like that? What can you tell us?
So basically, we don't know anything about him, but we asked a lot of people, but no one is available. So he's the only guy that's available. So it's just team, I guess.
Well, it seems to be working out really well so far. I wanted to ask you about kind of your guys' expectations going into the tournament, and then if they've changed at all now that you stand 5-1 after 3, right? Because you guys have this is the only big tournaments at the start of the year you qualified for. None of the others you guys managed to get into. So, what's the goal for you guys as a team this tournament?
I think we need to play our best and win the tournament. That's our goal. Because if we didn't win this or do well at this tournament, we don't have any tournament left for qualifying to Riyadh. So this is our opportunity to show.
Yeah,
for sure. That makes sense. Winter, any other questions?
Does that put you in a situation where you're playing in with a lot of pressure and you have to stand in, to have to deal with? How does it feel to be playing under those circumstances?
It's fun. I like it. I like to be having a lot of pressure. It's fun. It's like if you can overcome it, you're a really good player. So I like it.
That's cool to hear. As a last question, is do you still grinding out pubs? Because you don't really have that same amount of pressure on the line, right? Do you still find yourself enjoying pubs, or do you definitely crave for the officials more?
I think I both enjoy both pub and tournaments. It's just different. In pub, I enjoy because I just play Dota happily, but in tournament, I just enjoy when I win.
Cool, man. Well, you've been winning so far, 5-1 as Aurora, just taking down Team Liquid 2-0. Congratulations, man, and best of luck as the tournament continues.
Thank you. We finally beat them in 10 years. But there's no Zai, so doesn't count. I think we need Zai.
We need Zai. Bring him back. Bring him back.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let you go now. You have one more match later on today. Best of luck with that 23.
Thank you.
Regards.
See you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
That's good. That's good. I mean, you're right. He's feeling great. I hope the vibes at the boot camp are good as well, right? Like you said, we finally beat them in 10 years. It's good stuff to see. Your reaction
it's
from
good
him?
to get the monkey off the back. You always lose to the same opponent, and then it grows, behind your head. Everything just builds up, and you're like, oh, not this again. When the lane goes badly, not this again. When you stand up too early, I mean, it's always nice, to get it off your mind. And And with the stand-in, it's definitely amazing, you know, what they're achieving right now.
For sure, for sure. That wraps up already our second series, as it's Aurora who get the 2-0. Up next, though, we're back with Virtus Pro. We'll see how they do. If it'll be East versus West as they clash versus Game & Gladiators. That'll be after the break. We're done. Moonturn and myself, we'll catch you guys tomorrow, but stay tuned for Art Cryptic for VP and GG.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charge up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. The future shock. The future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it. You know you want it. You know you want it. You know you want it.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Dream League Season 22. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics and we are just getting into the second half of the second day of group stages here. I'm excited, man. We've got some good Dota still to be played. We got, of course, Virtus Pro and Gaming Gladiators in just a little bit, but I want to know, man, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Day two I'm excited for. I feel like we didn't see that much crazy stuff yesterday, we were saying. I mean, a couple new heroes entered in, like Leshrac becoming more popular, Timber still here, but maybe unexpected. I think like pro teams like, oh, you got nerfed. He's still doing well. So curious to see if we'll see some crazy stuff here in day 2, but I'll tell you, forget all that. Forget the heroes, forget the draft. You know what I'm really excited about?
Oh, please tell me.
VP, in the last series they played, at least yesterday, they played a new series today. They had 2 series where they bought Divine Rapiers each. So I'm hoping we get to see a Divine Rapier in this series.
They were the ones who ran the triple Divine Mars, right? Is this someone else?
Yeah, that's them. That was Noticed who got the triple Divine Rapier on Mars. And let me quickly check their last series. Let's see if they're averaging a Divine Rapier every series. No. Okay. Too bad. But you know what? The 3 Divine Rapiers, that averages out for them. That increases their Divine Rapiers purchased per game. Yeah, here's the man himself, Noticed. He was having a great game that time.
I remember I remember last tournament when this was kind of like popping its head into the scene. People were like, oh, this Divine Rapier Mars might actually not be that bad, you know, as Amar kind of like tests it out, and then Notice is like, I'm just gonna take this a little bit further, you know. And my goodness, yeah, I saw some clips of that game, and man was putting a beat down on the other team.
Yeah, and I hope we get to see that. I mean, I don't mind whichever team, you know. I want to see them bring their best games forward. VP has been looking good. Gaming Gladiators maybe struggling a little bit more. Always possible when there's a new patch, right? But they also have a huge target on their head. They've been arguably the top team for that last year. So a lot of teams have been studying up on them. So this kind of stuff is bound to happen eventually, right? Where they're going to hit a rut. And this feels like this was a rough day 1, and I'm sure they're looking to bounce back here, get some wins.
Yeah, I think obviously they're probably a little bit disappointed with their current position. It is, you were talking about it, you know, before we came on stream, that their drafts have been really kind of diverse. Like they're maybe still experimenting with some heroes, but this is still one of the top teams for sure. And it wouldn't surprise me if they start to make a run here in the group stages, but it's got to start soon because there's not a lot of time left, you know?
Yeah, I think right now they're 2 to 4.
Yeah.
So I mean, hey, if you win every game from here, they'll still top the group stage. But like you said, that's got to start. You can't have too many. You could probably have like one more series that you lose, and then at that point you're getting pretty close to possibly getting eliminated. The 4 teams from each group will advance, so you got to start racking up those wins.
Yeah, and we do have a short little video here of Gaming Gladiators, so let's go ahead and take a look at that.
It definitely gets harder when you are the one team people want to beat. So at some point, we play anything once and everyone plays it. And somehow I feel like this is still an effect right now when we try some build or like something, and then we check some other games and now everyone has these builds.
We are striving to become first, but I would say the mutual goal right now is just to play well and become better as a team.
I mean, that makes sense, you know, play together, become like I would say like a lot of their takes on that is still pretty accurate. I think people do look to this team for inspiration quite often. And who can really blame them, right? With the track record that they've had over the last like 12 months, they're, you know, without a doubt the best team of 2023. Whether or not they're going to continue that and be the best team of 2024 is still yet to be determined, but he had a pretty good start to the year, I think.
Yeah, I think I remember them early on in the year. It started very humble, like, oh yeah, we won the first major. You know, we'll see if we can keep doing it. They win the next major, and they're like, yeah, you know, like we're still keeping humble. But after you win that many times in a row, I think it does help build that confidence and start raising your expectations as well. Like when they first picked up Quinn, you know, okay, let's just get together as a team. Had great results, but now it's like that's kind of our standard. We want to keep winning. I don't think it's quite getting to their head. They all seem like very humble people when you hear them talk. But that pressure can build up. But I'm sure they can, you know, live up to it.
This is like one of those teams that I feel like people would be surprised if they don't see in the final 3 in most tournaments, right? Like it would be you know, surprising for them to get like 5th or 6th, but to not even make it out of the first group stage would be like almost unheard of for them. So
yeah,
you know, we'll see what happens. They've got like a couple days left, some games still to be played, but again, it kind of has to start now. You can't really afford to take some more losses at this point.
Yeah, and VP, their opponents for this game, they've looked pretty good. So it's not going to be not going to be an easy battle. I think VP has been maybe overshadowed by Team Spirit and Bet Boom. So I think a lot of fans around the world maybe recognize those two teams. But VP came in at TI and showed, hey, don't look down on us. We have a lot of high skill players here. If you're not prepared for us, we can, you know, we're gonna crush the lanes and run it down from there.
Dude, hold on. Dota just crashed as the game was going, so I'm gonna have to get back in. Hold on, one moment. Sorry about that.
My game also failed to load a little bit. Maybe just a little bit of an issue there. Don't worry, guys. The game will continue.
We'll be
believe it or not.
Let me see here.
Yeah, while this is filling out, we'll just talk about some stuff. Gaming Gladiators, maybe we don't have to talk too much about. I think many people are quite familiar with them. But Leshrac coming back in the meta has seemed pretty good for them. Quinn, a very solid Leshrac player. I feel like they save sometimes they try to save last pick for Ace. They either like take his hero or, well, I don't know. They mix up their drafts, of course. But I feel like when it comes to cheesing with the last pick, a lot of times it goes down to Ace's hero more so than their carry or their mid lane picks. So that's something I'm curious to see about here, especially with Noticed having like some pretty solid games. I wonder what VP's approach is going to be like. Do we also try to, save that carry pick towards the end? Otherwise, we're going to get cheesed by like a Broodmother at the end here. They kind of have to be ready for that.
Yep. Oh, 1 second. I got to get you back in the lobby here. Sorry, everyone. We had I guess the lobby like crashed on game load, so we are getting this back up and going here. But We should be good, hopefully, in just a second. Bear with me. You may have to like leave the game you're connected to and then join the new one. Okay.
Doing that right now.
Whoop. Yeah, apologies everyone. Just it's one of those things where like every once in a while the lobby just like kind of implodes and everyone gets like stuck in the game, so I had to remake everything. But we are good. We got the teams in lobby. We should be starting here in just a second. So if it looks like I've just been staring into the abyss and, you know, not not doing anything, I promise we were getting things squared away. So it looks like we should be good to go in just a moment. But yeah,
it's the behind the scenes of the production. You guys are getting to get a little sneak peek of that.
It's like the despair face, you know, like when you're like, okay, I have to deal with this, and I'm trying to like listen to you and see what you're saying, but I'm also like, I really gotta get us in this lobby.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to multitask all of this.
But I think we're good now. So back onto the topic of this game though. So yay, okay, so the draft is good. All right, so I will say I think one hero that we need to keep an eye on will be the Alchemist, because I know both these teams love it. It is a staple pick for both of them. So we'll see what happens. We're gonna jump into the draft now, as we do have this game finally underway. So thank you everyone for your patience while we handle that. The first ban of Broodmother.
You gotta respect it.
I know Ace is really good at this hero, but talk to me, is that worth it?
Dude, listen, here you are. You want to compete. You want to win games. The group stage, you're not secure yet. You don't want to lose to a Broodmother. It is not a good feeling. The pub players, you guys know it too, right? You see the Brood, you're like, oh. You know, VP, they've seen what Ace can do with it. They don't want to deal with it. They're going to take it out. That is some respect. And why I think it's great when teams have some of these cheese picks, because it frees it up. Like Broodmother, you wouldn't ban that against most other teams. But now Gaming Gladiators will have a little bit more freedom here. They aren't first pick, but they still can kind of decide, yeah, we're going to let this hero go through and we have a plan for it.
I think it's going to be like, I was just looking at the stats for our most banned heroes, and I feel like that list of characters are probably not going to change anytime soon. Like anytime you see heroes like have that high of ban rate, and then like a couple times they slip through and they just have a massive win rate as well, you're like, okay, yeah, these bans are absolutely warranted. I think Timbersaw we probably won't see for the most of the tournament from this point on. This guy has slipped through about like 10 games or something now, but he has he slipped through 16 games. Wow, that is surprising. But he has almost a 70% win rate. Here's one of the other ones, one of the new rising offlane stars. Enigma, we've seen have a fantastic performance this tournament.
Yeah, certainly works as an offlaner and will win the right matchups. Yesterday we saw him do very well against an Ursa lane, but part of the reason you can first pick him compared to a later pick when you know you're a good carry matchup is because you can also play him as support. It did just get nerfed a little bit, the cast range on Malefice, the nerf to Vlad's, but I know VP has been running it on FNG when available, and it's usually been banned against them. But Gaming Gladiators, I assume, knew it was coming. They had a plan for it. But that's something we might see here. They now leave it open to themselves. We could play it support, could play it offlane.
Grab the Rubik here. That is my thought process, because I know Gaming Gladiators play it. Okay, they just go for the gyro. So they are really anticipating a potential offlane Enigma. So here's the thing with Gyrocopter. This has probably been one of the most stable counters to an offlane Enigma ever since this hero ever since Enigma started getting played in the offlane, right? Like you summon Eidolons and he just pops flat cannon and kills them. There was kind of this back and forth countering system where Enigmas in those matchups would buy a buckler immediately so that they'd have enough armor to survive the flak, but then you're starting buckler and it's kind of awkward. And I think the gyro, you can do this as a 1 or a 5. And that is the actual pretty strong flex pick of the gyro in terms of this Enigma counter. If this ends up being offlane Enigma and say carry gyro doesn't have a great matchup into the other enemy carry, you just put it on a 5 and you still just go flat cannon at 1.
Yeah, and I think we've even seen position 4 gyros. So it's a lot of flexibility to match the flexibility of the Enigma we're seeing as well. who I think is usually 1 or off lane, or sorry, 5 or 3. I don't think we've seen as much position 4 Enigmas, but I'm sure it's possible if the teams have practiced it. Though it's not right. It's not usually a hero you just pull out. Usually the players have to have practiced it a little bit because he is a bit unconventional of a support.
Yeah, and I feel like the gyrocopter as a support, like the missile build is still entirely viable. Like it is a lot of damage. I like the change on call down as well. It has the potential to do way more in fights in terms of like zoning potential and damage and just crowd control, because obviously like you can hit a technically larger area with the call down. It's a little bit harder to hit multiple missiles on heroes sometimes, but I think overall it does kind of lend itself to being a strong support still, no matter what.
Yeah, I agree. And another strong support just banned out by VP is Undying. I think that has been popular in the SA region and the Eastern European region as a counter to some of these strength offlaners, which we weren't sure, maybe they were going to drop off after this recent patch, but they still seem to be around, and Undying has done pretty well. It's one of Celery's most commonly played heroes as well. Not so much recently, but I think they recently drafted it. I see that they have drafted it lately to maybe start copying some of the strategies they've seen working. So they're just going to take it out, which means maybe VP's thinking about one of these strength offlaners still in the pool. Doom hasn't been doing so well. Centaur's been okay. Timber and Mars are already banned out. So is
the
DK.
Doom is surprising to me, like very surprising to me, because the hero I feel like should be good, but it has an abysmal win rate, sub 30%. Like that is, like, talk about a fall from grace from last patch, right? Where it was like the most banned hero of 7.35 what B, and suddenly come see the hero has just been having a terrible performance. And I have to wonder if it is actually the hero's fault or not. Like, it's like one of those things where it's like on paper this hero still seems very good, but maybe the itemization hasn't quite caught up with what like is actually making Doom good or bad. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, Dota's pretty complicated like that, where it's difficult to point to one single reason. I like the point you brought up where Sanj maybe is a big nerf to him on the ultimate duration that also got nerfed. So it went from 16 seconds originally down to 12, and then the Sanj is buffed, so now that's potentially 9 seconds, which is not that long of a Doom, at least in the early levels. So some teams have still been playing it. We might see it come out here. For now, we see a Vengeful Spirit, who is a very good support versus Enigma. You can swap to counter the Black Hole. I mean, you also have stun, but eventually if this is a core Enigma, he might pick up that BKB. Even with BKB Lincolns, I actually just had to relearn this because BKB just changed. You can throw your spells into the BKB and pop Lincolns. So even if this Enigma builds BKB Lincolns, you could first throw Magic Missile and then swap him. Even if you can't swap him for whatever reason, you could swap your teammates out of the Black Hole. So it's a really good support response to the Enigma. And we saw it yesterday where Rubik just stayed out of sight and Enigma could not play. He couldn't enter until he found the Rubik. It's very similar once this Venge is in the game as well. Like, Enigma cannot make a play until the Vengeful Spirit is dealt with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the things that makes the Enigma kind of back and forth really interesting and fun to watch. We're going to see here that they just go back for the Centaur, so this could just be a 5-position Enigma, which, like you said, they've been playing on FNG, and I think that is totally appropriate. They will grab up Wind Ranger, likely to be Squad X's hero, but it could be for Kiritich as well. But I think Squad X has mostly played this in the mid lane for VP. I think if you're gaming Gladiators here, you might be a little bit worried about running this Gyrocopter as a core now. So this might end up just being a support duo in the opener, but you can still definitely hide the flex until your ultimate, like 24th pick, right? You save your carry pick till 24 potentially, and then you're like, all right, Gyro is either going safe lane or it's going to be a support. We'll see.
Yeah, I think right now there is a lot of flex on VP's side. It may not be the most ideal positions, but I believe they've even run like Wind Ranger support. So in that sense, Gaiman has to now kind of decide how they want to approach this. But I feel that they've already got the gyrocopter. Okay, never mind. They are going to pick up the Sven, who has the cleave, who can also deal with the Eidolons. But I think in the matchup versus Centaur, he'll also be fine there.
Yeah. That's an interesting one, because I thought they would hide the gyro flex for a lot longer, but okay, we're just all in on the cleave. That technically works. So the other thing too that I actually really like about this Magnus pick is it is fantastic against the Enigma in lane. You also can't summon Eidolons against the Magnus. Shockwave will just destroy these things. Combine that with the Gyrocopter's flak and you're just feeding them money. So if this, which is likely to be like the Enigma for FNG, it's not going to have the impact in the lane that you're hoping. So they pick the strong lane counter instead. They just go for the Morphling. We might see more of like a jungling Enigma this game.
You hate to hear that. The jungle Enigma.
I mean, it's still going to be in lane, but like he'll be Eidolon spamming and like trying to farm camps instead of like the heroes, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, instead of harassing with Eidolons, you use it to like block camps, do the pulls for you while your hero's in the lane. It requires a little bit of micro, but I'm sure FNG can do it.
This guy's a gamer.
Yeah, I think you probably run Centaur off lane at this point. Well, actually, the thing is, are they last picking a support? That's uncommon, and not that it doesn't happen, but that means they might be running Centaur support here or Windranger support.
It could be Windranger for Seiyush, because I know like Centaur Windranger is an incredibly strong lane, and I think the two of them would have enough damage to like make Sven's lane kind of miserable, and then you just get to, you know, pick Squad X's hero here in the mid lane. So I actually don't mind that, like the Windranger being for Seiyush.
Do you see a carry right now? Because I think if you wanted to do that, well, I guess you're running carry Morphling. What am I saying?
Yeah, I think we're looking for the mid picks for both teams, right? And we see the Storm Band, which is a pretty standard Squad X hero. I know his Queen of Pain is also incredibly strong. It doesn't seem like absolutely necessary. It doesn't synergize super well with Black Hole either. So, like if you Sonic Wave and like people get displaced, you're like I can't hit multi-hero Black Holes. Like becomes a little bit more difficult. But I like the idea of just having like Centaur Stampede to try and get the Enigma into the fight if this ends up just being the support. Yep, there's the Queen of Pain ban. Yeah, I think that's kind of a really good just respect ban, because he is very scary on this hero.
Quinn is going to have last pick here for that mid lane. I don't think I've seen him play as much Magnus mid, so I know it's technically possible to run Magnus mid.
It's just Ace, dude. Ace has to be the Magnus player.
I feel
He's
like
such a good playmaker. I would say like Quinn's hero pool is pretty flexible. Ooh, the Lone Druid actually would have been a pretty cool idea, especially given if it is a like 24 pick LD. Could have hit some pretty nice tempo.
Okay, so
it is Windranger mid.
Yeah.
I mean, there's actually a lot of really good spells for Rubik this game. Wow.
Yeah, it'd be pretty nice for him. So Quinn wants a laner here who's going to do well versus the Windranger, but I think they would also like someone to bring a little bit of pressure to this Morphling, because right now, I mean, you got Magic Missile, you got a Rocket, you got Sven Stun. Those are slow. The Morphling's definitely going to react in time. The Blink RP is maybe one that'll catch him off guard, but you don't want to wait for that ultimate every time you want to make a play on the Morphling. So a mid hero who brings in an early silence or some kind of instant stun or just a lot of nuke damage, maybe a Spirit Vessel builder, those all sound good to maybe apply a bit of pressure to the Morphling so that he doesn't just get free reign to farm while his team makes space for him.
OD maybe? Okay, they go Void Spirit. Just burst damage. We've been seeing more Void Spirit get picked up in this tournament so far, and I haven't quite figured out if I like it, to be honest. Certain games it looks really strong, and then other games it feels like it falls completely flat. Like this hero feels really feast or famine, which, you know, when it looks good, it's like, wow, this hero's really good. And then other games are like, oh, okay, he went 1-6, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, towards the end of last patch, we were seeing it picked up a little bit more as a counter to Puck, who I think still looks good this patch, but obviously no Puck in this game. But maybe as people started to play more Void Spirit, they just started liking it more against like some of these other matchups. I do think you can build some early items to pressure the Morphling, and it gives you a little bit more low cooldown, quick catch without having to depend on Ace to... Like, if they want an Ace to make plays early, he would kind of need a Blink to catch some of these heroes off guard, which sometimes you can do, but that's really dropped off. Like, a lot of offlaners like to build an item before building the Blink nowadays. So the fact that Void Spirit will be able to jump on top of people just as soon as he hits level 6, I think is great for Gaming Gladiators for their early game.
I feel like Quinn is setting himself up for a kind of rough lane. Like, Wind Ranger is not a fun matchup for the Void Spirit at all. The only thing I can think is that he wants to build heavy magic damage. Technically, like, the cleave from Magnus, the Empower, is kind of scary on a Void Spirit because he is universal, and of course your Astral Step does proc on hit modifiers, so cleave being one of them. So if you hit like a sick RP and you get like double Astral Step through these heroes, you could hit some pretty crazy combos, but it's like there's so many things that like have to go right for that specific scenario. I just think he's gonna have not a fun time in mid versus a Wind Ranger, and I think giving Squad X a good lane is not necessarily a great strategy. You know, I feel like he has looked very good in the last like tournament and in this tournament so far, so I think he's someone you have to kind of focus on.
That is true. It can be scary. The Wind Ranger, early Wind Ranger, who is, building a lot of damage. We've seen some Wind Run maxes in the early games that you just walk next to people and focus fire, and you just can't get away from her because you have 6 seconds of Wind Run. That could be pretty scary for them. They do have
like most mid Wind Rangers max the Wind Run, or at least they go like 3 points. But I don't know. What have you been seeing?
I think when they feel they can get kills, you see a lot of the Wind Run, and you kind of planning for at level 6, I pick up an early Javelin into like Maelstrom or something, and we just like Wind Run people kill. But if you don't feel like you have that kill potential and you're like, okay, I got to farm up a little more, sometimes we'll see Power Shot max first.
Gotcha. If anyone's wondering where the game is, I guess I can fill you in. It's not mine or Zach's fault. Unfortunately, it looks like Ace's PC froze, so they had to restart his PC. So we will be jumping into the game here in just a moment. You're not missing anything, we promise. We wouldn't do that to you. So just be patient, you know? It's okay. We're learning valuable life skills here, okay, chat? Valuable life skills.
I'll tell you something that's really disappointing this game. I don't see a Divine Rapier builder, like someone who's reasonably going to build it, you know, kind of early. I'm really hoping game 2, you know, maybe we let the Mars in, we let one of these Divine Rapier builders come in. I mean, who's going to build it this game?
Kiritich, Morphling. He'll take the flak away from Gyro.
Ooh.
And have Divine Rapier. That's what's happening.
Okay, you're selling me on it. I'm up for it. So far, I believe Squadix built one on Puck, and then Notice built 3 in one game on his Mars. So now it's up to the rest of his team. Like, okay, come on guys, come on, pick up the slack. Who's building the Divine Rapier next?
Apparently there was a safe lane Puck pick in this tournament, I think, to dodge like a really rough lane matchup, which was kind of interesting. But yeah, Squad X going Divine Rapier on Puck might seem kind of weird, but when you think about the fact that the new Aghanim Scepter is kind of just scales really good with attack damage, and then you get bonus spell damage as well from the new Rapier, is pretty good.
It is pretty good.
All right, I have some good news for everyone. We are ready to go into our first game here between Virtus Pro and Gaming Gladiators. Thank you all so much for tuning in here today, as we've got some great series still lined up.
I like that Gaming Gladiators is smoking out really quickly. Enigma is historically a pretty weak hero at the early game.
Go right into him.
Oh,
he's got attribute shift as well. Yeah, he's attribute shift, and that should. Oh, they end up missing the shockwave. That is very unfortunate. And Quinn, of course, holding his spell it's not really worth sacking your lane to get that kill unless he's getting first blood. Then you're like, okay, yeah, you take it, right? But. Wow.
Yeah, that was a really cool call because I was thinking the Enigma, the post good luck, have fun after the attempt. That would only be better if they actually killed him. Enigma usually is a weak bounty rune fighter. Now a little better with the way that it's a demonic summoning, so you don't need to wait for creeps. But maybe they actually were looking for the Morphling because that is extremely common to go full Agi and be extremely low health. But Kiritich walked straight to that tower, so they didn't quite get there fast enough. That could have been a really cool way to start.
It was a really good read. Yeah, it was a really good read. Like, a lot of Morphlings will just kind of walk to their lane because they know they're not useful at rune fights. And the idea from Gaming Gladiators is like, maybe we get the kill. You know, maybe we'll kill him before he gets to the tower. And they were honestly very close.
I think
like
if that shockwave
hits, if the shockwave hits, it probably is the kill. The slow is just long enough. It repositions him, does an extra little bit of damage. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been awesome. I see you guys just saw now both laners blocking one creep forward or letting one creep go and then blocking the rest. Everyone just starting a lot of these little creep equilibrium micro tricks right at the start. That's how you know it's high level gameplay.
I love watching these two heroes just like no one can hit creeps because it's like it's gonna get denied, and so they both just pump fake auto attacks on it.
Yeah, laning is the creeps are a massive mini game / it is the main game of the laning stage. So you love seeing the pros do all these little tricks.
Yeah. I'll be curious to see how well this Enigma versus Gyro lane ends up going. He did end up going Rocket Barrage, obviously, for the first blood, so I thought you might see Eidolons come out from FNG as a response, but didn't quite end up happening. Some nice skewer plays there off of Ace, and it is keeping Kiritich a little bit low, but he should be able to heal this back up. They have a salve now delivered on FNG, so we'll try and just regen up here behind the tower.
Yeah, Morphling will be okay there, but the cool thing about that is he skewered him away from the creeps to make sure he didn't die. He had to switch over to strength. So he missed last hits because he was lacking damage and out of position. So they didn't plan to kill him. They're just like, yeah, just make him miss a couple last hits. It's worth it.
Level 2 power spike bottom. They're looking for Seiyush, but nice stomp out from Noticed. We'll give him the space he needs to survive. No blood grenade. Celery did, I think, used his at that level 1 gank, so could have been the difference there in getting that kill.
Someone who still got his blood grenade. Celery now in trouble.
Yeah, indeed he is, and that's a first blood for Noticed. That is going to be fantastic for them. I mean, this Rubik Centaur lane, we've seen it before. We've talked about it before. Centaur having a lot of burst potential, sometimes only just lacks the ability to get in range, but Rubik fixes that, right? Early telekinesis picked up at 2. Solves that problem.
Yeah, that first blood is quite nice because he hasn't bought anything yet, maybe trying to see how the lane goes, but he still has 2 tangos, and I think you'll see him just wait for this Helm of the Iron Will. Once he has that, Sven and Venge are very much a physical damage lane, so you're going to get the armor, the HP regen, and I think once he has that, you're not really applying too much pressure to the Centaur.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's one of those things where it's like maybe if his lane's not going great, he has to pick up like boots early or like a casual chainmail, but now that he just has first blood gold, he's 75, 80 gold away from his Helm, so yeah, should absolutely just wait for that.
Yeah, I got about 350 gold. So just to put that into perspective, it's kind of like 2 to 3 creep waves because of he wouldn't get every single last hit because they're fighting over it. But that's just how much he just sped up on that timing of the Helm of the Iron Will. So these first bloods matter a lot, especially in lanes that are going to be close.
Yeah. We haven't really talked about mid. Is Quinn actually making a nice body block play there, bringing Squad X quite low. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised at how well this lane is going for him. right? He's like neck and neck on CS, has a couple extra denies.
Yeah, I think Resonant Pulse helps him out a lot.
Remnants. Yeah, it's true. It is a good barrier. And with the change to barriers being post reduction, it was like one of those like few buffs that did make, you know, Void Spirit a little bit stronger, because it did feel kind of bad when your barrier was like, oh, I got 80 health, and then the hero hit you once and you're like, okay,
it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, post reduction changes actually made barriers really cool.
Despite that first blood, all the lanes pretty close right now. Seems like it's just a bit of a farm fest.
Yeah. There's this tug of war happening on top between the Enigma and the Gyro, just exactly what we expected. He's like, I want to summon Eidolons, but I can't. So he might just go to stack, and yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Bottom lane, some more kind of fighting between the two supports. Sayush almost gets brought down, but he's chilling.
Yeah, I think this bottom lane is probably where we'll see the kills on the supports, since it's hard to go on the Morphling, right? Because he has waveform, he has attribute shift. Well, he doesn't have waveform yet. They might try to make a play. FNG's coming down here.
He's like, I can't summon Eidolons top, so I will send them all through the portal instead and farm behind your tower. Like I said, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a jungle Enigma, and there's, you know, really not much they can do about it. But Dyrachyo, I'm going to be surprised. I thought he might Stormhammer those, but would rather save the mana for the lane, so.
Yeah, they look tempting.
Yeah, right.
But I suppose if he used that stun, he wouldn't have it for if they dive him, so.
Yeah.
Playing it safe.
I see gold and I want gold. I'm a simple man. Rotations into the mid lane. The 6-minute power rune. Celery is here. This will be top though. Invis grabbed by Quinn. Almost level 6, but doesn't have it quite yet. We'll get it off the. Ooh, ends up getting a little bit of XP sap there from the gyrocopter, so just barely short of his level 6. That would have been a go, actually, 100%. I think if Quinn had his level 6 there, he would have dosed.
He's literally 1 XP away from level 6.
Was it actually 1?
It was literally 1. That's crazy.
Yeah, he 100% wanted to dive Squad X there.
Yeah, it would have been a great play. Gyro brings a lot of early magic damage, which can't really be avoided by Windrun. Well, I say that actually because he took Flat Cannon, you know, maybe a little less than usual.
Yeah, he's still holding a point though, and for now he'll be okay. The Enigma, again, he doesn't need to be in lane anymore. The reason you pick this Morphling into the bag is you don't have kill threat on this Morphling outside of, you know, Kiritich potentially getting rotated on by say Quinn, but as long as they have, you know, as long as they're paying attention to that rotation, he should be able to sit freely in the lane, and now FNG just gets to go farm, and he's going to rush that Vlad's for his team.
The reverse of that is that Morphling doesn't really stop Magnus from farming either.
True.
And Magnus is not known as like this early lane dominator. He's usually actually quite a stable laner who then reaches a very scary point. I'm sure many of us have seen all the big reverse polarities, the skewers, all of that. What'd you see?
No, it was just like Ace went for a pull and the creeps just like, I don't know, maybe they lost sight of him. Maybe he was just too fast. I don't know. It was very weird. The creeps just decided to not aggro to him anymore. It was very odd. Some more keyboard issues here, it looks like.
I didn't see exactly what happened, but sometimes it will be due to you accidentally A-click the a pause right as they're ganking Squadix. Sometimes if you A-click if you A-click your own creeps, you can actually de-aggro the pull camp. So there's a pro tip for all the viewers. That might have happened there.
Okay, that would make sense.
See if Squadix lives here.
It's not looking good for him. He does have, you know, Windrun level 3, but there is a lot of damage coming out, like you said, from that early points of the gyro. And that will be a kill. Quinn, however, not in a good position either. Needs
no charges.
Quite a bit of help here. And yeah, only 2 wand charges. Gets brought back into the remnants, or I'm sorry, to the Eidolons. Nice little exchange there. Some good solo XP going to the supports, but I think
the fact that Quinn killed Wind Ranger first.
I was literally
makes him
double checking.
happy.
I was like, who got the kill? It did go to Quinn, so I think he's happy.
Then again, Rubik and Enigma, not supports you want to give a great game to. So we'll see if, you know, maybe that early XP, early gold, they can do something with it. They're going to try again on Squadix. Make use of that earlier kill.
Why not?
Round
Missiles
2.
coming. Quinn has another Astral Step coming on through, and with that stun, they get the kill. They do have both supports still here. Tofu trying to get the Rocket Barrage, does finally get the kill, but another Telekinesis. Great body blocks here from these Eidolons, and Quinn looking for some more, but he's got noticed on top of him, and another kill. Seush is now level 6. Oh,
That is
boy.
terrifying.
Dude,
Nice
this tower's
rotation
gonna
from
take
Noticed.
so much damage.
Yeah, someone's got to come here. And I don't think they're going to make it a time, actually. Gyro's going to come here, but I don't think he can stop this on his own.
Dude, is this tower just dead? 6 Eidolons and a Centaur?
I think so. Quinn can't teleport. He teleported for that second attempt.
Wow. And that stolen missile zones him out entirely. That is it. Your tower's just gone. Dude, those 2 aggressive plays initially looked pretty solid for Gaming Gladiators, but it just massively backfires. Just I guess respecting the damage that this Rubik can put out, plus just those Eidolons.
Yeah, really cool to see VP bring so many heroes. Noticed this, especially like wrapping in like that. Yeah, gets him a mid. I don't think that was in the plan. You know, like get ganked, deal with the gank, get mid tower. But that is a very good series of events for them. Centaur now at the top of the net worth as we approach 10 minutes here. 5K. He's pretty happy. He could finish the Veil, but looks like he's deciding. He's like, actually, I have so much gold. Maybe I get a blink and surprise them with how fast it is.
I actually kind of like the idea of getting an early blink, but we'll have to see. It's just one of those things where it's like, does the blink net you kills? And I think it does. They do smoke, but it just gets instantly scanned. So Squad X is out of here. Pops the wind run. He's out. The question is, can they find anything for this rotation?
Morphling's even already heading over to Twin Gate. So as they go up top, this is also very nice from them. Recognizing, hey, if you don't find Squadix, they're going to look for something else. I better get out.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to go the blink on Noticed. I mean, there's no reason you hold that 2,500 gold. And that is going to be another tower potentially here in the bottom lane. Is this Enigma? I mean, you dedicate by the gyro pick into slowing him down, but FNG has done a fantastic job of just dodging the gyro, right? He's just holding off on using these Eidolons until gyro's already spent or something. Bottom lane, they are looking to maybe... Okay, they will defend the tower, actually. Jirachi committing the God Strength, the TP in from the Venge as well. Meanwhile, Ace did finish off top tower.
This Centaur blink can backfire a little bit. Like you said, you have to find kills with it. And if you don't find the kills, and maybe you'll even die as you go for them, you'll regret it.
Right?
Yeah, I think so.
I was like, that's
you might be regretting it.
Stormhammer, but a stolen swap.
Stolen swap.
Ooh, very close. I mean, that was the moment where, like, if you go, you just said it yourself, if you go in and die, it ends up being really rough, and they will go ahead and grab the Enigma. Great call out and positioning, but notice, plus Squad X coming in, will be able to find the exchange. If you get out of this on Gaming Gladiators, you're pretty okay. You do lose your tower, but Quinn getting some space mid finally. I mean, this tower is still full HP, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're gonna work it down a little bit. I think I'm trying to decide like who's happier with this, because it does feel weird. Like Magnus, Sven, they are gonna need time to farm.
I thought it was going to be Gaming Gladiators, but they got the tower and they didn't really lose anything, so I think it's probably VP.
Yeah. I think Gaming Gladiators will be taking it a little easy for now until this Orchid comes up on Magnus. That's a pretty cool pickup. I don't think I've seen that, but it does allow him to kill quite a few of these heroes, especially as a follow-up to, say, Quinn initiating.
It's like Quinn really going through his mana, but he has a regen in his back in his bottle right now, so he's chilling. We're gonna see a nice smoke attempt out here from VP. Again, wanting to put this Blink Dagger to good use. We'll see. Quinn, I think he knows something is up. The question is, will they find the swap into a black hole? The stolen swap from Sayush, the stomp to follow. Void Spirit will go down. The new regen, not enough to keep him alive. In comes the rest of Gaming Gladiators, though. It's just going to be a 1-for-1. Not enough if you're Gaming Gladiators. What a great read from VP.
The mid laners are having a rough time this game. They're getting killed left and right.
Dude, this Rubik is so farmed. Between like the multiple kills in mid lane, like Sayush is now almost a fourth core for his team. He has 2-0-4, and I think has a Glimmer Cape already. Yeah, he has the full Glimmer Cape done.
That is terrifying. Rubik is a really scary hero to give an early 6-2 because it's kind of like a funny way to think about it. But at level 6, you essentially have 6 skill points to put into your abilities. But for Rubik, who hits an early 6 and you steal a spell, it's like you have your 6 skill points and then 3 of someone else's potentially of all the abilities they've put in there. So it's like a huge jump in power for a Rubik who is stealing big spells. Or sometimes you steal like ultimates like that and you see how it gets put into use. The swap earlier to save the Centaur and then now to get the kill on the Void Spirit. He is putting it to use and it's not helping Gaming Gladiators out here.
Yeah. We're going to see them smoke up here in the mid lane on the back of 3. It looks like Magnus has opted for his own Blink Dagger now instead of finishing the Orchid. He's like, all right, they're getting active. They're making plays. We got to do something here. They do get a scan. It is onto the Rubik. It's not the best target, but again, this guy is pretty farmed for a support.
It's probably worth it.
Oh my goodness, he has Skewer. And they get the Stampede off as well. Can Ace close the gap? The Glimmer Cape, man. He just gets away. They did see the Centaur on the top side of the map, though. They won't find him. They get nothing for this.
They didn't have dust. They didn't expect such an early Glimmer Cape. He's so farmed.
Dude, that is a very sick play from Sayush. Just the bonus cast range on the Skewer. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so far, these movements from Gaming Gladiators just not quite finding the clean kills they would like. Like, I really like the attempts they made mid, but VP responded really well both times. And from, like, we could say it's like roughly even those kills in the mid lane, but after that, the power of these supports they've had an easier time finding more kills off the Rubik and Enigma than Gaming Gladiators has on the Gyro and the Venge.
God, this play was so sick. This is one of those things, like, you saw Notice was about to blink and go, but they like intentionally made the call, be like, no, pull him onto the high ground. Let's not fight near that tower. It's just those tiny little things that can make a big difference in a game.
Yeah, and I'm glad they did it right then, because I was just about to say it might be hard to kill a Void Spirit, because I did not expect them to be able to swap him straight into the black hole, and I imagine neither did he.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to read the gank. He thought they might be coming from the bottom or from the top side, right? That's why he has the remnant there. But they go for the longer wraparound on the smoke. And bottom lane here, they aren't going to connect on this gank either. So they're trying to find things on the map for Gaming Gladiators, but it is just not working out. And this Blink Dagger from the Magnus, it's frustrating for Ace.
Yeah, Noticed at least found 1 kill, I think. 2 maybe after his Blink purchase. So every time you try to make a gank and it doesn't work, I mean, that's time you could have spent farming, right? So when this many ganks start to, miss the mark.
Ooh, oh, nice RP. That range was right on the edge, and this amount of magic damage is definitely more than enough. The kill goes the way of Tofu, and honestly, I thought there was no way he gets in range there, but that was sick long RP.
That was a wide reverse polarity, but thinking it might be safe now, he might die in return as the VP smoked here.
And Squad X coming in, has the focus fire, dropping a lot of damage. He gets swapped to safety from Celery. Nice stun onto the Enigma. The call down coming through from Tofu. He's going to return with his own damage. The Enigma is the one that will fall. What a play from the supports once again.
Quinn's here looking for more. I think he's not going to find anything, but you're still quite happy with that. Not only did you get that Centaur kill, but VP just smoked trying to get a response, and you killed them again. So that is huge for them. The game is now kind of caught back up in terms of net worth. Not that VP had a massive lead, but it was starting to feel a little stressful for Gaming Gladiators, missing so many gank attempts there.
Yeah, they definitely kind of have everything they want right now to try and play the map. Dyrachyo is just continuing to farm. He's on his way to his BKB, and he's only about 800-ish, 800, 900 gold away. If we look at Kiritich, though, he is equally as farmed. I mean, he's sitting on the completed Manta. He is thinking of going for either Butterfly or Eye of Scotty. All of them are great. Meanwhile, top lane, nice swap once again from Celery. He's able to try and keep him alive, but a great shackle. The black hole dropped immediately, not letting him get away this time as Celery will lose his life as well. A double kill for Squad X on this Wind Ranger.
Some great finds for them. It's going to move him towards his BKB. I think both teams have identified, like, the fights are coming soon. So Squad X is working on his own BKB. Ooh, fast Roche. Well, it's not that fast, I guess, but...
They stole Wave of Terror, and they're like, can we do this? Like, maybe?
The answer's yes. Yeah, it's taking a little bit, but Gaming Gladiators is nowhere near to contest, especially with 2 heroes dead.
Yeah. Very nice. Great
Ping
call
Roche
there
time,
from Verse,
chat.
bro.
Work on those habits.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, that is 5 minutes. It is really tough to kill Morphling. I don't think they'll do anything too crazy with this first Aegis. I think they're just going to use it to continue to farm up. I mean, they'll still apply a little bit of pressure. 4 of them smoked up, going to find Gyro here.
They are indeed. There's going to be the initiation, and with that, that's a quick TP out from Dyrachyo. He's like, nope, I don't want any part of that. He's gone. Quinn running down the lane to find his power rune. It looks like they're running back into the danger, though. Quinn still has that amplified damage to sit on, but looks like he will have more than enough to bring down the Centaur. I mean, that's a great return kill.
Definitely. That's the downside of this Blink Dagger. If he didn't go Blink, which we sometimes see Centaurs do, they delay it for a while, it would be a finished Shiva's Eternal Shroud, some other item that would tank him up, and maybe he gets out of that. So that is a good find for Gaming Gladiators. It's going to delay any shenanigans from VP. Maybe they wanted to apply a little pressure with the Aegis. Nah, you're going to wait for Centaur to be up.
Speaking of Eternal Shroud, he immediately buys it. He's like, okay, yep, tired of that magic damage. Let's get an Eternal Shroud online. There's also a vessel completed on Tofu now. He queued this one up a little while ago. So the Gyrocopter, the amount of like damage output from his kit right now is extremely high. FNG will get caught here by Quinn, but the Stampede trying to make some space. He does pop that illusion rune, giving him a little bit of survivability for the moment, but in comes Dyrachyo with this brand new BKB. The RP comes out, straps 2. They get the Enigma, they get the Aegis, but can they get out now? Ace will have to skewer away as Squad X coming in looking for these heroes. But Windrun on cooldown, notice, does not look like he wants to blink in aggressively, so they get the Aegis and they get the Enigma. It costs a lot of spells from both teams, though.
That's true. I think you're happy with that, though, for Gaming Gladiators.
Dire's top tower.
I feel like...
Oh, they want the Centaur again. They know he's going to farm the camp here. Noticed. Not a chance to blink away. Here comes the vessel, and of course the Gyro's damage. It's just too much, man. They got him.
Gaming Gladiators are really coming into their timings here. Finding all these kills back to back, it's speeding everyone up to their next items. Because I was gonna say it was looking a little scary because VP had the Aegis, they had some safety, and as Wind Ranger picks up this BKB and it looks like Morphling going for Butterfly, it's gonna be pretty hard. There's a lot of right-click damage from like a Sven, Magnus, Void Spirit. How are you gonna go through that evasion when you can't dispel Wind Run, when you don't have like an MKB to deal with Butterfly? But with all these fights lately, they're going to hit their timings first before maybe... I think his BKB is going to be fine, but like Butterfly is delayed now. So Gaming Gladiators, they're going to keep trying to apply this pressure.
It's interesting when you see a hero like Void Spirit, and you traditionally think of him as like a magic hybrid hero. He's mostly doing physical damage right now. Like most of the damage that he's putting out are just like right clicks and the Astral Step, of course, right? So you're gonna need some armor to deal with this. And Centaur, not a notoriously high armor hero. He usually just gets it from his items. But when you factor the fact that there is a Vengeful Spirit in this game, it becomes a little bit harder to build up that armor.
Yeah, that's where the Shiva's nerf hurts him, because prior to this, the last patch, you'd see like phase boots into Shiva's, and then he had an insane amount of armor. But not this time, and it's hurting him this game.
Quick smoke. Who's going to find who? They're going right into a ward, though, and with that break... Oh, does he go for the swap? He thought about it. But the team, maybe not quite in range to go for it, and it will be Virtus Pro that respond with a smoke of their own. So they want to try and take the fight now to Gaming Gladiators.
Radiant are scanning.
Dyrachyo just finished an Aghanim Scepter. That's a great counter to the Wind Ranger, but she also has a PK bead.
Both teams know this is coming. Everyone's trying to posture in the best way or wrap around to avoid such posturing.
And Celery is just sitting in like just around swap range for Dyrachyo. They're like, if they happen to get onto the Sven, you know, we'll get the swap out immediately. So
yeah, got Eye of the Vizier as well for his neutral item to increase that swap range.
Ooh, quite nice. One thing, I don't know if I pointed out earlier, but FNG did go for the mech early, and he's going back for the Vlads, so he almost has it. He's very close, but the mech actually a pretty interesting idea. Maybe with the Vlad's nerf, he feels like the mech might be a little bit better, especially with the burst damage that comes out from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, you kind of have to instantly survive. Like, both teams are very worried about the AoE initiate. On one hand, you've got reverse polarity into Sven stun and cleaves. On the other hand, you've got stomp into like black hole. So both teams are being very cautious about it. And if you get caught by that, it is a lot of damage coming in really quickly. And Vlad's benefits over long fights where you're able to attack back and you play that lifesteal damage advantage game. But if you're getting RP'd and burst down, you need the heal from mech to come in instantly, and hopefully like one fraction of a second Morphling isn't killed in that time. He gets to waveform away and survive.
They're smoked up again here, but don't manage to find anything. Quinn did finish his Aghanim Scepter. So a great tool at trying to lock down the Morphling if the Manta's already on cooldown. Also fantastic at finding kills on these supports, since they won't really have a good way of removing that silence anytime soon.
Morphling just finished his Butterfly. He's got so little health with this build, but he surely outputs a lot of damage. Look at him go. 300 damage, rapid attacks.
I mean, why not? And Sven's not a hero that wants to build an MKB early or almost like ever. Like, he wants the big red numbers. He wants to build a Daedalus. So for now, I think Morphling is relatively safe. He does need to worry about the magic burst potential from Gaming Gladiators, and also Quinn, because Astral Steps plus the rest of his kit is a lot of damage. Wait, Astral Step attacks do not cleave. All right, remember what I said earlier? That we're just going to ignore that.
Well, he still cleaves when he does his regular attacks. Like you said, as a universal hero, he built Manta. Like, his regular attacks are pretty fast.
Notice, gets a stun onto the gyro. A pretty good catch, but in comes Quinn. He just caught by a shackle. FNG just gets chopped down by Dyrachyo, and they're going to look for the Morphling. The skewer on through the signs. They even commit the RP. Unnecessary, but notice, he's stuck on the backside. The vessel's on top of him, and it's only a matter of time before this Centaur goes down. Dyrachyo's hunting for more. He goes onto the high ground, gets on top of Squad X. He doesn't pop the BKB. He didn't remember. The Axe Dispel just crushes him. 4 dead on the side of VP.
Radiant structures are
counter fortify to keep their creeps alive. They want to take a set of barracks here. That was an incredible fight in front of the enemy's base. And yeah, they're going to punish him hard with 1 barracks. Are they going to go for more? Because actually the top lane is also open. See Gyro already positioned there to grab the creeps.
This game was like neck and neck until about a minute and a half ago. We're gonna look at a replay here. They see the image of Tofu and they go, but this guy is fairly tanky. And what a remnant from Quinn. Just happens to catch FNG there. Great targeting on these heroes to just grab, well, not only the Enigma, but the Morphling. Oh, Ace didn't commit RP. He still has it.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. Like, VP could look for a fight here if they like had used RP, but now maybe you fight while God Strength is down, but actually it's like 5 seconds left. So yeah, unfortunately they're not even gonna have an advantage looking for a fight right now.
They're smoked up. Ace has that RP available. He goes in, he gets the Wind Ranger, but you might need more than that. The Skewer him backs away, but here comes the rest of Virtus Pro. They get themselves a kill. In comes Dyrachyo right through the black hole, gets himself the kills. They're looking for Kiritich now, but Dyrachyo, he needs help. They get the stun. The Remnant onto the high ground here might buy him a little bit more space to silence up onto the Morphling. They do pull him back into the first Remnant, but a jump in, no, noticed. He grabs the Remnant. Very unfortunate for him as a Missile's hunting for more. They will potentially be able to chase down for Kiritich here. He's going to be pretty deep. They will back away as FNG. He's back into this fight. He bought back for this. If Dyrachyo finds him, he's in a lot of trouble. Will they just scout it?
FNG just hiding in these trees.
Just barely.
This is how you know there's no ward on that cliff now.
Yeah. They are scanning for the Roshan. They know.
Yeah, I mean, there we see, like, if he didn't have RP, they actually didn't kill anyone off RP, but he used it to keep Wind Ranger out of the fight for actually quite a while, which messed with their initiation, and they weren't able to find their own kill really quickly. It's now going to lead to an Aegis, which VP is up here to try to find a kill.
I mean, they're just baiting with Tofu all the time here. They do jump the back line, though, and they do manage to find themselves a nice kill onto Celery, but the God Strength is back. FNG just dying to the cleaves. Tofu will be able to finish him off in just a matter of time, but it's Squad X here on the front side with this Focus Fire trying to bring down the Sven, but a nice swap. The buyback from Celery gets him to safety, and look who they've caught. It's Kiritich onto the backside. They're looking to bring him down. The Morphling, he goes right into the rest of Gaming Gladiators, and Kiritich will fall. They've got their numbers. Seiyu's trying to TP to safety. He will make it out, as well as Squad X. But another costly engagement here from VP.
Who cares about evasion? I'll just miss a couple times, but I just need 1 crit. He's doing all this damage with the Empower, man. The damage is insane. He only needs to hit like 1 out of 3 times.
Yeah. If that's all you need, the numbers are eventually going to be in your favor. Quinn has found Squad X. So this is, I mean, he's taking a lot of damage on Quinn, but he does have the Aegis. The idea is just, he can't TP out now. He got his TP. So Ace, he's going to show up. They get the Orchid.
Quinn?
Quinn? A little awkward. Aegis down, guys. Aegis down. Nah, I mean, Quinn obviously would have liked to not die there. I don't think it changes a whole lot, but
I was gonna say you just let him stay here, but I see that there's 2 Wisdom runes over here, so maybe that's why they didn't want to give it up. You know, wanted to make sure he got that Wind Ranger kill.
A little unfortunate on that Remnant placement.
Yeah.
You know, doesn't quite block off the tunnel or the ramp there, and allows Squad X to finish the kill.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe you just
rune. I didn't realize that was there either.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you just ignore that Wind Ranger now that she's stuck on your half of the map, and you go push up. It's difficult for her to join the fight, but I suppose she could cut creeps and that would prevent you. So, yeah, they decided to just kill her. Maybe a little more expensive than they thought it was gonna be.
Okay, so one thing I've been wanting to come back on the fact is Tofu is kind of the front line for his team, which is very odd, right? You're looking at a support gyrocopter, but he's the one who's baiting in every fight. He's sitting on Vessel, a Strength Vambrace, Guardian Greaves, and a Casual Cloak. Like, this guy is so tanky.
Yeah, that's a great point. And oh my, he has so much money. He just finished the full Glimmer and a Veil, so he's even that much tankier. And I agree. It's fantastic for him to just run in, draw the attention, because it's setting up for his Sven, Magnus, and Void Spirit to find the initiations they want. And if you do die, it's not that big a deal. You're just like, just position for gyro, whatever.
I mean, you're at least gonna get Guardian Greaves off, most likely. You probably threw some vessels, some spells, and you call yourself, I did my job, God Strength comes out here as they're looking to just bring down another lane of barracks. There is, of course, a fortification available for VP, but Sven and an amplified damage Void Spirit plus the empowers. We're talking almost 1,000 damage on your Sven and like 800 damage on your Void Spirit.
I wish they'd put this amplified damage on Sven. That would be insane. 1,500 damage.
Well,
all right, almost
one
megas.
Lane of barracks remaining as the God Strength expires. They will back away.
Yeah, they have so much damage amp between Empower and Vengeful Spirit, who also built a Vlad's. Really good positioning there. Yeah, good positioning by Celery, not walking up too far, making sure she can swap any of her cores out. If you all group up, then that's how you throw into the stomps and the black holes and everything. But they're just going to take it nice and disciplined, slowly push up. They'd love to have the Aegis right now, but they're doing okay without it.
Macy noticed. They won't go for it. I was thinking maybe Quinn would go for like a double Astral Step in, but his team not quite close enough. They're going for maybe Squad X here. Doesn't hit on the Remnant though. Did get the wind run off, so he'll be okay. Again, it's mostly just looking for the freebie. If you get it, it's nice, but you don't want to overcommit. You got one lane of barracks top. That's the goal, right? Get mega creeps. That God Strength is back.
They'll just Sven in to grab this. They don't even need to look for a fight. They just want this barracks, and then they can wait for the mega creeps to come in. Okay, I respect that. They're taking the time to make sure the vision game is in their favor.
All right, there's that last fort. Ace fishing for a potential RP here as Squad X does not want to get caught. And again, it's only a matter of time before Dyrachyo finishes off, but there's the RP. It comes out. They manage to get onto the Wind Ranger. She gets the kill, but the FNG Black Hole's there. Celery with the swap. It's enough to keep Dyrachyo alive, and they're turning around on a character to BKB doing some work, but noticed on the backside, he's falling fast. Dyrachyo somehow still alive, and Squad X comes into the middle, the slaughterhouse that is Game and Gladiators, and the GG drops. That is going to be game one going to Game and Gladiators.
Look at those smiles. Happy to have cleaned that up. Telling them, guys, did you see those numbers? I was hitting so high. I think that's one nice thing about Sven with the cleave, actually, that I was thinking about. If you can't hit the heroes with evasion, you hit the heroes next to them and just cleave the damage over. I think that came into play a couple times. 8, 0, and 6 on the Sven. 24k hero damage. That just doesn't sound that high relative to like other games of Dota you might see, but he is the highest in this game with some of those big crits and all the empowered damage he had.
That is like it's like one of the things you kind of gloss over when you're looking at the draft early on and you're kind of watching the game develop is just the fact that you have Empower from Magnus, you have Venjor, and then you have a Vlad's, and you're just like, oh, all of our cores have like 300 bonus damage that they normally wouldn't have. And clearly, I mean, it catches VP off guard. You don't get the Shivas up on notice ever. So this Centaur, who's normally this really tanky hero, is kind of just a wet paper bag to any of Gaming Gladiators lineup.
Yeah, that's the Shiva's nerf really coming into play, right? Where in the last patch, he wouldn't have thought twice about it. Yeah, I'm just gonna get the Shivas, but that recipe being so expensive, he opted for some other items and never gets that armor.
Yeah. Very entertaining. Game number one, Virtus Pro almost manages to pull this one back in a couple different engagements, but Gaming Gladiators looking quite good in this series. But we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Stay tuned for more here on DreamLeague Season 22. We'll see you in a bit.
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bound, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better, better, getting better. Just keeps getting better, better, getting better. Just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better. We find another level. Getting better. Just keeps getting better, better, getting better. Just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better. We find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better, getting better. Just keeps getting better, better, getting better. Just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better. We find another level. Getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better. We find another level. Just keeps getting better, better, getting better. Just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better. We find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. We get better. We find another level.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 22. We are having a pretty great time today, honestly. We've had some really fun games to watch. We are about to go into game number 2 of Virtus Pro versus Gaming Gladiators. My name is Cryptic, and of course, I'm here with Z Quixotics himself. So game 1 looked pretty good from Gaming Gladiators. Like, they've been struggling a little bit this tournament. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, has looked very good. But what was some of the main takeaways from game number 1?
I think the lane into the early game was pretty close. Both teams were making some great plays. Gaming Gladiator starting with those early rotations, VP great responses, VP then making some early plays, dodging out Gaming Gladiators. So it was a very back and forth game. And then I think Gaming Gladiators managed to take a really nice fight off of, I think, double Ags timing. Sven and Void Spirit both hit their Ags, and they also finished a mech on, I think, Tofu, and that was when they took that huge fight in the mid lane. They broke open the game. It gave them so much gold. They finished another massive round of big items on many heroes, which led to the next fight, Aegis, and then we just saw the game close out from there. So I think for VP, they can do some adjustments. I don't think they have to be too stressed about, like, oh, we got outskilled, anything like that. It was very close until that fight. So that sometimes you just make that mistake, right? It's tough in a game like Dota. Sometimes you just end up taking the wrong fight. So I hope they look back on it, try to, if they want to make any draft changes, that's fine with me. But otherwise, like, trying to identify the best fight to take, like what went wrong in that moment that we took a bad fight then that led to the rest of the game. If we fix that, like, I think they have another shot here.
Yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. The game looked very close for a while, right? Like, it was very back and forth. There was a moment when, you know, Virtus Pro did kind of like seem like they were in the driver's seat after that early blink pickup, right? Unnoticed. They're getting a lot of kills around the map. Your supports were super farmed, and it looked like everything was kind of going their way. But yeah, just that one fight in mid lane did kind of seem to blow the game open for the Gaming Gladiators, as they eventually just outscaled them. Like, the Centaur became essentially like a non-factor to just this overwhelming physical damage that's coming out from Gaming Gladiators. Like, you just don't have that Shivas. Like, we talked about the nerf seemingly a little bit too difficult for certain heroes to get to, unless you really prioritize going like a farming build on this hero early. Like, if you rush the Veil and then maybe you go just for the Shivas, you hold off on getting that Blink Dagger, but then, you know, what does that do to that whole early game momentum that they were building, right? So, yeah, it makes it a little bit more difficult. I actually think these nerfs are becoming like quite substantial and like quite relevant in some of these games, like playing a big part in terms of like timings from heroes, but also changing up some of the builds and making it so that these heroes don't feel like as strong.
Yeah, I will say I really liked the opening draft for Gaming Gladiators. They gave away the Enigma and took the Gyrocopter, which, thinking about the game, the Vengeful Spirit was sort of the reason that Enigma couldn't go in. So I was thinking about that, like, why not take Venge first right away? But the thing is, like, at that point, you could potentially run Enigma as an offlaner, and Venge as a position 5 doesn't do that much versus the Eidolons, especially with the Wave of Terror nerf. So Gyrocopter as your flex counter could be our carry to the offlane Enigma. We're cool with that. Could be Enigma support. That could be your Gyro support. Cool with that, right? So they have this flex counter to the laning Enigma. And then you can see, because there's other counters. You could take the Venge. We saw Rubik work. There's other heroes. So even if VP then tries to ban out some of those counters, you'll get something you're happy with. So I thought that was a really cool pickup from Gaming Gladiators. I know Enigma's good, but it does seem hard. It seems hard when Enigma, like Rubik, Venge, those types of heroes enter. We've seen several games now where Enigma just cannot enter the fight when those heroes exist.
Yeah, and we see the Sven there, right? Like, eventually he hits a black hole. I think he got like 2 like really good targets in a black hole, and then it's just like you see a Superman just flying across the screen and just one-shots the Enigma, and you're like, oh, okay, well, that doesn't work out well.
Yeah,
we've got to draft.
About
it is time to go.
Let's go. Let's see what changes they make. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that because Sven Superman Ags dropped off for a while, but yeah, he can actually just stun into the black hole if he wants to, if there's no BKB on that Enigma.
That's quite funny. He just like pops God Strength, pops his BKB, and just throws the Stormhammer from across the screen, and you're like, oh, well, that guy's gonna die.
Yep. All right, for this draft so far, some similar bans. The order has changed a little bit, but All the heroes were the same as before. We'll see if we have another Respect Broodmother band.
Ooh, yeah, good point. Yeah, I mean, all these heroes were banned in Phase 1 last time. The Chen currently not banned, but still 2 more bans available. All right, so they get rid of the Chen and the Enigma.
I do think the first phase Brood ban was maybe a little excessive because, well, I say that Gaming Gladiators has first phase Broodmother, but it's usually off of the second pick. I don't think they've literally opened first pick Broodmother, at least in recent memory. So I think they can leave Broodmother in because if Gaming Gladiators tries to pick it here, you'll get a response pick right away.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think one of the things to note for people wondering, there's a lot of intricacies in the draft, but Gaming Gladiators actually chose Radiant with their priority, and Virtus Pro this time actually choose second pick, which is a huge deviation from what we've seen. This whole tournament up until this game right now, Virtus Pro has taken first pick as their priority. So I think what you just said is probably a pretty large reason behind that. You definitely don't want to give a Broodmother to 8 pick, right? Like that is pretty scary. Or I guess not 8 anymore. It's different. It used to be 8, but you know what I mean.
Okay, Techie's opener, very safe hero, good in both support roles, combos with a lot of heroes, just a lot of strong nuke damage in the early lane, or just a lot of poke damage with that long range universal damage. So pretty safe if they're not sure what to get. There's the Mirana.
Rising Star.
Yep. VP has been playing a lot of Mirana. They've been part of why Mirana's been rising up.
Her win rate's like 70-something%, I think, when we saw earlier. Maybe more, maybe almost 80%. But yeah, very, very high win rate on the Mirana at the moment. And we're starting to see a lot of teams start to experiment with this. You and I were trying to theorycraft as to why, before we jumped on here today. Because this is a hero that saw a little bit of popularity towards the tail end of last patch, but she's looking really strong now.
Yeah, I think some of the counterparts getting nerfed, like why would you take Mirana when there's Lion, when there's Nature's Prophet, those heroes, they all got nerfed, putting them more in line with the Mirana. And then you brought up a great point. Some of the heroes still available, like Dragonite, Mars has been pretty good. Like they have a lot of setup for Arrow, so it gives you a lot of kill potential there. So that might be part of the reason. She also preemptively counters like Chens and Enchantresses. Chen this time did get banned, but Enchantress still in the pool. Celery, a great Enchantress player, but you start to preemptively counter that early creep aggro that you can use to take those early towers. Once you're level 5 on Enchantress, you just arrow that creep and you're good to go.
Looks like we get the Naga Siren and the Alchemist banned once again. So a hero that I knew was going to be highly contested between these two teams. Banned out both games in Phase 2. I've seen in previous tournaments, if the hero was available, like Gaming Gladiators would pick it on the 9th, like end of Phase 1. They even overall first picked it in certain matchups, but looks like right now they're kind of opting to be a little bit safer with Duracio's heroes, and I don't really blame them for doing something like that. Like he looked very good last game on the Sven, especially as like they didn't really hide the pick, but just not allowing him to get directly countered in the opener seems to be going pretty well for them. We'll have to see here.
VP trying to decide. They're going to have to make the next pick, so trying to decide what to ban out to potentially protect that. You don't really need to protect a Mirana pick. That's one of the nice strengths of the hero, is just, fits a lot of lineups. It's more about your own draft, really, about making sure you have kind of set up for the arrow. I guess you can consider banning out sometimes like summons heroes that might, like, the arrow gets blocked by those, but on the other hand, then you got Starstorm to, clear out zoo heroes. So it's really just making sure you have stuns on your team to set up the arrow.
Yeah, and the two big ones that you mentioned earlier, things like Dragon Knight, but also the Mars. Like these are two offlane heroes that you love to pair with the Mirana given the opportunity. There are still a lot of options, even just from the support role, but they are spending a lot of time on this last ban here. And they do go back for Ace's Broodmother. Okay,
they were debating.
Yeah, they were thinking of letting it in.
I think it's a safe call. We described it in that first game, but man, you don't want to get Broodmothered, and it's tough. Like, Broodmother's the type of hero like you theoretically counter it, but a good Broodmother player, which Ace certainly qualifies as, like, you still kind of like find what you need to as that Brood, and it can be so hard to deal with. So they're just gonna take it out of the picture. Now they're gonna grab a Tiny, and if this is what they were thinking about, I kind of get it, right? Like, imagine these two heroes trying to deal with the Broodmother. It's not going to be fun for them.
He just gets Orchid and they both have no game.
Yep.
That being said, the Undying will slip through as a result. So something that was banned phase 2 last time, they will grab this for Celery. Opening your support duos for both teams is kind of an interesting take. Not something we see all that often. Not really any flex between these heroes either. I mean, technically you can put Tiny mid if there's like a puck on the other team, right? But it's like a lot of times it's been played as a support, and Tiny is one of the most contested heroes of this tournament, but it does not have a great win rate. It is struggling for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure why, because it does seem like it offers a lot. Maybe we'll get some insights here in this game. Undying Magnus, so you got that flex value. We said it last time, it probably will just be Ace, but you can always argue for that flex. But I mean, he made a great case for himself last game. He had a solid laning stage into some big catches later on that helped to break open the game, and Undying will preemptively counter a lot of the other strength heroes who are maybe still in the pool. For example, Centaur, not going to have a great time versus an Undying. Right now, a lot of offlaners that are popular are strength and melee. So we'll see what VP ends up going for. They're running it down on time. They're going to have to start making some fast choices for the rest of the draft.
Give me the Viper or the Winter Wyvern. That's what I want in the off lane with the Tiny. Is either the Wyvern or the Viper. I feel like you have to pick a ranged character into the Undying lane. There's just no way you can't run a double melee. Yeah, they go back for the Wind Ranger again. This time, I mean, technically, I guess it is still hidden in terms of it could be flexed, but all right, they take the Sven away. They just do not want to deal with that one again.
I mean, they see the Magnus and power. Anyone could build the Vlads. There's no Venge this time, but they're like, nah, that wasn't so great. Those giant crits, the 1,000 damage Sven running at us. Better take it away.
It's just been a really solid counter to the Wind Ranger, right? Like, she has these early points in Wind Run, but until you get your 25 talent of Undispellable, right? You're at the mercy of that Aghanim Scepter coming out from the Sven, and you have to just BKB it every time, and you don't want to have to do that.
Yeah, and previously the Superman build was not so great because you were forced to commit, but you can toggle it now. So you can fake it. You can just throw a regular stun, and you put it on the Wind Ranger like, do I BKB? Like, if I BKB, he's going to cancel it, so kind of going to get stunned. If I get stunned, I might just get crit, like, instantly down out of the fight. So it's a lot of pressure on the Wind Ranger dealing with that. And Sven has looked quite good. He was a hero that didn't really build Mage Slayer, Diffusal, those items that got nerfed. So he's been rising up.
This is a very good pick. It's just generally good against both of these cores, but it is... I think what you're expecting is a ranged offlane hero from VP here, almost guaranteed. And Troll is very survivable against most of the offlane, like, ranged meta heroes. Like, there's just not many heroes that can beat Troll in a lane.
Yeah, I'm liking this draft from Gaming Gladiators. I don't know. I think you preemptively plan to just sack your offlane, I think, which maybe would have justified picking it earlier. Oh, actually, I guess it could be the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it could be Wind
Ranger off lane and then save this last pick for the mid, which I think I would kind of like, because to your point, currently Undying Troll, right? Like, what do you pick there? I think you have to play a very weird lane. Assuming this is Tiny 4, Tiny 4 probably just going to do a lot of like weird creep aggro stuff, drag things around, block camps. Just try to not play a standard lane because you're dealing with Undying, Troll, Warlord, some of the strongest laners in the game.
Yeah, I like the Doom ban just because you don't want to deal with, you know, potentially getting doomed on a troll. That feels really rough. But the only other hero that I think you're worried about as a troll is something like a Razor, because it is an overall very strong game counter to the troll warlord. But I don't know if you can fit it into your draft as VP, because then you don't really have like a tanky hero that goes in, right?
Yeah, it'd be good in the lane.
It needs a lot of items.
Yeah, the rest, it would put a lot of pressure on Tiny. Tiny would have to find a lot of these initiations for his team.
Get rid of the Void Spirit as well as the Kunkka. Two very good heroes in this matchup.
I like the idea of the Razor band still, though, just to make sure you get you're happy with your lane.
I think with those bans, it is just going to be Squad X on the Wind Ranger mid again. Like I thought as well that the Void Spirit would struggle against the Wind Ranger, but he actually had a very good time. So those two bans definitely kind of indicate to me that they're running this Wind Ranger mid.
I don't know how Puck does versus Wind Ranger, but kind of down for it. You can dodge a lot of this stuff. Avalanche is the hardest thing to dodge. I think Puck looks good as a hero in general. And I wouldn't mind some lower cooldown catch on Gaming Gladiators. Hell yeah, let's go.
See, I actually kind of agree with you, and I think they're maybe calling VP's bluff. Like, are you going to put the Tiny mid now and flex some stuff around, or are you going to keep the lane and input Wind Ranger mid? Because Tiny has been for a while that traditional, pretty solid mid matchup into the Puck, but I don't think they want to put Wind Ranger as a support. I think they want to keep it as a core. Yeah, there's the Razor. Man, look at us, dude. Look at us.
Actual analysis. Let's go.
Holy heck.
No, they're going to do it. They're going to run Squadix in the mid lane with the Tiny. Okay, double range, so that hurts the Undying lane a lot. What if you do something crazy like put Undying versus the Sven then?
Nah. I think I think you just want the Magnus Techies lane. It's just so much damage that you can actually punish the Sven or the Mirana potentially. Like it's magic damage. You don't the War Cry is a little bit less useful, but also Troll gives mischance for the Tombstone, and that is what makes the Tombstone actually pretty scary.
That's fair. I don't think they'll be able to get kills with the Tombstone this lane though. Well, maybe, but it'll be tough.
Agree.
These are two very fast ranged heroes as well. It's not like a slow ranged hero like Viper, which you can sometimes still punish as Undying. Like as soon as you commit, I think we'll see a win run out. Maybe some early points in like, well, not several points, but maybe like 1 point in the passive for Razor makes him pretty fast.
Dude, I like how we actually just straight up got the last like 2 picks and the like hero swaps. That just, you know what, it makes me it makes me feel a little happy, you know,
going from casters to coaches soon.
It makes me feel like I actually have played Dota enough to understand those little moments.
Every now and then we get something right. All right, I'm looking forward to this. We called it, but do you think it's good? What draft are you happy with now?
So here's the thing, I actually like VP's draft more now. So I think it would have been questionable if it was Wind Ranger mid, but with the Tiny mid, I think it's quite good because you have a lot of potential to actually pick off the Puck and slow him down. And the Razor lane, you definitely max Plasma Field, but you put like 2 points in your static link, and it becomes a little bit more difficult for the Troll Warlord. I think it's okay. It really is. I think the Troll versus Razor matchup, it is so bad for Troll late game that if the lanes go well for VP, they should be able to win this game. But that's the big question, right? They have to win their lanes. They cannot afford to lose this Razor lane and then have like a Duraccio walking around with like 5 items. And of course the Magnus.
Very true. Something we might see then is how this first blood plays out, because we have seen, especially with volatile lanes, if someone picks up a first blood, maybe even several kills, it totally changes how a lane is supposed to go. So both teams smoke out, rush into place the wards, trying to get in position for such a play. Getting close here, but looks like no one's found each other yet.
Yeah, no one was there to break the smoke, and as a result, Tiny will get that nice ward on the Gaming Gladiators side. For those of you that are just tuning in, it is game number 2 of Gaming Gladiators here versus Virtus Pro. As Gaming Gladiators come off of a pretty nice Game 1 victory, so they got to be feeling a little bit confident, but VP definitely had some moments of brilliance and a pretty good draft here in game number 2, so we'll see how this one ends up playing out.
I gotta say, though, I don't think anyone's building a Divine Rapier here.
Very good point. Imagine we don't get a Divine Rapier.
Sad. Maybe Quinn will do it. Do it for the people, Quinn. Doesn't look like any first blood stuff's gonna happen here. Gonna go for a 2-2 split.
Yeah, I was like, might just be teasing them there, but yeah, I'd imagine just the split on the runes. So this double ranged off lane, the Wind Ranger and the Razor, is a little bit scary for this Troll Warlord and Undying lane. Celery is going to just spend so much mana trying to make space here, and you can see it. Like, he's just bought 4 mangoes to start this lane and double Blood Grenade. He's like, I have to just be a meat shield for my Troll Warlord early on and just try and put as much harassment damage as I can into these 2 heroes.
Do you think there's a reason his mangoes are split 2 and 2? Or did he buy 2 mangoes and then buy 2 more?
Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think he bought 2 mangoes and then bought 2 additional ones. I'm not really sure.
They don't auto stack?
I don't know. Maybe he likes the symmetry of the 2 and 2.
These are the big questions.
Yeah, these are the real things we have to find out. We're already seeing the Razor effect in the bottom lane, as Dyrachyo missing about 17 damage there, so a little bit difficult for him to find that CS. But top lane, FNG taking a lot of damage here. Nice Stormhammer coming out there from Kiritich to keep him alive, but oh, I baited everybody. Razor goes down first bottom. So, you know, the Decay, still a pretty good tool. He only had 450 HP when he died.
And that's one of the blood grenades. So that is exactly what you want to find in this kind of lane. Razor, not the strongest at level 1. Oh, in the meantime, now getting a kill on Mirana up here. Game Gladiators coming out strong here.
Eventually able to run him down. That one I thought was going to happen earlier, but Tofu just constantly throwing this damage into FNG. Being universal, he has about 10 damage advantage, plus Sticky Bomb, a great harassment tool, so it's just being very annoying. Meanwhile, mid lane, Quinn nearly going down to Squad X there. Does have the bottle, though.
All these lanes keeping us on our toes. Everyone's getting low.
I'd like to say I don't think Notice should die again in this bottom lane, but it really comes down to how much Celery decides to commit into these early items, and we see he buys another Blood Grenade and more mangoes, so that's his game plan, really.
I like
I'm like
it.
trying to watch mid and top at the same time. It's like everyone just keeps trading down to low
It's
HP.
tough. It's tough. I think if Razor dies again, it's a huge problem for them. This is supposed to win this lane for them, and 2 early deaths will really hurt you, will really set you back. Fortunately, Undying doesn't have too much. Like, he's bought a lot of consumables, so if he uses all of them and doesn't pick up a kill, then I think Razor's lane will stabilize from there. But if he gets killed by all these consumables, that's going to be a big problem for him.
Yeah. Celery also did manage to get the Lotus, which is quite nice, and FNG continuing to just get absolutely zoned out of this lane, which is pretty rough for him. I mean, the Sven he's not really being harassed heavily himself, but you can see it just in the CS difference here, having that Techies versus the Mirana. Like, Magnus is double his CS already. And they, ooh, yeah, he's forced to leap, actually. Is he gonna chase this? He has 2-point Shockwave and a Skewer. He's thinking about it. But a nice Stormhammer there to make some space. They're gonna look for the Sven instead. Tofu's got a Sticky Bomb available, and that should do it here. Just needs one more auto attack, and it's there. And Tofu's not done looking for FNG, but he gets the leap away here at the last second. So nicely played here between these two, turning their attention onto the Sven instead. I think I might have cursed him there. Well, bottom lane. See the Tombstone come out, and honestly noticed he's just gonna get ran to death. It just gets ran down, and Celery denies the tombstone. Sayush, of course, has to focus it up, because if you don't, he's probably dead. And Dyrachyo,
double kill
with those whirling axes, looking to just take down the Wind Ranger, but a lot of damage thrown back his way.
Gaming Gladiators, they do not want to get knocked out of the group stage. They have reevaluated their first day, and they're coming out strong in this series.
This is kind of what I was worried about when I was talking about the Razor pick initially. I was like, they could go for the Razor, but it doesn't really like beat the troll in the lane per se, as much as it is just one of the best counters in the game, right? Once you have items, once you have BKB, it's like Troll Warlord doesn't get to play Dota. But if you prevent the Razor from getting there, right? He's sitting at 11 CS here at 5 minutes. Not great.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a lane counter in a way, and then game counter later on. But if you're not doing that first part, the second part's going to be a lot harder. As well as the fact that now Tiny is going to have a lot of pressure on him to make plays. Like if Razor and Wind Ranger were winning this lane, then you can kind of just like keep walking at the tower, and you don't have to like catch people out because you're just taking objectives. But if you're losing the lane, that's not really an option. So yeah, Tiny, he's gonna have to find something.
Well,
6 minutes.
It looks like they know that, and they are looking to put the pressure into mid lane. Tiny has some help potentially, but there's the blast off from Tofu, waiting till the avalanche is done. But Quinn's the one falling low, and FNG will find the cleanup kill. Squad X just too tanky on that Tiny, but bottom lane it's gonna be a death on Razor once again as they drop the tombstone, and Dyrachyo to chase down, looking for Sayush here in the trees, and with those whirling axes, he gets the evasion, but oh, the blood grenade! All right, sick little play there from the Wind Ranger.
Celery in the lane lasting is like, dude, I just told you to last hit, you know? What are you looking over for kills? No, that was it would have been really nice for him. He had raindrops to eat up the power shot. He thought he could get it. Good use of the blood grenade, but I think he died. Yeah, so he got the kill first on the Troll Warlord. So at least Wind Ranger isn't getting XP for that.
Yep. Well, that is a quick kill into the mid lane. Sayush sticking around here at low HP for quite a while, thinking like maybe he'd rather just have the free trip back to base rather than making the walk. It is nighttime though, so a lot of times you don't really mind making the walk back to base because of the bonus move speed, but good punish there from Quinn, but good rotation from the techies as well.
Techies having a nice start, which is pretty scary. This hero brings a lot of magic damage, especially once you hit level 6. You blast off into people, drop the mines. It's a lot. It's a lot of nuke damage. These are not the tankiest heroes on VP.
Both teams start to put a lot of focus on the mid lane. I think this really favors Gaming Gladiators because their side lanes are going exceptionally well. So Techies, however, maybe just happens to walk into the wrong neighborhood as Tiny will just instantly clear him up. And that sentry does not live all that long. Okay, well, you're pretty happy about that if you're VP. You get a free kill for your Tiny.
He's got his Blink Dagger queued up. Not too crazy for Tiny mid, but he's going to have to find something with it. And we talked about it last game with the Centaur. Like, when you commit to the Blink, it is not good for farming. It's not good for being static. So you've got to find some kills with it. Got that Puck. Puck with the shield rune.
I'm curious where Ace wants to go this game with his build because he bought a Void Stone. So that's like likely, I guess, to be an Echo Saber. So maybe he wants to build a little bit more of a like semi-carry build. But you could also go for a Yule Scepter. And it's a pretty good Yule's game, honestly. So we'll see what he ends up wanting to do with it. Probably the Echo Saber, you know, for the eventual Harpoon. But we'll see. Is Kiritich top lane? Not quite level 6, but Tofu staying on top of the blast off coming through. You've even got Celery here. They've got a Tombstone. They drop the RP. Even Quinn. The hate is real. They want this kill. They get it. The coil will snap onto Squad X, making a little bit of space. But with that Tombstone down, it is going to be very hard to fight under that AoE. And sticky bombs continue to slow up Tiny here. Celery behind the tower, just doing what he can. Ace gets caught from the avalanche, the toss, but Squad X, he's just alone here trying to fight into this damage. damage, and he can't do it. And now your support's in danger here, potentially, as Quinn. He's got plenty of spells still to play with. Up on the high ground, the Shackle actually doesn't quite connect. And Quinn should get to safety.
It's a lot of space for Troll to farm up, who was already doing well down there, and you won this fight. It's not like you rotated up here and VP got some kills. This momentum is really swinging towards Gaming Gliders. They're already at 3K. It's not even 10 minutes yet. That is not great. Not great for VP right now.
Yeah, things are looking very good for them. For now, it looks like Ace is just going to keep this as a casual Void Stone for the mana regen, which is fantastic, right? You don't need a lot of mana regen on the Magnus. Just that tiny bit should give him enough to sustain his spells. And he's going to go for a Blink Dagger. So a little bit different of a build from last game, right? Where he was going for the Orchid and then almost finishes it, goes back for the Blink Dagger. This time, thinking he wants to pick it up right away.
You don't think he's going to get a Bloodstone? Wide reverse polarity.
If it made reverse polarity a larger AoE, I'd say yeah. I don't know if it does.
I don't even know if it does. You think I've ever seen Bloodstone Magnus? I don't know.
Oh wait, it says some values are affected by AoE. Okay, actually it is. So
Smoke Top noticed, having a very rough one.
Yeah, that's gonna be an easy pick off here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. He throws out that plasma field to do whatever chip damage he can, but I don't think Ace has looked so good on this Magnus. I mean, I'm thinking back to that first RP last game where he got him on like the last pixel of the RP. And it's like, I don't think he needs the AoE from Bloodstone. I think he's got it dialed in.
Oh, for sure. For sure. First tower down now for Gaming Gladiators. Just going to make it easier to find these fights. Now they're going to be able to invade. They'll probably go try to take another tier 1 like the mid lane, the bottom lane, and then just keep running at Sven. That could be an option for them while they just let Troll farm up. Or they'll probably wait for the blink, actually.
All right. Mid lane. Squad. He's taking a lot of... Techie's just hits level 6 as well. Tofu knows he can't blast off in until that avalanche comes out. And he's had actually a lot of really good restraint. Like, with keeping that ability.
Raise no hand in anger and your path.
Most techies would just, like, see a hero and be like, oh, I'm going in right now. Right? And just gets canceled.
Yeah, Moran ult going to be used there, but actually the mine, he didn't quite see the hero, but he just knows people are in that area. I better be careful. And I think that first Moran ult's not going to lead to anything because of it.
Yeah, that is rather unfortunate. At the same time, that triangle is something we were going to definitely bring some attention back to once Troll Warlord has this Battle Fury, but a smoke up from Gaming Gliders. They are looking to go for this mid lane. They want to put pressure on this Tiny, but he's backed off for the moment. It's the blink reveal from Ace. That's what they're looking for. Put this first RP to good use.
Yeah, they'll be content finding kills, or if they just get a free tower, they're also happy with that. It's going to make it even easier to invade into this triangle. They scout out these stacked ancient camps.
It's a great scan, honestly.
Why do our own stacks when we can do their stacks?
Guys, there's more stacks for us here.
This one trick to increase your farm.
Well, they are going to go for it. And Quinn with an Amplify damage rune should make quick work of these. They're bringing in heroes. Like Squad X is here on the backside.
He's got his own blink.
But they break the blink, actually, and they go in on Squad. They do a lot of damage, and Income's noticed as well. They need to get the Tombstone down, and they do. And Celery just walks in with that Golem, doing so much work here. They just zone them out completely. If there's one hero you don't want to fight in an open battlefield against, it's probably the Undying.
Yeah, it was a nice shackle shot. Like the initial initiation almost killed Ace, but that's where you see like this early advantage makes a difference. And if it was a more even game, maybe they do get some kills there and they can protect their stacks. But instead, it just ends up being another fight that goes the way of gaming. They got the stacks and another kill on this Razor, who is just having a miserable time this game.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like Razor is a really strong hero into some of the Gaming Gladiators lineup, but you need items. Razor is an extremely item dependent hero. He needs his like Falcon Blade, BKB. He needs to have like his Sanjin Yasha. And then after that, I mean, maybe you go Halberd this game even. It's hard to say, but like you have to have these items to have that impact.
Yeah, that's why it was a bit of a risky pick, but it really was like, hey, we're gonna win this lane and go from there.
Oh, nice use of the Mirana ult. They get on top of Ace. They're able to blow him up at the start of the fight. Tofu on the backside goes in. He gets a disarm onto 2. They get one of the mines to explode, trying to bring down the Wind Ranger, but the stick keeping her alive. And noticed, we'll be able to zone Quinn away as now Tofu on the run. No spells kind of available for Gaming Gladiators. They do get themselves a single kill with no losses. That is about the best thing you could ask for from VP at this point.
And Magnus is the squishiest hero I've ever seen with 1800 health. I can't believe he just gets like nuked down like that. It's a lot of damage coming out, but it's catching me off guard. Like, I can't believe they're doing that to a Magnus.
Okay, meanwhile, all this has been happening. I wanted to talk about the Triangle of Gaming Gladiators earlier. Our observer did a fantastic job of highlighting it, but there was like a penta-stacked Ancients and a penta-stacked hard camp. Dyrachyo goes in there with the Empower. Didn't even have the Battle Fury yet. Finishes it. And now he's about to have like he's like 8,500 net worth in 15 minutes. Like, this guy is absolutely jacked.
His timing is going to be really strong. Looks like Sanj and Yasha is going to be the choice for him next, which we've been thinking all those items look pretty good. I think carries who like those items are going to be pretty popular, and Troll is one of the heroes who can do that. Doesn't have to build a Manta style like many Illusion heroes love to build. If he doesn't really need the Dispel, he can just opt for the Sanj and Yasha.
Yeah, I think so. I played a lot of Troll. He's one of my favorite carries, and I think he's been kind of a sleeper hero for a bit. But yeah, I feel like Sanj and Yasha into BKB is just kind of like the go-to build for this hero. He is just so strong once he has this. It becomes almost impossible to kill, especially when you have like their turnaround of a Undying and a Magnus at your back. So we'll see what it ends up doing, but I love the Sanj and Yasha pickup for him. I think it just does a lot that this hero wants.
I've got a mechanics question for you.
Ooh, I love mechanics.
Okay, 1 second. Let's see if FNG dies. FNG, I've got a mechanics question for you. Do you have a moment?
FNG, can we please take a moment to speak with you? RP comes out. I mean, that's an RP for a
Position
support.
5 and Coil.
Yeah. I think they're at the point where they don't feel like they're going to be fighting. Like, it looks like Virtus Pro is kind of dodging, and they're just still farming happily on their troll. So, all right, what's the mechanics question? Hit me.
So you know how Doom, when it's applied status resistance, the damage goes up? If you static link into status resistance, does it steal more damage to compensate?
Ooh. Well, Dyrachyo, he's gone. All right, they managed to just find him walking down the river. That's a rough death. Like, you actually are having a fantastic game on the troll, and that is almost 900 gold going to... That's exactly 900 gold, actually, if my math is correct. And they find more. They get the Undying. They're looking for Tofu now. They get the dust on top of them, and Kiritich, he's wanting to fight. Quinn goes in on the backside, trying to get maybe some space for his team, but his jaunt gets interrupted. He needs help, and fast. Will he get it? They're going to just chase him down. He's got the coil at the ready. Will he use it? I think he has to if he wants to live. Quinn. Oh, no. They got him.
That was a value God Strength. Kill in the mid-river, 2 kills in the bottom lane, now the tower.
That is... I think that was literally like almost a 4K gold swing. Like, immediately.
Yeah.
Like 3,800 or something.
Huge for VP. Honestly, their game looked really, really bad up until that fight. They just managed to find like one at a time. I think Gaming Gladiators really need to cut their loss, but maybe this is also just a really smart call from VPs. Like, they used RP and Coil. Like, let's push for something right now, and they managed to find it.
Well, that was very rough for them. Meanwhile, top lane, Quinn does drop the coil here onto the Tiny. It will snap, and he's able to keep that blink broken here pretty easily as Ace will come in as well. Dyrachyo trying to offer some assistance. He's mostly here for emotional support, and Quit will be the one that grabs the last hit, and they will turn their attention immediately to the Roshan. So yeah, Gaming Gladiators, a little bit of a rough engagement bottom, but regrouping here to try and take back their lead.
Gaming Gladiators picked Radiant, right, for their priority?
Correct.
I wonder if that has to do with this Roche timing. If they prefer the Dire Roche with Aegis, like I wonder if they had some of these heroes in mind and wanted it, or if it's just coincidental. Because depending when you kill Roche, of course, the first one doesn't like strictly matter, but the timing usually works out that if you kill it in the daytime, it'll respawn in the daytime. If you kill it at nighttime, it'll respawn at the nighttime. So depending when you think you can get that first Roche kill, that might then dictate what you get Cheese or the Aghanims later versus Refresher or versus Banner, stuff like that. So I wonder if that had to do with some of their decision making on that priority pick.
I think it's really good. It's actually a really good point. I don't know. I mean, some people do feel like Radiant is just a stronger side of the map, but I think Dire is the one that has like the higher win rate at the moment. But we're gonna see some TPs coming through and a smoke rotation from VP as well. Moonlight Shadow's gonna get thrown. You do have a great ward as well as Quinn being a, you know, ward himself up onto the high ground, and you're fighting into an Undying potential tombstone onto the high ground. Techies mines everywhere. It's not a fun place to fight. So Gaming Gladiators will very easily hold their side of the lane there. But there's no more creeps coming.
I think they need to wait for this BKB on Sven as well. They have BKB on Razor, so I think they can take a strong fight off that. Like stick the Razor onto Troll and then try to let Sven do what he can. But you got to wait for that.
They actually dropped the coil. So Squad X was trying to TP on out. The coil will snap. The rest of the team's got to be able to close the gap to get in range. They got the bomb as well. Ace looking for heroes on the backside, trying to find his RP target, but it's just going to be Tiny that loses his life first. There's the RP onto the Mirana, and they will finish him off. A double kill for the Troll Warlord. Good response there from Quinn. He's like, all right, they're going to cut my lane. I'm going to TP back to punish it.
I think if VP had managed to get out literally just a few seconds faster, that would have been a really good series of events for them to buy time for losing that before that tower drops, to finish up this double BKB timing. But unfortunately, getting caught there is actually going to have a little bit of the reverse effect now.
Yeah, they lose their mid tier 2, a very rough tower to lose at the moment. Tofu, however, should be able to just blast off away, and he's got his team to back him up, so he's going to be fine. And that top lane is pushing.
I see Tofu getting the mech and Celery working on the Vlads. It's still a bit off, but he at least has the buckler. So a lot of aura armor for these teams against this Razor and Sven. Especially the Sven. We saw what Sven can do last game. He's not quite at that timing yet, but I mean, he just won the last fight, so here they come.
Smoked up again. Avalanche, it's just barely off the mark. The toss will come through. The arrow doesn't connect as a result, and Quinn, he's still got an Aegis to play with, as well as the coil. They will take down the techies. He gets the blink for the moment. Orb up in one. To the high ground he goes. Able to dodge out. Everything is missing. The Avalanche as well. Quinn, he will finally die to Kiritich. The question is, will they respond? Harpoon, I mean, it is available. You don't have any spells yet on the Magnus, and Quinn just gets the blink out. He's safe. So this big rotation, you get the Aegis, it's nice, but you would have loved to get more than that, and maybe they get Dyrachyo bottom as Sayush is here. He's got a shackle if he can connect.
The angle's not quite right.
Dyrachyo. Dude, the fact that he doesn't go to that one camp is huge. They do manage to catch the Undying top here with the Tiny, but the big kill would have been Dyrachyo.
The great thing about that for VP is that they actually didn't use their BKBs, so they would have liked to find a little bit more, but they might still be able to push for more because they still have the full duration BKBs. They'll just have to wait for the ultimate. They need God Strength. It is a lot of their damage right now.
They do have the BKB on Dyrachyo now as well. So we did see him get chain stunned down previously, right? It was like Stormhammer, Avatos, all these things. So it can happen. He's a little bit tankier now with the Sange. He also has the ability to throw the Van Brace on strength when he's roaming around the map. So a little bit less likely to get bursted. But if he gets the BKB off, if he gets the Battle Trance off to follow, he's going to be very scary.
Ace has spotted, noticed. Can Harpoon
he could go for the Harpoon, and he's going to try it. Noticed instantly has to BKB.
Okay, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't
super low
anything.
commitment. Oh,
oops.
That's one of those moments where someone's like, I'm DC'd, and everyone starts spamming pause.
It's okay. They'll get the pause here now. Gaming Gladiators wants to push this now that they know no BKB on Razor. They're gonna look for this tier 1, and I think maybe they're hoping to be able to come in here and take this Tormentor. But VP, I think, should quickly take it. They don't want to fight without the BKB, but they can grab this Tormentor before Gaming Gladiators can make their way in here. And then I think you just have to get out of this area, because even as Gaming comes up to this tier 2, you still won't have BKB on Razor.
It's a really good point. Yeah, I think like for the most part, they should be pretty free to grab this tier 1. The question is whether or not you can invade for because the big objective here is that tier 2 and the Tormentor side of the map. So it's like if they can just invade and play for those 2 objectives, they're feeling pretty good. And it looks like they know that, so they just pop the God Strength and take their Tormentor before Gaming Gladiators has the opportunity to get there.
Seeing that pop up, they're immediately going to TP top and try to catch Tiny. They're circling the wrong area though, so they might miss him. Oh wait, Quinn? Quinn's gonna find him?
I mean, I think Squad X saw him for the moment. Ace, he's so close to being in range with this harpoon, but he's not gonna do it.
Not quite.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, I like the attempt from Gaming Gladiators though. They recognize just going for this tier 2 isn't really enough. If we could have stolen Tormentor, we would have pushed up. But since that's gone, let's try to get a big kill on this Tiny.
Yeah. All right. It's only a 3,000 gold lead, honestly. Virtus Pro has done a pretty good job at getting themselves kind of back into this game. Of course, they were down like 4,000, 5,000 gold pretty early, just around like that 12-minute mark. And the fact that they've managed to kind of bring things back a little bit has helped out quite a bit.
Yeah, those last 2 fights in particular.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think one of the other surprising facts is that Virtus Pro is actually ahead in experience. This Sven,
I guess off those kills
he's
they got.
almost level 20. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess off the... Because they're more recently winning the fights, which means they were killing higher level heroes than Gaming Gladiators was earlier.
Yeah. Duracio's actually going for a pretty early Skull Basher to fight into this Sven, which is a great answer, right, to this hero. If you can just lock him down between the nets, of course, that is spell piercing, you know, or, you know, spell immunity piercing. But we're smoked up. Tofu's going to walk right into him as they will grab the techies here to start this fight. A great opening. The question is, can you get out, or do you want to turn the fight potentially? As Duracio's thinking, like, this is mine. There's no static link. I saw him throw it. They get the shackle. Actually, Troll in some trouble, but a great RP from Ace. Locks down the back line. Notice trying to get away, but there it is. Duracio with that battle trance will find his opening. Looking for Squad X now. They get the Wind Ranger with a beautiful harpoon pullback, but Duracio needs to be careful. He's up all alone now. Trying to get saved here from Celery, but they finish him off. They don't even get the Wind Ranger for the trouble. Seiyush on the backside trying to run away, but gets the Gale off. He's just playing Ring Around the Rosie with the entirety of Gaming Gladiators. Well, now he's in trouble. Okay, they got him.
I like the call to fight when there's no link, even though it's like 4v5, and that's, you know, kind of scary, but feeling that Troll is really strong, they can take it with no link counter. But they split targets a little bit. Troll went on to Noticed, and at the same time there was a huge RP in the back, but nothing came out of it. So maybe just a little bit of miscommunication on the targets to go in that fight.
Yeah, if Troll is on top of the Sven there in that fight where the RP comes out and he gets the battle trance off, it's like both those heroes are dead to just instant, like to just roots, as well as the cleave damage coming out from that Troll. But he just gets kited all the way around the backside, and then he's dealing with, you know, Tiny as well as the Sven eventually by himself. So it was a little bit of an awkward engagement from Gaming Gladiators. It definitely puts VP in a pretty good spot here. Like you only really lose that Razor, and that's a happy trade, I think, if you're willing to take it.
You know, Roshan's coming up here too. Long spawn. So both teams are going to be setting up top, but it's actually essentially going to be in the bottom lane. I think it's literally going to spawn at the top and then immediately leave.
Shadows take us.
And of course, running through the top side of the map here, looking for some opening, but there is a flurry of Techie's mines on the high ground here, and they will pop all of those. And Squad X loses a lot of health. They actually popped the smoke.
This is a good time to fight, I
That's an
think.
amplified damage troll. Oh, doesn't get the dispel. He gets the BKB off in time, and there's the RP. Can he bring down the Sven? He's trying. The roots are there. Durantio still has his battle trance to work with. He will finally commit it, and that is the fight you're looking for if you're gaming gladiators. Oh, that BKB was a millisecond away from winning or losing them the fight.
Yeah, really. That literally goes the other way. If VP stuns him, dispels that amplified damage, because actually the Link stole a good amount of damage, but the reason he was still able to kill Sven and then more targets is because he had so much extra damage from the amplified damage rune.
Yeah, beautiful fight there, and you know, they see a Roche not up, they're just gonna go threaten the high ground. Troll Warlord, pretty dang good at hitting towers, you know, one of the best in the game, so easy stuff for him.
Techie's mines did a lot there. It's one of the strengths of the heroes to set up mines around Roche, both for the scouting. Like, they knew exactly where VP was, and then VP just ran into a bunch of mines and like, guys, their carry's at half health. Let's just go. Let's just kill him. And they all just run in there. Great RP from Ace as well. Yeah, just fantastic for them. A little unlucky that Roche isn't up, otherwise it'd be guaranteed. VP will get to fight for it one more time, I think, if they go quickly here.
Yeah, look at that timing, dude. It like, the hero connects, but he gets the 2-hero RP onto Sven and noticed. And Squad X, he pretty much had to leave this fight almost immediately. Like, he walked in and tanked like 5 mines. He was down to like, he lost like 2/3 of his HP, had to like pop a stick. I think they had to pop the mech shortly after, and he gets a, you know, quite a bit of his health back at that point, but you've already kind of lost the fight when that happens. They're going for it again. The Mirana ulti looking for their opening. Ace as this newly completed Shivas. He's 5 seconds away from this RP, but can they burst him down in time? They're going to try. The Sven goes in. They got the shackles to get the kill, but Quinn, it's a nice coil onto 3. Looks like they don't want to actually fight this. You don't have the Magnus. And that's going to make it very difficult. Celery, can he get the tomb? Oh, he doesn't! The tombstone does not get dropped, but Durantio is here at the shackle on top of him, and there's the, this is just the Razor counter, dude. It's just way too much. He's got no damage left. He's still at negative 113, just shackled to an eternity. Gaming Gladiators losing one after the other, and this is VP's time to shine. Not only do they get this fight, but likely the Roche to follow.
That was the perfect target to find, is this Magnus. And he's pretty tanky. He actually went Shivas, which you don't usually see, but recognizing physical damage is the issue. So he lived quite a while, but just not long enough for like a tombstone save. Oh, actually, we don't even have the shard. So just nothing on his team to save him. And without the Magnus, they couldn't take the rest of the fight and probably needed to retreat, but VP kind of caught them on the way out.
Yeah, Quinn went in, got a really good coil, but it's one of those things, it's like you need the Magnus in these fights. Like, Troll can't go in and do much, and we see this fight very different. Notice, waits till the Troll Warlord enters before using that static link. He has the shard as well, so it's not like Troll can run away from him, really. So it's a completely different fight, and I like the fact he did go for the damage steal talent at 15, and yeah. The Troll, he had amplified damage in the previous fight. I think this time when the static link was done, he was literally sitting at like 133 minus 113 or something. So not a lot.
I'm a little surprised we're not seeing a Lotus or a Linken's built by anyone to help counter the link. There's also no Force Staffs. So once the link goes, it's really difficult for them to break. Razor just pops BKB, really fast hero, just sticks on top of the Troll. So they either need to catch the Razor or wait for Link to be used on a different target, which I feel like Notice should just not do that, just wait for the Troll to show.
Yep. He also happens to get a Vindicator's Axe as well, so probably one of the better items you can get on a Razor. I think at the moment, I mean, it's still a 4,000 gold lead for Gaming Gladiators, but Sven having this Aegis and now Queuing up that Daedalus. He's becoming a massive problem.
Even from the brightest light.
A very scary. The crit damage coming in soon. Oh, there we go. He just bought the Crystallis and the recipe. He's about 1,000 off from the rest. Well, even though they lost Aegis,
Satanic.
yeah, even though they lost Aegis, I mean, Sven's not the best Aegis carrier. So as long as you're smart with how you take the fight, I mean, Gaming Gladiators isn't even down in gold. So it's still a very even game that comes down to the execution of the fights. We've seen both teams win such fights. Smoking up now, looking for, perhaps hoping VPs like split up. They're not pushing with the Aegis, so they must be trying to hit some timings, guys. Maybe we can find them. But a little scared. They have no real vision. They have some techies mines around the map, but no deep wards to let them know where to go.
Quinn's going to be the one that checks the high ground here. And, I mean, he's pretty tanky. He's got his Octarine Kaiasange, so he's not an easy hero to burst down either. Just being super mobile. They do see the Sven. Not really the target that they want to open on, but they will just get his courier. And Quinn goes in. There's a little bit of harassment damage into the Sven. I will say Quinn is going to be a massive problem in terms of damage scaling once he has this Parasma. And, of course, Aegis would be the next big... Or the Ag Scepter after that.
Oh, yeah. Ag Scepter. Divine Rapier after that, or
yeah, then Divine Rapier, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Moonlight or smoked up? No, just smoke, not Moonlight Shadow.
It's so tense. Both these teams taking turns smoking and Moonlight shadowing. For Gaming Gladiators. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm surprised that Gaming Gladiators feel so confident sitting on this high ground, or like sitting on the VP triangle, but they've got the vision now, and there's I guess not much VP can do about it.
Yeah, I think VP's also scared. So, okay, hold on. They're coming in. This is pretty scary.
Dude, okay, that is a very risky play, but they do manage to find the Magnus. Can they get him out, though? He does manage to get the skewer away. He does get shackled up. The Tombstone plays quite well here. Kiritich will pop that Ogre Seal Totem to survive. You didn't really pop much of anything on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
No one died.
Yeah. It's just the coil.
I can't believe Sven and Mirana just walked up here on their own. I can't believe they then got out. Magnus goes in, didn't catch anyone, gets caught himself, also doesn't die. I think his team would have chased for more after that, but he ended up actually on the cliff from his skewer. So you have to tell his team, like, I actually can't join. I can't join. We all have to wait. Oh, man,
Gaming Gladiators have to be so annoyed right now.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. Arcane Rune for Puck, that'll be good for the fight. So I was gonna say, Gaming Gladiators, they want to see two heroes in particular, the Sven and the Razor. Those two heroes are very important to make sure you don't get AoE stunned into some mega crits. And at the same time, if your troll is free to just attack, you're good to go as well, if Razor is not on top of him. So they're looking for those two heroes. On the other hand, VP, one, they need to know where Troll is to make sure that the Razor can match up, and then they need to know where this Magnus is, who might just hit this huge RP leading into the cleave of Troll. So both teams need to be really careful. Those are the heroes I think they're looking for to make sure they can take the best fight.
I think you're absolutely correct. And we're going to see the Aegis expire out there. It's really funny. I was going to point, they've gone for 2 Tormentors now, right? They took their own. They took the enemy Virtus Pro Tormentor just a moment ago. And I'm fairly confident it's because they want this shard for Celery, and it went to Tofu, and then it went to Magnus. And he's just like, come on, guys. I need this. So
I have to buy my own now.
Yeah, well, he's gonna wait for their own Tormentor to spawn and try again. Surely it can't happen a third time. Well, call comes out from Quinn, does not quite connect onto FNG, and that is very nice to dodge that one out. And okay, they're gonna try for it. They want to try and bring down Ace, but he gets the jump away. But Kiritich, he's in really deep. There is gonna be the RP, but a huge shackle from Sayush, making a ton of space. Drawchi has to turn it around onto the Razor. The Notice doing some heavy damage. He's stealing a lot away from this Troll, but can they do it? The BKB's expired on this Sven. They managed to get him away, but this Troll Warlord cannot do it. He's got nothing left in the tank. A massive Tombstone here, making space as they will will trade 1-for-1 on these cores, but now you've got to worry about Quinn on this puck. Ace comes in. Great Shivas catching to the gem, hits the deck. Dominating Spreak now. It's going to be a double kill. We're going to buy back on 2. They want more, but they've got to get this Tiny. They pull him outside of the base. It's a triple for Quinn. Huge plays from Gaming Gladiators.
Troll buyback as well. They're going to go for some big objectives here and force more buybacks out of VP before, I imagine, falling back for Roshan. But they do have to be careful. If Dyrachyo dies, they're going to be in they're going to be a scary position. But there's 3 buybacks from VP now. Don't get galed in.
No God Strength. They find the Mirana. If they can finish him off, that would be a dieback, but you got to be careful. Tiny's coming back into this fight. Kiritich will hit the stun. Magnus getting slowly dragged in by Notice, but this Quinn puck is doing so much work. The blast off comes through. Techies will take him down. His buyback at the ready. Will they look more? The skewer in once again. They get the Mirana. That will be the first dieback here, and VP in trouble. Their base starting to crumble.
God Strength and BKB are up.
Okay, I mean, that's the best chance you've got. The Razor will buy back with that, and this will finally send, well, potentially Gaming Gladiators not backing his Quinn. He got his Parasma now. It's the highest DPS item basically in the game right now.
Roche is almost up. I kind of want them to just wait for it.
They got him. The BKB's available, but you got to be careful if Dyrachyo gets the stun, and he does! The bash is there. He's able to Stormhammer to safety, and he's going to be gone, but Notice, forced to commit his BKB, goes in, and Quinn is just dumping in the damage again. That's BKB down on both of these guys.
Dire's middle tower.
Are we backing now, or?
When are we backing, guys?
They're pushing it, man. They're scaring me. But I mean, they got a lot of BKBs out of that play. I'm curious to know, like, what helps them make this decision, knowing that Roche could be up, but they're still choosing to push it. I mean, Mirana is dead, but it is just a little scary, right? Just these crits from Sven could decide a lot.
Magnus has his Ags, so he's been fishing with Skewer. He will now be able to go fishing with the stun of Horn Toss, and he is looking for that opening immediately. Does he find Squad X here? It's going to be very close. He grabs him, brings him into his team. He's going to try and pop the BKB and run. A good avalanche is there. There's going to be a Force Staff and an Ogre Seal up to the high ground, but Quinn's not done. He just coils him. They're looking for more. He's got the gem, and he's doing some serious damage, but they will get to safety thanks to that Moonlight Shadow. And Dyrachyo with another Amplify damage rune. Looking for this third and final lane of racks here.
It's got about 500 damage. That is a lot of damage you gotta steal.
Yeah, we saw what happened last time, right? The troll was able to survive just through the static link. Didn't matter when he had the amplify damage, so you'd have to dispel it. It's the only way. Roshan up in 23 seconds. And it looks like Dyrachyo is going to go check. Manages to find himself a Ninja Gear. He's got an Abyssal coming as well.
You know what's something I never thought about Razor Link? Mechanics talk. It never occurred to me that it doesn't really like steal base damage. It just goes down. So even like it's just applying a negative armor or negative damage to you, I guess.
Yep.
So it's like going through all the bonus damage first, leaving his base damage, which means like all the Magnus buff, Venge buff, the previous game, the Vlad's buff here, like all of those still help you like protect your damage essentially. But if you stole straight base damage, all of those items would immediately all drop as well.
Well, here we go. It is going to be the Aegis cheese and the Aegis banner and refresher, not the cheese. And we've seen different teams utilize the Roshan's banner. I'm curious where Celery wants to put this. It's like you're pushing bottom. You and I talked about how it's nice to apply that pressure on the opposite side of the map, so maybe they throw the banner top near their tier 1. We'll have to see.
Now, VP chose to use their banner bottom as well.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by the positioning. It could be further back actually. Oh, this is kind of cool. We get to see creep v creep fights. It's just like regular creeps, but now everyone's got a banner.
We're going to smoke up on Gaming Gladiators. Of course, any pickoff could mean just death for both these teams, as not a single hero has buyback. And Dyrachyo feeling very confident on the high ground here with this Aegis, and Ace gets one, and it's going to be noticed. The coil snaps immediately. He gets caught from the Abyssal. He's trying to get to safety, but that BKB will not protect you long enough. And the second coil comes out from Quinn. A huge RP onto 2. Dyrachyo, he's wondering, can I bother going in? Yeah, of course you can. The skewers out from Ace. There's your battle trance just chopping through him, and the GG comes out. Gaming Gladiators will take this series 2-0.
Very nice. Very nice finds from Ace there. The Razor bringing him straight out of the fight. No, they actually have a lot of targets here because VP used a lot of buybacks earlier. So, hey guys, when I find the right target, we kill that guy. He'll have no buyback. But Razor happens to be one of the best they could find. Clearing up from there. VP knows it, and that's why they all try to go in on that fight as well, I think. But it's forcing them into a bad way, and that's when the second RP comes in from the Magnus to then clean up the rest of that fight.
Yeah, that was a really sick performance. I mean, you can see like Dyrachyo is like kind of one of these heroes that, like you focus on a lot in these team fights because it really can make or break it if this troll doesn't get to do anything. But it's definitely Quinn doing the damage. Like his puck as well as Tofu on this techies, absolutely crushing it. Yeah, very good performance from both of them. Puck, I mean, again, looking like probably one of the best heroes of this patch. We've been curious, like they picked it into the Tiny, kind of just calling it, doing like, all right, well, we know it's not a traditionally great matchup for the Puck, but we still believe in it, and I think they're making a pretty good claim for that.
Yeah, and even a hero like Sven, he didn't win this game, but he had such a rough landing stage, and we still saw him recover, have a lot of impact. He's been looking great. VP, even though they lost this series, I'm sure they're disappointed, but I think they still showed some strong performances. Maybe some of the team fights, it feels like it would have came down to, actually this game, the laning as well, but ultimately they recovered. They found some good team fights, but this series as a whole felt like it ended up being determined by just a couple fights that then snowballed into the rest of the game.
Yeah, it really just, the game becomes really hard when Quinn hits that level 25 talent as well, like that Dream Coil pierces magic immunity. It just completely crushed the Sven and the Razor. They just couldn't do anything. But we're going to be back with an interview in just a few moments with, but we're going to throw to a short break. Everyone stay tuned, and we'll see you in just a moment. What is up, everybody? Welcome back as we are getting ready to go into an interview with Gaming Gladiators. But until then, man, I gotta say this was a very entertaining series, to say the least. Like, there was some really cool big team fight moments, but Gaming Gladiators just looked clean, man. A lot of their engagements just kind of coming out slightly ahead or completely dominating Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I wouldn't say VP looked bad, though. I think they certainly had their moments, showed why they were doing pretty well up till now. There's certainly no shame to losing the Gaming Gladiators, which we were saying, you know, they have such a great track record. This is maybe their roughest start to the group stage, but looks like they're getting back on pace.
Yeah, and there it is, the man himself, Tofu. How are you?
Hey guys. I mean, overall, I think pretty good.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask about that. Like, you guys had a semi-rough first day to the group stage. You guys always have a lot of eyes on you, but a much better day 2 here. So how's kind of yourself and your team feeling now, kind of being at that 4-4 after day 2?
I think mood's pretty good overall, especially after this series, even though I had to leave the cheering a little early to be for the interview, but like I do that gladly. I think overall the mood's always good. It's just if we lose more, the night's going to be a bit longer to figure out what's going on, what can we do better as a draft gameplay or everything, and we always try to tweak things up a bit. And I think we have shown a lot of progress. Not sure how people from out there, spectators, see that, but we had a lot of good progress that I think we're happy with. So yeah, we're moving forward.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to let Zach here ask a couple questions for you.
Sure. In that last game, I wanted to ask, so they picked that Razor. Razor often picked to just counter a carry, and you just link that guy and you just go at him. So in that game, I noticed you guys didn't build like the classic counters like Force Staff, Lotus's, Lincoln's too early. Was there a decision-making process behind that about why you didn't feel you had to help troll that way?
Sort of just the way we play, that we prioritize team fighting a lot in a way, which, I mean, it would make sense to get him out of the Razor link, but it's not necessarily that we want him to get linked at the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we kind of want to play on these skewer backs and creating chaos with Puck in a way that we don't have to run into it, basically, and we can still get those items later.
Got it. So a more proactive approach of just like, why don't need the Force if he doesn't get linked. We'll just be careful with the fights we take.
Cool.
I guess second question, a little more fun. So the patch just came out. I feel like a lot of position 4 players tend to be on the more creative side. I think it's one of the roles that let you do that. So have you been enjoying the new patch? Have you been putting forward crazy ideas to your team? Like, oh, this looks really fun, guys.
I mean, despite patch or not, I think I bring a new idea in every day, and it's not like we're doing it always, but there's always like some new ideas, especially after the patch. Like, I tried to slash support. That's also why we've been picking it early. Still not too sure about it, but there's also TB that I fancy a lot right now on support, but we'll still have to see how that one works out. But yeah, a lot of testing around, also not just my heroes, right? We just have to see how it fits, and my heroes kind of adjusting to what we need.
I'm really hoping we see that TV support. I saw you and a couple other players giving it a shot in pubs. So we're not griefing? If I try it, is that griefing? You think it's good?
Depends on you, man. It's not easy to make work, I'd say, but it has some potential. Still very experimental, though.
Okay.
I can get behind experimental gameplay. That's fun. I got one final question for you. Kind of on the position 4, we're seeing a kind of a change in itemization a little bit. A lot more kind of stake being put on the Guardian Greaves. So an item that kind of has disappeared for a little bit, but coming back. How are you feeling about, you know, tanking up on the 4? Because on your Gyro game, you were kind of the bait for your whole team, it felt like, the most of that game.
I mean, it depends a bit on the lineups, who has to run first, who has to maybe tank the death for others to be able to play the game. But I think we started buying Greaves relatively early also because we usually like auras and most of the stuff got nerfed. So it's kind of me picking it up also with, I don't know, just how cores and auras work in general now. Like, everyone wants to scale, so someone has to tank it and just buy the team stuff, right? But as long as you win and everyone's happy, it's all good.
Yeah, so you're the one being forced to build the aura item so Ace can build his fun items, it seems, huh? Well, it's always a pleasure talking to you, Tofu. Is there anything that you would like to say before we let you go?
Just hope we can keep up the momentum and have some good games. Like, we kind of just want to get better and hopefully get some good placement, right? But also, thanks for watching and supporting and cheering as always.
Yeah, you guys are a super fun team to watch. So, of course, best of luck for the remainder of the group stage, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you
guys.
What a pleasure. Yeah, it's cool to kind of get an idea. I agree with you. It'd be really fun to see some of those experimental support heroes kind of creep their way into the tournament, but you know, we'll have to see. It might be something just for the pubs.
Yeah, it's pretty understandable. At the patch just came out, the group stage. You don't want to go too crazy because, you know, you want to make sure you get to play the rest of the tournament. So I can understand if the teams want to kind of play the familiar heroes maybe after this first group stage where there's a little bit of a small break, you get more time to scrim. Maybe then we'll get to see some crazy stuff come out.
Yeah, well, we'll see. But that's enough of Gaming Gladiators and Virtuos Pros. We have one more series lined up here this evening, and it's going to be Aurora taking on Tundra. So we're going to be going to another break, and we'll be back with our fourth and final series of the day here for Dream League Season 22. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now we see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to Dream League Season 22. We're getting towards the end of day 2 of this group stage, as we've got one series remaining, and it's going to be a fun one. We've got Tundra taking on Aurora. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics, and these are two teams that I think people might have expected to be in different positions coming into this group stage, right? Or coming into this series, right? Aurora at the absolute top of their group. Tundra having a rough start.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix-up. Maybe that's part of the patch, but also every team is always trying to improve, right? So you can never take it easy in Dota 2. All the teams, all the players have reached a very high level, and if you put in the work, sometimes you just got to get a bit of that team synergy. Like, you get stuff like this.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the Aurora lineup here. Obviously, the kind of one of the standouts of the tournament so far, Lorinov, is obviously he's here for Armel, as Armel has, kind of important things he had to take care of at the moment. But Aurora, not skipping a beat. They're looking very good. 23 Savage, Q, Ollie, and Jabs rounding out the rest of the team, and they've had a lot of success. I mean, I look at all of their games that I've watched, and it makes sense. Their drafts are good. Their team fights are great. Take a look at Jabs here. We wanted to highlight one of his series earlier. He also did the Divine Rapier Mars. Had some fun with it.
Oh yeah, Jabs is a really fun player to watch. And actually, I was worried for them with having a stand-in because of that. Because Jabs, like, drafts around Jabs have sometimes been a little funny, where you're like, that is a really greedy offlane pick. Like, how do you play around this? And so I thought maybe having a stand-in might be hard to adjust to that unique style, but so far it's been looking good, and so that's fun for us. We get to always see something new with Aurora, their drafting.
Yeah, and I think like this team has a lot of flexibility in their drafts. Like 23 Savage, his hero pool is pretty scary, I think, just for this patch at the moment, right? So I think that's something you have to be very worried about. So we'll take a look at Tundra's lineup here. Whitemon, Thompson, Pure, 9 class. We actually have Kasane standing in at the moment, as there apparently was a power outage. But Kasane, a lot of people probably recognize this name. He was the former offlaner for TSM. As probably one of the thing is that's interesting, he's one of the best Beastmaster players in the world right now, but Beastmaster just isn't getting a lot of attention. So we'll be seeing him probably playing some more of the meta stuff instead, which I'm excited. He's a very skilled player.
Yeah, just like Pure here on our screen, he was mixing between offlane and carry, but currently playing carry for Tundra. Very, very solid, very consistent player, which he also sometimes goes a little more like aggressive type carries that you maybe don't expect. And I think it was fun having him match up with Thompson, who many people know play some unconventional mids. Really brings the aggression. So I think it's been a lot of fun watching Tundra play this like unique style.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think it's always fun to see these types of teams on new patches as well. The thing with Tundra, I think like the team is a little bit of like a chaos mixture thrown into the games a lot of times. Like you watch them draft and you're like, all right, well, you have to worry about Pure's heroes, you have to worry about Thompson's heroes, but now you also have to kind of worry about Kasane, because he also has a very specific hero pool, and even though it's been a little bit off meta, maybe we'll see them kind of put some respect onto that as well. So I don't know, I like it. I think this should be a very fun series. But one of the things I want to say about 23, though, his carries that he excels at are all very strong right now. Like, all of his top carries, I think, are super meta. And I think that is one of the big advantages, honestly, for Aurora in this patch.
Yeah, I'm curious how the drafting will break down with the stand-ins for both teams. Like, do you want to prioritize giving them a comfortable hero? Because, that, as best you can, you work together, but sometimes when you have a stand-in, you just don't have time to build that whole team synergy. All the drafting, the strategy gets a little messy. So maybe we'll see both teams quickly grab heroes for their stand-ins, or maybe they'll try to save them for the very end, like give them the best possible game so they don't have to, like, playing behind is the hardest part of a Dota game. So if you give your stand-in an easy time, an easy lane, maybe that's an easier way to work together.
Yeah, I like that idea. We probably won't see too much of a difference in the draft, or at least the opening bans. We're seeing the contested heroes continue to kind of be that top 4 of Chen, Timbersaw, Dragon Knight, and Mars. Like, these guys very rarely make it out of the first phase, and when they do, pretty much always picked up. So not too surprising there as we see the Chen Timbersaw banned out already. Some respect to the Tiny as well.
Yeah, and Monkey King Thompson loves that hero, along with being a pretty viable carry in the right matchups, even a position 4. So there's a lot of value when Tundra picks up a Monkey King. You see it banned out in the first phase quite often against them.
Man, that Tiny win rate is very scary. 34% on 23 picks. He's the most picked hero of the tournament with one of the absolute worst win rates. And it's one of those things where you look at that and you're like, well, dude, why do people keep picking it? Well, it's actually a pretty strong hero, but at least on paper it feels like it. People are confident playing that. But maybe you know, teams have had a little bit more time playing against it, and this will be the Bat Rider coming through, a hero that, you know, I think it was the 5th most contested hero so far of the tournament, into a Centaur response.
I mean, Centaur's pretty solid hero right now. The Shiva's nerf did hurt him a little bit. He liked that build quite a lot, but still feels like he has a pretty stable lane, offers just straight up utility even if he has a bad time. And maybe that is, you know, adjusting to the stand and like, hey, you like Centaur? Like, let's just knock it out right now. Make sure you get a hero that you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, and I'm actually pretty okay with that. We saw both teams have 100% selection on first pick when given the opportunity. In the tournament so far, it's mostly first pick, like overwhelmingly. Only 1% teams actually choose Dire. That's probably a round up air. You know, imagine it's even less than that, you know, but yeah, it's seemingly worked out. I'd be curious to see like what the win rates are for teams that are getting first pick. I think that's something, you know, we'll dive into later, but that would be, you know, something that I always like to find out. It's like, is going for first pick actually that valuable, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something that needs a lot of data and time to kind of look into. So maybe as some of these games wrap up and there's a time in between the group stages, we'll see more analysis on that, and maybe a shift. Maybe teams will also realize, like, you know, it's not as good as we thought. Let's switch over to second pick, or let's change the first picks that we're prioritizing, because that is the challenge of the new patch. You think, oh, we think Centaur's good, but turns out, you know, maybe it was a different offlaner that people were sleeping on.
Oh, like the Terrorblade supports?
Oh yeah, you know it. Get ready, first phase Terrorblade supports. I really do hope we get to see that later on in the group stage. It would be so much fun. I would have also loved to see a Divine Rapier in this game, but Mars is taken out, so he was one of our most likely contenders for that Divine Rapier build.
I feel like it might still happen. It is possible, you know. I always want to point out that. Oh no. There's the puck. Okay, so they go for the Shadow Demon. I actually really like the idea of the Shadow Demon Centaur lane. It's kind of similar to things like the Rubik, but it gives you a really good save for the Bat Rider Lasso, and I think that is one option as well. Mm-hmm. It makes me wonder, like, why you go for the Shadow Demon over something like, say, the Venge, but you could be seeing a Mirana come through from Tundra in a moment. That would be the next hero I'd actually be quite worried about if I was Aurora.
That would be pretty cool. A Shadow Demon is just fairly a flexible hero. I think you can save your teammates. You can also use it to initiate, like you mentioned. I like the actual analysis instead of just talking about Divine Rapiers. The puck ban's cool because the coil is a counter to Centaur, Stampede, along with just being a really strong mid hero right now. And then like the Techies ban to combo with Centaur. Alchemist has been rising stocks lately. Pure plays a pretty good Alchemist as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they end up doing. The Mirana, that's been getting a lot more attention. I've seen ran a couple times with the Shadow Demon. I'm pretty sure it was Aurora earlier that actually ran the Shadow Demon Mirana combo. So they have to know it's coming. And they actually pick up an Undying, an amazing counter to the Mirana arrow. That is super annoying to deal with, but they will go ahead and, they have the ability to take down Tombstone pretty easily with her. I'm just curious if what you want to try and lane into this Undying now, because Centaur's not that great at it.
They have done Centaur support on 9 class. That is something I forgot to mention. So that's some flex value to it. So perhaps you now switch over to a ranged hero for your off lane. yeah, like, what does Kasane want to play into that? Because here's Kunkka, which could be the mid or the off lane. So you're going to have to reveal something now on Tundra. Probably, I feel like you could pick a mid hero for Topson that does well versus Kunkka and is maybe a little open-ended flex.
That's a good pick. This was something that we've been seeing get picked up a lot. The Naga Siren here. It's definitely a 23 Savage hero, but it is also something that Pure is very happy to take into things like the Undying, the Bat Rider, the Kunkka. She's actually phenomenal against all of these heroes. So I like this quite a bit. And there's the Mirana. Yeah, this is sick. This is actually so sick. You have Naga Siren, Shadow Demon lane, and now you have Mirana Centaur lanes. These are really strong.
I think, unless, well, Topson is known to do some crazy stuff, so I guess we can't rule it out of the potential possibilities here yet, but I think that should be a Centaur off lane then, which,
yeah,
it makes sense, but it is tough into Undying. They're gonna have to be a little careful with that. Having said that, Centaur Mirana is a pretty strong combo. Stomp into the arrow, and then you've got Double Edge plus Starstorm. It's a lot of damage that can come out here, but they haven't revealed a carry yet on Aurora, so you could potentially pick someone who just isn't worried about that, kind of like a PL.
Okay. So this is an interesting, we're gonna have a illusion v illusion matchup here, but PL doesn't really care too much about the Naga Siren. Eventually you have a Manta, and the only way you die is if you get caught from like an Orchid. So it's a pretty fine matchup. I feel like the Naga Siren does just out farm you though, and that is something that you have to worry about. Like Naga Siren can get to critical mass first, and then you might get run over, but you need a hero that can deal with PL and quickly, and there's not really a lot of answers outside of like maybe a Leshrac.
He is still available, and he's been looking good. I wouldn't hate it, actually. Yeah, it looks like maybe both sides looking for a hero to deal with the other illusion carry. So we might see a lot of those banned out here in this next phase, Zeus being one of them. The Arc Lightning helping you to clear out illusions and figure out which one's real. I think both teams have decent catch and like a good mix of heroes, so you have some flexibility here. I guess I wouldn't mind a little bit more catch for Aurora, but I do think you need someone who's gonna like chase down that Mirana a bit. Well, I say that. I now need to remember, this is Aurora, and we sometimes see pretty greedy drafts. So instead of trying to slow down Naga, what if you out-farm Naga?
That actually, yeah, that could work. That's not a bad idea. I have like a real kind of ridiculous pick idea for Topson here, but I want to see what they pick on Aurora, because hear me out, it's a very good lifestealer game.
For Aurora?
For Topson, if it ends up being a Kunkka mid. But the question is you have to see if it's a Kunkka mid or not. And I think that's the big deal.
They do have last pick on Tundra.
That's
that would be wild. That would be Topson level wild.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if there's any team that would do it, I feel like it would be Tundra. But we'll have to see.
I don't know. If there's another team that might do it, maybe it would be Aurora.
It's true, actually, right?
There's not been, yeah, you tune into their games, you're like, there's like 3 carries in this game. Who's the carry? I love it. It's a different approach to the game. All right, they're going to have to reveal it here.
I mean, realistically, they're going to do
a band out.
Yeah, I was like, realistically, they're just going to pick up a pretty standard mid laner who also can just like deal with Phantom Lancer. I think Lesh is not a bad pick, but you also have Primal Beast, which is in the pool. It's a little bit annoying, but once you have BKB this game, I think you're pretty happy, and he can just benefit a lot from Centaur. So great with Mirana as well. Pulverize into arrow is pretty much a guaranteed hit. There's a lot of pretty straightforward picks. I just want to see the Lifestealer, because I'm a firm believer that Lifestealer is like a god tier counter to PL. So
here's an idea.
Yeah, hit me.
All in on illusions. another illusion hero.
Another one? Oh god, which one? Oh, the Lesh picked
Okay, they're gonna go
themselves. Okay. That's kind of cool. They're like, well, we also need to deal with Naga Siren a little bit more, so they will take the Lesh themselves. All right, that actually makes things a little bit more difficult. That's a cool pick from Aurora.
I want to see some Tops and Arc Warden.
Nah, it's just Pango.
All right, Pango. I don't even know if we need to talk about it. Everyone knows, right? He's going to build Diffusal. That's really good versus Leshrac. Burn off Leshrac's mana. Just comes online really early. Won't care too much about Tombstone. He can't help kill Tombstone, but he can get out of Tombstone pretty easily.
Yeah.
So he's not too worried about that.
Yep, so it will end up being the offlane Kunkka, of course, into Pure's Naga Siren. I actually think that's not a bad pick, right? You can do a decent job at trying to clear up those illusions with just early points in Tidebringer. I think for the most part, lanes are fairly decent for Aurora. The big question for me is if Tundra is going to be able to rotate on this Mirana, because that's the scary thing, right? If this Shadow Demon and Mirana are able to find rotations in some of these lanes and find early kills, the Shadow Demon disruption into Arrow, into like potential follow-up of just a Centaur Stomp or Pango, like there's a lot of things that they follow it up with.
Yeah, I think the downside of Aurora's lane in the top side is that Batrider will not be able... Well, I guess he could. I think he's going to have a harder time like going on a Naga because you have like net, you got arrows, things like that. I guess you could dodge arrow. But I think like actually killing Naga will be difficult, but they can apply pressure. But then once she starts jungling, I think Lornoff is going to have to actually help to show up to take the objectives quickly. Otherwise, this just like, oh, just stall it out with like poison, with Starfall. Just buy me time to keep jungling, like really speed up. I'm not sure how it's gonna go.
I really like that Lesh pick. That Lesh pick throws such a problem in into Tundra's lineup. Like they obviously would have liked it themselves. It didn't occur to me that Aurora could just pick it and move the Kunkka to offlane, but it's obvious. It's so obvious now when you see it. And I think with this, yeah, I think Aurora has to be pretty happy with their draft. Like, there's not like a super obvious like 23 Savage PL counter here this game, right? So if he happens to have a good lane and can get to like a critical mass PL, I think he can do it. I think he can do it.
Let's see if this Undying commits to as many consumables as we saw last time. That could be a big difference, because you mentioned how Naga can outfarm the PL, but a PL with a good start does farm pretty decently, and an Undying into a Centaur, that could be the combo you want to, maybe even pick up some early kills and really speed up that PL.
For those of you who are just tuning in, welcome to the stream as we've got ourselves our fourth and final series of the day here. It is Tundra Esports taking on the side of Aurora. As we're just getting started in game number one, we're going to see a late smoke here from Tundra head up onto the high ground. Jabs does have a ward here that's going to scout everything though. And with that, I think they know there's a ward up on that high ground. They should probably get the D ward pretty easily if they want it. Come on, 9 class. Yeah, I was like, you have to know. It's like no one breaks a smoke and backs like that without the vision. So they do at least get a D ward for the smoke. And they have the illusions from the Naga Siren on the other side kind of scouting out these heroes. I'm surprised they don't deny their ward, though. I think they absolutely saw them place this. So if they have a sentry, which it looks like Q does, he might grab the D ward. We'll see.
They may have placed it while still smoked.
Oh, true.
I'm not sure.
Actually.
I missed exactly who placed it.
It was the Shadow Demon, but I don't actually remember if he was under the cover of smoke when he got the drop off for it. So we will just head to the lanes.
It may also not be worth it because there's a limited amount of sentries at the start. And you might think there's one there, but it's like, oh, if I don't get anything out of it, that's going to feel really bad. And I might need this for the pull camps. So it might be safer if you aren't 100% sure.
We're going to see the lanes start to get a little bit aggressive in the top side here. Ollie, of course, wants to just kind of push this Kasane Centaur out of the lane, give 23 Savage the best possible start that he can get. And can do it pretty dang easily. You have, you know, armor, but that does not really do much against an Undying, especially when you only have like 150 HP left, so...
Yeah, I think if there's going to be a kill, it's probably off that Undying lane going on that Centaur later on.
Potentially bottom lane. The Blood Grenade just barely expiring as Whitemon gets within tower range, and that bonus armor might have been the make or break for that first blood. So nice attempt there from Q. Almost managed to get the kill, but just barely survives.
Yeah, good. That's the danger of the knockback on Flame Break at level 1. Now, once she hits level 2 and has Leap, unlikely to die. I swear. I promise. Looks like we're okay for now.
Thompson, yeah, just dies in the mid lane to Lornov. He was just tanking right click after right click, trying to survive and farm the wave under his tower. But we're also going to see some aggression top, and there it is. The tombstone comes through. 9 class trying to get the tombstone, but it gets denied anyway. And that is 2 very costly deaths already for the side of Tundra.
And Lornoff's not even that low on resources after that kill. Managed to pick up a water rune right after, so still full health, just richer now.
The rich always get richer. That's what I've learned.
So true. So true.
Well, I think if you're this mid-lash and you're kind of looking at what your impact has to be this game, I think you're pretty dang happy, right? Like, you know you're going to be the one that has to kind of deal with this. Naga Siren is top lane. They're going to get aggressive here onto 23, and he's going to try and turn around and dump what damage he can back out to 9 class, but the 2 points double edge will be enough to find the kill. He actually doesn't have a stick on the PL. And Ollie will take the... Oh, he does get the Lotus barely. Trying to hobble away through the trees here, but there is a disruption. He's got plenty of stacks of the Shadow Poison, so ends up losing his life just to deny that away.
Very nice call from Tundra.
Dude, there's a lot of fighting in these lanes.
Yeah,
oh my lord.
Oh man, action everywhere. They recognize that the Undying kill from earlier burnt off all his regen, so then they play really aggressive there, knowing that they don't have to deal with the decay spam. So now they gotta be careful again. Ollie's back with the full tank. But that was a really, really cool call to pick up 2 kills right there.
Yeah, a lot of times the Undying, you don't mind if, you know, he's sitting in lane with no HP, no mana, but the hero also, like, is totally fine trading his life if it means he comes back to lane and can then dominate the lane for the next, like, several minutes.
Mm-hmm.
These side lanes are a bloodbath. So Thompson, he's in a little bit of trouble here. These 3 points in the Edict nearly finishing him off. Lornov was holding a bunch of points for a while. Ends up going for 3 points in the Edict, and Thompson finds out at the exact same time. He's like, yeah, this is doing a lot of damage.
That's the buff. Adds up. I think it adds up to 100 something extra damage by the end. 160, I think.
9 class. Trying to get away here. It's going to be close. Ollie does not have the damage, and 9 class will pop the salve, and a value salve since he's already missing some strength. Yeah, how many more explosions did it get?
The explosions are the same, but the damage is higher at each level. So at max level, it's like 30. It's 4 more damage per explosion, and there's 40 explosions total.
1 per level for every level. I see.
A little math for all the viewers out there.
Don't
lose some aggression on to 23.
He's forced to pop. Oh, he got very lucky on that doppelganger, but 23 Savage is still just in trouble. Just chases him down on the Shadow Demon. Very nice play.
Nice
2 points
kill.
in the disruption. Those things do a lot of damage.
Oh, definitely, especially against an illusion hero.
Yeah,
who tends to build a lot of stats.
We're seeing more aggression coming out from the side of Aurora as Jabs tries to get onto this Naga Siren, but able to get away.
So far, I mean, I know it's only like 5 minutes 40 seconds, but this is not how I thought this top lane would go with this Undying. PL's actually at the bottom of the last hits for all the cores, and that is with the Undying into the Centaur counter.
Dire are scanning.
Shadow Demon apparently just built different, you know? Top lane. Wait, where's the rune? Okay, it was bottled. All right. For some reason, I feel like I didn't see it spawn at exactly the 6 minutes. But shield rune for Lorinov is fantastic.
Yeah, opens up a lot of dive pressure because you can do all your damage with spells pretty much, so you don't actually have to draw the creep aggro if you dive the towers, especially once you activate the shield rune. But it looks like he's actually just going to use the shield rune to farm up some stacks here.
He knows the supports are missing, right? And that Shadow Demon Mirana, you could have a shield rune, but that still might be a death when you factor in the Pango as well. So
it's so much chain stun.
He will back away safely, dodge out that gank, and I mean, this is all just good stuff for the side of Aurora. It's mostly just going to be 23 Savage trying to get his recovery. He's not having a great time, but Lesh is... He's doing well. He's doing very well.
Yeah, that's the main playmaker we were concerned on. I think if you're going to prioritize any lane or like who to help out, you help the playmaker. Because if you help the carry's still just going to farm anyways and not really contribute to the rest of the team until later. So the fact that Leshrak's having a great game and is farming all these stacks, he's going to be really powerful as he finishes up some early items.
Well, the nice bait there, honestly, from 23. Like, that was a very sick play from him. Uses the Doppelganger offensively to kind of throw some illusions to Scout and ends up kind of dodging out the disruption arrow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both teams putting some pressure onto these safe lane towers, but it's a lot more difficult to dive the Aurora tower, right? Being an Undying.
I think so, but I also think that lane should have gotten a little better for them, so maybe they do feel like they can dive a little bit. Where'd the 8 minute... Oh, regen. That's like the best rune you could possibly get right now.
Dude, he's just going to be farming. Look at the amount of stacks that have been put into this Lesh already. We're going to see the Stampede come through, and they will use it. Kasane just like complete solo kill.
X
tries to TP out. What a grab from Jabs. Very close, but ends up missing the Torrent, and that's going to get Kasane to safety. Thompson's coming through now as well. The disruption into the Rolling Thunder as Jabs will throw the bolt for now. The Rum buff giving him a lot to work with, but this Tombstone is just expertly placed here from Ollie, and he's going to be forced to bring it down as Q looking for more Great Stomp from this Centaur once again as Thompson will turn it around, just take down the Undying. Needs to be a little bit careful. Q, a little bit scary, but man, Jabs just jumped the gun on that Torrent. Felt like he had to bring him back immediately.
Yeah, because he didn't want him to spend too much time in Fountain and heal up, so he wanted to bring him back right away, but it does mean he missed Torrent because of it. But I kind of get what he was going for, because if you Torrent, but the guy's got like 500 more health because of all the time he spent in Fountain, like that's not going to get you a kill either.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We'll see the solo kill out from Kasane into the TP response right away, and yeah, just slightly too fast on the pullback. I mean, you have Boat available as well, but that definitely hurts. Kasane is having a great game. Almost gets caught from a lasso here from the Bat Rider who just hit level 6, but man, just to dodge it out. And in comes 9 class here once again. You actually don't have the Mirana, but your Pango not too far away. As they're looking for Lorinov, they will see him. Not quite level 6 though, so no Demonic Purge available.
I like this from Lorinov. He got his Kaya. He's going to go straight BKB. It's going to let him play really aggressive to try to take control of the game for his team. If he doesn't get much out of it, though, that might hurt him in the long run, like using up all these BKB charges early on. But I like the idea.
I was kind of expecting something like an Eternal Shroud or like those lines, but I guess like this game, there's just, you have to be so worried about just getting hit from a single stun here from Tundra. So bottom lane, Jabs throws the boat again, doesn't quite connect as they're just going to drop the Stampede. They see the Rolling Thunder coming through from Thompson, and Jabs kind of just dodges out the stun. Never mind, and Thompson gets pulled back in. Nice little jump away for the moment, but dude, Tundra are just getting outplayed.
All right, in the draft, we were talking about greedy draft mode SEA. There's the other mode. There's never-ending fight mode. And currently we got BKB queued up for both Leshrac and Kanga. I guess the plan's go, go, go with this Undying and the Bat Rider.
Now, don't get me wrong. Tundra still have the gold lead at the moment. This Phantom Lancer is very poor, and he needs his Aghanim Scepter like as his first item. He'll go back for a Diffusal, you know, after that, but it's gonna be a bit before this guy like hits critical mass. The main thing is they have to start shutting down and taking the map away from this Naga Siren. If Pure's able to continue to just farm up wherever he wants, you're gonna eventually run into some issues.
There's been so many stacks. This is how you make the greedy picks work. If you're just really stack efficient, you introduce more gold for your team into the game.
They want Lorna. Demonic Purge comes out. Arrow connects. The TPs are coming through. It's going to be the Kunkka. He's just too tanky. For the moment, Lorna survives tops and will try to get that Rolling Thunder off, and he does. The Stampede coming through. They will finally catch Lesh. Maybe he's breaking the ankles. 3 heroes connect. They jump in. The Swashbuckle off the mark. Kasane, will he get the kill? He does. A nice grab. But it cost them a lot. 2 kills already in Q. He wants to find another. I mean, you bring 5 heroes from Aurora? Yeah, and you didn't have to bring the Naga Siren. Ends up being pretty nice, I think.
I think you're okay with this. Especially, I mean, maybe they don't know yet, but considering that he wants to go for BKB and they're picking up this early kill before he gets that, you're slowing down Aurora's early tempo, and I don't know if they recognize this or not yet, but I think they're going to be playing for the more long-term, like, let's get through this early aggression, and then we're going to be in a good spot. They're going to have very low cooldown BKBs. We're going to have a really farmed Naga. So I think that kill onto Leshrac it's probably okay for them, even though it costs 2.
Yeah. I mean, your Centaur is still very farmed. Kasane, he had the Blink Dagger queued up, maybe thinking about going for the Veil, decides to finish the Veil anyway, which, I mean, honestly, without the Veil there, he doesn't get the kill onto the Lesh, so does end up paying off. But he's about 1,000 gold away from that Blink Dagger, and that Centaur Blink likely to play a pretty big role in some of these early pickoffs.
Q is pretty close to his own Blink too. Yeah, I like the timing coming out here. Probably around like 15-16 minutes, or maybe like 16 to 17 minutes. I think they'll be ready to go with all these items.
I think every single time I have looked at someone on Aurora farming a jungle camp, it's been stacked. Like,
I know, right?
They've had so many stacks made this game already. It is wild.
Yeah, it's really cool. Some teams put a lot more emphasis on stacking, and it of course depends on your draft, whether you have heroes that can clear stacks or not. But some teams put a lot of priority on it, other teams do not. And it's cool to see that different style come into play. And for what I thought would be what looks like a fairly aggressive lineup, but they're still working in a lot of stacks to pick up that early farm to then play aggressive, I think that's really cool.
Q actually beating Kasane to the Blink Dagger just slightly as he TPs back to base, picks it up. Kasane has his coming out on the Courier at this very moment, so we're likely to see these teams start to group up maybe around these, try and find a pickoff. I mean, it's going to come down to the initiation, right? Who finds who? A smoke on the bottom side of the map here, as it will take through the portal.
I wonder if they'll go with this Blink on Bat Rider right now. I feel like they're so close to BKBs, they should just wait and have like incredibly powerful timing.
Wow, they really are. Like, the Kunkka is less than 100 gold. He's 5 gold away. Lorna is about 250. So that'd be great. But there's your Blink reveal top, and that's the big one. That's the one you wanted to get. You continue to slow down 23 Savage's game. And yeah, beautiful pickoff. Great rotation there from Tundra. The smoke into the portal, of course. And you didn't really commit a lot, right? This is just the stomp into Arrow. That's what we were talking about. You have a lot of setup between these two heroes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's easy to continue to do it.
I think Aurora's not too upset about that though, because they want this timing and they're like, okay, now we have the timing, now we'll make space for you, PL. So I think if any hero to die, PL's actually not that bad. It would be worse if you killed like Leshrac and ruined his BKB timing. So like PL's just gonna farm now anyways. He wasn't gonna join this fight.
Speaking of the BKBs, here they come. Q looking for his option. They do see Whitemon. Does he go for it? Thompson able to get away for the moment. Dude, if they get out completely, this would be absolutely huge. He's just going to grab 9 class, the Shadow Demon. A nice way to start, but a beautiful arrow, and the Tombstone comes out. Thompson able to just try and roll away, make some space. They will grab themselves 1 kill as the Song of the Siren comes through to put a stop to this. Lornov focusing up on this mid tower, but a fortification will defend it. I mean, every one of these heroes just picked up some big items. Double BKB, we get the Aghanim Scepter from 23, the Manta style on the Naga Siren. They've caught Whitemon though. And they will be able to clean him up so dang fast.
Yeah, maybe stuck around a little longer. I thought Tundra was pretty happy with only losing 1 hero there. Maybe she just abandon that tower and go start pushing out other lanes. Aurora didn't have to commit any BKBs though, so even though they probably would have liked a few more heroes on that initial reveal, you'll still take that. You got 1 and then a second free kill into a mid tower, and you don't have to stop really. Maybe you wait for Flaming Lasso, but it's only 30 more seconds, so I think they can just start positioning into the next tower.
Yeah, I like their movement here to the bottom side of the map. It's just going to come down to whether or not they can find anything, because Kasane is also looking for an opening himself. Whitemon's somewhat nearby, but Kunkka is not an easy kill. This dude has BKB, double bracer, raindrops, the Van Brace. This dude is very hard to kill. They do have a ward though, revealing Thompson here in the jungle, as well as the Shadow Demon. As the lasso comes off cooldown, obviously they want Thompson. He's got a haste rune. 9 class will break the smoke instead, and they will just find themselves another kill onto this Shadow Demon. Thompson manages to find an arcane rune as well. That is very nice. Taking that away.
Getting Thompson would have been nicer, but if Shadow Demon's next to a hero, you're almost forced to get Shadow Demon, because if you try to go on the other hero, Shadow Demon will save him. Might buy enough time for teams to rotate in. Not yet finding like the big fight they want, I think.
Oh, 23 Savage doesn't end up on the low ground, and they will finally find the real hero. That doppelganger, very unlucky. Ends up having like a ward sentry here that scouts out this rotation, but that's twice now that they've lost this Phantom Lancer to these ganks. And Jabs is coming to put a stop to it. It looks like they're bringing in some TPs as well, as here comes Lorinov. They're looking to try and find Kasane. Would be a great grab, and they do. There's going to be X, the Torrent, the boat to follow, and without a Stampede, you are not getting away.
Pure is cutting the creep wave though, while hiding in the back. Would immediately TP back down here. So Pure still farming very, very efficiently, despite also joining in this aggressive play.
Yeah, has the Orchid on top of that Manta style. We'll likely see him go for an Eternal Shroud here fairly soon, right? You need something like that against the Leshrac. But for now, playing on the aggressive side, just wants to have those items to kind of farm with at the moment.
I actually thought we might see a Mage Slayer from Thompson still. It's really good versus Leshrac, but
yeah,
maybe decides the nerfs make it too hard to work with and is instead going for a Maelstrom, which is helping them to deal with the illusions of PL, helping them pick up these kills. But I wonder if Lornoff might, you know, I mean, if we're not dealing with him, Leshrac's pretty farmed. I say as Naga has now just passed him.
Thompson looking to play with Jabs a little bit here in the top lane, but nothing really for him to bounce off of here with this Rolling Thunder. And as a result, Jabs will just walk away. He's going Radiance. I like this. I was wondering when we were going to see a Radiance against some of these Illusion heroes.
Yeah, got buffed, 5% more evasion. He'll be pretty good.
He might need to BKB this. Yeah, he will. That is a really nice grab, but he does get the X into the... He misses the Torrent again. Oh, no. That was almost guaranteed a kill with the rotations in there from Q as well. He's looking for his lasso.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that BKB, but if you're going for the kill, I get it. Uh-oh. That's not great. I feel like Aurora went for these aggressive early items, but they're not quite finding, like, they're kind of picking up some kills, some Shadow Demons, a Centaur, but they haven't hit the big heroes yet this whole time.
23 Savage barely dodging out that hook stomp from Kasane, and he's got a lot of damage coming through, but in comes the rest of this team. The X will catch Watmon, pull him right back in, but the song reset from Pure. All 10 heroes here hitting this choke. Oh no! He ends up losing him. There's a lasso available for Batrider. If he can close the gap, he's got a bullwhip. He's going to use it, start to get close. If he can find the real Naga Siren, to be nice, but a great Shadow Poison out there from 9 class. Lorinov looking through these trees, trying to find the opening. Up onto the high ground, maybe. You've got the BKB. They're just going to say, screw it. We're going to force Roche. What are you going to do? Kasane goes in, he misses the hoof stomp. Rolling Thunder coming through. Lorinov is going to pop that BKB, try and just chase down the Centaur. He just gets destroyed. Chewed right through him. Thompson will TP home as Q, still fishing for that lasso. Great actual play call here from Aurora.
That scared me. When they just started doing Roche with the 4 heroes here, I was really worried about that. But he did still have his BKB, so he felt confident about it. And we saw him just like walk in with it, pop the BKB, and zone the entire enemy team. Like, no one wants to walk through this Leshrac.
Yeah, this guy does a lot of damage. You said they haven't really been paying attention to him. He's got his Kaya Sange. He also grabbed the Whisper of the Dread.
Oh, that's such a good neutral.
Such a good neutral for this guy. He is sitting on 22% spell amp at the moment. That's pretty good.
That's actually insane. And he's going to get a Bloodstone now, so it's going to be very hard to kill with all this extra health. And the big AoEs.
Yeah.
I want to see a Shard. I love the Leshrac Shard, but core Leshracs don't usually build it. Kind of makes sense, but it feels like it's such a good item.
It's pretty cool that like literally every single one of his abilities get a larger footprint as a result of that item. It's pretty cool.
Maybe he'll get a Divine Rapier for the spell amp later.
You're really on this Divine Rapier today.
It's a hype item.
It really is. It's so much fun to watch.
Any game that picks up a Divine Rapier is extra hype.
Jabs is closing in on his Radiance, and honestly, he's not that far away. He's only about 430 gold, which will give this Kunkka a little bit more like kind of freedom in these fights. Thompson almost to his Aghanim Scepter. Pretty much the typical build. If you're going to go for like Diffusal Maelstrom, you always see Aghanim Scepter as like the follow-up usually, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Eternal Shroud from Naga is online and already working towards that Bloodthorn, so she is going to be a lot more tanky against the Leshrac. But maybe if they clear out the rest of her team, right, and then just focus her down, that's an option. But she is hitting critical mass, and that's a little concerning for Aurora.
It's like, which one of these heroes are you more concerned about, the Phantom Lancer or the Naga Siren? Right now, it's obviously the Naga Siren with 5,000 more net worth in this PL, but we're seeing 23 Savage start to get active with his team. He's level 15, same as the Naga Siren, but they've caught Thompson bottom with the lasso, and that will be a nice pick off. Whitemon trying to leap in there with the mech, but he's just going to get ran down. Look at the damage from Lorinov.
This Whisper of the Dread's so good. He's just
the Whisper of the Dread is
down.
insane.
He's got Diabolic Edict again. This tower's about to melt. Get in there. Yeah, there we go. Look at it go.
Wow. Yeah, this Lush hero looking quite sick so far, as Lorinov's definitely making a case for it.
I'm actually almost a little surprised they didn't just give him the Aegis.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, 23 Savage has been ganked like twice.
Yeah, so you're kind of using it to like, they're not going to fight into the 4 of us, and so now if they gank PL, he's got the Aegis. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, it might just be a farming Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Jabs underneath the ward, does have BKB. Is they're gonna go in, hit him on the disruption. Arrow coming through. He doesn't actually BKB. A beautifully timed stun out from Thompson, and they just burst him down. I don't know if he had a moment to respond with it, but maybe not expecting all 5 heroes of Tundra to show up.
Yeah, Aurora will take it easy now. You definitely want that Kunkka for your team fights. Tundra's going to try to make use of this, push in. Checking this tier 2 tower, whittle it down, get some wards up. They don't really have any deep wards right now. Oh, I guess there's one in the top lane, actually.
Pure has his Bloodthorn now, by the way, which is quite scary. They've managed to catch 23 Savage here in the mid lane. Again, he does have the Aegis, but wait a minute, Nagasar on the backside needs to be a little bit careful. The song's going to come through. We'll buy them some space. And Q, I can see him on the backside, maybe looking for an opening, but they will just let them disengage.
Yeah, maybe we'd see them chase harder if Kunkka was up. Kunkka is going
That's a really
to teleport.
good point. He's just going aggressively. He's like, I'm going to find them, guys. They're here somewhere.
Okay. But the illusions are going to scout it all out, so... Man, these Naga illusions are annoying. You see Q like dying in the back just to the Naga illusions.
He's pinging out 9 class. He's got him. Lasso will bring the Shadow Demon right back in, and with the PL, tries to TP. Unfortunately, they've got the detection.
Jab's trying to chase Whitemon. Missed the boat, but I think he's just going to run him down with a Radiance.
Yeah, okay. That'll work.
Aegis just expired, but you're good. They can keep going. Tier 2 mid looks solid.
This Kunkka does a lot of damage with this build. Like when Tidebringer is up, his 300 damage, you know, that is, he's ignored the torrent, you know, knock up duration and stuff. He's like, I'm building to just cleave and farm, right? Like, this is a pretty cool build from Jabs.
Yeah, it'll be even cooler when he picks up a Divine Rapier. That'll amp up his Radiance and the right clicks.
Can we get a counter for how many times Quixotic here is going to talk about Divine Rapier, please?
I'll tell you what it is, man. You disassemble the Radiance.
Yes.
Boom. Halfway into it already.
Halberd and Rapier. I like it. We actually, for a long time, would see the disassemble of Radiance into Nullifier. Like, that's like a pretty common late game strategy from a lot of carries and stuff that like go Radiance, things like Alchemist and Lifestealer and stuff like that. They're like, wow, this Radiance doesn't really do much at 60 minutes or 50 minutes. And then you're like, all right, well, you just disassemble, buy yourself a Nullifier, and then everything dies. So,
yeah,
you know, that's always fun. On a Kunkka, though, I think he's pretty happy having the Radiance.
Yeah, especially against the Naga. It'll be useful. Just the extra evasion and the mischance for his team.
He's queued up a Lotus Orb. Actually, I kind of like that. Ooh, a little bit of a pause here. Disconnect from the Batrider. We can spend this time to do like maybe an item update on some of these other heroes, especially like supports. Like 9 class here on the Shadow Demon has his blink going for that Glimmer Cape. Where are we at bottom? Because we might see a fight breakdown here. We are very close.
I find it kind of interesting. They do have good wards down here for Aurora to want to fight down here, and maybe that's why they're here. They just want to like find a kill. But they've actually already taken this tower down here. But maybe they want the kills and then continue to set up here because Roshan will spawn in about, or it could spawn in 1 minute and 23 seconds, and it'll be daytime by then. So the next Rosh is likely to be bottom. Maybe they just want to set up the vision, hold this area. It is 1 minute away, so they could make a play somewhere else and then come back down here, but maybe putting a lot of emphasis on the second Aegis and wanting to use it to, you know, maybe try to break the high ground.
They also see Kasane. They saw him for a moment thanks to this ward, but right now they will not find their opening.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And you're gonna have to respond. Yeah, Nagasar just pushing in the top lane, and that will send 23 Savage back, so that will probably just put a stop to this. All right, well. Time for Tundra to group up. The Moonlight Shadow comes out. They're moving their way towards bottom, but Jabs will make his way behind the tower. Ollie under the Glimmer Cape. They get a glimpse of him for a second, but he is pretty far back, and Kasane not really feeling bold enough to go for that dive, and they actually get a good defensive ward here, plays from Aurora, so they know that this rotation's coming. All right, they saw the ward sentry here reveal this in their jungle. Lornup goes in, he sees Night Class, and they will catch him on the stun. That is a quick pick. Dude, the AoEs on these Lesh spells now are very scary. He's got the Bloodstone done, and Q's looking for more. He's looking for Whitemon. He's still got another leap available. They have to commit the Stampede even as well.
Fairly short Roche timer too.
They're looking for
They could
tops
get Roche right now actually if they wait for it, but they don't know, of course.
That swashbuckle in ends up breaking the smoke from 23 Savage. He was trying to keep tabs here on Thompson as Q. I mean, he sees this Bat Rider coming. I don't think he's gonna fall for it. Maybe wanting to turn around himself as the Naga Siren's coming through, and they will just blink away to safety. Dude, 23 Savage has had some really unfortunate doppelgangers this game.
Okay, saving up the RNG for later. The good ones are coming.
Yeah. That makes sense.
That's how Dota works.
All right, big smoke out from Tundra. They want to take the fight over to Aurora's side. They see the PL top as he's like kind of retreating underneath the ward right here, and no Aegis this time. Oh, what a TP though. Really good read from 23 Savage. He is not going to get caught out this time as he is closing it on that Heart of Tarask, which will be a massive pick for him.
Can't kill me in my own jungle 3 times in a row.
As Roche is up. And it will get scouted by Aurora. They want to go for this, but you need your PL to get down here. He is pretty far away. And Tundra
this is dangerous.
Tundra's making their way here under the cover of this smoke and this Moonlight Shadow. Lornov trying to break the smoke. He does, but he gets the BKB off. Nicely done. Kasane unable to hit the stomp. He will go ahead and just TP on out, it looks like. And that's going to be kind of... Oh, he TP'd to the tower. He's coming right back. They think they don't have a Lesh, but he's almost here. And it's just going to be the Kunkka trying to take through it. A great tombstone to buy him some space, but there's the stomp onto 3. The lasso comes through. They've got the Pango, but a nice Song of the Siren out from Pure. Can they get themselves out of this engagement? They need some help. Pure comes in, nice stomp, does catch the Kunkka, but it's gonna just be Lornov as well as this Phantom Lancer just chewing through these heroes. Thompson can't escape. Q's barely surviving as they've surrounded Pure. He goes down as well. Kasane tries to TP, gets caught from an X, Torrent connects as well. And this fight, what a bait from this Lesh, dude. Just TPing to the tower instead. What a sick play.
Man, no one died for so long. That fight is so scary. I think Centaur like 5,000 plus health at some point, but Aurora just managed to live so long. Yeah, the first BKB TP out on Lesh, baiting Tundra to commit really hard, but they're committing onto a Kunkka who's affected by the Rum, then the Tombstone save buys a few more seconds, and that's all the time they need for the rest of the heroes to connect back in. Night Class? Very nice try.
Oh, very good attempt. But yeah, look at this. Like the immediate TP out, and you're fighting into BKB Kunkka, like you're saying, the buff and everything. This Tombstone save is absolutely amazing. Very good play there. And then it's just this split earth onto 3. Gives Kunkka the time to come out. Otherwise, he gets stunned there for like 4 seconds, right? And it's a completely different engagement. So huge plays from them. And, you know, they've put all their eggs in countering this Phantom Lancer, but you have a massive Leshrac problem now as well.
Yeah, some really big split earths, like quite literally with the Bloodstone, but then like on all the heroes it connected to. I think I even saw Thompson like swashbuckle right into a stun, unfortunately. So yeah, Lornov having a great game. Really impressed with this play, like especially as a stand-in, right? That can put a lot of pressure on you in a way, or maybe it frees you up because you're like, I'm just here. Whatever's happening, he's been doing really well.
Yeah, 23 Savage is super farmed now as well. This gold difference between him and the Naga Siren, it's been about that 4,000 to 5,000 for quite some time. But compare him to the Pango and of course the Centaur. He's not killable, really, right? Like, he's sitting on 3,000 HP. He's got himself the Elven Tunic, the Heart of Tarask, and this Aghanim Scepter. He is a massive problem now as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this BKB on Bat Rider too. He's gonna just be able to solo take out someone from this fight.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 2 goes down as they're going to continue to barrel down mid lane. 23 Savage with this Aegis, feeling fairly confident. And Shard now. I was going to mention, I was like, we didn't even have the Shard yet, but here it is. Now we have the Shard.
Look at this. It is massive with the talent and the Bloodstone. I love this. I mean, I hate this when it's on the enemy team, but when it's on your team, it's awesome. It's like this massive area you're safe to play in.
There's a really good response to go cut this wave top as they're trying to push in. Japs will come back to defend. They will grab the tier 1 tower. They're not over committing here on the side of Aurora. They've still got this tier 1 top, tier 2 top. And for them, they'd much rather just take those out of the game and kind of free up their map in terms of wherever they want to push. But bottom, Q's looking for his target. Oh, he sees the swash. He's found Thompson. There's gonna be the lasso. He goes for the roll up, and it will stun them for a moment. But the split earth is in. Yeah, it just comes down right away. Thompson has no chance of getting that jump out, and the Stampede will not make it out for 9 class either. So, oh boy, those are 2 very good picks, and just honestly, Q, really good game sense for this.
Yeah, he's been finding a lot of great catches throughout this whole game. Let's see if they can finally get something out of this, because Naga's been so annoying. She's been creep cutting really well. That is the strength of the hero. You lose a little bit of XP when your illusions do it, but you get a lot of map control. And right now it feels like Aurora is firmly in control of the game in terms of fights, but struggling to actually then convert that into objectives.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Lornov on the Lesh just probably focus up and try and push through top. He does have Boots of Travel on top of his mana boots now, so he can get to his team pretty easily. He just wants to keep this lane away from his tower, I think. As again, they still have the Aegis in the mid lane as Phantom Lancer. Bottom lane, just trying to focus up on the tier 3 himself, and he's getting some good work done, and Pure's not coming back quite yet.
They're pinging the creeps in the back. Mirana's gonna go for a creep cut.
What a TP by Lesh.
Ooh,
he knows.
Lesh.
He knows. He's like, we got the scan, right? Someone's here. Someone's trying to cut this wave.
Yeah, really cool. I don't know who scanned that, but that was a great play.
And now they have one more wave to work with, and works perfectly because this Aegis would have expired otherwise. So they're gonna XTP back the Phantom Lancer, get himself a little bit more mana. And Lornov will get to work on the tower. So they will get him another fortification, of course, here to defend the barracks. And Lornov has just got these split earths just running free here. They will see the TP in from the Centaur, so he has to like kind of blink to safety there for a moment. But Q gets the lasso once again onto the Pango. He gets the Rolling Thunder, and there's gonna be a Stampede. He can try and turn around Lornov. Gotta be a little bit careful here. Has well, looks like he's fine. Saved by the Tombstone. Has a BKB when he comes out. It's just going to be 23 Savage standing on the front line, just holding everyone at bay. What a save by Ollie. Aegis will expire.
So hard
full
to fight
heal.
into this.
He just goes. Does the Edict work inside? It does. Okay, that's cool. I was wondering. I was like, I'm pretty sure his spells work from inside the Tombstone, and they do.
All right, one set of barracks down for Aurora. That is great for them, but can't be too overconfident with it because Naga actually can hold one set down, but they're going to look to just hopefully repeat that. Maybe wait for Roshan because that Aegis gave them some extra comfort and safety. But we kind of saw there, like, Tundra's going to have a hard time killing some of these heroes. Lornov is so tanky now, sitting on the front lines.
Oh, what a torrent! It sees 2 into an immediate lasso. The Shadow Demon in trouble. They pop the BKB on Kasane and a nice Song of the Siren, but Jabs, he really wants this Shadow Demon. He gets the torrent off in the last second. They will burn him down as the rest of the team will be able to disengage. I mean, honestly, the best case scenario, Lesh just getting bursted, but the Tombstone again comes out last second. He's gonna come out with the BKB, pop the Bloodstone, and he's gonna survive for now. Turn around onto Kasane. They grab him with the torrent, but he will be able to pop that Stampede, try to get the safety, but PL is dishing out so much damage now. Bloodthorn will catch the real one. Needs to be careful, but a nice Lotus Orb does come through. Thompson trying to burn through these illusions, but they're just too tanky. Lornev still available on the backside. They will go for the XTP. He's going to refill in the base, and the assault onto this barracks just continues. 23 Savage feeling so safe, but the lasso comes through again. They've got tops and no buyback. Kasane dragged through with that tidal wave as well, and X will catch him. He's isolated away from his team, and Kasane will go down. 9 class needs to be careful, but so does Puri. Pops another Song of the Siren. A moment to breathe, but not for long here as Tundra, the base still under threat here as the XTPs just continue to happen.
They placed their Roshan's banner top earlier as well. It's dead now, but that has helped keep this top lane pushed in, and now their creeps are right here. I think they'll just keep going. No buyback on Pango. They don't know that, but they'll try to force it out.
Oh boy, Lesh got the one item he'd be okay replacing that Whisper of the Dread with, and that is a Timeless Relic, so that's quite good. Almost is level 25 as well. Q goes in, just gets the last, so he finds the Shadow Demon. Godlike spree for 23, no buyback available.
How can he keep doing that?
I don't know, man. Q has just been on it this game, and Pure's gonna just tank a stun here if he's not careful. So these Lesh, oh, arrow doesn't connect. He's looking for the backside, trying to get on top of that Undying, but he just has a Glimmer Cape. He's out, and now Pure needs to be careful. Pulled back in from the X, the Torrent. He's surrounded. The Rolling Thunder doing it again, but just Undying is just buying so much space. It is just completely destroying Tundra. And that's all they need, really, is they will grab themselves the Mega Creeps. Thompson here on the Pangolier doing his best to survive, but it's only a matter of time as Q continues to chase. And there's the GG that comes through. Aurora will grab game number 1.
I think this Leshrac broke that game open. I was very impressed by that. I wonder if Tundra didn't believe in the Leshrac, because Leshrac is a classic counter to Illusion Heroes, and we saw it was available at the end. But maybe they just didn't think with this current patch it was like good enough, you know? But it did well in the lane. Really impressive stacking and farming from the side of Aurora. They hit these really early timings, and at some point it just felt like, how do you possibly deal with this Leshrac?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a Mage Slayer on any of your heroes, right? And that has always been one of the primary counters to a Lesh, but you're also kind of just itemizing for this late game, like we have to be able to kill a PL once he gets like Heart, once he gets Aghanim Scepter and Butterfly, and so they go for these, you know, Maelstrom Aghanim Scepters, they go for the Bloodthorn on the Naga Siren, but it's just still not enough, right? You never get close to bringing down 23 Savage in the late game, and if you did, there's the Tombstone saves from Ollie, which, I mean, were on point, dude. He had so many amazing Tombstones.
Yeah, great Tombstone saves, and then great Flaming Lasso catches. It felt just like all the time they start a fight off by killing off one key hero, whether that was like Pango and Shadow Demon. Like I saw him find those two heroes all the time, and they're arguably the two greatest heroes you could grab to start your fight off.
Yeah, it was. I mean, beautiful performance from them. 9-1 on the Lesh, 5-1, but 16 assists on your Batrider. I mean, these guys played exceptional. Your Phantom Lancer has the most deaths on your team at 5. Everyone else is at 2 or 1, which is pretty cool, honestly. And yeah, incredible performance from Aurora. Looked great just from the start, and excited to see what they do here in game number 2. But we got to go to a break, and we'll be back with our final game of the evening. Everyone, stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
Can't walk with these worn-out shoes. Kick me down till I'm black and blue. Threw me down and held on tight. Now I'm back up, not ready to die. Take
Hey everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 22 as we are getting into our final game of the evening. My name is Cryptic, I'm here with ZQuixotics, and it has been a pretty exciting day of Dota so far, but we have one game left between Aurora and, of course, Tundra. Maybe to a lot of people's surprise, Aurora just managed to pocket their 6th win of the event as they are currently sitting at 6-1, the very top of their group. I mean, Zach, what is going on with this team? How are they managing to make this happen?
I don't know. Some new patch magic along with some just very solid gameplay we just saw. Their laning stages went fairly well. You know, a little bit of give and take as all games go, but they had some very clean timings together. Starting with like a first item BKB or like some small items into very early BKBs and then starting to go as a team. Just some nice, I feel like, ideas on like what they want to do in the game and then executing that well. It took them a little bit to first find that fight, but they kept pushing it, kept finding like small kills, and eventually it started to break open into these bigger fights for them.
Yeah. I mean, they've been looking really good. I love their draft as well. The decision to counter the Naga Siren with their Phantom Lancer. And then, of course, we were talking about the Lesh as like the counter to, you know, Phantom Lancer. And they're like, well, what if we just take the Lesh rack? So seems very cool. Like just a great plan from them. And, you know, potentially an oversight from Tundra, thinking that maybe that Lesh is, like you said, maybe not as strong as they thought it was. But if there's any game to maybe rethink that, I think last game is a good use case for it.
Yeah, it's hard to say like what they were thinking of, but I mean, if we think about those last picks, Leshrac versus Pango, they're actually both two heroes that are commonly picked to deal with illusions because they come online very early. Pango has the swashbuckle and the roll that hits all these different illusions. So this is a new patch. It's hard to say like what's going to be the best pick in the end, but we can now say in hindsight, the Leshrac looked stronger at it, and the fact that they didn't have a clear Mage Slayer builder. In the past, it would have been the Pango and it would have felt fine. But now, I don't want to have to build the Mage Slayer. Maybe Leshrac's not worth it, right? There's some of these new patch interactions that, unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out. I think they did need a Mage Slayer. Perhaps it has to be on Pango, or maybe that then goes back further into the draft to recognize if we're leaving Leshrac open, we're going to need someone who sticks on top of Leshrac. That means they're going to need to build Mage Slayer and probably have a BKB. Otherwise, they're going to get shredded by all the damage from Leshrac. So that could be some consideration teams now have to think about. Like, Leshrac is looking very, very viable, and you're going to need someone to address that.
I actually want to double check his win rate, because I think coming into today, the win rate was already pretty good on this hero. But now after the recent games, yeah, it's actually getting close to 60%, which is, I mean, pretty sizable considering it's been picked in almost 17 games now. Mm-hmm. So that is yeah, definitely a hero we're going to keep our eyes on. We thought, you know, potentially with the rework to Bloodstone, or a slight rework to Bloodstone, but also just the nerf to Mage Slayer might bring this hero back in, and it seems people, you know, kind of agreeing with that. And it's a fun hero to watch, man. This hero is so cool.
Yeah, I think teams, if it's not already on their radar going into the rest of this group stage and definitely into the next group stage, I think we'll see some development there. And Leshrac's not like out of nowhere as a mid laner. We've definitely seen a lot of Leshrac mids in the past. So maybe we'll just see teams start to go back to like some old counters, but some kind of like AoE magic resistance like Pipe, Mage Slayer, those are important to have versus Leshrac to negate a lot of his early game damage. And those types of heroes haven't been like popular. Like Pipe has not been that popular compared to some other options. You haven't really needed it because you got the Mage Slayer. So maybe there's some adjustments that are all happening right here at the same time.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see as we're getting close to the draft here. Finally, there we go. Okay, we're having a couple of issues with some of the players in the lobby. Wouldn't get underway, but I think we are finally there. So we will have a draft with Tundra and Aurora here, and maybe we'll see some of those changes. You know, maybe we are going to see the Lesh start to get a little bit of a respect ban. I don't think in the early phase, but you know, if you're going to pick up these illusion heroes, it wouldn't surprise me if we start to see the Lesh get a little bit more attention.
Yeah, I think it could be worth it. Naga is a great hero for both these teams, so it is in high consideration, I think. And Leshrac just looked like it did wonders versus that. You have other heroes like Timbersaw, also pretty good versus illusions, but more commonly banned right now. Chen still not being let through. Both these teams have Chen players. Almost all the pro teams have a Chen player. So he's just being banned out. Even after the nerfs, teams just think he's too strong.
Yeah, I mean, the nerf doesn't really change much about the hero, right? They're like, oh, we have a little bit of mana now on your passive, or on the your ability that gives like 50 armor to your allies now, or whatever it is. Very cool.
Yeah, you can't just spam it out for free now, but ultimately when you need to use it, you can use it, and it is still going to do what it needs to. You need to like have a bit more consideration for your mana, but not too bad. Like once you have your army put together, you don't usually have huge mana issues as Chen. The issue is when you have to like use Holy Persuasion and build up the army. That digs into your mana, along with then maybe having to use the new mana cost.
Okay. So we're gonna see the Centaur picked up again here. Again, I feel like this hero looked fairly good in the last game. They actually pretty much dominated 23 Savage in the lane. And they get rid of kind of your standard 3 strength heroes at the moment, the Timbersaw, the Mars, and the Dragon Knight. But no Bat Rider for Q this time, as they didn't have first pick.
Yeah, that Bat Rider performed very well. I don't think Centaur was the issue with the last game either. In fact, I think it overperformed in the laning stage. It was even into an Undying, but yeah, I think they had other issues, like in terms of like finding the fights that they wanted. So just going back to it, I think is fine. Solid offlane pick. And again, with the stand-in, maybe they just want to keep it simple. They're going to respond with the Kunkka pick, which we just saw Jabs play very well. Could still flex it into the mid lane. X is very good versus Stampede. You just X whoever is running away, and you just pull them back when Stampede ends. So I like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot, and I think the bans out from Tundra here make a lot of sense. We've seen this kind of Magnus Sven combo actually look very strong earlier today, and like you said, you can just put the Kunkka mid, and then you're running, you know, Magnus, Sven, and potentially a Kunkka. That is a lot of team fight, a lot of AoE damage. So I'll go and remove those. Sven also has just looked generally good into the Centaur lane, right?
Yeah. You just put a lot of physical damage that Centaurs don't want to do Shivas as much anymore, and that makes him weak to this physical damage. Old build maybe included like Vanguard, but Sven's not a hero that Vanguard is very good against because he has such high damage per hit. So taking it out, making it easier for yourself. You don't force yourself to have to build Shivas.
It just kind of shows like how very precise like the item like balancing is in Dota, where it's like Shivas has been nerfed, you know, 2 patches in a row, and Vanguard is still not purchased by a single hero in Dota. Like there just wasn't that long ago where every single game was Vanguard on your offlaner, no boots, no other items. You just literally rush Vanguard, and suddenly your lane was just one. And now, don't get me wrong, I hated that time. I'm so glad that's still not a thing, but it's yeah, just the item seems dead. That's a cool pick. I like the Mirana. They get it back for Aurora this time, as you know, they did it earlier today, but it was taken by Tundra here just a moment ago.
Yeah, that's going to combine with X as well. A little trickier to land sometimes depending what's going on, but I'm sure they can do it. It's just a very popular support rising up lately.
It is so easy to hit Mirana arrows with a Kunkka. And it's really nice just having that flex between mid lane and off lane, because if it ends up being mid, it means the Mirana can gank mid super easily just by herself and almost you know, always kill the mid hero unless they have some way to dodge the X, right? So
yeah, that's a great point. And the heroes that are mobile, who are hard to hit with the arrow usually, many of them don't lane very well into Kunkka, like Puck. So you could pick Puck to not be arrowed, but then you're not going to have a great lane.
Yeah, very good point. All right, they'll go ahead and take the Undying for themselves, which we're doing a little bit of trading on some of the heroes here. The Undying has looked quite good in both the games that we've seen it today, obviously being played by Celery earlier by Gaming Gladiators. He had a fantastic game, but Man, the tombstone saves last game were essential. And it did do what it needed to do in the lane. It struggled a little bit, right? But it still managed to make enough space eventually.
Yeah, I think they even got the first kill with the Undying, and then I think he just didn't have the mana. So either he needed to buy Clarities and Mangoes faster, or maybe he just needed to die to tower or something like that after that first kill. But having no mana led to then the return kills, which I think was where the issue was. But like that's an easy adjustment to make, and you have a much cleaner lane after that. So Undying, looks like it'll not only secure Centaur's lane by being a protective pick, but also if this is a Kunkka off lane, you're going to have a good time there. Snapfire, good response. The little shredder is a great way to remove Tombstone instantly.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you put a lot of stock in that Tombstone fairly early, especially in those like mid-game team fights where you try to just get a Tombstone, create the zone control, and then suddenly these two supports, Marana and Snapfire, just take down the Tombstone in a fraction of a second. So I like these pickups. It also gives you another great follow-up to the Kunkka's kit of, X Torrent into Mortimer Kisses, right? You don't have to actually commit super close to where the Kunkka is, and you can still offer a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's even some flex value because Snapfire has been played as core. But yeah, there's the Naga Siren. They're going to grab it for themselves. The crazy thing is Jabs has played this, so there's still some flexibility here.
It's weird that they go for the puck here as opposed to picking up the Lesh, like we talked about, as a pretty good counter to the Naga Siren. Or, I mean, they could have gone the avenue as the Phantom Lancer like we saw last game, but... Yeah, I guess you're right. It could be Jabs Naga, and they're keeping the Kunkka mid, which I actually think Kunkka mid with their lineup makes a lot of sense, but...
Yeah, I mean, now you even see Puck, so I feel like you can go Kunkka mid and just... I mean, you still could move Naga to the offlane if you want, but Aurora has last pick to see what Tundra decides to do, and they'll get to have the final decision on that.
It's interesting that they picked the Naga Siren into the Lion, though, because this is one of the traditional counters to the Naga Siren, right? The mana drain, super low cooldown, great at clearing the illusions. Yeah. But my guess is if they're playing this for 23 Savage, it's because they just want to farm the lane and then just like start farming the jungle. And he's not going to struggle really against a Centaur lane. So, well, I like the pick. At least he shouldn't struggle against the Centaur lane. Once he has like level 2 and level 3, you have points in the Riptide. It's a lot of damage into the Centaur if he doesn't have like a really good start.
Yeah, and net into Arrow is actually a pretty solid combo. Not a lot of carries can actually combo with Marana since you don't usually have a stun, but Naga is one of them if she wants to do that. They don't always do it, but sometimes if you see the chance for a kill, Lion, for example, not the tankiest support, Arrow into, or net into Arrow could pick up some kills.
All right, we'll see as the draft rounds out. They do end up banning out the Phantom Lancer, as we saw last game, had a lot of success in terms of scaling into the Naga Siren. It wasn't keeping up with her in farm early, but as soon as 23 Savage started to recover, became a pretty good answer. And the Viper ban from Tundra. If you're banning Viper, then you're anticipating this as an offlane Kunkka, I would imagine.
Or they're thinking of a melee carry that would be ruined by Viper. Like if Kunkka goes mid and then you get Vipered. Because they're going to have to... They need to protect whatever this last pick is.
I mean, Aurora have 24 pick is the thing, right? Like, that's what's kind of scary here. I feel like Aurora's draft is already pretty good, and it is flexible in terms of where they can put this Kunkka or even the Naga Siren if they really want. And they're going to see the full draft from Tundra, which there's no flexibility here. Like, you know where these heroes are going.
Yeah, this is the benefit of when you're willing to do this kind of stuff. Like, usually you'd say, like, that's Naga carry for sure.
No, okay. It's like you see Darkseer ban and like 3 heroes come to mind immediately. It's like Medusa, Luna, and Muerta are like the 3. But they go for the Luna pick here. All right.
Luna's usually a pretty safe carry pick. She can jungle really quickly as well. So if you do get countered really hard here, you can head over. Aurora has a little bit of time here though. Got 43 seconds in reserve. So now they'll decide, where do we put all our flexible heroes? I've never played it myself, but I don't know how Naga does into Undying, but that is one consideration for them right now.
Yeah, I'm just like curious. Like, I hope they don't pick another farm hero here for 23 Savage if you're gonna run the Naga Siren into the off lane. But
does she count as a farm hero?
Another
Or
farming hero, but it is from the mid lane, so I think I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it in the sense that this is Aurora to me. This is the like jabs drafting style, right? Like, I feel like it fits their identity. And even when I think like, oh, this is maybe too greedy, like, I want a team to just stick true to its beliefs. And if they can see a way to make it work, which in this case, TA versus Pug is a classic lane counter, and when you crush your lane, sometimes you can just go greedy because you're just having a great time. You get to steal the enemy's farm. Like, I'm up for it.
Yeah, I mean, you have another hero that can deal with Tombstone as well. She has some huge minus armor potential this game between the Naga Siren and the TA and the Little Shredder, and you're playing against two supports that have no armor, an offlaner that doesn't have much armor either, but has a hard time even itemizing for it as opposed to last patch. It's a pretty cool build. It's a pretty cool like synergy when you think about it in that regard, and I don't hate it. I just worry that if you spend too much time farming here, the Luna can be very scary.
That is true. That is true. Luna's timing, I guess it'll come. We've been saying this a lot lately. It might come down to the lanes, right? With a greedy lineup, if you lose your lanes, especially when you're counter picking to win, if you lose, you just can't find enough farm because you're all trying to fall back to your own jungle. You're like, wait, you're farming this jungle camp? I was farming this jungle camp, and there's no recovery. So, but if you're winning and you get to play on the enemy's half of the map, the greed does work out. Like TA Kunkka playing aggressive, Naga just dealing with their entire own jungle, right? Then that's when the greed kind of pays off.
Well, for those of you that are just tuning in, maybe you've been watching some of the other streams, maybe, you know, you were showering because you were stinky, I don't know, but welcome to the stream, everybody. We've got one game left here of this evening. It is Aurora game number 2 versus Tundra, as Aurora had a very solid game 1 performance. At the moment, we're gonna see if Tundra can get a very much needed win, as Western Europe is having a rough time so far these first 2 days.
Yeah, patch C, I don't know, mixing things up. Western Europe has been really strong for a long time, so it's good to have a little bit of a mix-up every now and then. It's pretty exciting to see. At the same time, we've seen why the Western European teams are so good over the last year, that they adapt usually pretty quickly, and they're all strong players, so I wouldn't count them out yet.
Yeah, not by any means. There's still games to be played, but ooh, a little bit of a pause. Okay, so one thing I want to theorycraft here, Lornov on this mid TA, chances are we're gonna be looking. I mean, do you go the early Blink Dagger? Do you go the Dragon Lance into Blink Dagger? Do you go the Dragon Lance into Deso? Like, is that kind of dependent on the lane, or do you need your TA to start bringing momentum?
Man, I'm not sure what they want to do, because here's another thought to add to that. One, we've seen Lornoff doing really well. So if he's feeling it, why not give him a lane counter hero like TA versus Puck, right? Then the next thing is, we were really impressed with how well Aurora was stacking last game. We went back to look at it. They had 20 stacks in that game, which actually, to Tundra's own credit, they actually also had 18 stacks. So there's a lot of stacking in that game. So in that sense, like, I could see TA getting in some farms. I don't know how he wants to approach it. Like, do you get early active, or you're like, no, I'm gonna play greedy, we're gonna farm, we're gonna find space for it? I don't know.
Well, as we head on into the lanes, we will see how this ends up playing out. I feel like this first level for Templar Assassin's not great, but you end up doing okay, especially once you get to more points in the refraction. But doing just fine. We creep dragon here. Is this what's going on? What is going on in the top lane right now? Yeah, we're seeing. This is the third lane of Dota. Dude, Thompson is almost dead.
This is what you do against Undying sometimes. You do really strange lanes to avoid the lane counter that is the Undying.
Pure just can't see us under the tower as Luna. He doesn't have any points in his abilities, like wondering of going either like Lunar Blessing or the Lucent Beam. He will go the beam to try and secure last hits. So a little bit of a rough start for him, but he'll be okay.
Now, this is the benefit of Luna. You get through this weird part, you get some Moonglaves, you'll be jungling. Yeah. But this is more to how much can Kunkka and Snapfire get out of this against this Undying.
I like this. This is a fun lane. I like what they're doing. Bottom lane. We're going to see 9 class and Kasane get aggressive onto Ollie. The level 2 power spike is enough. A net coming out from 23 as he will chase down 9 class, get the exchange kill. So nicely played. This is the second time we've seen that level 2 timing immediately with a Centaur partner make a pretty big deal.
Yeah, nice kill for them. But I think 23 might be okay with that because he actually gets the return kill and that'll just speed up his own timings.
Well, we'll see how it ends up playing out. He's doing pretty decent on CS. Jabs right now struggling a little bit with all the lane shenanigans that have been happening top, of course, but I think they'll be
a bit expected.
Whitemon actually very close to going down there. Q holding that blood grenade, and he was still holding a second point in ability, and he sees that tombstone come out immediately because he sees the cookie. So Q in trouble himself. He will fall. Nice torrent out from Jabs, trying to bring down Pure, but does not have the damage to finish it off. But the Lucent Beam spam.
Run down.
One more set. I mean, 3 seconds. 2. I'm just gonna go ahead
and the Lotus.
Take the Lotus. Nicely played, dude. It was funny. Snapfire was holding the point for a while there, as he hadn't seen a tombstone come out. Right, both of them holding, see what they want to do.
Yeah, brought the Salve to Jabs though, so Jabs could have been in a bad spot being that low. But now we'll just be back to regular laning, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Q is gonna get to his level 3 here in pretty soon, and with that, we'll see the Tombstone have a lot less effectiveness once Little Shredder's online. If he even decides to die, you could always just max the Scatter Blast, but this is one of those games, I think you might be okay maxing Little Shredder.
I think he should at least get the 1 point for the laning stage. Beyond that, I'll leave it up to him. I'm down for either, but I think Scatter Blast makes sense.
Yeah, he's got this 1 point in Little Shredder now, so he's chilling. Dude, they could just turn aggressive onto Whitemon. And Q, he's thinking about it, dude. He has just been clicking this guy over and over. A little bit of a courier bait there as well. I feel like all these other lanes are static, man, but this top lane is... someone's gonna die.
It's action-packed for sure. The mid lane is slowly tipping in the way of Loranoff. We see this a lot, like as TAs pick up the levels in refraction, side blades, all that. It just becomes so hard for a low armor hero like Puck, who only has burst damage.
Naga Siren, however, in the bottom lane will just get ran down here. Most like the arrow, no way! Ollie, what a play. Threads the needle there. They will turn around with the stomp as well as the Earth Spike there. So they do end up finding a kill. And 9 class, he's still wanting to look for 23. Oh, he almost gets there's a very close to a drive-by.
He's got this. He's got this.
Yeah. He's got him indeed. One more auto attack. Well done. Maybe you did want to die to the Roshan.
Yeah, that might have been better.
That would have been so funny. He's just like running away, and Roshan comes out of the pit and is like, nope. Tombstone down. Q turns around, instantly gets it, and now Pure needs to be careful. Instead, they'll just turn their attention to bring down this Undying, and Marana will die bottom as they just... I mean, she just TP'd back, right? That's a brand new death.
Yeah, there was a big creep wave, so they chose to just dive, knowing that Naga had just died. Now Naga's here, they gotta make sure the same thing doesn't happen. So
And now
smart
Pure's
choice
in
to send in
trouble.
the illusion.
They're just going to be able to chase him
One
down to
more?
the tower. Q tanking up a lot of the tower shots here, but yeah, Jabs gets the kill again. All right, these side lanes are sick.
Yeah, for sure. It's getting, we're getting all over the place. Naga needs a little bit more to feel I mean, she could, but she'd like a little bit more before she had to go jungle, but this tower's about to fall. She's getting kicked out of this lane.
Well, twice now we've seen Kasane have a really strong lane on the Centaur. We'll see if he can transition it here as he's got that Veil queued up. Maybe he goes for the Shivas early. Maybe he goes back for the Blink Dagger. You know, we'll have to see. But right now, you have to worry about this TA who is starting to have a lot of fun in this mid lane. Level 6 now will have traps kind of spread all over this lane, making it very difficult to gank. And also gives him some kill threat as well. Top lane, we're going to see them go on to the Kunkka here. The rotation in from 9 class. Jabs not quite level 6. Does hit the Torrent, but he's walking right into Whitemon. A great cookie out from Q. There's going to be a nice arrow to connect, but do they have the damage to finish him off? The Tombstone comes down. Q will instantly try to clear it up. Nice deny from Pure, but Lorna, he's under an Invis rune. They're going to have to be able to Stampede to safety. A nice use of that first Centaur ult. Oh, the scan, the Radiance, like, guys, they might be trying to snipe our Wisdom Rune. Good attempt. Even TP back on Jabs, so.
And Kasane having such a good lane shows an immediate benefit to the other side lanes with that Stampede saving Pure's life there. I thought for sure they were being sneaky with the Invis TA.
Jabs? Ooh, he's looking for Pure, but will not find him. Obviously, they have several heroes still here in the top lane. I mean, X Torrent into Arrow, right? It's pretty easy if you can hit it, but obviously on the off lane, you're going to have the more points in the Tidebringer for now.
Bring in some traps to try to get the rune.
9 class needs to be careful about these. He's got 2 full duration traps. Bottle will be picked up here on Thompson, but he's just going to try and bring down the Lion, and he does with ease. Just 3 hits, no problem. He's going to be forced to pop the haste.
Good haste away. I think he might have actually died to the physical damage of TA if he gets hit. Puck's actually doing a lot better than I thought he should do in this lane.
Yeah, he's having an okay time, but I look at net worth and I worry that this Templar Assassin is just having too good of a time. Level 6 now available for Jab, so they're going to smoke to the top side of the map here and see if they can maybe find this Luna, but instead Whitemon will be the one that breaks the smoke instead. Arrow right down the alleyway. No real way to dodge this one out. They have a cookie. And they're just looking to try and bring him down. Great cookie up onto the high ground. Pure is here and waiting. No points in the Eclipse, but you're now walking into Jabs. And do they get the vision? He's looking for the X. He does, but a great silence from Thompson to make some space. But he's just going to walk right into Lorna. There's going to be the Stampede, but yeah, can't get away from that. Beautiful rotations out from Aurora.
All right, we're going to have to see when Kasane decides to join in. He built the Veil. Looks like he's going to get the Blink. He's going to need to help his team out a little bit, but it is a bit hard to just run in with Stampede. We're seeing him use it defensively, so maybe trying to farm his Blink before coming into too many of these fights.
Kunkka does have an XTP if he wants to refill, and it's very possible that he will, but for now, they might just be tossing him a salve. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're just going to salve him up. Does not want to be without a TP for right now. Net worth very even. I mean, 10 minutes into the game, it's neck and neck. Only about a few hundred gold advantage on the side of Aurora. Mostly just because of the Centaur, like you were talking about. Kasane has not left this bottom lane. He has just been farming up a storm here.
Now, this kind of play would usually be very good to prevent the enemy carry from farming well, but that is a benefit to the Naga Siren. You still manage to find farm in these situations, but it's not as much. Naga would have liked to have an even better lane. I say that she's like near the top of the net worth for last hits anyways. A little lower because of the kills and the deaths. But she's finding the farm. She's finding farm.
Is under attack.
So the question is, like, when will Centaur join in with his own massive amount of farm?
Yeah. And Pure needs to be very careful, right? You're starting to get more levels on this Kunkka, which means more range with the X marks the spot. And there's so much follow-up, right, to the Kunkka. It's really either just the Snapfire ult or just an arrow from the Mirana, and you're probably going to find these kills. As Mirana, once again, stacking up this triangle. Something that we've seen Aurora have a very good time doing, so.
Next to your question earlier, TA did decide to go Dragonlance first and then has a Blink queued up.
Okay, I like this build actually a lot. I think the Dragonlance into Blink is a... You don't really have to get the Deso right away. This just gives you some good playmaking ability. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are smoked up. If 23 Savage gets a root onto this, yeah, Centaur and the arrow to follow, it ends up hitting a creep, and with that, Kasane tries to get away. But yeah, there's just too much magic damage. And this is a really good kill. They needed this. This is a massive find. And meanwhile, Jabs, he's caught 9 class on the backside. Cookie on forward. Will be able to stun up this Lion as well. He tries to escape, but 3 points in that Starstorm is enough.
It's a fantastic kill to find. That Centaur is just trying to farm up that Blink before joining in, and he's only a few hundred gold off. So that is a great kill. Otherwise, he'd probably have it right around now and then start joining in.
Yeah, I mean, this arrow, if it hits, is even worse for them. But yeah, it's just, that's the ease of like being able to bring Snapfire to one of these rotations. Like, there's almost any lane that you can bring it to, right? Like that, it's so sick.
Yeah, I think it's the really nice thing about picking up that Naga Siren is that if Mirana only has one hero to play with, it's kind of obvious. Like, okay, don't go near Kunkka, and it doesn't matter that we don't know where Mirana is, because how is a hero like Juggernaut, for example, going to set up for Arrow? But when it's Naga and you don't know where Mirana is, like, both side lanes have to be really careful.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Puck, I think, have his Witchblade completed. It is. So Thompson now has some decent damage output on this hero. As we will see, this level 6 is picked up from both supports now on Tundra. And I mean, they've struggled, right? They haven't been able to find a lot this game, as Thompson does need to be careful. Oh, able to dodge out the arrow, so nicely done there. Jabs does have a blade mail, though, and they need to be very careful. They just jump everything on top of him. Thompson just gets almost completely destroyed. Will be able to jaunt away with the orb, and a great stampede comes through. They find the Snapfire on the backside. Great rotation in from Kasane, and a good blink reveal at that. Good stun, catching the Mirana as well, but do they have detection? He might just burn down. The run buff is there. He pops a stick. He's trying to maybe find a kill on a 9 class. He can't do it. Q goes down as well. 3 for 0. A beautiful find here from Tundra.
I'm surprised that Aurora pushed up that far. Maybe they just didn't see it deliver, but the Blink Dagger actually delivered in front of 23, and then Kasane walked straight to the Twin Gate.
Song of the Siren out. 23 takes the Wisdom Rune and TP's home with a fraction of a second on the host stomp. It was literally mid-cast. So very, very, very close. Cheeky little play from him. Obviously, he's taking that Wisdom Rune away. As they kind of need that XP.
It's a great steal since his team just lost that fight top. You might as well try to get something from the other side of the map. Lornoff deleting Thompson potentially.
Dude.
Wow.
Has the amplify damage still in the bottle.
I think if he got one attack off. If he activated it, I think that might have killed the Puck.
Yeah, this is where things get scary, man. You don't have high armor heroes on the side of Tundra, and eventually this TA will have a Desolator.
I like that Kasane is going to go for a fast Shivas this game. I think he'll need the armor.
Yeah, I agree. Where are we at on Jab? So he goes Blade Mail this game, going for the Aghanim Scepter next. I mean, the Blade Mail, we saw Thompson almost killed himself on that with his spells, right? Between the Witchblade as well as his Illusory Orb, nearly ends up losing his life. But it gets scary and scarier as the game goes on.
Naga finishing the Manta, has an Orchid queued up. Orchid will be really good this game versus the Puck, the supports. I'm just smoke and try to find this Kunkka bottom, I think.
It's a nice rotation right through that portal. They do have a good ward placed on the other side. But Jabs, he's walking into the night vision from Pure, so they've got him. Chain stuns shouldn't be an issue. They've got the Finger of Death as well, and they will commit it. So fantastic kill. 9 class, gotta be careful about that blade mail, buddy. That's without the blink from 9 class. It's coming out now. That's great.
Tundra's got a lot of tools to work with right around now to make some space for Pure. A little bit of a rough laning stage, but he's catching up in farm, bringing himself back up to the top.
I mean, this game has been very close. The highest net worth lead that we had was like 2,500, but for the most part, I don't think either team pretty upset with the state of things. Kasane goes in, does get a nice stun here onto Ollie, just immediately pops the Moonlight Shadow to get away, and Ollie gonna use that to roam towards mid as they're like, all right, well, let's use the Moonlight Shadow offensively. Let's see what we find. And they're gonna find Pure hiding in the jungle here. Potentially, Jabs actually gives himself away with the phase boots active. A little bit unfortunate there for him.
Yeah, just not quite enough. He actually, I think he had the range for X marks, but he doesn't have the night vision. So he keeps seeing the Luna at the edge of his vision, but in the time it takes to cast the X marks, he's breaking the vision. So yeah, pretty unlucky on that. Otherwise, that would have been a great kill.
Yeah, she only saw him because Jabs popped the phase boots as he walked up onto the high ground, and her bonus night vision saw him. It's like, otherwise, if he just kind of walks up and doesn't use that, they'd probably find the kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, 9 class, pulled right back into an arrow, and a Mortimer Kisses. Talk about an easy pickoff.
That was Mortimer's Kisses, though, so they're going to smoke and go mid. That Mortimer's Kiss is a lot of that early game damage, so long as they play around the TA, who is a lot of physical damage if you're close to her.
Yeah, Thompson does have that Blink Dagger completed now as well. Kunkka, he's going to get pulled back from his X, but he's taking a lot of damage there.
Yule's queued up on Puck. That'll be a great way to deal with the silence coming out from the Orchid later on, and to maybe mess up some of these X plays.
Yeah, absolutely. He does pop the smoke with this, so that is actually a nice little play there from Lornov, or from Jabs, sorry. And with that, I mean, Aurora are able to continue to kind of farm up on their side of the map.
Deso's almost done on TA.
Oh, yep, there it is. I was like, just thinking about something, like, that's got to be the item they're looking for. But Lornov is right under a ward, and another smoke from Tundra as they're looking for this Templar Assassin.
It is a blessing
so
that camp
lucky.
isn't there.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, if that camp is alive, he is super dead.
This is the benefit of the greedy draft. Jabs farmed it from him. Saved his life.
Wow. Small little things. I like that they're playing behind this ward. They know something's up. Like, Tundra has been missing on the map. 9 class goes in, tries to find a stun, an immediate Moonlight Shadow, and Jabs, he's like, I'm okay to tank the front line, but a great tombstone onto the high ground. I don't think you want to fight into this one anymore. Well, maybe they do. That's the Desolator from Lornov. They clean up the tombstone with ease as both supports go down.
They might go for an early Roche.
You can,
maybe they'll wait for it to come.
Moving bottom.
Maybe they'll wait for it to come down here. So they'll just push up, maybe try to take this tower. Well, actually they're falling back.
Nagasiren has found the Puck with this Orchid, and Thompson should survive. He's just putting a little bit of damage out. I don't think you need the Naga for the Roshan, but looks like they want to just fix lanes, I suppose.
Yeah, I think TA and the little Shredder negative armor is enough, and then you just either have the arrow stun or just Kunkka tank. I think they can definitely do it whenever they want.
Very important D word there for Q. That one has given a lot of information to Tundra. As we hit the 20-minute mark, both Tormentors will be up. I mean, you can take it very easily on the Templar Assassin still, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do something like that.
TA has Trap Silence. It could be very scary for Puck.
Yeah.
Who is still...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, God, get out of there. Yeah, okay. Tundra realizing they cannot do it. I was like, I see Tundra's supports start to fall really low, and I look over at Tormentor, and I'm like, uh-oh, that's not happening.
Need one more person for that.
Dire are scanning.
All right.
It would be a great shard to pick up. Save 9 class some money, potentially, but he'll have his own shard queued up anyways because it is very good versus Naga Siren, like you mentioned in the draft.
Yeah, he's gonna need to have it. They are they are smoking towards the bottom side of the map. I mean, they know Roshan is the objective right now for Aurora. It is
Are scanning.
I mean, that's 2 scans back to back on the pit, so they're trying to find something, but it's going to be a smoke on the side of Aurora, and they're just going to potentially bait this one out. They get their own scan, so they know Tundra's coming down here. This is a brand new Shiva is completed on this Centaur, a big item for him.
Yules is on the way
Scepter
too.
coming out for Puck. Yeah, they've got some nice timings. The real question is who's going to find who. The silence from these TA traps could potentially catch someone off guard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I really like the positioning from the Kunkka and this TA. Like, they're just saying super far back, and he's just going to go ahead and start the Roche potentially. But
Scouting arrow. This is so tense.
The Manta. 23s. He's just going to go top and spawn Manta and come back, I think. Yeah. It's like that's actually just what he's doing. He's just going to try and split push and keep this pressure. But he's a little bit afraid to come back through the gate. All right, now he's going to come back now.
I think he's just trying to decide if it's worth his time. Like, should I just start farming? Like, how long are we just going to stand here posturing?
Yeah. I mean, both teams can cut lanes very easily, right? You have the Naga Siren with her illusions. You have the Luna who can do the exact same thing. As Jabs does have his Aghanim Scepter now as well, so that is going to be a massive pain to deal with at the Roche Pit, and Lornov's going to go back on in. Trying to do what he can here with this double meld strike. The arrow connects with the little shredder. I mean, it's a lot of armor reduction, but can they kill it before Tundra actually find their way into the pit? And 23, he might throw a song in the Siren kind of early to try and make some space here, as Lornov still trying to work on it. It's down to about half HP. It's not enough.
Oh, it stepped out of the pit, so now Tundra knows.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is the longest standoff I've ever seen for the first Roche at 20 minutes.
Oh, what a
Huge
stomp!
stomp!
Kasane goes in and finds 3! They're going to lose 2 immediately, and Mortimer kisses off the deck as well. They have buybacks. They will lose the Undying inside the pit, but what an initiation from Kasane. Double buybacks. They know they cannot afford to give up this Roche, as Lorna still sitting here on the backside. The Roche is very low. They have the Song of the Siren at the ready. They could use it to snipe the Aegis away. And they're thinking about it. The TPs are coming through.
Tombstone's almost dead.
23 from he goes for the song. They're trying to finish off the Roche. The Mortimer kisses are there as well. They will get it. Lorna grabs the Aegis.
Really nice.
But they just lose 23 for this. He's just gone. And now they might actually be able to chase Lorna here. He's got these traps in place. Try to just slow them down, but he needs help. A cookie will get him maybe some space. Here comes Kunkka, actually. Wait a minute. Maybe he stayed a little bit too far. The Bladeable comes out of the BKB from Pure. He's going to turn his attention onto Jabs. He's got the boat. He's got the Torrent Storm, but he dies again. Oh, boy. Tundra, they don't mind. You get the Aegis, but what a massive win for them in terms of the map.
That was such a cool posturing. Like, that is something we could look back on and just like analyze in a bunch of different ways. Both teams trying to figure out how long do we stay here? How do we split the map? I don't even know how he knew to stomp back there. Maybe he caught a sight of them or guessed like that's where they'd be positioning, but that stomp was insane. That won them that entire fight. We will see it here in the replay. Oh no, this is the escape.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happens is they kept like inching their way down that side of the map, and at some point you just guess, you're like, there's nowhere else that they could be, right? And maybe he got a glimpse of one hero, but the fact that he hits a 3-hero stomp just completely obliterates Aurora's ability to take the fight. And it's like both your supports are hiding back there waiting to set up for a kill, and suddenly you just can't do it. And you know, you get out on Templar Assassin, but you lose your Naga Siren, who pops this, you know, Song of the Siren to try and get yourself into that Aegis. But oh my goodness, this Ollie here, ooh, double leap, barely gets out. You saw the ward get placed, so Q will clean that up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they did get the Aegis for it, so let's see what they can get done with it. There's 3 minutes left on it at this point. It was a very costly Aegis.
Yeah, it was indeed. I mean, it's, yeah, like you said, there's still 3 minutes on it, and maybe Lorna will put this to good use, but you have to be a little bit worried about this Luna, right? She is becoming very strong, and she's queued up that Conda. One of the like 2 or 3 heroes in Dota that can actually build this realistically, and it got buffed for some reason in the last patch, so.
Well, you don't think Naga can build Conda and proc it with net?
That'd be pretty sick.
Alright, looks like we're pushing up to the tier 2 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Put TA on front with that Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, Lorna just trying to chip down this mid tower. He's in a pretty good position though, right? Good ward behind him. He's got traps placed here, but they're gonna kind of settle for the easier to take tower, right? This top one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they've got the vision. I think they have a feel that Tundra is on the bottom half, so knowing that Tundra will have to walk up through here, through this ward, could give them the vision advantage on the fight. Also, this tower's going to melt to this Deso anyway, so it's really quick movement up here.
All right, tier 1 mid for the tier 2 top, as Pure is going to continue to kind of barrel down this mid lane as the Conda's coming on the courier right now.
Kisane, I don't know who bought it. 9 class bought it. They do have a gem, and this is really big because one of the ways that this TA could really break this game open is that, oh, here's a lion just standing on trap, you know, silence him, delete him. You just find a couple pickoffs like that, sets you up for the rest of the fights. But they're being careful. They're moving as a group with this gem to clear out the traps and try to protect supports.
This amplified damage rune bottom is very sick. Lorna will grab it.
Has been killed.
That's a big one.
They're escorting this wave. They know this puck's nearby. They do not want to give this wave up. They want to try and bring down this tier 2 mid, and we're going to start seeing Tundra maybe back a little bit to deal with this. Whitemon and the trees will get found, and you're not going to live very long here unless you don't have detection. Dust comes out, but it's a little bit too late. So he's to safety. Lornov just blinks in aggressively and will lose his first life. They don't even get the Undying. They need to get this Tombstone, but your Snapfire is nowhere nearby, and now it's going to be the Nagasine in trouble. She pops the Song of the Siren, but the BKB from Pure just destroys her, and Lornov will TP on home. Ori not going to make it. Ollie will not make it, and by God, that Lucent Beam damage is very scary now that he has his 20 talent.
I think they thought they could get a quick Undying kill, but instead it just baited them into yeah, the rest of the fight. The huge stomp, no creeps there to eat up Eclipse, I think. So just they got destroyed there on that fight. Net worth actually doesn't look that bad, but it is a little concerning because you're carry Naga, like a good chunk of your damage comes from the illusions, and you're going to lose a lot of those illusions to the Lion every single time.
Dude, that Lucent Beam from Pure did 670 damage.
Dang. Good thing you can only throw that out every 4 seconds.
Yeah, good thing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, TA picked up a Deso pretty early. She's only been able to get 2 charges on it, or 4 in total, but...
Yeah, they are definitely on the back foot now. Like, this Luna is way too strong for them to fight into. They don't really have a clean answer to this hero. Once her BKB comes out, you kind of just have to kite it off, maybe, with, like, the Song of the Siren, hope you can just run away. But in this last fight, we see 23 Savage. They just stampede onto the Naga Siren, and he can't do anything. Like, they just collapsed on top of this hero.
He's working on the Bloodthorn. So, I mean, the damage is there for Aurora. The hard part is, like, the X into arrow stuff works early on, but now that BKBs are in, Yules are in, like, now the catch is the hard part for Aurora.
That's very true. We're going to see Q pick up a Blink Dagger. I think in this last fight, it was kind of that moment where, like, you see the Tombstone go down and your Snapfire had no ability to close the gap and get in there and help, and you just lose the fight so easily.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got the... Things are reversed from last game. Now Aurora cutting creeps with a Naga Siren, trying to mess with the Tundra's plan to push up. They are going to be able to get this bottom tower. Who's going to be their hero to clear out all this? Do they have Boots of Travels on... no, not on anyone.
We
so
saw...
They're gonna have
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say, they're just going to have a harder time dealing with the ratting than we saw from the last game, where Leshrac, I think, had the Boots of Travel, and then they even had the Kunga for the X plays.
Yeah.
So that could be one way that Aurora looks to get back in this. Just Naga the enemy, the pub classic.
Yep, absolutely. And earlier today, we saw Quinn on this puck. Ooh, the arrow connects. I think they know they're up there, but we saw Quinn on this puck actually scale incredibly well, being the highest damage dealer in that game. And Thompson is getting there as well, right? He's got the Maelstrom done. He's looking for the Aghanim Scepter next. Lauren up hiding in the trees, gets the blink away, but jabs. He needs to be careful. He gets caught up onto the high ground. The boat, I didn't even see. I don't know, it was invisible. That was very strange.
Did it stun people? I feel like I didn't even see it.
I think it sunk itself before it got there is what happened.
Interesting.
That was very strange. But yeah, I mean, Kunkka dead. I mean, he was so close to his BKB too. He's 40 gold away at the moment. He has his buyback available, and the Naga Siren again trying to split push and slow this down, but they just go onto the high ground. They manage to get on top of Q, and he doesn't get a chance to pop the Guardian Greaves. And he did buy out for that brand new Blink Dagger, so you do not have Mortimer Kisses available or your Tombstone Killer for this next fight. Kasane just goes in aggressive again. He's like, whatever, I'll go on to this Templar Assassin. I don't care. Thompson needs to be a little bit careful. Those side blades, hello, they're doing a lot of damage.
And Naga cut the next creep wave, so they should be good for a little bit. They did lose their tier 3. They won't lose the barracks yet. They're going to have to cut that again. He's got to send illusions over before he misses these. Actually, these are the Manta illusions, so they're lasting this whole time. Or which ones are these?
Who knows?
There's actually a way. Pop quiz. How many illusion models are there in the game?
That is a good question. 3? Is there 3 models? 4 models?
It's far too little.
Really? Wait, okay, what do you mean by illusion models then?
So like Manta's blue, but there are other illusion effects in the game that will have slightly different colors. For example, PL has a yellow illusion.
Yeah.
Do you know how many of those are in the game?
Dude, no way. I have no idea.
There's 7.
What? I mean, Terrorblade has his own too.
Terrorblade's got one. Oh yeah, Roche got taken. Very exciting. Back to illusions. PL has several on his own. He's got two different kinds of illusions. He's got like a solid yellow and a light yellow.
I like that.
To reveal the strong illusion, there's like Darkseer Wall, Terrorblade, Grimstroke, Normal Punch. There's a bunch of different illusions.
Look at 23 Savage here. He is, again, just doing his best to constantly split push and cut these waves, and it's exactly what we saw last game, right? They have one wave coming down top, Centaur escorting mid, as we're gonna see Kunkka potentially. Oh, he was gonna try and go for an X-play maybe, but there is a Watcher that scouts him. So 23 Savage is like, fine, I'll do it myself. Spawns more illusions.
Even felt like he had to get his own BKB. That's pretty rare for a Naga Siren.
I mean, I think that might be right, honestly. We saw in the last fight, if they stampede him, he just dies.
Yeah, he needs it. And a lot of his illusions are being killed by Drain anyway, so they're finding the real illusion. Might be in trouble here. Wait, I don't think he had night vision to see that.
Oh, that was close.
That was so close.
I mean, you're kind of stalling out this Aegis. There's still 3.5 minutes left, but they haven't started taking the high ground, and Lornov is still kind of farming on the map here for this TA. Cut a couple of... Oh, he's going to go for the Tormentor steal, actually. I like this. This is actually pretty nice.
These catapults. They're
Yeah,
gonna ruin
you gotta deal with these.
the Radiant base.
Radiant structures.
Oh, okay. You actually get Tidal Wave here for Kunkka. This is actually neat. A reposition mechanic here to maybe pull these heroes into the base. As they will see the Ward Sentry here dropped, and Q will go up to try and grab the Thompson. Playing with him a little bit. Kasane in the mid lane does have a BKB, gets pulled back. The X actually doesn't. They missed the whole combo. Mortimer Kisses are now down, but they get the Lion. At least Kasane blinks back in. He has to pop the BKB. The damage out from Lornov is substantial as Jabs. He's looking for more. They get Whitemon a big high ground tombstone, and now the time to retreat here is they do not want to go further. But that is the Ags here from Thompson. Song of the Siren has to come out from 23. He pops his own BKB on the run. They've managed to get away for now, and now Pure, you can't TP with an X, my friend. He's in trouble. The backside of the fight, 23 takes down the Undying. The dream fight here for Aurora. They've managed to take down the Aegis, but Jabs, he's got to get out of here. Can you get the Luna twice? He's got nothing left in the tank to stomp off the mark here from Kasane, and they have done it. 23 and Lorna just dumping in the damage. 4 dead from Tundra, and you get absolutely nothing. Thompson tries to get the gem back, unable to do so, but he's in trouble. He's got a Yules for a moment, but the trap to silence him up. Can he get out? Oh, Ollie almost goes down. More traps to try and reveal him. He will get to safety. He gets the TP on out.
All right. That is still an amazing fight from Aurora. Wow, that I did not think they'd be able to do that, actually. Starting off by just killing off Lion. Lion just died right at the very start of the fight. Couldn't remove any illusions with mana drain, like stuns, all lost. Centaur right next to the Lion, so lost half his health, felt like he had to back out. By the time the rest of the heroes come in, it's essentially like a 3v5 at that point.
Yeah, and 23 Savage is about to have a Hex, so you now have another item you have to definitely worry about. Like 23's solo potential pickoff with just a Bloodthorn is huge, but add a Scythe of Vice into that factor, these supports cannot live. Like the saving grace, the fact that 9 class has a Ogre Seal Totem and Whitemon has a Force Staff. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, and I think we pointed out this BKB on Naga saying you don't usually want to do that, but I think she would have been in a lot of trouble during that song if like Eclipse could have been hitting her. So the fact that she lives through all of that, Luna feels like, oh, I got to TP out, and it's like, oh no, there's a Kunkka, I forgot, and then she wasted a bit of time channeling her TP, and then had to like try to move again. By that point, it was too late.
That was literally the dream fight from Aurora. I mean, this game was so close. They were actually about 2,000 gold behind, 1,800 gold behind before that fight. Now have a 8,000 gold advantage. Yes, they're missing 1 tier 3, but they've defended their high ground completely. The Naga Siren has now overtaken the Luna for the first time this game in terms of net worth, and it's with some seriously scary items.
Yeah, can't take it too easy yet. 11k feels good, but at 40 minutes, it's not the end of the world. If you take a bad fight, Luna still does an insane amount of damage, especially if you get some good glaive bounces. So Aurora, really well executed fight there. They got to keep that up. You can't get sloppy, mess it up. The next fight we're likely to see is around Roshan. I imagine both teams will be very careful and posture around that. And looks like Tundra might be the first in position here, but it's still 2 minutes off before it can even begin to spawn. So I don't know if this will matter quite yet.
Yeah, we will have to see. I still worry that this Puck is going to be a very scary hero. I mean, we saw how much damage he was able to do with just his coil hitting the 2 heroes there. The fact that they couldn't capitalize on it, though, was the best case scenario for Aurora. If they're able to turn that damage around and pick off like the Naga Siren or the TA there, it would have been huge. As soon as he has his 25 and you have that Dream Coil piercing spell immunity, it's a different story. Those heroes do not get out.
Having said that, Snapfire is actually already working on a really fast Wind Waker, which could be a way to help protect herself or her teammates who get coiled. Could also waste a clip duration. So very cool pickup. I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe like Ollie also get one later, but there's only so much gold on the map, and he's going for a Hex, so might take a while.
That'll be the third scythe, as I believe Jabs is... Well, he had one queued up. Decided to go back. So he ended up picking up a... What looks like it's going to be a Lincoln Sphere instead, so...
Welcome back.
That's interesting. Maybe just not wanting to get insta-hexed. Maybe you throw it on your TA or something.
Yeah,
I feel like disarm protection?
Maybe. I feel like it is literally just like
protection.
True. I feel like the idea behind it is like you give one free spell like soak to whoever is going up onto the high ground. But it's going to be about it. They will have, again, the ability to stay bottom here, as we're going to potentially see the longest standoff once again, but 23 is top lane here, and he's about to finish this tier 3 tower, and he can continue to cut mid pretty much indefinitely, so Tundra will have to deal with this.
Ooh, 23 was going for a ballsy play. He walked in to see if Thompson would jump into the instant Vice Bloodthorn. That would have been a dead puck.
Lorna gets caught from the Hex. Can they get him out? Stun comes through. They have the Stomp as well. Nice Torrent and a 4-step to safety. Pure needs to be a little bit careful. Kasane gets caught from the X. Will he BKB? No, not going to be forced to do so quite yet, but they continue to chase as the Naga Siren's here now, and the Tombstone's been cleared up. Whitemon, that Flesh Golem starting to tick down. They're going to continue to hold that position on the left side here, and I think that's correct, but no BKB spent at the moment. You just have to wait out. Well, I was gonna say wait out for Roche, but it was a quick spawn, and with this Bloodthorn, with this TA, they're trying to bring it down and quickly. The wraparound from the left side here. Can Tundra get in time? The smoke's gonna pop. Ollie gets the leap away. They dodge it out the Roche. The Song of the Siren, perfectly done. The Aegis hits the deck. There's gonna be the refresher as well, and a Scythe with an arrow catching. Immediately they got the Luna, but can they get her out? She's gonna pop the BKB, try and stand her ground, and she's healing up so much thanks to the Satanic. Lorna still has an Aegis, a great coil on to 3, trapping the whole side of Aurora. Jabs on the run, can't get out, but a great Torrent Storm nonetheless. And Lorna, he's back with a vengeance here to clean them up as in comes the damage from the Luna. Just clears them up. 5 dead on Aurora. You're kidding me. What is... How does Pure do that?
I didn't even see him pick up this refresher. I thought he was dead there, but he pops a second BKB Satanic, goes straight to full health. Man, this back corner, I can't believe there have been so many fights back there, but Tundra is the king of the bottom right corner of the map, apparently.
Dude, yeah, I did not see that refresher either. The second Eclipse, combine that with just so much damage from that shard, and of course the glaives bouncing around. That is absolutely wild. We'll take another look here. The arrow. Yeah, it does.
The Hex onto Luna, but they didn't have another stun after that. If you could just chain stun up the Luna there, I mean, of course, right? Simply chain stun the carries, but the fact that she gets her first BKB off, has that refresher ready. Like, this part also looked really good. Like, I thought they were gonna get her. That's where that second BKB refresher, Satanic all comes out, and she actually just cleans everyone up back here.
And this is, I mean, that whole fight is set up on the back of Thompson's like 3-hero coil, right? Like we talked about the fact that this puck hero starts to scale. If that coil doesn't connect, it's a completely different fight. And mid lane, Kasane gets the blink out. Nicely done.
While we were watching that replay, Tundra just takes up 2 sets of racks. Tier 2 protecting the top one, but they don't really have too much of a reason to stop. They might just keep going here.
Dead
well,
even
actually,
in that
yeah, they might want to play it safe, get that refresher back up. But, well, I say that. They look like they're still up here.
The Naga Siren, one of the downsides of this hero is, yes, you are very farmed, but you are always starved for experience. Only level 21 as opposed to the 26 on the Luna, right? So you would like to have that 25 talent, but you're just so far away. Both teams doing their best positioning here. I mean, if you're Tundra, I feel like you still feel pretty confident sitting behind Pure, but they will scout and amplify damage here with this courier. So I honestly would like this on Thompson, but he doesn't have a bottle. It seems. Oh, he's already tossed it over.
He passed it over. Yeah.
All right, refresher for Kunkka now as well. So double Water Park, double Ghost Ship. It's very disruptive in these fights, of course, but
how much does Konda Lucent Beam do with an amplify damage rune?
My guess is probably like 1600 damage.
I'm ready. Let's see.
I feel like it actually is 1600 damage. Lornov's queued up the Divine Rapier. It's time. You might get your wish, but they've actually caught him instead. Can they get him to safety? The Song of the Siren there will allow him to reset, but look at the damage from this puck. Lornov forced the BKB. They're going to be able to clean up the Tombstone, and they do. 23 on the backside. Looks for the Lion. He gets him with the net. Does he have the damage? He doesn't, and now 23's on the run. He just gets stomped on down. They're going to have to buy back now on your Naga Siren, and a clean disengage potentially. Cookie on forward does catch Kasane. They get him on the arrow as well, but this guy's sitting on 5,000 HP. Can they do it? I don't know. Pure the amplify damage up onto the high ground. He's looking for his opening.
Konda something for me. I gotta see it. Please, one of these creeps, do it. No. All right, really nice fight for them there. The Naga forced to buy back as well is very scary for Aurora. If they find another Naga kill, that's it. That's game over.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get that, you know, Templar Assassin out of danger at the start of that fight, but Kasane is so damn tanky now, especially with the Halberd and this Ogre Seal Totem. It's like, even if you can get on top of him, he's able to survive. But it's also the fact that Lion just stands there against that Naga Siren and doesn't die.
Yeah, I think that Glimmer bought him a lot of time too. I don't think he had vision up that far, so that kept Lion alive. Maybe it looks a little different if he kills the Lion, but yeah, great use of the Glimmer Cape. Two of them.
Well, they did manage to get a creep wave all the way to this bottom tower, so maybe they can start doing some damage here. Q really desperately trying to get to this Wind Waker, and I think he actually has the mana or the money for it now, so he might go for it. He is still gonna have buyback, just barely, but he's got the Mystic Staff at least. Got to be careful about this hop. Yeah, there it is. They managed to go on top of the Kunkka. They just burst him the way. Wow. What a find. And now 23. He TP's in. He's forced to BKB. The Hex catches the Luna, but again, she's got that Satanic at the ready. Forced to BKB. Will back away for now, but 9 class on this Lion. Oh, he blinks in. Gets caught from a silence. Nice Ghost Scepter. Still holding on to the Aeon Disc as well. Tundra want the win. You can feel it. They are so damn close to closing out this game.
I think they're still going to be... It's so scary. If you throw one fight, TA Naga in your base, I mean, they're going to equalize it immediately. So Tundra trying to be really, really disciplined with this approach. But I think if they keep it up, they will get there. The lanes are always pushing in their favor, even with this Naga Siren trying to cut as much as possible. There's a Roche banner trying to help them out as well in that bottom lane. It's a little far up. I think they can move it a little back.
Where is it in the bottom lane?
It's like right in front of where the tier 3 tower is. But I think they're trying to get the maximum value of the buff duration, so the creeps make it as far as possible.
Oh, okay.
It's just a little more at risk of being killed. But Tundra's not really playing down there, so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See, Lorna might be able to force him back. He's got creeps here. Definitely a free tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, anything at this
Another
point
amplified
is a win.
damage rune?
Dude, that is wild. That is the rune reset into an immediate amplify damage.
I think they're gonna go with this. Well, Roshan's about to spawn. Maybe they play it safe, grab Roche.
Lornav's going the Divine. He's 1,000 away from the buyback, but he just buys it out. Locks it, of course, before coming back to the base.
Lornav!
Divine Rapier done. Boots in the backpack. Maybe he finds the opening. They grab 23, but can they get him to safety? The Wind Waker play from Q. That's what you want, but can you bring down Pure? He's got to get out of here on 23, but the coil, it snaps. It doesn't do the damage, and now the Tombstone's gone. Song of the Siren here from 23 Savage. It does get them to safety. Puck actually might need to be careful. Do they have the Hex? They don't. Not in time. 23 is forced to pop that second BKB. Try to get the safety. A second Song of the Siren to reset. Everything being spent here from the side of Aurora.
I don't think they have anything to follow up from this. I think they'll just let Luna
Kasane just goes in. He managed to get on top of him. They managed to get on top of Lord of the big win. The Rapier hits the deck, and that might just be it. Thompson will clean it up, and tier 4s will fall.
All right, slowly nothing. We'll just end the game on Tundra.
Yep. I mean, they haven't called GG yet, but they finally will.
Where'd that Divine go?
It's on Thompson, on the puck.
Oh, nice. Looks great for the stats. It's a great comeback from Tundra. That was, well, I guess they weren't like so far behind that the game looked terrible, but they were certainly feeling the pressure for a while there. And some amazing Roche fights from Tundra, especially that stomp by Kasane. I feel like that turned the game around.
Oh, absolutely. That first 3-hero stomp was a game changer for them. And then, of course, followed it up with a 3-hero coil in the corner, but with like the Pure's refresher reveal. I mean, this was sometimes Roche, even on a Radiant side, like being it's Aurora's side of the map, you're like, oh, the Roche advantage should favor Aurora. But they got caught out so bad, not once, but twice in that corner of the map. And it completely destroyed their game.
I don't even want to say they got caught out because I thought they were trying to position so well.
Yeah.
I just think first it was an amazing stomp from Kasane, and then the second one, I think they got caught off by that refresher. I know I was. Maybe they were more heads up, but I think they definitely felt like, oh, we can take this fight, and then that refresher turnaround by Pure, I think it just won the game from there, right?
Yeah, it did. I mean, that was the turning point for sure. This game was definitely in favor of Aurora for quite some time, it felt like. And then they get this like big win themselves. They swing the net worth back like 15K almost, but they just, they don't have the team fight. The Naga Siren ends up kind of falling flat. Like you have this Scythe of Ice, but doesn't really feel the impact of it. So it was, very good performance overall. So yeah, this was a fantastic day.
Yeah, very fun series. I don't think, like, it went 1-1, but I think both teams showed their strengths. I think we got to see what these teams bring. I don't feel like anyone, of course, there were some mistakes, but, like, I don't think anyone was playing terribly, which I think is good. It's a good spot to be. Like, you can always keep improving.
Yeah, and it's a much-needed win for Tundra, right? As we take a look at the group stages here, they now go up to 3 and 5. Group B being dominated here by Shopify, Aurora, and Extreme. I mean, NA... Eastern Europe, or I'm sorry, Southeast Asia and China looking very good in this group. Meanwhile, Group A, Bet Boom at the very top, 7 and 1, followed by Falcons. Western Europe is struggling. You have Gaming Gladiators and Team Secret Rare right in the middle, kind of, but this is not what I think a lot of people would have expected coming into this tournament.
Definitely. Technically, I don't think anyone's out. I think if you go 4-0 tomorrow and then like win your last series on Thursday, like you could still clear it. But tomorrow, I think will be do or die. I think we're going to see some teams potentially be knocked out mathematically.
Yeah, I agree. And tomorrow should be a really fun day as we've got a schedule here. So this is, of course, our stream. We've got OG versus Virtus Pro to start things off, followed by Aurora and Extreme Gaming. And that should be a good one. Those teams right at the top. And then you and me will be coming back as we will get to cover Bet Boom team versus G2IG. And of course, Aurora versus Secret. So some very action-packed games tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. I'm excited for those.
Yeah, Bet Boom, currently at least the best team with their 7-1 record. So looking forward to getting to see that. And then, we just had a lot of fun with this Aurora game, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing them again.
Dude, that's the thing. Aurora is looking super sick, and you know they've got it could be a make or break day for them tomorrow. Any of these teams, you know, could still make it to the upper bracket, avoid that elimination. But Aurora, if they keep this streak alive, if they get a couple more wins tomorrow, they should be through to the group stage, or to at least to group 2, right? Group stage 2. That's what we call it.
Yeah. Group stage 2.
No. But with that being said, everyone, it will bring day number 2 to a close here, at least on the Storm stream. It's been a lot of fun. Again, my name is Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics all darn day. It has been an absolute blast. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time. Have a wonderful night. Bye, everyone.
and she never says no.